money, existing money is redistributed. But if you go to a bank and take out a bank loan, then money is created by the bank. So the liabilities of the banking sector rise, the assets rise, they're balanced. With more liabilities means the banking sector means more money. Okay? So that's how private banks create money. And that's what I first started working on when I became an academic 35 years ago. The actual dynamics of private money creation. The government is the same sort of story. If the government runs a deficit, it spends more money on the individual in the economy than it taxes them, which means their bank accounts increase. So a government deficit creates money for the private sector. Okay? So that's when money creation occurs from the government. So it puts money in people's, it puts more money into people's bank accounts by spending, by welfare payments, than it takes up by taxation. So that's creating new money. And then on the other side, on the bank, the money turns up in the reserve accounts of the banks, which are basically the private banks' bank accounts of the central bank. So rather than the asset of private money creation being loans, the asset of government creation is reserves. Okay.
Right. Money creation.
Money creation.
Is good. You mentioned private money creation, the liabilities of banks, how government's doing, reserves, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, there's a bunch of printers that are printing money. With money, and then you also have something issue, which is social relations between humans that create money. I think my mind has blown several times over the past minute. So it's difficult for me to reconstruct the pieces of my mind back together. But basic question, is money creation a good thing or a bad thing?
Money creation is a good thing because money creation is what allows commerce to happen.
Isn't there a conservation?
No, there isn't. I had an argument with physicists over this, and it took me a long time to answer it. They thought the sum total of all money is zero.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the sum total of all assets and liabilities is zero. So if you imagine your assets minus your liabilities is your equity, and your asset is somebody else's liability, and your liability is somebody else's asset. When we're talking about financial assets, and this is another mind-blowing thing that I've just recently solved for myself. So the sum total of all financial assets and liabilities is zero.
Okay, wait. I'm going to interrupt you rudely. What are assets? What are liabilities?
Assets are your claims on somebody else. So,
specific. Give me an example of that.
Okay, you have a mortgage for this house?
No.
Okay. You rent it, there you go. If you had a mortgage, that would be your liability.
That would not have.
Okay. The mortgage means that's asset.
Chef Desmond.
Okay, if you add the two together, you get zero.
So that's zero.
That's zero. Money is the liability side of the banking sector. Okay, assets are the assets on the other side can be either created by the banking sector, where you get bank loans, or created by the government, where you get reserves. But money is the liabilities. Money is, if you think about protons and anti-protons, in that sense, money is like the anti-proton. It's the negative, the liability.
But wait. The liability is the negative.
Yeah.
So how's that money? That money is positive.
What is the liability for the banking sector is an asset you can make.
And asset equals money.
Yeah. If you have a bank, you'd have a bank account and you'd have some cash. Yeah. Okay, those are your assets. But the bank account is a liability to the banking sector, and the cash is a liability to the Federal Reserve.
Okay. So what's money?
Well, money is the promise of a third party that we both accept to close our transactions. And this is
at the bank.
That's a bank. Okay, this is one of the most important works I've ever read. It's a work by a wonderful, now unfortunately deceased, tiny Italian economist called Augusto Graziani. And he's the most wonderful personality. Augusto, I've met him on a few occasions, is one of the few human beings who can speak in perfectly formed paragraphs. Okay, superbly eloquent. And what he did was write a paper called the Monetary Theory of Production. You can find it downloaded on the web. It's pretty much open source now. And what he said is, what distinguishes a monetary economy from a barter economy? He said, in a barter economy, what we do is, I'll give you 2 of these for one of those.
Yeah.
Okay, barter. Just working at a relative price. There are 2 of us involved, and there are 2 commodities. So with money is a triangular transaction. There is one commodity. I want to buy that can of drink off you. 2 people, and the worked out ends up being in a transfer from the promises to pay the bank that the buyer has to the promises to pay the bank that the seller has. So what you have is a monetary transaction in a capitalist economy involves 3 agents: the buyer, the seller, and the bank.
So the bank owns it.
So the bank has to be part of it. When I hand you the money, you accept that you've now got, rather than the bank promising to pay me something, it's now the bank promising to pay you something. And we exchange the promises of banks, and that's fundamentally money.
So money is fundamentally a three-sum for everybody gets money. That's a good way to put it.
Easily, now I can use French in this conversation.
That's not French. That's it's a different language. I was on U.S. terrorism. Okay. If I can return to, we'll jump around. Okay.
Oh, that's fine.
So you mentioned Karl Marx as one of the great intellects, economic thinkers ever.
Yeah.
He might be involved. He's studying quite a bit. You disagree with him quite a bit. Yeah, but you still think it's powerful.
A powerful mind.
Powerful mind. So first of all, this is just the core of the human. Why do you say so? What's interesting in that mind? In the way you saw the world, what are the insights that you find true?
Marx once described his major work as towards a critical examination of everything existing. So he's a modest bastard.
Yeah.
So he wanted to understand and criticize everything. And even he wasn't trained directly by Hegel, but his teachers were Hegelian philosophers. And what Hegel developed was a concept called dialectics. And dialectics is a philosophy of change. And when most people hear the word dialectics, they come up with this unpronounceable trio of words called thesis, antithesis, synthesis. I can barely get the words out myself.
Yeah.
And that actually is not Hegel at all. That's another German philosopher. Fichte.
Oh,
Fichte. I thought it was no Fichte. Well, I'm not sure.
I mixed them up. All Germans, like I say.
Yeah. But if you look, there's a beautiful book called Marx and Contradiction. If you want to find a great explanation for Marx's philosophy. I've forgotten it. I think it's Wilde, W-I-L-D-E, Marx and Contradiction. And he points out the actual origins of Marx's philosophy. I didn't know that when I first read Marx. So I became exposed to Marx when I was a student at Sydney University. And we had the strike at the university over the teaching of philosophy. And what happened was the philosophy department had a lot of radical philosophers in it and a conservative chief philosopher. And the radicals wanted to have a course on what they called feminist aspects of philosophical aspects of feminist thought. And the staff voted in favour of it. This is back in the days when university departments were democratic. The professor opposed it. He got it blocked at the high level. The staff left over that, and then finally the vice chancellor blocked it. So that led to a strike over the teaching of philosophy at Sydney University, which at one stage over half the students were on strike. Economics began out of that.
The teaching of philosophy of feminism.
Yes. That's such a different life that we're living now. That's the academic era in which I developed all my ideas. And I had become a critic. I've gone from being a believer of mainstream economics when I was a first-year student to disbelieving it halfway through first year. And I then spent a long time trying to change it, getting nowhere. And then this philosophy strike happened, and we took it on in economics, and we formed what's called the political economy movement. And had a successful strike. We actually managed to pressure the university into establishing a department of political economy at Sydney University, as well as a department of economics.
What was the foundational ideas? Were you resistant to the whole censorship of why can't you have a philosophy or anything kind of course?
Well, yeah, it was much more libertarian in the genuine sense of the word period of time. At the end of the end of the 60s, beginning of the 70s, and the word libertarian has been corrupted since then. But it really was about free thought. And you were at university to learn. It's about education. I remember having a fight with my father where Dad was angry about the marks I was getting on courses. And he said, if you don't get a decent result, you won't get a decent job. And I said, I'm not here to get a job, I'm here to get an education. And now the thing is, ultimately, it's been a pretty good job for me as well. This is in Sydney, by the way. And Sydney in summer is absolutely gorgeous. And what a bunch of lefties decide to do during summer to read Karl Marx.
Yeah, on the beach.
Actually, inside the room of the philosophy department at the University of Sydney in the main quadrangle. There's sandstone all around us, and a bunch of about 20 or 30 of us reading our way through Marx.
Profoundly,
volume 1 Capital. And I remember walking off to that meeting with one of my friends, who's a law student, and this was a period of a huge construction boom in Sydney. So the whole skyline, which we could see from the campus, was full of what we call kangaroo cranes, which were an Australian invention, that are cranes that can be leapfrogged over each other to build up the skyscraper.
So here you are reading Karl Marx, looking at the mechanisms of capital.
And I looked at those mechanisms, and I knew Marx argued that labour was the only source of value. And he said machinery doesn't add value.
But the cranes are worthless.
I'm looking at these cranes and thinking, I want a very good explanation by Marx as to why these cranes don't add value. So reading through the first 7 chapters of Capital, what you found was Marx applying this dialectic. And like the Fichtean stuff is bullshit. That is not how Marx did it all. I was reading, trying to find the thesis, antithesis, synthesis, and it's not there at all in any of Marx's works. And I read everything he's ever written on economics from 1844 to 1894 when his last books were published. There's not one word of mention of that. What he does talk about is foreground and background and tension. And his idea of a dialectic is that there is a unity will exist in society. And that unity can be an individual, it can be a commodity, anything at all. The unity will be understood by that society. One particular aspect will be focused upon. So if you think about the human being in capitalism, the focus on the human being as an object is their capacity to work. You're a worker, okay? That gets put in the foreground. The fact that you're human, you want to play a guitar and go surfing and make love and all the other things that humans do, is pushed into the background. There's a tension between the two of those. And that can transform that unity over time. And that's a beautiful dynamic vision of change. So dialectics is the philosophy of change.
So synthesis and antithesis is what does every idea have a counter argument?
Yeah, there's a positive and negative, and you bring it together somehow.
And then Marx has this foreground, background, and foreground. It's all what we think of as economics, and background is all the love making,
that sort of thing.
And why is the intention?
Well, it's because if you imagine the unity, like if you take a human in go back to Cro-Mag days, we were living in caves, and we've got to go hunting and cook food and stuff like that, but there's no social hierarchy. You become used to it. So you don't get labelled as a worker or a capitalist, you're just a human in that situation. Then you've got more of an integrated view of who you are. And I think that's one of the appeals of a genuine tribal culture, that you get treated for the whole of who you are. You certainly categorise, you're male, you're female, you're young, you're old, you're a hunter, you're a toolmaker, etc. But you're treated as a more integrated object. When you get put in a complex society like a capitalist society, then one side of you is emphasised and the others are de-emphasised.
So is it fair to say that the background is like our basic fundamental humanity, and in the foreground is capitalism?
Effectively, when you look at the terms of a human, but what Marx did is apply this to a commodity. He said, what is the essential unity in a capitalist economy? And the essential unity is a commodity. And that's the essential unit. The essential unity. What's the unity? Unity is an object in society. Okay, so he started from the point of view of trying to understand how exchange occurs. How do we set prices? And his starting vision was to say that a commodity is a unity in a capitalist economy. The part of the unity that we focus upon is the exchange value. A capitalist produces a commodity not because of its qualitative characteristic, but because it is sold for profit. So the foreground aspect of a commodity is its exchange value. The background aspect of it won't succeed as a commodity unless it has a use value.
So the background is the utility.
Yeah, if you made something which didn't work, then you might be able to sell it, but it has no utility. You can't make that into a commodity. A broken thing can't be sold.
Does it have the subjective?
Yeah, it has to have the subjective side.
The people
As well as the objective. So the objective is what capitalists worry about. I'll give you my favourite counter example of that. I took a bunch of Australian journalists to China way back in the period when the Gang of Four was being on trial. And we did a tour of the Forbidden City in Beijing. And at that stage, all the artifacts of the royal family, the emperor, were actually in the building still. We walked past one of them, and it was this solid gold bar about this long, shaped like a fist, turned over like this. And on this side, there were rubies, emeralds, diamonds. You'd never seen gemstones. I mean, gems that big. And one of the journalists asked me what I thought it was, and I stopped talking. Jane, it's a back scratcher. Ha, ha, ha. I walked away. She put up with me about 20 minutes later. I asked one of the guys, it is a back scratcher. So here's a back scratcher for the emperor made of solid gold with diamonds and rubies and emeralds during the scratching. And that's a commodity in a feudal society. Okay. Cost doesn't matter. You want the most elaborate, beautiful thing because you're the emperor. So in a feudal society, the commodity, what's focused on is the utility. And the cost of production when you're the emperor is immaterial. Capital is in reverse state. So the commodity in the capitalist economy is a plastic $2 scratcher you can get from Kmart or Target. And so the use value is necessary, but irrelevant to forming the price. And that was a completely different vision of exchange in capitalism to what I found in the neoclassical theory, because that says it's the marginal utility, the marginal cost of everything that determines
that's my boy.
the exchange ratio.
Biggest loser on
The
the
crazy
internet.
thing about that is not so much the
You can
marginal
have that title.
utility, but
Biggest winner,
the
baby.
argument in the neoclassical theory is that the price ratio, the price for the
It's a picture of everybody's favorite rabbi. Kosher peanut butter on bed.
Two commodities between two
How do
people.
you like that, boo?
They will
Fucking
the
sick.
price will change until such time as
Yo,
the
dog, this
ratio
shit
of the marginal
sucks.
utility is equal. That's supposed to be the equilibrium. And Marx says that's bullshit. That's the previous society where you exchange stuff that you happen to have for stuff somebody else happened to have without any real action mechanism being involved. He said that's like when you have two tribes meeting for the very first time, and one tribe can make something the other tribe can't make.
What do you think of this guy?
And they will therefore,
He's tight.
the price they were willing to pay
This sucks, though.
how unique
Everything.
this other object is that this one tribe can make and the other can't.
Everything sucks.
So, for example, the story of
Everything
Manhattan being sold for 40 glass beads, it's actually 40 glass trading
Look at
beads.
this west
I
side.
believe it is a true story. The thing is, the Indians couldn't make glass beads, so they valued the glass bead in the island of Manhattan, okay, which is a utility-based comparison. What Marx said, that's the very initial contact. Over time,
And
if
you like
don't know
video?
the technology,
West side.
over time you start to realize how much work goes involved in making what they're selling you versus what you're selling to them. And you start making stuff specifically for sale. So, Elon's not losing personal utility, but Model 3 goes out the door. There's no, he might get utility out of the fact that he's created that vehicle, concept, and manufactured it and so on, but he's not losing utility on a Model 3 Ford goes out the door. You're going back to the ancient commodity there. So the utility plays no role in setting price in Marx's model, whereas it's essential in the neoclassical model.
What's the difference between utility and marginal utility? What does the word marginal mean?
All right, you gonna sleep?
It turns marginal
Look at this move.
The utility itself has
Very athletic.
Sport. If you take the classical sport of sport, which when Marx comes from, utility is actually objective. So the utility of a chair is that you can sit in it. Okay. Not how comfortable it makes you feel. Yeah. Now, if you think about the utility of the chairs, we're both sitting and they're identical. From a classical point of view, we're both sitting. Okay. But from a neoclassical point of view, it's how comfortable it makes you feel. And that depends upon your subjective feelings of comfort. You might be far more comfortable in the identical chair that I'm sitting in than I am. and therefore the comparison is difficult. And therefore, working out a ratio involves you've got a decline in your, each time you give away a chair in exchange for an iPhone, you have a fall in your utilities. Okay, so and therefore you want a higher return because you're losing more utility each time. The more shares you give away, the less utility you're getting from shares. The decline in your utility, that's your marginal utility. So it's including your subjective valuation in setting the price. And what Mark's pointed out is this is a caricature of actual change in the capitalist economy. Because we have in the capitalist economy huge factories sending out huge quantities specifically for sale. They've got no utility to the seller unless they're sold. So it's a very different vision of how price is set. And Marx used that to explain where profit comes from. But he made a mistake. And his argument was that talking about a worker as now your unit, your foreground, background, attention thing. The foreground is that you hire a worker for their cost of production. And their cost of production is the subsistence wage. Okay. The utility to the buyer is the fact that they can work in a factory. Now, it might take 6 hours, let's say, to make the means of subsistence. And that's the exchange value, and that's what the capitalist pays as a wage to the worker. But they can work in the factory for 12 hours. That's the utility. 12 minus 6 is 6 surplus value hours, and that's where profit comes from. That was Marx's argument. I thought it was brilliant, but it also applied to machinery. Right.
No, this is good. Just want to define terms. Don't take that statement out of context. Answer that, please. Okay. You said buyer, seller, worker. In a factory, who's the seller, who's the buyer?
Well, you look.
Why is the worker the buyer?
The worker is the commodity in this case. Because if you're going to make stuff in a factory, you've got to hire workers. Okay. And what Marx is saying, the buyer in that situation is a capitalist. So what does the buyer pay? He says he pays the exchange value. They get back to the commodity thing, but that's the starting point. He says the essential unity in a capitalist economy is the commodity. The commodity has two characteristics: exchange value and use value. The exchange value of a commodity in a capitalist economy will be the cost of production. Use value is what you do with it. Okay, once you purchase it.
I appreciate what you guys are saying, but it's
in the case when a worker is being hired for a job, yes, but if the worker labor
Has an exchange value, use value, use value. Value is usually exchange value. Let me think about that. That I always put in is the use value. What is the motivation? Are we not considering the worker in contact?
I get it.
That's actually that's the next layer. What Marx gives us is like a layer cake, starting from foundation, saying great commodity exchange, and then saying we are treating a worker as a commodity. Now, commodity is something. It's okay. That is. So far as I'm aware, no solve. Okay. There's nothing to complain about going upside down all over. So there's no solve there. Whereas the human is both a commodity and a non-commodity. And therefore, the attention in the person being treated as a commodity and being paid just enough to stay alive. And got a wife and kids back at home. So that's another layer of thinking in Marx. And on that layer, there's the workers for their demand more than their value.
So that's what you get like political.
You get political and you get money coming above that and so on. But the basic idea starts from the commodities and unity is capitalism. The important commodity in Marx's thinking was the worker, because that's where his profit came from. Okay. Then that explains the motivation of capitalism, and that explains the later theory of value and Marx's arguments about how capitalism comes to an end. Okay.
So first of all, what is the later theory of value? And
Dwight betrayed me with his
is that
strike two.
uh, Is there something you can say about trying to define value?
It varies. And this is a huge problem in economics. Bargain for value mean. And the neo-classical
like
has
Karen.
that it's subjective.
It's pretty.
It's
Here's the
value is whatever you get out of it. It's your personal evaluation. So that was that very subjective idea of value. The Marxists have been various
College professor.
talking about objective value. So the value is value. For the end, the value at the end of the person.
One
Subjective.
Hmm.
I think you have to have the capacity to move from one to the other in a structured way. Yeah, well, my basic is really objective. As soon as you start talking about the example, then you get involved in something.
Now the
Because
sale.
probably will be angry
I overslept.
and jump from so
Why did you lie, liar? You are lying right now.
And that's
Stay out of this. I know. Went to corporate this month.
so
And I know you
then when you
lie.
get the money itself,
Given our
you say,
history,
well, what's the
I want
value
you
of
to
money?
tell me right
Now,
now
if you use the
what
objective
you
theory,
were saying this morning.
money to value of money. This is the cost of production. What's it producing a dollar? It's about 2 cents. So you said it can't be. The value of money cannot be its cost of production. Or the most value, I remember the question, almost this value here must mean the effectively uncertain expectations of subjective valuation.
uncertain expectation of potential value. Okay, it's okay with that.
He was okay with that because he was on different levels. He had a structured foundation of biological vision that we could have foreground, background, commodity, having used value, change value, between the two. When you're talking about machine, when you're buying and then at the next level, you can look at worker organisation. So that's driven by being treated as a commodity.
The basic labor theory of value that is described is that value at the base of the fundamental comes from the labor.
Yeah.
And you say, oh, it's the cheap there, except this is one fun place. Machine also brings value. Well, I'm saying that you work really matters, you know, not labor. How do you measure the role of the
Okay. This is another intriguing theory because Marx, when he first started, had looking for an exclusivist explanation for why labor created value. And that was to say that the labor is not a commodity with both commodity and commodity power.
I
You have
decided to step down my
labor power. Labor is
the unknown.
and I get
My new challenge is head on, and I
the
will
labor
succeed.
is
And I will
commodity
laugh
and
the faces
power.
of those
The
who doubt
commodity is you can
the
buy
pleasure
labor,
that
which
you,
is the means of
and I will not forget those of
labor
you.
power, which has to be
But
built in
remember,
factory. There's a difference between the two. Therefore, that difference will provide surplus. And there's no other commodity that has the essence of commodity
in
power.
other words, I'm
So
quitting.
it's exclusive stuff. In the middle of the 1857, he was visited by a guy called
His wife
Brown
is now
in
gone.
his home in
And
Chelsea.
so be
And
awesome.
Otto returned to Marx, copy
Was such a
of
nice
Hegel's
guy.
phenomenology.
No, he was not. He was a total douche.
And
Stupidity.
Marx then at this stage reading all the classical theories.
Like to get the rest of my
And
belongings.
he was suddenly he read Hegel. And if you know how to go, okay. People does somebody has enough drops. Yeah, the 100 doesn't see it that's still in order. If you know your drugs, well, you can go to a stone, okay. Well, Marx suddenly is having solved the country. Completely changed his switch from he switched Ricardo to Hegel. And Ricardo is crucible argument to the ladies. Hegel is back talking in terms of pilot is not actually using the word background. And then that's where this use value exchange review attention in came from. Is rereading Hegel 13 years after he stopped reading philosophy. So 1844, he was reading just the economists.
So you doing that trial.
He's here.
To be in
I would love to be
Carl? Carl did.
Am I happy for
maybe Carl.
Yeah.
word?
So where
I saw what needed to be done, and I did it. And now
And then on page 267 of the Penguin edition of the Reason, literally 1.5 pages long footnote. It's pretty hard to get. When I did this, when I first read Marx, way back when I was how old was I? 20. Okay. I tried to explain my explanation of Marx's use value exchange value to my colleagues in this philosophy discussion at Sydney University during the behind-side concrete sandstone walls discussing Marx. And I would say that the use value exchange value argument can be applied to a machine. What's the exchange value? The manufacturer. What's its use value? Its capacity to produce goods for sale. No relation between the two. There'll be a gap in the machine and the source of profit. And I said that, and I got laughed at. I quite literally laughed at. So when I went back to university 13 years later to do my master's degree, I chose to read and find in Marx where he came across this insight. So I made my first master's thesis failed justifiably. So I was learning. I didn't know the level of academic discourse necessary. I had an advisor who didn't understand what I was writing. He got me to write his new case recording, and it was a mess, and it got failed. So I got rid of it. It wasn't a good thesis. I didn't know that it was written for an audience, supervised and it was a mess. And so I met another guy, Jeff sort of lecturer at New South Wales University, and Jeff was open-minded. He was not a conventional classical thinker, and I realised throw out the half that Bill had got me to do it. Focused on Marx, so I decided to read Marx in chronological sequence from his very first book of economics, which is called The Economic Philosophical Manuscripts, dated in 1944. And he wrote that in a garret in Paris after he'd been installed in Prussia. And so he decided to read having been an expert in philosophy, regardless of this towering intellect of the Hegelian in Prussia, was driven out because he was radical. He ended up writing running a newspaper, newspaper, and he was reporting about the eviction of the peasants from the forests, taking away their rights. And so this is where his passion for economic humanity came from. And he was a poet as well. I mean, blood poetry in the Journey of Westbound. That's his first published work in poetry. He was a rouser, a wild character. We probably called like crazy. I'm slightly, even though I can get involved in an argument. Nobody's really. I'm called peaceful personality. He was feisty, but feisty with he could be arrogant. Like I've been intellectual arrogant, so I've come to accept that. But there's yeah,
You're saying like
he's
ego.
Yes, I'm never going to beat him.
Or the beer.
The beer, yeah.
I have
Okay,
lived
so
and after many record-breaking years,
Right.
and I was officially on the job market.
Yeah, and I was
Your convenience of broken it down into 3 parts. Professional resume, athletic special skills resume, and do I work with you? I have a face any challenge and that's the case. How would I understand myself?
as a strong
I'm working.
reading all the classical
Jackhammer.
authors in chronological sequence.
And
And then somebody and suddenly
there's nothing on my side with everything.
and he said this is it's not because
have to make some
exchange and he was saying about that. He said it's not use value, which was left out of the classical school, a fundamental aspect of Is there not a distinction between the use value and exchange value?
It's still clear how the use value is the exchange value is the exchange.
Yeah, and Marx was highlighting if you look at the classical school, they focus on exchange value, objective. Look at the neo use value, subject. Collectible. So Marx and then when you reach Hegel, he suddenly takes in terms of unity and exchange value, use value, the unity of the and he thinks, well, I can't agree with use value. So rather than leaving it out completely, I've got to somehow bring it in. And he's remarkable. I really recommend taking a look at even just look at that particular page. Because what it would have been shown as a but it would have been saying, oh wow, he's for his asterisk. It's not
Congratulations,
use value. It's a fundamental aspect of the unity of the I can use the exchange value and the fact that I'm not related to
Oh, hey, and who's here?
and that's what he does. So he goes,
Hi, Michael, welcome back.
where value to a
As
positive
you know, Oscar is a gay man who is also my friend, and he's been on a little bit of a sabbatical, really, seeing the world, finding himself, having lots of fun, no doubt.
unrelated.
Oh, check out the new car.
Then he does
That's a
company says,
little subtle.
it has to be
Well, that's how this company takes care of our employees. Settle life. I have an idea. All over the back.
That's the
Gotta fill them out in box, my friend.
significantly
Part of me wants to screw this off, learn their lesson, and just shut the hell up.
to be it'd be a
That part of me
translation
thinks,
of the judgment.
you know what, keep talking. It's really level theater. Yes, the white has left nothing.
It also has to be
Off the
because
students.
you
Yeah, well, it is
significantly
a
greater
gloss.
i.e.
Was
contribution to reduction exceeds
as
the
a
increase.
what does that even
And
mean?
that
That isn't
was
possible.
an insight which came to mind.
Yeah, you're right.
The
But
revolution.
there is some good news. Oscar is back. He's edition by edition.
Cost.
So we're going to a big party today to welcome him back.
Yeah. Well, what Mark said, he read it together.
Hi,
And I
sir.
read this together. My first
Good to have you back.
Good to be back. Hey,
contradiction.
I'm back.
He said that no matter how useful a machine is,
Hey, everyone.
whether it has 200 hours to make or 250 hours, it cannot, under any circumstances,
Yeah.
have more
That's not a judgment.
than 150 hours, which, in his old exclusivist logic, he could justify, and which in his modern post-1857 argument is bullshit.
Hey, boss. Hey, what's up?
Can we go the machine costs $100? Can't ever
Wednesday.
That contradicts his previous logic. That's what he said. What he said is, you take a commodities example, get it in capitalism. Capitalism works on the exchange value. That pushes the use value into the background, and there's a tension between the two. What that means is the exchange value of the commodity sets the price. The use value is independent. He called it incommensurable. He literally used the word incommensurably between exchange value and use value, whereas neo-capitalism made it commensurable. So he's saying exchange value and use value can be incommensurable. And that normally means exchange value is objective, with a number of hours it takes to make something. Use value is subjective. How comfortable the share is, the fact you consider the share. So that's incommensurable. You apply it in reduction. The exchange value objective is how many hours it takes to make a machine line, hours it takes to make a distance from a worker. The use factor is also objective. You're making quantities for sale, and the worker 6 hours. 6 hours of work will make the measures of distance for the worker. But the worker takes 12 hours a day, 6 hours. Right. Now, you can ensure that use value and exchange value. But when you set it out, no matter how hard it takes to make a machine or how many pounds it takes, he's saying they're exponential.
This morning.
Well,
Jack, something hard to do.
Exactly. Now, what I in my model reinterpretation of drugs in my work, I see labour and machines needs energy. And
You're not real, man.
they can do that. They can get up.
How is this thing?
Okay, so
You want me
we would
to
go to that. There's no difference.
Oh, I always my desk too.
And therefore, you use contradicted because his explanation for socialism come from is that only comes from labor profit comes only from labour. Over time, the labour that will mean forced wage, and therefore a tendency towards socialism. And what he did in that insight in 1857 is contradict his own ideas about what is socialism. Or he
What's the difference between Marx in economics and Marxist political ideology? The gap between the overlap, the difference.
the real foundation of political philosophy.
Love that, Andy. Right?
There would be
Solid
a
fellow.
tendency to the rate of
Smart enough. Likes me a lot.
and that tendency for the rate of capitalism, battening down workers, paying them a revolt like workers against the and then on the other side. So here's
You know, it's not the business.
what he calls the tendency to the rate of critical
In like the face of trying to fix it.
would have to come
I don't understand. So much.
He had a short, but he was trying to say it up. So he looked at Martin's history of radical. He was preceded
Hey, it's ridiculous, of course.
same symbolic, even the category.
Celebration of Oscar. Oscar night.
They have an idea about the society in the future where people are treated as human beings.
Look at this. It's not defined.
But I said,
And I think celebrate Oscar's next canon.
Marx said, I can
So,
prove that socialism must come from.
I'll let you go
So,
find
preferred
firecrackers
as a utopian
and a chihuahua.
future society.
Can.
But he
In
thought
the
it
first
was that it had to come
section,
about.
Swanson is proof of Chicago.
Provides
Have you read it? You know, about
tendency to the rate
oh, that'd be interesting.
and that from labor being
Let's go with the ducky. Let's get him.
what was this? So this was supporting just
yeah.
is that the utopian?
I think it's utopian in the context of modern people.
Literally be
So
standing
it
right here.
says that
Anything at all.
you'd rather than being rewarded with Jeff Bezos gets enormous fortune. You get what you need, not what you necessarily. All what you need. He was a visionary. He was in the morning, poet in the afternoon, and a chef at night. And paraphrasing on his phrases. So he did have a utopian vision of the future society, and he did think that creativity didn't go under socialism. And it wasn't. He was wrong.
So explore this thing is growing. But also, going to explore the high level of software, like the dreams, the utopia.
Yeah.
What first of all, what is that's another one.
It is, and socialism, particularly in America, where what American socialist is a larger division of services by the state, which is commonplace in Europe. It's still moderately commonplace in my own country, Australia. And and that Americans do.
That sportscaster
Mark
something.
Is total parody.
It is like Mark something. Great
Strictly
sportscaster.
speaking, socialism is the public ownership of
185 pounder.
no
Check
private
it out.
ownership of the means of production. What is
Oh,
machine factories?
So all the good things produced in factories, no, the means producing owned by a centralized.
Yeah, centrally planned as what it was actually considered was planned for the Soviets. And even collected funds, you know, under owned. The state owns you, and you work on that. And this was supposed to be totally. Now,
okay.
And we're talking about the ideas of the fascist, the same, the fascist also.
Fascism all the time.
National socialism.
It's also a kind of
Oh, yeah, but it wasn't public ownership, it was public direction. So the state would build factories with the district
Twice should it be
and a large part of the Nazis succeeded in the extent which they managed to go on major manufacturers in Germany. So, the range of yeah, dictatorial
dictator.
yeah. And if you want to take a proposition, then you have to ownership of the means of production by the state versus the ownership by private. So that rules out the Nazi period. They used the word again, they're bastardizing it as Americans do in the opposite direction.
I don't like him.
Well, it is ownership exactly.
It's incredibly complicated, and this is actually not by reason. Please don't get into the corner. I tried to explain why socialism failed because why did socialism fail? I think I'm 100% correct. It's a brilliant piece of work, so I'm going to be really paraphrasing it here. And he imagined an ideal socialist society, and there wasn't Stalin, there weren't purges, and you lived up to all the idea that Marx had. So he said, if you do it in the context of an economy which is fairly primitive to Russia, Marx's own revolution is going to happen anyway. The advanced economies would be first to go through the revolution. The socialists, the primitive economies, would have to go through this transition. And this is the difference between the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks.
Nice to have Oscar
The
back.
Mensheviks, Hyman Minsky came out of the Menshevik family. The Mensheviks believed capitalist status. Russia had to go through a capitalist period before it becomes socialist. The Bolsheviks believed they could get there in one go. And bypass the capitalist base, do the development under socialism rather than under capitalism. And this is what Yarnow was analysing. You start from your primitive, feudal economy, with very little industrialization, and you want to jump in advanced industrial society from that foundation. So he said, what you have then is a whole range of industries, all of which need as much resources as you can get for.
I don't know who that is.
So you wanted to agriculture, mining, and industry, every little division of it. They all have legitimate demands on the resources of the country and the state. That means that all your resources are fully employed and fully over. So you have a resource constraint in that society. The easiest way to cope with the resource constraint is to produce last use commodity, not to expect, not to make money. So what they'll give you as you start to add more to your invest, so you now have the beginnings of the steel industry, beginnings of the car industry, and so on. You start investing, you continue producing the same product you had last year. And I have a perfect personal example of it. Throwing out the heavy conversation. One of my first major girlfriends, brother, who wanted to get a motorcycle, but he couldn't afford a Honda Kawasaki. At the time, they cost about $3,000 for a 650cc Japanese motorcycle. He found he could buy a Cossack for $650, $1 per cc. So I was there. This is so this freighter with a dissect mobile provider. We take it apart, then there's a oil rag, which is actually also yeah, not including 2D. Okay, it was exactly the same as the so the Russians for 30 years were making the same bloody motorbikes. And that's how they kind of they just made the same damn thing every year. They said, oh, that's the outcome. You actually want the best possible world. You're trying to do it as fast as possible. You're paying workers as high wages as you possibly can. And at least we're probably in that. He said, capitalism on the other hand. You're capitalist economy. We're trying to pay workers as little as possible. You have competitive advantage. You're trying to take demand away from your rivals. You have Kawasaki versus Honda versus BMW, etc., etc. You get demand away from
welcome.
by innovators. So what you will get is cycles and subs, but you'll innovate and change it. So what you find was a huge gap between socialist volume production with no innovation and capitalism with innovation. So that was the fundamental failing that Janos saw. So why did socialism not innovate? Because if you go back to the famous historical Christian in the United Nations, bangs the queue and bangs the dress. We will bury you. He literally meant to bury you in commodities. We're going to produce more output than you are. And he was wrong.
Fundamentally, long-term barriers to commodity production, you have to innovate.
Yeah, like there's also this other remarkable Soviet engineer who was given the job of various Marx's ideas of industrial system. So he had the commodity sphere, the industry sphere, sector 1, sector 2, sector 3. Sector 1 producing consumer goods, sector 2 producing capital goods, sector 3 producing luxury goods and capitalists. And so he had a 3-sector model of the economy. And he was talking about the dynamics between them. And in fact, as an engineer, which was brilliant. What he said was, you need
Where's my freaking phone?
if you want to grow quickly, you focus on producing the means of production rather than commodities. You don't make cars, you make car factories. You make a few things. Most of these go to manufacturers. And what he did was, for a mathematical point where you start with very low levels of consumer good output, then you would just go exponential. I took with that back when I was doing my master's degree, training in mathematics. So I took Feldman's equations and then looked at what was actually driving it. He was measuring it correctly. A huge source of unemployment. If you go back to the early stages of Soviet industrialization in 1917, post-First World War, you had all these unemployed workers, you had all these peasants you could take off the land of the factories. So you had a huge supply of workers. What you had to do was build the factories. You're building the factories, but at a certain point you exhaust the supply of lowly employed or unemployed labour. And so rather than having this exponential takeoff, you should just and then you can only grow as fast as the population if we're not innovating. So that's what actually hit the Soviet system. And it's why they never buried the consumers. And instead,
Look who it is. What up, Real Schiller X? How you living, pimp?
If that's exploitation, we want exploitation. So there's a lot of stuff to ask you.
How's life?
For
I can't hear you. Your microphone needs to be turned on. There you go. No, not you. You're good. You're good. Get back to sleep, Cassian. See, Real Schiller X. Mine. No, yours is fine. Real Schiller X. How you living, baby? How is school? It's all good? How is your life?
And I think it's actually, you know,
Very, very well, my man. How's your brother? I know. Why not? We miss you.
who's actually asked this question.
Wow, fan. How's that go?
You said underground.
Well, that's amazing. We're glad to hear that. We're just watching a podcast right now, chilling, my friend. Feel free to enjoy. It looks really nice where you are.
I'm usually the guy they call in.
Yeah. How's your brother? Excellent. Well, you look to be doing really well, my man. Good on you. I'm glad to see that. Excellent. Well, you got to get back in the Telegram, man. Wait, hold on. You hold on. You're blocked in the Telegram. Why? Okay. Did you do something wrong? Absolutely. What? Okay. Well, you look to be doing really well, man. That's good. Well, I'll tell you, we miss you. I'll come back. All right. Well, excellent. Have you been on Twitter recently? No, you've been focusing on school? Yeah, I gotcha. Well, we're glad you're here. We're just watching a podcast. Feel free to enjoy, okay, Schiller X? Absolutely. Well, I'm glad to see he's fighting for justice. Absolutely. 100%. Shout out to Real Schiller X, everybody. He's one of our favorite people in the world. Shout out to you. Shout out to Nigeria. Shout out to your brother. Shout out to your mother.
Today, I think you cannot reproduce in a factory. But the essence of capitalism is what you can make in a factory. And therefore, all these unique objects is rare objects. And the Picasso painting, the beautiful bottle of wine, etc., etc. Then the utility, it can't be reproduced easily. So its price will be determined by the subjective valuation. He says what we're talking about in capitalism is the stuff you can make on mass. And that is the true purpose of the capitalist economy. And that is about scarcity. That is about the only scarcity clause where you don't have the resources to make them anymore, or you can't use the energy involved because you'll damage the biosphere, which we've already done. And fundamentally, the scarcity that neoclassicals suppose think about and Austrians think about as well is non-reproducible. But the essence of capitalism is the commodity, the back structure, the two-buck back structure. Anybody can, the cheapest chips to make, and that's why you can make a profit out of it. Not the elaborate gold things, diamonds and rubies that only the king gets. So we think our vision of scarcity was perverted by neoclassicals, analysing the exception to capitalism and calling it capitalism.
Okay, fair enough. So, what's more to say? Because I think there's a lot of strange factors that have to do with a whole other planet civilization that we don't quite understand, like how economics works with different geographic locations, one of which have new challenges. Which is what essentially this is. I don't know if you can apply the same economic.
No, I
growth.
was saying, your question, I think, we'll be forced into that ultimately by having to make a compromise with the ecology. And we've been ruthless about the ecology of this planet, and we're going to pay the price for it. So if you have a planet where you can't be ruthless, well, yeah, okay, you have to mind it as carefully as possible, then those that utopian might be imposed for the needs for survival on the planet. Back here, Marx's trigger of utopia was still the one that included the ecology. And I think if I have a vision of a utopia in the future, it's got bugger all to do about what humans get out of it. It's what humans respect. They have to respect life. So I don't see that as a one-eyed utopia, a utopia for a single species, as if it can exist on its own, which we should know it can't.
Yeah, you back break?
Yeah, it's going to be great.
We took a little bit of a break, and now we're back. We need to take a break just my brain broke piecing it back together. You mentioned ecology and life and value of all of that. We'll return to it if we can. But first, you said why kind of this idea of why socialism failed. So we'll link our with longer in how did the ideas of Karl Marx lead to Stalinism? This particular implementation.
Yeah.
Is there something fundamental to these ideas that leads to a dictator and that leads to atrocities? There's something about the mechanism of bureaucracy that's built that leads to a human being that's able to attain, integrate absolute power, and start using that power, all that kind of stuff. Like, some of the history of the 20th century, is that
In school, we learn about the scientists who trained
I think
thousands
it is.
of
I'm going to also say that if it hadn't been for Bolsheviks interpreting Marx and saying we can reach socialism without going to capitalism, then it might not have happened. So if you look at the Mensheviks were a rival political group in Russia. And that's where Hyman Minsky is a huge inspiration for me.
He's an economist who was maybe taking a picture.
Yeah, Hyman Minsky was the person who developed an analysis of capitalism based on financial instability. And he was actually the PhD student of Joseph Schumpeter. And an Austrian economist is what was named, I've forgotten temporarily. And he asked his parents were both refugees from Russia during Stalin's period because the Mensheviks were being wiped out in Russia, just like any other economist who I think his parents met in Chicago. Remained politically active, and he was educated in a family with vision. He
right, ladies? Okay, for this next one, everybody hop out. Just
coming
fill
back
us
to
in.
America and studying mathematics,
Actually,
and then
let's
also
bring Mom back
doing
in and the sisters,
degree leading
and
PhD.
you and you and you.
And the question he posed to himself is what causes great
Great.
depression?
Phyllis is getting
And he
married.
put it beautifully,
And I
he said,
everybody
can happen again, if I am the great depression. And if it can't happen, then what is the change between the society before the First Second World War and after that makes depression impossible?
Yes, cancer.
And that's what gets can happen again. But what has prevented it happening by the time he started writing about it, which was the late 50s to the mid-80s, we met once, but only once.
Phyllis
Over a
ended up
year,
using
we
the
gave
exact same
seminar at his
applications
uni.
as
We made a bit of
royalty.
an obstreperous task.
So it was kind of like being invited to my own wedding. And I was like,
It means
wait,
argumentative
how do I pull
and
that off?
likely to dismiss you. So like we made it on the guy G'day, Graham.
Questions?
It's a great, actually, it's a really good thing. Like I said earlier today, with an Aboriginal guy saying he loves the Australian language, because I think it's absolutely ironic. The Austrian created
That finger
and he'll
breaks
give you
left.
an answer that's the opposite of what he means. You've got to work says, "G'day, mate." The guy goes, "Oh, not bad. What have you been doing?"
Troops have their own traditions.
Where
Memes
are
with
you
marriage
going?
on the grave.
Not too far.
Funerals, very romantic.
Where's it all?
Setting.
It's all negative. Beautiful, beautiful rendition.
Yeah,
But they appreciate that ironic. Like, for example, the best compliment you can give
Also,
is an
Cameron
apparition
Roy.
to somebody else that's deadly.
Yes.
One is another mate of mine comes in straight like, I call you a bastard. Depending on how I snap the word bastard. Yeah.
And there's something unfortunate. There's something about the British accent that makes people sound maybe brilliant, maybe sophisticated,
But actually, honest.
yeah. No, that's unfortunately the down.
Yeah.
There's something about the Australian accent that you just can't sound brilliant. It hopefully you sound like you're having a lot of fun. There's wit, there's all that.
Yeah, yeah.
You just can't be, Karl Marx has Australian accent, which is not wrong.
That is a very good
You
point.
would not be able to off the beer.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, yeah, it's fascinating. Accent. Something about the person, maybe it's the way that obviously there's a lot of business in the work.
Yeah.
You might be surprised to learn
Yeah,
that I own
and
one
Poncho's got a lot of
It's actually a very cute story. My mom was Mary and Jeff, and they asked me to be ring bearer.
Here in Harvard, he's got all his mates who are Aussie rules. You should join them one day. It's actually, it's a very creative sport. It's much more fun. Definitely
Long story short,
rugby is
Chef's dog.
rugby is two morons smashing their bodies against each other. Sorry.
That dog
Cannot be too high in the rugby fans and audience. Okay,
and nobody said no.
It's business. It's, I mean, there's still one sense of it as rugby union and rugby is big place in England. But it's fundamentally they go down. Whereas in Aussie rules, it's about
I saw wedding
ball
crashers painted
and
and
then kicking the ball.
wanted to get a really massive for an hour. I figured I was in the wrong for her, but I couldn't wait.
I can actually get off the measure what a sport is like, what a sport is, and you get these incredibly different muscular forms out of Aussie rules.
just beautiful words you have every chapter. You like that. But I'll say you know what it is. Okay, so all right, why? We should also mention how you like last year had one degree.
Yeah.
That's what I like to see here. And like I can tell it's for playing. Yeah, it's a fascinating game.
Just a wonderful show. Yeah,
I'm
that's
ready
my
for
favorite
the
game.
I look really good in white.
Karl Marx.
This scrappy young lad sitting here is known as his father Albert, and he's
How do
quite
you
the
get
ladies man, aren't you, Albert?
Australian accent?
I'm not really sure you talked about
Pretty
why
good
I
better.
said something about Karl
I
Marx.
will do
Karl
that.
Marx.
He was out there, but now we return.
Look at back to Marx. I think
What's the destination?
I think
Please,
Marx,
Albert.
the value of socialism, going
Do it.
on capture, beautiful. This idea already was man constrained versus resource constrained economy. And capitalism is demand
It's
constrained.
my dress.
And this is again when there is completely empirical completely wrong. So the neocapitalists have a vision of capitalism being resource constrained. It's about maximizing your use of resources subject to constraints. And as Paul said, that's what happens in socialism. What happens in capitalism is that you have 15, 20 companies producing all of this. They're all trying to capture as much of the market as they can. If you have them market, you're going to get 20% of the actual market. So what you do when you build a factory, you're building it with a plan for the position 5, 10, 15 years. You have to create such capacity in factories. So that means that capitalism has far greater capacity than it actually uses. And then the way that you manage to get demand of your factory is to innovate, to do something nobody else does. Or you volume produces like a fund and good gigs ready to manage production and take it.
Yes.
So that's the actual measure of competition in capitalism. And that means that we get more utopia. Because, of course, even if there's low rewards, the variety of goods and capitalism is overwhelming. And that just doesn't happen as socialism. You get your 1942 cost package and motorbike. That's it. When you put your money down to buy a refrigerator, it will rise in 10 years because the factory's already put it in Australia. So all these resource constraints mean that people aren't happy under socialism. And if you've got a whole bunch of people that aren't happy, then the best way to control it is to suppress them. So I think in that sense, ultimately, yes, it does lead something like Stalin.
It's easier to give happy people freedom.
Yeah, I mean, people are pretty silly outside. I'm not like the big sandwich Americans overuse the story of freedom for the army. You know,
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you for the first time as a couple, Mr. and Mrs. Bob Smith.
We just distort on the surface for the fun sake.
Yeah.
Our battle with themselves.
but what citizens of the Soviet Union didn't have was freedom, not just universalism, freedom to buy commodities. The commodities.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time as a couple, Mr. and Mrs. Bob
So you know what the look, I'm here for about 8 years ago. I was getting talk there, and I was doing that. It's not so much more story.
Congratulations, Bob.
One day I'm being cancelled, so I'm going to go to the beach, and they had it in that hotel. I mean, tourists working inside the office. So I thought I was strapping up. You know, how do I get to the beach? And one of them says to me, I stood there, in the room,
Hear me too.
waiting to see if they'd make eye contact. There's 3 women, nobody gets replaced. None of them looked at me. I finally got a couple of them. I wanted to go to the beach and do some stuff and went, dude, I can get a taxi outside.
Are you alright?
Now, fundamentally, she was saying, I'm being paid shit money here.
It is. Well,
I don't work. I'm
oh,
not going to do
no,
anything.
that's
I can sit here and follow past my time.
anyway, it's fine.
And as much as there are reasons for tears and in America and cargoes and you've still got the fundamental shortage of the Corno spoke about coming out of the structure of central ownership, central control, distribution, and investment.
It's quite hard because I think some of the effects of that persist throughout time. It becomes part of the culture too.
Yeah.
It's very
Yeah.
Well, I get it.
Well, you can see people living through it. I mean, I had enough conversation with kids, you know, meeting on the street, walking in the cab. There's one guy I was talking to was, he was an industrial kid, he got a bit of money being a cab driver because he could make money taking foreign tourists from the airport to the city.
I know this comes back to you.
It's fish.
I will take care of that. I do. I know a fair amount about how I can drink it.
Yeah, but also played on basis wedding. I can tell you it's hard enough to make analysis.
Michael,
He was
I've lost much of that. I actually used to reread
And has grown eyes and dementia. It's one of the very serious situation.
That was the biggest antidote possible to being an addict. I mean, we literally spent 3 days arguing over whether there should or should not be a reimbursement for this person.
I know, I don't know that this is going to need to go.
One argument lived out like
It's got some great taste.
You're kidding me, right?
And there's probably
all right. So part of that explains why dripping to this day, some of those parts of entrepreneurship
I picked this fire.
is not clear.
Let's just start
People
doing fire.
are really want to endeavor on which have all kinds of trade. How do you explain
Okay.
the mechanism Right, where there's a way to be that sort of flourishing. It's a very peculiar kind of entrepreneurship.
They got away from central control, but they still managed principles of control. So there's
It is possible to draw one.
it's possible, and I think it's so much
And you're a hell of a bowler. Cheers.
We do the parlors, the
Thanks very much.
foreground and background,
Hi, I'm Michael Scott, and for the next 20 minutes, I am going to be your tour guide through the lives of Bill Sloppin and Bob Vance. One of the great,
and then
seemingly impossible love stories
You've got to
of
have
our
to do
time.
and that's
My name is Michael Scott. Webster's Dictionary defines wedding as using of two metals with a hot torch.
and there was a
And you know something?
to the dumb
I
shouting
think
revolution of
you
the now
guys
and
are
mathematics.
two metals.
And that was manifest in the desire to get as much of those Western goods as possible. And I was actually
Those
in
of you
China
who
in
don't know
81.
me, I'm Michael Scott, Phyllis's boss.
For a tour, we
To
ended up
quote
going
from
to the Sichuan Free
The
Trade,
Princess Bride,
and that gave us an idea of what
the
China
most
was
important part is
succeed. Because they have a rule
Thomas
that
manufacturer
you
like
couldn't just come in and start with jet fighters. You had to
Phyllis
also
and
have a
Bob,
Chinese partner.
their
And
celebrity
within
couple
5 years,
name
the
would
Chinese
be
partner had to own 15%
Bob.
of the business, which is huge. And it
You
gives you an
look at
idea
her,
of the
and she's
reduction in
kind
wages
of
that
miserable
American
today.
corporations are
But
looking
back
at
in
that
high
shutdown
school,
factory
I
in the
swear,
now the
her
Rothschild in
nickname
America.
was
It might
Easy
be
Rider.
somebody there,
Now, as for
that's
Bob,
maybe
Bob Vance
$3 now.
is
When they
a
come
guy
across China,
that
they're paying
but
2
he
cents.
works.
So they were an enormous amount of wages that they dropped. They were willing to forego half the profits and the ownership of it. So what the Chinese were doing wasn't just exploiting their labor. It was also building
Yeah,
capital.
you're out of here.
And that meant that you had this, that's where all the Chinese corporations. So they were building
I'm pacing myself.
where the Soviets had realized that the Chinese realized what they went was you have to have that capital, but they weren't going to do the communist control in the country at the same time. And that worked out brilliantly. And there's a huge amount of electricity in China. And they also will do gigantic infrastructure projects, breathtaking planning going into that.
Come on, can't miss
Videos,
Just know it's Bob that fills his orders.
so it's planning, into pre-preparation. So there's a real respect for engineers.
You're a real what do you think about what's expected the destructive effects of centralized control of the populace and the idea of the discourse censorship and
So it's like we were talking about Russian centralized versus decentralized. And decentralized, you can't criticize within China. But as long as you don't criticize, you still want to get like it's about destructive. America's I just think before I think kind of quite a few times not for about 4 years, 6 years. And
Yeah, that's weird.
they
Okay,
second
like,
and third and fourth tier cities. So the population is only 4 million people. I'm starting now. And I had a lot of happy people. I was interacting with my girlfriend at the time, the social circle. And like you can feel when people come to the sort of political show, they will talk about it. That's so you can have these dialogue and you can feel that to some extent. And it's yes, political environment. But in China, what I got most people like the Netherlands, big brother. Okay. Then when you get example like lockdown, which is quite recently, then you get the failing Soviets that are still there, in the Chinese system. In that, the easiest way to avoid criticism is to underling carrying instructions that people tell you is to carry those instructions to the letter beyond what people want to do. So we had a classic illustration of journalists. There was a news report saying that China's Alpha was down to 10% in the previous year. But heavy every ongoing question was 91. The answer would be the initial Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. We finally tried to elaborate and say what that was. We said, well, the Central Committee is out of directive.
Phyllis, have a great day.
So what did you do? Quite honestly, restrict the industry factories and China.
We are great together. We are a
Now,
great team.
destructive of everything.
Salvage.
And that's the overall that you've still got sitting
Yes.
over the top of
Yes.
China. But a huge part of the
Yeah.
industrialization
Robert
was
Parrish.
saying, produce whatever you
I
can,
should talk to her. I
make
don't
goods,
want this
market
agreement
them, sell
anymore.
them, and you get that
Nobody ever helped me. I had to do it myself.
and
Even
the
though
goods
the
per capita
doctor
growth
didn't
was
know.
fed. Food in America showed survival in America. So material satisfaction and freedom. So, for example, Troy Danson, when we went to somewhere in Shanghai, and there's this line of people.
So what's wait, please? I'm sorry. I just wanted to
You have to be really careful
yeah,
what
you
kind
got
of
a
thing. So, in terms of measuring
It says you're ready to eat.
flash
If you get a piece of rope,
by looking at their
I say that's crazy.
happiness.
I say let them eat
That's
cake.
funny, but I'm imagining North Korea, and if you talk to people in North Korea,
Broad.
I think they would say they're happy.
Careful.
No,
With the
well, let me try it's not an argument, it's sort of challenge to your especially in big cities, because they don't know the alternative. So what else do you need? There's enough on the table. We have a leader.
Look at this athleticism, folks. It's really unprecedented. In the history of precedents,
Full of love.
this
Our
motherfucker is
table
unprecedented.
is full of food, they would say, because enough food. What else do you want? Like, no, I think we have. So let me, because that's an alternative. I mean, I've one time in Romania. So let me sort of complete that back. Yeah.
I
Because I'm
know.
taking the most challenging. When there's specialized control of information, you don't know the alternative. You don't know how green the grass is on the other side. So your idea of happiness might be very constrained. But you can also that is happiness if you don't know. It's like ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss. And then so happiness is really the correct measure. It's not for it's not. But I mean, there's actually a classical movie called Mad Max. Okay, and that is the young man explaining his progression from being a dancer in the Cultural Revolution through to a leading dancer in America and the Australian ballet. And he explicitly says that he holds the tiny people at the highest standard in the world. And the reaction in his like fellow teachers quite much in so they knew too much.
Oh, you got it.
Experiences in concept back to about 2016, 2014. There was a feeling of freedom within they didn't want to transgress because the system was working.
Honored.
So he was what's kind of married.
Visiting
Kind of married. That's what it's now.
special lecturer emeritus.
That's right. And people did have fun. They did feel free, but they didn't want to go and get the war. But that dilemma was accommodated because the boundaries and we started seeing a lot. And like when you look at it, I mean, look at you get with the Chinese Communist Party, the
boss was
administrators
like
of
a
that
teacher,
are often
and
highly
I am
qualified
like the cool
engineers
teacher.
who can then make
Mr.
intelligent
Handel,
decisions about what
Mr.
to house
Handel
infrastructure and
would
so on.
yell at us
And
when
you
we
go to
got
China and you
teacher.
get incredible high-speed
It actually hooked up with one of the students.
fantastic
And then like 12 other
infrastructure, telecommunications, and so on. Rapidly evolving and solved. There's a range of things that are so well done that we take the fact that the selection process
Great,
is
you are
highly
respective sport. You gotta have that. Oh man. Yeah, because she can't watch that marching man.
and you get
See, I just everything you said just got no work.
the later version of the Democrats was in control during the global financial crisis.
Whenever I'm
And
about
as
to do
part of
something,
that,
I think
they wanted to bring in
do that.
optical
I do
fiber
not do that thing.
connections to the house. Either an optical fiber backbone and optical fiber
A lot of times,
and the third party,
you understand, nobody's guys are
too long ago, we're going to
I'm
do
just saying, it did
cables
for us. I got a
nothing,
bit
and then a copper network linking
Maybe
it
it
out on the
has
street or the house.
that's fine as you're doing.
Cheaper, faster, have it more to Wi-Fi levels, and the straight out to 50 or 60
Doesn't
miles.
I understand.
Spread
Wow.
the internet to the political figures, mate. That's what and rivals leaders of the conservative party. Now, that was hideous that wouldn't happen in a country
I'm really
like
happy to be down
China
with that.
because you've
I
got
think
actual
it
engineers,
shows
mate.
maturity.
They say you can't
Maturity
increase
and
the speed of link optical fiber to copper.
that Brady.
So what you get is, even though you can't make the decisions yourself, the vast majority of the decisions are made intelligent. And therefore you
Brangelina. Moving on.
Don't you worry about the corrupting
I can't believe you're back together with
aspect
Roy.
of power?
Oh, yeah.
That they
We
start,
have
you
such a
know,
solid
you have engineers
Oh
making
my God, you're
intelligent
so
decisions.
in love
At
now.
which point,
Oh, you should come to my art show, by the way. Oh,
they're saying, oh, these engineers
I mean, it's not a big
annoying.
deal.
I have good
But I think a lot
I
of
don't
people
understand.
bring me
Oh,
well, that,
yeah.
you get deleted or reflect that's going to happen. I like to see what I've seen is elements of that. So friends of mine who occasions and get away with it. They have a game that they play at conferences, storing how people use these names, reputation, giving extra points for the photographs to see that turn up in the whole thing. So you've got this personality cult coming in as well. But at the same time, the planning to the infrastructure that's being built, the social services, the general treatment that exists is so great. And like any Chinese person alive today, like somebody who's my age, would have been an adult under the early period, of the late period of Mao. And God Almighty, the change and improvement they've made in their lives, that's what they think about. So
If you just look at the history of the 20th century,
Right, what do you
you
do?
know, you saw that some of the kind of now getting into trouble with my friends. So it seems to be working really well. My life, improving the quality of life.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
So
we have
it's
here
worried
reserved
how to stay
Regular
along.
chicks.
well,
Maybe
maybe
they're
people say, when you look at the future,
You might
what
see
they mean, what vision for the future do you
their
have?
Instagram, on Twitter. I follow a bunch of those girls, and a lot of them
What
have
vision for the future you
really good looking Instagrams with no offense. Back in the day,
that's
I feel like nowadays.
I think of walking
Some
behind
girls have a world. They'll get some of those out there now, but they're out there all right. I guess, man. Girl crying before you get in. It's not a job. I'm telling you, it's fucking crazy. I'm saying, that's how you know. I'm saying, to me, it's like, that's how you know. So I think a lot of girls are out there like, no, I don't want somebody just seeing my girl and looking right now. There are also girls who are close.
envelope that's destroyed
That's right.
already.
That's
Then
what I'm
they all have to
So
circle
if you
them
say
into the
private zone,
centralized
and there's two bikini
but people
brands,
have
you know,
centralized
that's
with
the
seeing what between every department in this match. We've seen
It's
that
raining from the
Philadelphia
ceilings.
sometime back. So the ideology, the steps are collected to that
Animal
issue,
control.
you may be more successful in controlling and reducing human consumption. When we talk about democracy, I mean, who's voting here? How many horses, elephants, and birds get to vote? Okay, it's very, yeah. That's it around here. It's a very human-centric vision we have at this time. Yeah, and we're going to pay a price for that.
Okay, so you're saying deal with global catastrophic events. Centralized
Maybe, I think we'll work that period. I mean, again, but there's some other size. Yeah.
No, no. Now there's like idea.
Yeah.
So besides the military,
Hello,
that's
everyone.
the idea.
I am Michael Scott.
In the United States is that there's some centralized infrastructure building.
I'd like to start today by
The question is,
May I borrow
global catastrophic events
please?
like the pandemic, which is going to have the government people to step up and impose enough centralized planning to allow us to deal, to enable our citizenry to deal with catastrophic events. In the case of the pandemic, I would argue that the first of all, the world, the United States failed
With life lessons.
to
Then
effectively deal with the pandemic.
you
On
will
the medical
have
side,
Yeah.
the social side, and the financial side, I changed all everything in terms of communication, in terms of
I know these are expensive.
inspiring popular power of science and all that.
Yeah.
All right.
But the ideal is to
You always succeed.
you would have to have a
There
small
are four kinds of
the
business:
ideal is American
tourism,
you have a small government to be able to take on that
railroads,
precisely.
and sales,
But the thing is, maybe
and hospitals
I
/
mean, my favorite
manufacturing,
instance of that actually involves the
and
UK,
air travel.
because the whole neoliberal approach is about small, efficient government. The small, efficient government works when you face small, efficient challenges. When you face something systemic, rather than deciding when it's going to break down. And I just, I mean, one of the things I greatly respect is Philip's idea of anti-fragile. You want a society which is anti-fragile and easily broken. Whereas neoliberalism is pushed us towards efficiency because easily snaps. Like in the UK, I've forgotten the government minister involved, but she asked her expert committee how many should we have on hand in case of the pandemic? And the answer was about 1 billion. 50 miles, 20 miles per person.
You want to start
Oh,
a
that's too many.
business?
Well, that's 1 month per person. It's a matter of days. And therefore, that's why they need 4 months of work.
You need something
We don't have
to sell.
enough
Now,
time
this
to
will
help
be
people. Let alone to use they're going to
there are 100
and then
websites.
people can't go and then we've got enough time to brush up production.
Oh, watch them.
By the time it comes along, people are ready to get people to move out fast.
You need to sell those
You
in
like
order to have
to play
a pay days.
Also, this is government will always be small.
And if you sell enough of them,
the government
you will make
mass
a
fishing,
wonderful
which factor is possible that capital is all possible.
That's why
Well, not big. There's no much really long-term plan. There's money in the capture.
Is it possible for
no,
capital
you should go.
that insurance can help them?
Not when this is done. You could insure against stocks that you do occasionally have a really bad season. But in general, the weather's not so bad. Then you can share that around. If you have a thousand
You have 5 PlayStation, meeting games, and products.
then insurance will come. But if you have an asset fine, if you have a systemic with climate change, then you're going to wipe out your agricultural capabilities. Then you can't do insurance. You can't make profit out of
And so that example of
Yes, they are going to play games.
real people brain, the economy, violence here, created more complex systems. Okay. And you also criticize the economic community for looking at the effect of climate change measured as the effect on GDP. So you're saying it's catastrophic. The biggest challenge in our society is why? The economy is the effect on GDP will be minor. So we'll deal with it. That's the example. You're saying no, it is a thing that will change our world in ways that really okay. Take the kids away.
What do you say to a customer who wants to saving
To say that it's trivial.
I say you will miss our service.
No, I try to make that as really not honest.
As an internet company.
And what the economists have done, like mobile transport, expressing the American Economic Association, literally assumed that the roof of protection and
Get back
climate
on track here by
didn't say
employees'
in those what he said was 87% of Americans those in carefully controlled environments which will not be subject to climate change. Now, the only things that all of manufacturing, all of services, included mining as well, getting that open cut mining, government activities, the finance sector, all that have in common is they have to take that. So, as you're saying, climate effects, whether climate effects. Okay, now, that is not at all what is meant by climate change. It means changing the entire of the weather system of the planet. For example, the most extreme form of climate change would be a breakdown in the recirculation cells that exist in each hemisphere. The hazard cell, the aerosol transport in the polar system, 0 to 30, 30 to 60, 60 those are the main factors that climate in the atmosphere. Now, if we get enough increase in the energy in the atmosphere, that I just like to turn the temperature on the stove, and you have non-stop very important soup, and then turn the temperature up and they will break down.
Al-Qaeda, global warming, sex
If that
predators,
happens, then most of the cases are going to be 0 and 20 and 70 and 90. And the middle is going to be dry, except for extreme storms. We built our societies in a period of extreme stability of the climate. And when you look at the long-term temperature records, it's up and down like a seesaw.
And he starts to try.
Sawtooth blade. When it's 1 degree warmer than now, it's 4 degrees or 6 degrees
Everybody
warmer
thinks he's
over
asleep. Well, you know what?
a million years. But when you look at where we evolved, it's just at a turning point in the peak of one of those ups and downs. So those, I've forgotten the name of the cycles, but the cycles force change the Earth's rotation around the sun. And so we evolved our civilization just at the top. So coming up from a cold period and then going to head down to another cold period. And that's when human civilization came along, a period of about 12,000 years. So across that period, the temperature has changed by not much more than half a degree up and down. Now we're plastic as well as we are those times. And my way of interpreting what climate change means is the stability of that climate that enables us to build sedentary civilizations and not be a nomadic species is being destroyed.
So the challenge, by the way, I'm playing devil's advocate right here. The question is there something fundamentally different now with civilization we're able to build technology that alleviates some of the destructive effects that we have?
We don't know. Yeah, we're going to find out the hard way.
Yeah, uncertainty would be very
Extremely.
like many of the technologies would be much more costly than
Yeah, and like when we're seeing some of the storms that are happening now in Europe, like Rothschild village in Germany, sometime the firestorm that hit Canada of all places. I forgot the name of the town that was burnt down, but enormous temperatures in Canada. Again, the storms that are happening back in Australia. These are all manifestations of complete shift in the weather patterns of the planet, and they can wipe out the village years. It's wiped out by unprecedented rain, and this keeps on happening. We are still living in a sedentary lifestyle and we're in a manic position. So to be able to maintain that sedentary lifestyle, we do need to engineer the planet. We need to keep it within that range. Plus half a degree Celsius, minus half a degree is really what has been like for the last 10, 12,000 years. It was lasting right out of that range. And we know some of the past climates models of what they imply for food production, for example, is not the only one that's obviously crucial. So when you look at what we call global climate models, I've used one time, one of the examples that was published by the OECD last year, in the chapter on what would happen if we lose what's called the Atlantic Riviera circulation. People would colloquially know that as a Gulf Stream. And that's what the human peak. Around all productions is part of a huge train and have on circulation. Like the part that goes across from the equator to the North Atlantic, that's called the AMOC, Gulf Stream, for colloquial name. If that disappeared in the context of a 2.5 degree Celsius increase in average global temperature, then the portion of the Earth's surface which is suitable for producing wheat will fall from 20% to 7%. The portion for corn similar to the proportion suitable for rice will go from 2% to 3%. Now that means catastrophic, and that's the word used in the report, catastrophic problems in food.
I was just trying
So
to.
that's what we're doing. And we are 1.5. We're actually less than we're about halfway there, 2 degrees. And economists, on the other hand, this is Richard Poll, published in 2016, blaming using what he calls an integrated assessment model. Economists that losing the Gulf Stream would increase global GDP by 1.1%. Now, his model is like really difficult to help about these people. It's worked with in 50 years of being a critic of near. The GCN
I'll try it later after 2 or 3 million people got it.
the IA stated yet again in
There's no crazy side effects. But also, if you want to travel, you know,
so they
you have to have
assume
smart jobs.
that
You
if
have to have
temperature
people
improves,
in the
moving
country that
towards
will
temperature which is
have
better for producing effort,
you know, I just hope it works. The whole thing is
so
like,
that's
let's move
completely
forward.
wrong. It's left out.
Again, it's like Tesla. If you want that first mission Tesla, those things
How
were
economic effects they've
yeah,
done.
they're great.
That's what they've done.
Those are great.
So they work so bad, so dreadful that it should never have been
Well,
they overfire. I'm not going to go for sorry.
One of the there's an simplification, but I also want you to still man who disagree with, criticize people you agree with, if possible, to be sort of intellectually honest here. You do say is to push back on the catastrophic thinking about climate change, that ecology, biosphere, is a complex system. Yeah. Economics, the economy, is a complex system. So how can we make predictions about complex systems? How can we make a hope of having a semi-confident prediction of the complex system? So the scientific community is very confident about the complex system that is biosphere and the crisis before. And the economists, as a community, I don't know what percentage, but that part of the community is very confident. The economic complex system is saying that no, this system we have is way better, money, capital is allowing to be able to deal with that crisis than any other crisis. And they kind of construct simplified models that justify their confidence. So how do we know?
To start, if you believe the economists, you need to throw your head. Because I mean, I'm not going to argue it's a summary of nothing. That is the. I know. I was angry about it.
Listen, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
And I've begun looking, studying the content. I used to be on things I don't understand. That's the common. I have so many colleagues that are scientists that I deeply respect, and I trust their opinions. I have seen the lesser angels of my colleagues on the pandemic side, on the the confidence, the arrogance that in part blinded, I believe, the jump between basic scientific research to the public policy.
Yep.
And then that's why I've become a little bit more cautious in saying climate change. I'm still in the same place. And not talking about climate change. And anything scientists say, I've become a little bit, wait a minute. How does basic scientific facts of our reality mass to
Yeah.
There I want to be a little bit careful. So whenever now I see arrogant and confident, I become suspicious.
Well, I'm the same, and that's why I'm being angry about the economists, because
Can you confirm that the straps are tight?
incredible stupidity
Yes.
of the arrogant assumptions which
And now the
you look
change.
at it, how did anybody work out it?
A lot of people think that
Okay,
that's
that's what
The economic analysis.
for so many other people in my class work.
Yeah, very much, incredibly
So,
and this project
really,
is what John styles himself as the skeptical environmentalist, criticizes the environmental. He doesn't take up, he doesn't criticize the work come out by economists. You look at it, it's so
Now,
bad.
like all the magic, let's have your escape from extreme bondage.
Yeah, it is possible. Very difficult.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
for me,
everyone,
what
now
you
count
should be
down
looking
with
at is saying,
me.
what are the scientific consequences?
So if it's true that this is not that out, you don't want them to
Probable consequences of
Oh,
increasing
yes, I will.
the energy of the
We shouldn't help
atmosphere
you,
by the
no
amount
matter
we do.
how much you have.
The scientists
No,
say
all right.
there's
This is getting hot.
the effects.
Do this.
Okay, ready? 3,
Effects of
2,
shifting
1, go!
resources. Basically, what are the effects of climate change? How can we get out of that? Because it's basically they're looking for the fog of uncertainty.
Yeah.
They're rising sea levels. How can we know what effect that has?
Well, yeah,
I would know there's a lot of change.
yeah. Well, this is, I don't actually. I think the sea level one's for arguments, and I don't focus on. What I mainly focus on is the weather pattern. And if you look at, like we've got the wheat belt in America, Idaho, and places like that, and you've got
I cannot tell you how much
Ukraine
I
is a classic example.
other than by using
Ukraine
magic.
is remarkable,
That is the
and that's the wheat belt of Europe, and that requires both the right temperature
Separately,
growing
on
and the
another
right.
related note, if you have
Look
to
at the models that climate scientists are building with that, you have pretty much your ultimate foundation is the red zone of the turbulent flow. And of course, but what that meant was you also had an
Come on, guys. Where we were, we
in
just
the
were.
accuracy of the model over time. So if you have accurate to 1,000 decimal places, then in 1,000 days, you'll have no data whatsoever because it's you're losing all the time that you would actually. So that's about the universe.
I think yeah, I understand that. Also talking about
and our forecast is narrow enough to not searching forward. We can make a reasonable estimate of what the weather is. And that's the foundation. You know, something like on TV. You know, there's lots of time to forecast in the future. And 40, 50 minutes, most of the time, 4 hours to run. So that's the background. That's why But even then, massive enormous field where they multiply it down to 100 kilometres or 100 kilometres, 10 kilometre cube and rectangles, whatever. That's how they model it, transition where from one location to another. So they've got a chunky vision language they have to get down the line.
Hey, Buttercup, I am on my way. Should be there about 15 minutes. That's what she said.
Too much processing now. But you if you look at the models, the way they used to be, that's 100 kilometres, you're at 10 kilometres, you're down. But so people processing power letters gets more and more. I do know models now include chemical mixing with the
Hey, Jen's party is actually a very big step for us.
Increasingly
So
active model.
I don't,
yeah.
I don't know.
There's
Maybe.
a lot of possibilities
Okay.
for society.
But if you have that increase in temperature, you've got to change the rotation. And it could mean that where the rainfall and the sunshine and the gravity growing where is an area where there's no conflict. Well, a huge part of the models that the models the economists use only use temperature. Don't include percentage. They predict a large amount of the wheat output in the world is going to occur in Siberia in the frozen tundra.
What about that? That's a straightforward criticism of
Yeah.
What about the
I
idea
decided that I'm going to be more honest.
that we innovate?
I'm going to start telling people
So
what I want.
there's totally new,
So
what is
this
it?
is how
There's
old Tammy is getting what she
for
wants.
example, this type of
And
black
how is Tammy?
sort of engineering the completely shifting source of
exactly.
or specialization. Therefore, I'm leaving
That comes down to the difference on that between producing a prototype and mass producing a prototype. You can develop the idea very rapidly, put that into production on the scale that's necessary to replace what we currently do here. Yeah, we haven't got years. We might have databases, we certainly have potential. So the time frame we've got, I can't see that engineering going from prototype to production to replace the current
It's so cute.
in the state of the environment that might be destroying.
what do you think about the catastrophic predictions and written about climate and
That's
Hi.
mainly, unfortunately, involving soil and the population and prediction of the fall was made.
two individuals had shown
Yeah,
most of the things that has
yeah.
they don't do.
Oh, potato salad?
I do think I'm in agreement with the majority.
But you still see that argument.
Oh, there is
I
probably
still see the argument made, and I also a little bit worried about the argument the ineffective.
This is the problem, it's ineffective. And that's what worries me, because it's all been put into temperature change. It's not put into the fragility of the system that we currently do. And the other
The truth is, he likes the naked. Oh, by the way, he likes to put white on without in situations things went super messed up. I couldn't get on. My God, this isn't the only time he does this.
my feeling is
Like Tim could tell you,
that underplayed the civilization.
my hunch is correct.
And
It's shaped. You want to know why I can't get a like
cutting and tackle
like we will die in combat
and if we
in Afghanistan.
and we could find that could equally destroy possible victories. So we definitely think that possible fuel based on
We get a
but
copy.
we never built those to our population.
So I made some changes.
And now we're it was I don't know how we went.
I can go for an appetizer, bagel bites or something. The house is beautiful. Thank you.
What's the
About 5,000 in the garage, right?
you guys
It's all John else are great.
I think first of all, kind of appreciate where one
Well,
species and
around.
how to we should be
Here.
harmonious
They're scared.
for those other species as well.
Salmon cannon.
really crazy. Value. Can we get that the values?
I think if you take that structure, use value exchange value,
Here is to Mr.
dialectic
Ayakosa
foreground
and his
background,
failed
that
experiment.
only exists and only works because we're exploiting the free energy part of the universe. There could be no productions without free energy.
Out the chart.
The first law of thermodynamics.
Well, and it's grounded in energy.
Yeah, that's pretty much. You know, get the summary of the laws of thermodynamics. Alan Ginsberg was there. So the laws of thermodynamics are A, you can't break. Okay. B, you can't break either. C, you can't leave the day. Beautiful. But the fact that it exists in the first place is very large.
What are 100 products that could be made that rhyme to like animals, like bear scare and deer here?
And once you respect that, we have to, living on the latitude planet we're actually on, we have to enable that landscape to survive us.
Hair care. I like it. Line triangle. Dog log. That might be a thing. Oh, the dog log. The cat hat. The bat hat. The seal reel. The real seal. The fox box. The duck leg. The sheep deep. The tiger. The mouse house. The goat coat. Your goat cool. The goat coat. Oh, that actually could be really tight. It's just the best coat ever. Snake cake, the kangaroo zoo, the owl fowl, the crow flow, the tiger lighter, whale tail, bear hair, the goat float, the fish dish, the frog log, the giraffe calf, the horse course, the duck truck, the antelope hope, the chimp shrimp, the bat mat, the wolf goat, the horse force. I love that. Oh, dog, that's the horse force. It's the opposite of the deer here. The horse force. Animals come to you. You can be like Snow White. And soon you know, see, you're meant for me, and I was meant for you. The bee tree, the zebra, Libra, the that's the chunky monkey. Well, there you have that. That's the toad load. Ribbit girl. Oh, that's a lamb jam. That's the rabbit habit. Wait, okay. We've got the salmon cannon, the deer here, bear scare, the rabbit habit. No, but goat coat is tight. Push perhaps. The owl vow, the crocodile smile, the fish wish, the cow now. Oh, that's a cheetah Rita. The wolf gulp, fox rock, the owl towel. What is this? It's just like a cloth? No, it's the owl towel. It's the crab dab, the legal eagle, the carrot parrot. Oh, goose juice. I just had some goose juice that I put on my goat coat. An appreciation of the world and therefore effects which we think are direct effect will actually come through in a direct fashion, and we cannot there's no simple linear progression from where we are to where we want to be. So you have to be able to infuse together in a systemic way, and that's why one reason I find software I'm wearing a picture on our Minsky is to have it's nowhere near it with a scale. I give advice, comma, share words of wisdom, comma, and ensure people maintain positive outlooks, comma, as well, period. How are you, question mark? I know. You love me. You meant for me, and I was meant for you.
The chimney's in decent shape. Not great. I've had to turn mine down to crawl space and structural flaws in the foundation. So, all in all, pretty capitalism and the catastrophic view of defense.
Yeah, I think we can afford to be involved in space. And that's one reason I think the practical vision of Moscow so far impractical vision of space that if we're going, we look at the very far future, the only way we can continue extending our knowledge of the universe is to move our civilization.
Yo, dog.
Yeah.
Kmart Cowboy. Oh, man. Kmart Cowboy gotta be his friend.
Oh, that's the problem. I'm missing it.
Yes. Maybe I will have to go.
Walmart.
Right, this is so low. You can't be back. Come on.
How to learn English. Kmart Cowboy. I'm just the best there is. Every morning I wake up and piss blood. Well, piss excellence. That's what it is. That's all right. Shout out to Kmart Cowboy. They're my friends.
It's never a love contract, Michael. And besides, I've already
And I know you love
I was tired. I'm tired. And I didn't eat enough. And that's all. That was it. That's all. That's all. That's
If anybody used Stella or Benzene or Stimulink, then they've used exactly the same family stuff with it. Didn't invent that. It was invented by J. Fox, one of the great intellects, one of the great engineers in American history. And the idea of virus system was complex interaction. So he was doing his work in the 50s. If people don't know Forrester's work, he actually built a model.
Even after I'm gone, and I know you love me soon.
Martin was an engineer, and then he realized if you want to look at it, even like a factory is a complex system. So you get cycles generated out of the interaction between different components of the factory that he was first involved in naming. He built a software to model complex interactive systems. So Minsky is that Minsky adds which is unique to the Gothic table, and that's double entry bookkeeping. That's the model for financials. Probably the been Gothic, another great man.
So there's you're modeling
Yeah, fundamentally. So it's actually they just exactly what engineers have been using for decades. That's not one so you're using a circuit diagram to model the economy, and that's the other factories have done it. What they haven't had in circuit diagrams is a way of handling the dynamics of the financial system. So what the Gothic table does is bring out financial flows that think everything goes from somewhere and ends up somewhere. So you have a positive and a negative if you're looking on the liability side, a positive and a positive, or a negative and a negative if you're looking at assets and liability side. It means to get the accounting right for that. So you can do an enormous complex model, looking at the economy financially from the point of view of a dozen different actors.
What is this bullshit?
The mathematics is right, even though what you're doing is a different
This is the app.
50 different
So low.
350
Worse.
If you get the Gothic taxes right, you know the
How about dude?
So that's the main innovation that Minsky has.
and you're operating
And I know
Yeah, it's definitely
that you love me.
It's not agent based.
very well.
You are meant for me. And I'm not for you.
Extremely simple causal chain. Capital is the form of the big changes wages, output means wages, profit, profit rate. There's a very nice picture here.
Yeah.
The profit rate determines the investment, the change in capital, which takes us back to the beginning of the causal chain, and the difference between investment and profit determines the change in private debt. And there's a nice student model that is not allowed to play out on page 86 of your book. Is there do these come from software?
Yeah. I mean, I first did that in Mathematica back in 1992 or 1992. Yeah, I find it's very much a programmer's approach to mathematics. I prefer a program called MathCAD, which is what I'm using for all my when I do my mathematics on the computer. I write MathCAD. CAD. Okay. It's been ruined by CAD and they struck out all the good engineers. I'm still using versions 12 years old.
If only engineers ruled the world.
If only engineers, rather than this particular case, there was a bunch of marketers who had software degree and definitely a fan of engineers.
What are the plots that you're looking at? Growth rate, private debt ratio, employment, wages, and government debt, income distribution. So this is across years of different trade-offs. Yeah,
There it is.
Parameters out and use that out. But what happened when I first simulated the model, I got one of the great American mathematical markets. What he did was build a model. He actually wrote a paper called only got a 5-page paper, and very, very obscure conference paper. And what he was doing was trying to build a model of graphs. So he wrote it in 1967, and it was putting in the mathematical form model that Marx came in with in 1867. So it was his centenary birthday present to Marx. And what Marx had argued in chapter 25, I think, the volume 1 of Capital, section 3, he built a verbal model like this. Quite out of character with the original book. So when you read volume 1 of Capital, people think Marx has got commodity money. He doesn't at all. He simply, the idea was like an onion. You start from the middle level and you ignore the outliers and you bring the outliers and so forth. Anyway, in this model, in volume 1 of Capital, we normally use words as subsistence wage. That's it. But in this little chapter, he says that if the economy is booming, then workers will demand wage rises, and the wage will cut into the profit, so that capitalists will not get the level of profit they're expecting. Therefore, they will invest less, and the economy will stop. And the slump will mean workers become unemployed and have to accept wage cuts. And it was a model of slump of the economy. And as it happens, Marx spent his later years trying to learn enough calculus to be able to model himself mathematically. He never managed, because Marx's mathematical model of calculus is quite fun to read. If you have a mathematical background, no, he got a bit caught up in the whole philosophy, and he never really got to build the model. But what Goodman realized was the credit of framework. Okay, so lots of Voltaire model was the basis. The idea, so what the idea is have a prey, like the example that Voltaire actually used was grass. Grass was the prey. And then you have a predator, and the predator is cows.
Would you like to be one of them?
So you start off with a very few cows and lots of grass. And then, because of lots of grass, the numbers of cows grow. And then, because the cows grow, they start to eat the grass. So the grass runs up, so the cows grow. And you get a cycle. And what's amazing is that the cycles persistently. They didn't die out. So Goodman got that to and he did and I personally appreciate him really hard. He's not a very good writer. But a guy called John Black, who was a professor of mathematics at University, wrote a brilliant explanation of Goodman's model in a book called Dynamic Economic Systems. I read that, and he said why he could extend this was to include finance. So I thought, okay, what I'm going to have is that what Goodman presumed is capitalist investors and profit. So you get boom when there's a high rate of profit because they invest all that money, and then a slump when there's low profit because depreciation will find away capital and will go within this. So I simply added in, well, capitalists will invest more than their profits during a boom, but less than their profits during a slump. And that therefore means they have to borrow money to finance the gap and pay interest on the debt. So I ended up with a model which is three systems: the income share, wages, distribution of income to workers, capitalists, and bankers, the level of employment, and the level of private debt. And those three equations are fundamentally like going from what's the Voltaire model, which has two equations, and therefore you get a fixed cycle, to the Lorenz model where you have three. And therefore what I got out of is chaotic outcomes. So what you're seeing is a manifestation of chaos, complexity in that those models. The fascinating, one of the many fascinating parts about it was that as the level of private debt rose, my model I had capitalists being the only ones who borrowed. So the people who paid for the high level of private debt were the workers.
Fatigue, irritability, brought on by the low
The
level
rising bankers' share corresponded exactly with the falling workers' share. Effectively, the workers are not paying for it, they get a lower level of wages. And the basic dynamic is that capitalism, when you have a free social class system, your income goes to workers, capitalists, and bankers. Now, in the system of equivalency, there's just workers and capitalists. So if workers' share rose, capital share had to fall. But when you have free social classes, then capital share can remain constant while workers fall and bankers workers fall and bankers. So that's what actually happened. Because capitalists, the simple way I modeled it was there's a certain rate of profit at which capitalists invest all their profits. Above that they borrow more, below that they pay off debt. So what happens when you got back to that point, then while was investment, the price share of GDP, and therefore you get a precise rate of economic growth. But if there was a higher percentage going to bankers, and offset by a lower share going to workers, it didn't affect the capitalists. What you get is the cycles sort of diminish for a while because there's the income distribution effect is important. So the workers pay for the increasing level of debt. But the other side of it was that the cycles would diminish for a while. What you get is a period of diminishing cycles, then leading to rising cycles. Technically, this is known as the homomanagement route to chaos. It's one particular element of Lorenz's equations, fluid dynamics. So what they found was examining laminar flow on fluid, you have a period where the laminar flow got more laminar, and then suddenly you just start to get less laminar and go turbulent. And this is what actually goes on in the model. So in my model of density, so what you have is a period where there's big booms and cycles, and then as the debt level rises, the booms and cycles get smaller, and that puts what neoclassical economists call great moderation. So when I first modeled in 1982, I finished up my paper, which was published in 95, with what I thought was a nice rhetorical approach, saying that the chaotic dynamics of this paper should warn us against regarding a period of relative stability in the capitalist economy as anything more than a global philosophy. I thought it was a great piece of rhetoric. I didn't think it was going to happen. But it did, because you had this period from 1993 to 2007 where there were diminished cycles, and the neocapitalists labelled that the Great Moderation, and they took credit. They thought that the economy was being managed by them to a lower rate of inflation, lower level of unemployment, less instability at the time, and they literally took credit for it. And I was watching that thinking, that's like our model, and I'm scared of shit. And it ended up not working in the area for a while directly in economics, and I got involved in a fight over modelling competition in neoclassical theory. That took me away for about 4 or 5 years, and then I got asked to do a court case in 2005, end of 2005, and I used my framework for arguing that somebody who was involved in predatory lending should be able to get out of the debt they were in. And I explained this theory, and I used this railway line saying debt levels in private debt are rising exponentially. And then I thought, well, I can't, as an expert, just make a claim like this, go and check the data. And the debt ratio was rising exponentially. And I thought, holy shit, we're in for a financial crisis. And somebody has to warn about this. At least in Australia, I was at somebody.
Look, you given this chaotic dynamic idea, when you talk about the crisis is ahead of us in the
You
future,
may be asking
one of
yourself,
those things
what am I doing on a trampoline? Well,
is
I
economics
thought I'd
about
bounce it for a
understanding
while,
the past.
relieve some stress, and then move on with my day.
It's
Not. Here's a plan. One is
struck
going to
follows
gather
that
all of the office
the
workers,
poetic
all of the
fucking
warehouse
95
guys, we're
poetic,
going to have another secret.
yeah,
This
and then
time,
you can,
with
you know,
Michael.
watch
Oh my
years
God, he is on
fly
the
by
road.
and
Now
some of the
I've got their
predictions
attention.
in retrospect
I
that
tell
you
them
make
about
turn out to be
cold hard
true.
facts of
Slash,
depression.
you know,
And I say,
all
hey,
kinds of gurus throughout history about that kind of thing. You call yourself right, and all of the big tactics are wrong.
see
Let's talk about
dangerous
the
depression.
kind of stuff. You
Yes,
mentioned
I know.
about the force of the past
Then they
here.
think, hey, I should have been
What
nice to
other
myself.
crises are ahead of
That's
us? That a chaotic dynamic view allows us to
It wasn't
predict.
because I saw coming out of it, leading us by the ecological. It wasn't a crisis, it was stagnation. Because what we got out of the crisis was caused by rising of the debt. Now you reach a peak level where the willingness to take on debt collapses. And so you go through a period where debt is rising all the time. So the annual change in debt. And that's credit is part of aggregate demand and aggregate income. So credit goes from positive to negative, and that causes a slump.
But what could you describe why that is a slump? So
We
credit goes to negative.
yeah, you ask Paul Krugman, so your credit plays no role in aggregate demand.
It was like credit has no role
In aggregate demand. The divisions that the neoclassicals have of the banking system is what they call
Do
loans or
this thing.
funds.
I'll go someone to
Paul
true.
Krugman, by the way, the night at the front of the army is the classical economist.
Yeah, fundamentally.
Go buy some water.
He's politically reasonable, which makes him more dangerous than those that aren't.
He's politically, there's quite a lot of people that would disagree with that characterization of Paul Krugman. He's politically
You should see the people.
the alternative.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay.
It's not a negative positive statement, that's just to be spicy as well.
Well, you can. But he's like the human face of neoclassical economics. He doesn't deserve having a human face. It's anti-human theory. But he's the human face.
I got you. All right. Well, so credit does not have any effect on aggregate demand. And you're saying that's not the case.
It's absolutely crucial to aggregate demand. So what they model is, again, the example of Cuban legal rights. I live in a year. I can spend less giving than so credit is. So if there's $5 million to you, then there's a level of debt rises. So there's an increase in credit. But that increase in credit comes at the expense of my spending power. So you can spend what I've lent you, but I can't spend what I've lent you. So credit cancels out. So when you look at that's loanable funds. But in the real world, the Bank of England has said this is the real world, and the textbooks are wrong, categorically in 2014. When the bank loans, it adds to its assets. Borrow some money, and it adds to its liability side because here's money in your bank account. Now you spend that money. So what happens when you do credit is part of aggregate demand and aggregate income.
Yes.
And that's something I first sold in 2019.
Land like an
2016. I recently proved it mathematically.
I don't know if I want
So
to do
what that means is credit is a component of aggregate demand, and credit is also very volatile. So consumption demand never goes negative. Investment demand never goes negative. Credit can go from positive to negative. And when we look at the long of American history after the Second World War, there was no period until 2007 where credit was negative. It was a positive component of GDP. It was a positive number. Therefore, when you do a percentage of GDP, it was a positive percentage of GDP. It peaked at 16% of GDP in 2006, 2007. It fell to -5% in 2008, 2009. So you had 20% of GDP turn around and aggregate demand. Now, when you plot that against unemployment, the correlation of credit to unemployment across the period from about 1990 to 2010 is about -1.9%. Enormous negative correlation. Now, according to the investment model, is close to zero. Empirically, bleeding obvious it's not, and it applies to every country in the world that had financial crisis at that period. So it's bleeding obvious in the data, and they ignore it because credit's not part of their model.
And you say it's causation.
That's what it is.
Today, it's
Isn't that just a fancy word for saying
what
does inflation?
what role does inflation have as a picture? A little bit of inflation table. Talk about money creation beginning. What's a little bit of inflation good or bad? A lot of inflation good or bad? Very good.
Like again, a lot of it around this. If you think about how people say one of the functions of money, they say money is a unit of count, you measure it. It's a means of exchange, and it's a store of value. Now, yes, okay, and those three, the last one is contradictory to the previous two, because this is where you see this with Bitcoin phenomenon. If you want to handle the money as a store of value, then if prices fall, the value of money is rising, and it's actually in your interest as a store of value to hang on to it and not spend it. So that contradicts its role as a means of exchange. Now, if you have money which depreciates, and this was actually tried in the Austrian kind of war during the Great Depression. If you have money that depreciates, then if you don't use it, you lose it fundamentally. So it has a high rate of circulation. So there's a monetary theorist called Silvio Gusdel, and he wrote this proposal that money should depreciate. And he was ridiculed in the post and cited the Keynes that he was a great thinker. And the mayor of the town of Warburg in Austria during the Great Depression was facing an unemployment rate at 25% pretty much. Germany had the worst experience in the Great Depression in the world. As bad as America, slightly worse than America. And so he thought, how can I stimulate demand? So he produced credit which could only be used for buying goods and services in Warburg. And it could be used to pay your local rates. But it was depreciated by putting a stamp on money you didn't use it. So what happened was people would pay their rates, they needed to pay the rate using the money, so the script, so they used the script. And because it depreciated, you'd use it rapidly. So people were using that money as an alternative to the Austrian shilling. And the economic activity was out took off, and unemployment fell to zero. And it was an absolute miracle, and people loved the Warburg experiment, and the Austrian central bank sued them for establishing an alternative of money and shut it down. Unemployment went back up to 25% again, and Austria voted 99.6% for the Nazis. Something crazy number like that when you get the Nazis. So the Warburg experiment showed that a depreciating currency led to a high rate of circulation. But of course, we're not talking about market inflation. So when you get that much inflation, that's normally caused by as the inflation the reparations that imposed in Germany. One of them was France at the Treaty of Versailles. They paid a large part of that with printing the notes, and you went into this crazy period of hyperinflation. So hyperinflation almost always occurs when there's a massive destruction of the physical resources, and the monetary authority tries to pay up literally pay for it, and then you get hyperinflation and total social breakdown. So a moderate level inspires the means usage of money, demise store of value. Usage of money. And that dilemma is why we have this antagonistic attitude towards inflation.
Yeah, you're describing as a tension, but it's nevertheless is that money is a store of value that should be used to exchange. I don't, switch back necessarily to the tension. It's just that being on the beautiful economic system of ours, it's used as one and the other. If there's inflation, you're using it more for the exchange, inflation, more value. But this isn't, I don't see this as attention. It's just how much you use
Ma'am,
it
I'm coming down to get my present.
But if it ends up saying that overall, the level of effective commerce, a bit of inflation is a good thing because that's depreciating money slightly and encouraging its use.
Yeah, but the argument that Bitcoin function or gold function, again, is that having inflation at zero is actually keeping that balance.
I really can't say.
Yeah.
Right? So like,
But if they're actually in favour of negative, if they wanted to appreciate rapid and if they take it in negative inflation, so they've got the value of the money rising relative to commodities. That's what they want. That's the whole philosophy.
well, that's more of like an investment. I don't know if that.
Yeah,
That's more of an investment in the fundamental principles of why they in cryptocurrency in the enforced scarcity is the model. The concern there is when you print money, the public policy is detached from the actual from value.
Yeah, well, this is where again it matters to get money creation right, because the government's not the only money creator. Banks are as well, private banks, and if we obsess too much about limiting government money creation, what we end up getting, if there is money creation done, that's private banks doing it, and you get an increase in private debt, and fundamentally private debt and its collapse, the collapse of credit when it stops growing, that's the fundamental cause of financial crises. So,
yeah, but the question is what's the cost of the collapse of the bank?
well, I think this is like the Austrian thinking leaves out debt deflation, and that's like that's one of the most important papers ever written. It was by Irving Fisher, called the Debt Deflation Theory of Great Depression. Fisher was somebody who accepted the neoclassical vision. He wrote the efficiency market hypothesis. His own PhD called the theory of interest. And in that he argued effectively for supply and demand analysis of the financial system. And he argued for equilibrium. He said when you're working with a commodity market, then the sale and the transaction and the exchange occur at the same point in time. When you're working with the financial market, then the exchange occurs through time. So he said he assumed that debts are repaid, all debts are repaid, and he assumed that the equilibrium through time was an essential part of his assumption. The Great Depression comes
What is going on? What are you doing?
and he has become a major shareholder in Xerox because he invented the roll-up. He's an incorrect. And so he has taken out shares on margin, and he's worth about $100 million in modern terms in the Great Depression. And 90% of that was share market valuation. You've taken out margin debt just like everybody
Millions
else.
of families suffer every
With
year.
margin debt, you could put down $100,000 and buy $1 million worth of shares. So you got this huge leverage into debt. Now, when the financial crisis hit, with margin debt in American business, 0.5% a year in 1930, 13% of GDP in 1929, you then come to zero. That's how the market depression so devastating. And everything like now, they're putting all the that you put in that photograph showing people doing what people market for. People liquidate everything. Okay, so he said the danger is the debt deflation, what we have to avoid. And that means you don't want too much profit debt to accumulate, and you don't want falling prices, because the falling prices will amplify the impact of being insolvent to begin with. And that's what we saw in the Great Depression. It's partially what we saw in 2007, but we didn't have anything like the level of margin debt. Margin debt was reduced from 90% to 50% ratio after the Great Depression. So there were limits on how bad it was in 2007, but the danger is still the period of deflation and the rise of debts. Okay. And I call it Fisher's paradox. He didn't write those terms himself, but he wrote a lot saying the more debtors pay, the more they owe.
What time to leave?
And this is because
Prime
you're
Squad,
liquidating
FNC,
to try
double
to
time. Prime
meet your
Squad,
own debts.
Crisis Management
When you
Squad,
liquidate the
FNC,
hospital
double clean
employees,
front and center. Crisis
you
fast
will end
food
up
normally
having
go.
lower
Any
levels
other
of monetary
questions?
debt, but a higher level of debt when you're deflated using the price level. So the biggest danger in capitalism is debt deflation.
I mean, for example,
Far
the
more
last
dangerous
thing
than
you said,
inflation.
by the time you're
And the
explaining
cause of debt deflation is
Too much
Forget
money, too much bank lending, too much private money creation. So if you
Check.
take a look at the
Good
1920s,
job. I really
Calvin
think
Coolidge explained the term of the 1920s on his surplus. He said, my government's running a surplus of 1% of GDP, pretty much from 1922 to 1930, is the foundation of our stability. It should be continued. It didn't look at was that over that same time
a lot of
period,
angry customers out
on
there.
average,
Puts us at
Americans
threat
were
level
borrowing 5%
county and
per
view
year
our
from
customer
private
service
banks.
duty today. That's really not our job.
So you had a
Midnight,
housing
Oscar.
bubble at the beginning of the 1920s, which
Don't
Richard
worry, Sally will
Davis
be training
beautifully in the brief history of doing. And then you had this huge rise in margin debt as well, gigantic increase in margin debt. So all this borrowed money was being spent into the economy where credit becomes part of aggregate demand. It is both just for goods and services, but also for shares and houses and so on. So a huge valuation. But then when the margin debt is around, people would not take up margin debt anymore. The demand for margin debt disappeared, and there was this, what we call badly positive feedback. It's actually an anti-feedback loop, and that caused problems.
so. What elements of that do you see today that we need to take on?
We have to regard all the private debt as a target economic policy, just as much as the rate of inflation or the rate of unemployment.
What is moderate amount of private debt that fits
I
up?
would say something if you anywhere between 30 and 70% of GDP. In America, it's 170
Here's the next. When a company screws up,
Of GDP.
I've got the people about the report, but I can show you the data in this. It's huge increase in private debt.
I
Because
have
first of
invited
all,
Mark Allen, one of our
but
oldest
then financing credit was
personal story.
and so if we remove the rate level which debt can reach,
Here
and we
is your
start
headline.
speculative lending,
Twin area
less heavy lending
paper
for both
company. Dunder
innovation, investment,
apologizes
and
to
essential
value
consumption
clients.
items. We won't have
Some
some
companies
on the other side.
still
We can get rid
know
of financial
how
instability. We can't stop
business
financial
does.
cycles, but we
Okay?
can stop financial
That'll take
breakdown.
us, everybody. Let's go, 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 go.
Yeah.
By the way, for my laptop, I have a lot of those that I have a lot of them. My little success, whatever the heck this thing is, it's getting different size out of it. The laptop you said is 18.4 inches. I don't think I've ever seen one that big. And I'm 50 inches. All right, that's for the graphics. This is the gaming laptop. This is the desktop laptop. It probably weighs like 40 pounds.
It was,
The other reason you guys are is because you're not going to get
you reckon I would,
But guess what? Now on, you guys are no
8
longer.
kilos with,
you see the with this somewhere. The calcified weighs about twice as much.
yeah, and you just have to power it on the train.
Pretty close.
Is it gas powered or is it coal?
I think it was a nuclear power station.
Nuclear, yeah.
Nuclear diamond in the back.
Okay, so let me before I forget, just ask about cover brilliant, the nuanced disagreements you have in the wisdom of Walmart. But there's also, like you mentioned, popular discourse, they kind of distorted use of different terms. One of them is Marxism.
Yeah.
Today. Is there something you can just speak to about increase in use of that word, and is it misused? Is it concerning? There's a lot of us young people that say that they're proudly Marxist.
Yeah.
Are they misusing the term?
They are definitely misusing the term if they don't understand the use value, exchange value, dialectic global warfare.
So there's if I could pause, the idea of socialism and Marxism is used as a popular lingo. Basically, a lot of people have a disproportionately hard life. Why can't we help them out to be kind to ourselves. That's sort of embodied with the idea of super complicated, elaborate model of economy and politics.
Yeah, I mean, we could do that by using the insights from the model initiative, which I've confirmed just using one simple instance. And that is that to use the thing not a bug. The government running a deficit is a feature of a well-functioning mixed big credit of bug. The government should normally run a deficit so that it creates money. And because we've had this obsession through mainstream economists of running a surplus, which is what caused the Great Depression, government bill was doing it for 8 years. Because of that obsession, we've cut back on social services, we've cut back on education, we've cut back on infrastructure. Now all that stuff predominantly feds the poor.
Okay,
Because the rich can afford fighting themselves. So if we had those economists realise that the government should run a deficit, it's a feature, not a bug.
Okay, Karen, Ryan, Pam, center stage.
And that's where Elon's made one mistake recently. So we're not going to
Roll on roadside beach sales.
that deficit enables you to provide and help decent standard of living for those who the capital of gain. And with that, you wouldn't have the angst of the young people. Now, if we saw the parameters within which we have to survive, a decent local government funding would mean angst to get because they want to be Marxist. And they've got what I call a cardboard cutout version of Marx and Marx. That wouldn't be happening. So it's potential to have a good society where the government inspects that finances the needs of the poor, where the rich get enough to indulge and take care of themselves. And you don't get this breakdown. If you try to cause the government to surplus, then the burden is just borne by the poor, middle class and poor, and that will lead to the angst we're now seeing.
Are you student?
Beautiful. That was in high school. World let me ask you, you tweeted a thing. We are at the opposite of ants. Individually intelligent, collectively sophisticated. We need to develop systems thinking fast on our limitations. That's really interesting. Do you really believe in individually intelligent, collectively?
I do.
Can you elaborate on, I mean, sometimes just cheeky tweets.
The cheeky tweet I've had in my mind for a long time is one that actually is moderately viral, not enough, moderately viral.
But nevertheless, like you could analyze it as a deep profound
Well, the reason is that we are incredibly individually intelligent. Things like these devices we're playing with now.
That's the creation of individual mind.
Creative individual mind and that collective labor over centuries that led to this level of technology. And that has to be respected. It's incredible. But at the same time, I think what humans are, if you want to other species on the planet, we don't live with, we don't make word thoughts. What we do is we share beliefs. Okay. Now, you don't think that's the catalyst for intelligence? Yeah, it is a catalyst. But what it means is we can delude ourselves, not that we can inform ourselves. So, because we share beliefs, we can do things in a collective way. And if we believe that we take the incantations of the good fighters and we have to have a fears and things, we can go and attack the local herd tribes of lions and them out, and we become the dominant species. So it worked at the stage where we were in competition with other species. Now that we're the dominant species, then beliefs get in the way.
Do you agree with the nice guys that there are only two things that exist: the universe and things to be? Right. That's right. Yes, they think that there's an infinity to destructive and stupid and humane as possible. But it feels like there's more to do. There's more possibilities.
There are. I think that's why we have no. If we built around the idea that our role as a species is to maintain and life on the planet, and if you find it elsewhere, then seeded it, then that is the vision which makes us creative and finds the worst of our capacities to share beliefs. So that's what my hope is, that we'll reach that stage. But I think we've overshot it so badly that my real fear is we'll end up blaming technology for the type of world we find ourselves living in the next 20 to 50 years.
You think technology is
Part of the solution, but if we go through blame it, which is quite possible, we blame the technology rather than blaming too much of the technology and the understand what economists we can just continue consuming infinitely finite quantities and evolve into that beautiful. If somebody believes they have exponential growth on a finite planet, they're either mad or they're
Where are you from?
so you made a long journey from Seattle and from
Sydney.
this distant place.
Antipodes.
There's myth.
You gotta go there one day. You didn't try it.
I will. I'm afraid if I will there today. And so
No, there's more vitality back in the
you know, I'm not an economy or money or any of that. Nature calls. Let me I'm honored to be sector. Also, the here also
I don't care.
go to American factory, the big cars, and also the car. Let me ask you about expanding out animals. Is that something that excites you?
Yeah.
The economics. I think. What do you think?
That's exactly right.
Speaking. What is this? Is it a good thing?
I think it's a vital. We can have capitalism in outer space far more successfully than we can have it on the planet,
Wasn't really my
because we
fault.
don't face we get jumped on those gems up.
This guy's a paper mill. No.
So it means the potential. We don't undermine our own productive capacity in doing it in outer space.
The destructive waste is has a lot of
Doesn't matter.
As we throw a bit of our mind back at the summit, we take a fair bit of it and turn it into probably the next stage of the red giant. And we have to get away. So there's a red giant at some stage. The sun will get up Mars, I think, certainly past the orbit of Earth. So to have longevity of not just human life that evolved on this planet,
No,
we have
then
to be able to
news
take it
put
off.
out, and then CNN does a
So
story
if you think
about
of the really
YouTube.
then it's our responsibility, and what maintains is to establish life off the planet.
What do you think about robots and AI?
Oh yeah, we have to. I mean, that ends later. You can't go for it. Your daily joint can't be compared to the absolute back if you dinner with your family. So it would be entirely mechanized. There'd have to be a handful of people who service the machines. But
What about production, automation? What about elements of consciousness that make humans so special? What about that persisting?
That, I mean, I'm still a skeptic about us ever being able to create a machine which is truly conscious. If I can throw my 2 cents
And
forward,
now,
really
it's probably sick of hearing about
create machines that are conscious.
exactly. This is actually there's 2 good logical arguments against the latest theory of value. One was becoming machines
I
becoming
am
intelligent,
not.
and the other was that the declining rate of profit applies in socialism. It applies the rate of accumulation. Sorry, in capitalism. It applies the rate of socialism as well. A guy called Philly made that argument. So his argument is just unsound. But yeah, intelligent machines would completely screw them up. You know,
Do you know like that world where machines have not only intelligence but also consciousness?
yeah. And I know that's one of your interests, one of your attention endeavors. And the Kurds will argue that there's some singularity we're approaching, we just get increasing processing power. It's not processing power, it's imagination.
Whatever that
Whatever the heck that means, yeah. I mean, you would have had imaginative insights for your papers on like in automating motoring between a hyper intelligent machine or the machine interface with the standards low and high for the human. Okay, that's an insight you would have had at some point, and then you've worked it further. So I've had insights like that as well, and I have no idea where they come from. It hit me in the head. and I strike them down, and they solve the problem, so I didn't even know my mind was working. So how can we get them to do that? And I do not know the answer. One thing I think is the potential if we have to create AI that has feelings, AI that wants to survive, because if you think how our intelligence evolved, it's on this planet in a struggle between predator and prey, and intelligence became a survival technique.
I find the idea that the denial of death would be powerful, which is that humans will not only have emotions and are trying to survive, they're able to ponder out in the distant future their mortality.
Yeah.
And that is a driving force for even greater creation of animals, more primitive animals. So there is an element where I agree with AI systems to have something in consciousness. They have to fear their mortality.
Exactly. And I think that's, if you do it then, you can't produce an AI whose behavior you can control.
I mean, you have kids.
Yeah.
You can't control their behavior. you know, that's
you give those to an animal. Yeah. One of my favorite instances in my family life is one of my like all my nieces and nephews, one's got a real work to me. And I was standing over her pot when she was literally like 6 months old, and she was gurgling away at herself. And the father waved his finger and said, "Stop making that noise." And this little 6 month old she goes, when I said, "Well, you're going to have issues with that one, mate."
yeah.
And the piano gets born. Yeah, and so you can't control this life you give. It is. I think we should take the risk, but I think to do it, we should actually let artificial intelligence involved in an environment which is undead.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of beauty there. There's also
A lot of fear.
A lot of destruction possible, so we have to be extremely careful. But that's kind of the cutting edge of which people often operate in humanity. Let me ask you for when you give advice to young people in high school and college, maybe they're interested in economics, maybe they have other career ideas. What advice would you give them about careers they have that they can be proud of, or a life they can be proud of?
Mainly in a career, I say don't do an economics degree. I say
There's a little book.
Economics.
Economics, taking the cons out of economics. They just start with that and then say do it to an economics degree.
Yeah, because what you've done is an obsolete technology. Learning economics at the university is like learning atomic astronomy. Earth-centric equilibrium, epicycles being added to making models with the data.
It's not that economics is not a discipline worth deeply studying. It's that the university education around that
Is so bad.
is bad.
Yeah. So I'd say learn system dynamics. Do a course in system dynamics which you can apply in any field, and then apply what you learn out of system dynamics to the issues of economics. That's what interests you.
So get a sort of base engineering education.
The basic engineering education, that is far better than doing an economics degree. In terms of life, I mean, my life is pretty chaotic in many ways. My friends and family will tell me that every opportunity. But the thing is, I once had just to tell you an example of a really funny thing that occurred to me. So I led this huge revolt at Sydney University, as I mentioned, I was 20 years old. And then in my, about 28 or so, I went to a restaurant one night. I found a bunch of guys, all guys, who'd done accounting at the university, but had also been part of the student revolt. So they hadn't seen me for about a decade, and they said, "What have you been doing, Steve?" And I talked about what I'd done. So I've been a school teacher for a while. I then worked in overseas aid. I was doing computer programming at the time, and I forgot what I was doing at that point. So I explained it to them, and they were at a Bucks, one of them having a wedding coming up next week. And one of them said, "I wish I'd done that." And there was silence around the table, obviously silent agreement. And I looked at them and said, "Hang on, guys, look at the downside of my life. You know, like you're getting married. I genetic girlfriend right now. You've all got secure jobs. I'm unemployed. I don't own a house. I haven't even got a car. You know, look at the downside of my life. And the bloke who was the kingpin of that group, a very innovative bunch of guys in the student revolt. So he said, Steve, we would still all rather have done what you have done. And they did accounting because it was safe. You always get a job. They were poor, shitless.
Did you have a sense that the chaos you're always jumping into was dangerous, or was it just a pull that
I simply could not do it. There was part of me that I couldn't swallow this economics. Once I was exposed to why it was so wrong, then I was on a crusade to make it right. And that's been part of my nature in my life. So it wasn't that I made a choice to do it, it's that I couldn't be true to myself without doing it. And I find a lot of people get caught in a life where they're doing it because it works to some financial or other reason, but they're not being true to themselves. And as messy as my life is, much shit I've got myself caught up in, and there's a lot of that in my personal and financial life right now, which is a pain in the ass. I would rather have had that nature than not.
you would rather take the pain in the ass?
Yep.
Let me ask a dark question. What's the darkest place you've ever been in your life? So in all that roller coaster of life, have there been periods where it's been really?
I've had to cope with depression in the last 5 years since I started reading. Yeah, I'm back to that. That's where my wife's going to come into this story. So I was reading a paper from 2009 called The Economics of Climate Change, Journal of Economic Perspectives, I think. And I read this section where he says that one of the ways they try to calibrate what climate change will do is they assumed that the relationship between GDP and temperature over space would apply at a time as well. And I read that and thought that is so fucking stupid. Because all it's saying is that if there's a 10-degree temperature difference between New York and Florida and a 20% difference in income, then a 10-degree increase in temperature will give us all by 20%. It is so insanely stupid. So when I read that line, I just did this. I was in shock at how stupid it was. My wife, who's Thai and brings in treats me all day, walks into the room and says, and she speaks in the Takata English for Christmas. Why do you like this? And I said, I'm just doing this work on climate change. And she interrupted and said, oh, why you do that stuff? Nobody's interested in climate change. You can't do anything to change it. If we die, we die. And that perfect Buddhist grounded. And I thought, I can't argue with her again. That sort of stopped me on the depression. But that's the darkest point when I looked at it and I thought, this arrogance, this stupidity, this humbug from the economists meant that we were potentially jeopardizing the lives of billions of people, thrice as many other lost jobs. And having that knowledge is the most depressing experience of my life.
That ideas, simple knowledge, that combined with arrogance, can lead to the potential destruction of Jewish civilization. That was a very happy. And then your wife came in with nature works.
And that's
sort of accept the flow of life.
You really enjoy that book, The Earth Divides, because it's got that same beautiful sense to it. Life will survive whatever we do. I mean, we talk about people. I was actually talking with a good mate of mine, an ex-geologist, and he's now a professor of economics. And he said, as a geologist, you really hated people talking about the Anthropocene epoch. And I said, well, it shouldn't be the Anthropocene epoch, it'll be the Anthropocene event. Because an epoch is millions of years, a huge period of life on the planet. And we might be snuffed out in 10,000 years of human civilization. And that's not much slower than the meteor wiping out the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs lasted a long time after that event. So we'd just be a layer in the surface of the planet with plastics and strange metals like that at some point. So we're just life will survive. Life will survive us. But there's so much life we're going to take down with us in this whole period, and there's so many of our own lives we're going to terminate for no good reason.
I'm looking at this Richard Paul character. I'll definitely go through some of his papers. It does look like, boy, is he oversimplifying it to a lot.
Oh my God! Check this one on how good it'll be to put his name on.
That said, I'm going to approach all of these topics with humility, and I would like to have some conversations that people can recommend. My default position is always with scientists, but even above that, the default position is with those who are humble versus those who are arrogant.
Yeah.
This idea that because you're a quote-unquote expert, you deserve to have arrogance is a silly idea to me. Again, going to the broader view of life on Earth.
Yep.
Nature. Nature's the only one that gets to be it. It chooses not to. So, let me ask you about that. What role does politics play in something? What is Karl Marx on Marvel's past?
Oh, Marx was madly in love with Jenny von Rothschild. He wrote a lot of poetry for novels that he wrote about Capital. And he was infatuated with her. He ended up also impregnating his housekeeper. So there's the son of Karl Marx, who was the son of the housekeeper, not the Jenny. There are numerous daughters.
So he was he had a complicated view of life.
Oh yeah.
There's a dialectic on that there.
He had an idealistic view with Jenny, and like he was rejected because he wasn't not by Jenny. She was madly in love with him as well. So it was a real passionate mother there from the very outset. But then, of course, you have children. Lots of them die. There's a huge amount of tragedy in his life as well. He and Jenny were forced out of Chelsea by epidemic. And my vision of London back in the 1850s and 60s was Calcutta in the 1970s. That's really what life was. So there's a lot of hardship in his life as well. And he was always only income kept him alive financially. He applied for outside he never got an academic job. He was pushed out of Russia as a newspaper author. But he also he applied for a job as a clerk in the British railway system, was turned down because they couldn't read his handwriting. So, I think I've got a bit similar there. So yeah, there's a lot of life and passion.
But in general, what do you think is the role of love in the human condition?
It's vital. It's, that feeling of passion, desire, and respect for somebody else. Also, I'll leave that out. But somebody having a deep bond which goes beyond just sexual attraction. Now, look, I've had that 4 or 5 times in my life with different women at different times, and I've stuffed up the most important one very early on. And that feeling is incredible, and you couldn't have life worth living without that. So it's an essential part of who we are. But what we have to do is transfer it not just to the rest of our species, but all species. And that's, I think, what's vital. And how do we maintain that over generations? And I think that idea that we can actually hang on to that general sense of respect and not lose it again. Because the amount of life we've terminated on this planet, the warlike side of humanity, that is too much a defining feature of our species. It's the opposite of what it's hate. But it's pleasure in inflicting pain on others. When you see people killing others in a warlike environment, they're enjoying themselves. It's rarely, sometimes it's self-defense, but when I've spoken to people who've been involved in combat and been involved in riots, and said, when you see somebody rioting, bashing people up, they're enjoying themselves. It's not anger they're feeling, it's pleasure.
Yeah, there's a dark aspect of human nature.
Very dark.
There's also the capacity to love that.
And I think, like, I put us on a spectrum between chimpanzees at one extreme and bonobos at the other. We're too close to the chimpanzees.
And bonobos are just having fun, having lots of sex.
Every time they do anything, they fuck first and do the work later, and then fuck afterwards to celebrate.
Fuck first, ask questions later. It's like that there's a woman, one of my favorite films, where Al Pacino gives advice about cats. He says, when in doubt. Good life advice, good cat advice. We mentioned that death seems to be maybe fundamental to creating a cautious AI. Right? Do you think about your own death? Do you, are you afraid of it?
I'm afraid of going through. I'm
On the other side? You're not afraid of being on the other
I
side?
don't think there is another side. I mean, I'm agnostic. I'm atheist when I'm present, agnostic. The one thing that I think I can understand why religion exists is that the whole thing that something exists is itself the dilemma. You have to take on faith that reality exists, whether it's a simulation or actual reality, it exists. And that itself can't be explained in a scientific manner. I mean, you can talk about protons and protons and the sun being zero. And why did it even happen in the first place? So there's part you simply have to take.
So there was darkness before.
We don't know.
There's darkness after.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're going to be alive on the other side of that darkness. I think individually no. But the way you can live on is what you do in the consciousness.
How do you help people in that region?
As someone who managed to integrate economics with an appreciation for life.
Well, I'd say it's a bit of a callback. You're one that bastard. It's a huge honor. You're a brilliant person, you're a hilarious person. The humility shines through, the brilliance shines through. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Lex.
Spending this time.
You do the same for humanity. I mean, when I saw that email from you, my eyes popped out on that. Yeah.
Well, you should hold your judgment. I gotta show you the sex dungeon you have. You will cook.
Oh, I'm waiting for an invitation. I'll send my wife out.
Awesome. Can't wait.
I cannot.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Steve King. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words of Karl Marx. To be radical is to grasp things at their root. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Let me ask you this question. Does bell curve or any research on race differences? Can that be used to increase the amount of racism in the world? Can that be used to increase the amount of hate in the world?
My sense is there is such enormous reservoirs of hate and racism that have nothing to do with scientific knowledge of the data that speak against that no, I don't want to give racist groups a veto power over what scientists study.
The following is a conversation with Richard Heyer on the science of human intelligence. This is a highly controversial topic, but a critically important one for understanding the human mind. I hope you will join me not shying away from difficult topics like this, and instead, let us try to navigate it with empathy, rigor, and grace. If you're watching this on video now, I should mention that I'm recording this production in an undisclosed location somewhere in the world. I'm safe, happy, and life is beautiful. This is the Let's Speak podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Richard Heyer. What are the measures of human intelligence? How do we measure it?
Everybody has an idea of what they mean by intelligence. In the vernacular, what I mean by intelligence is just being smart, how well you reason, how well you figure things out, what you do when you don't know what to do. Those are just kind of everyday common sense definitions of how people use the word intelligence. If you want to do research on intelligence, measuring something that you can study scientifically is a little tricky. But almost all researchers who study intelligence use is the concept called the GFAC, general intelligence. And that is what is common. That is a mental report that is common to virtually all tests of mental abilities.
What's the origin of the term G factor? It's such a funny word, such a fundamental human thing.
The general factor, I really started with Charles Spearman. And he noticed, this is like, boy, more than 100 years ago. He noticed that when you tested people with different tests, all the tests were correlated positively. And so he was looking at student exams and things. And he invented the correlation coefficient, essentially. And when he used it to look at student performance on various topics, he found all the scores were correlated with each other, and they were all positive correlations. So he inferred from this that there must be some common factor that was irrespective of the content of the test.
And positive correlation means if you do well on the first test, you likely to do well on the second test, and presumably that holds for tests across disciplines, so not within subject, but across subjects. So that's where the general comes in. Something about general intelligence. So when you were talking about measuring intelligence and trying to figure out something different about this world and not just solve the puzzles of this world, that means general, not some specific test, but across tests.
Absolutely right. People get hung up on this because they say, well, what about the ability to do X? Isn't that independent? And they said, I know somebody who's very good at this, but not so good at this other thing. And so there are a lot of examples like that, but it's a general tendency. So exceptions really don't disprove. Your everyday experience is not the same as what the data actually show. And your everyday experience, if you say, oh, I know someone who's good at X, but not so good at Y, that doesn't contradict the statement about it. He's not so good. He's not the opposite. It's not a negative.
Okay, so we're not, our anecdotal data, I know a guy is really good at solving some kind of visual thing. That's not sufficient for us to understand actually the depth of that person's intelligence. So how this idea of G factor, how much evidence is there, how strong, given across the decades that this idea has been around, how much has it been held up that there's a universal sort of horsepower of intelligence that's underneath all of it, all the different tests we do to try to get to this thing in the depth of the human mind that's a universal stable measure of a person's intelligence.
You used a couple of words, stable.
We have to be precise with words.
Well,
I hope we can get away with being poetic.
We can. There's a lot about research in general, not just intelligence research, that is poetic. Science has a phonetic aspect to it. Good scientists are very intuitive. They're not just, hey, these are the numbers. You have to kind of step back and see the big picture. When it comes to intelligence research, you ask, how well has this general concept held up? And I think I can say, without fear of being empirically contradicted, that it is the most replicated finding in all of psychology. Now, some cynics would say, big deal, psychology. We all know there's a replication crisis in psychology, and a lot of this stuff doesn't replicate. That's all true. There is no replication crisis when it comes to studying the existence of this general factor. Let me tell you some things about it. It looks like it's universal that you find it in all cultures. The way you find it, step back one step, the way you find it is to give a battery of mental tests. What battery you choose, take a battery of any mental test you want, give it to a large number of diverse people, and you will be able to extract statistically the commonality of all those tests. It's done by a technique called factor analysis. People think that this may be a statistical artifact of some kind, and it's not a statistical artifact.
What is factor analysis?
Factor analysis is a way of looking at a big set of data that look at the correlation of the different test scores and then find empirically the clusters of scores that go together. And there are different factors. So if you have a bunch of mental tests, there may be a verbal factor, there may be a numerical factor, there may be a visual spatial factor, but those factors have variance in common with each other. And that is common. That's what's common among all the tests, and that's what gets labeled G factor. So if you give it the first battery of mental tests and you extract a G factor from it, that factor usually accounts for around half of the variance. It's the single biggest factor, but it's not the only. But it is the most reliable, it is the most stable, and it seems to be very much influenced by genetics. It's very hard to change the G factor with training or drugs or anything else. You don't know how to increase the G factor.
Okay, you said a lot of really interesting things there. So, first, I mean, just to get people used to it in case they're not familiar with this idea, G factor is what we mean. So often there's this term used, IQ, which is the way IQ is used. They really mean G factor in regular conversation. But what we mean by IQ, we mean intelligence, and what we mean by intelligence, we mean general intelligence in the human mind, from a psychology, from a serious scientific perspective, actually is G factor. So G factor equals intelligence, just in this conversation, to define term. Okay, so there's this stable thing called G factor. You said it. Now, factor, you said factor many times, means a measure that's potentially could be reduced to a single number across the different factors you mentioned. And what you said it accounts for half-ish. It accounts for half-ish of what? Of variance across the different set of tests. So if you do for some reason well on some set of tests, what does that mean? So that means there's some unique capabilities outside of the G factor that might account for that. And what are those? What else is there besides the raw horsepower, the engine inside your mind that generates intelligence?
There are test-taking skills. There are specific abilities. Some might be particularly good at mathematical things, mathematical concepts, even simple arithmetic. Some people are much better than others. You might know people who can memorize, and short-term memory is another component of this. Short-term memory is one of the cognitive processes that's most highly correlated with the G factor. So
all those things like memory, test-taking skills account for variability across the test performances. But you can run, but you can't hide from the thing that God gave you, the genetics. So that G factor, science says that G factor is there. Each one of us has a G factor. Oh boy.
Some have more than others.
I'm getting uncomfortable already.
Well, IQ is a score. And an IQ score is a very good estimate of the G factor. You can't measure G directly. You don't direct measure. You estimate it with statistical techniques. But an IQ score is a good estimate. Why? Because a standard IQ test is a battery of different mental abilities. You combine it into one score, and that score is highly correlated with the G factor, even if you get better scores on some subtests than others. Because again, it's what's common to all these mental abilities.
So a good IQ test, I'll ask you about that, a good IQ test tries to compress down that battery test. It tries to get a nice battery, a nice selection of variable tests to run your test. And so in that way, it sneaks up into G-Factor. And that's another interesting thing about G-Factor. First of all, you have a great book on the neuroscience of intelligence. You have a great course, which is when I first learned. You're a great teacher. Your course, the teaching company, I'm saying that correctly,
The intelligent brain.
the intelligent brain, is when I first heard about this G-Factor, this mysterious thing that lurks in the darkness that we cannot quite shine a light on, we're trying to sneak up on. So the fact that there's this measure, stable measure of intelligence, we can't measure directly. But we can come up with a battery test or one test that includes a battery of variable type of questions that can reliably or attempt to estimate a stable way by G-Factor. That's a fascinating idea. So for me as an AI person, it's fascinating. It's fascinating there's something stable like that about the human mind, especially if it's grounded in genetics. It's both fascinating that as a researcher of the human mind and all the human psychological, sociological, ethical questions that start arising, it makes me uncomfortable. But truth can be uncomfortable.
I get that a lot, being uncomfortable talking. I can just say one more. It doesn't which battery test. So there are countless tests. You can take any 12 of them at random, extract the G-factor, and another 12 at random, extract the G-factor. And those G-factors will be highly correlated, over 0.9. That's very, so it is ubiquitous. It doesn't depend on the content of the it is general on all those tests of mental ability. And tests of mental abilities include things like these playing poker. Your skill at poker is not related to G. Your skill at anything that requires reasoning, thinking, anything, like spelling, arithmetic, more complex things. This concept is ubiquitous. And when you do batteries that test in different cultures, you get the same thing.
So this says something interesting about the human mind, that is, a computer is designed to be general. So that means you can, so it's not easily made specialized. Meaning, if you're going to be good at one thing, Miyamoto Musashi has this quote, he's an ancient warrior, famous for the Book of Five Rings, the martial art book. And the quote goes, if you know the way properly, you will see it in everything. Meaning, if you do one thing, it's going to generalize to everything. And that's the interesting thing. So that's what the G-Factor reveals. Okay, so what's the difference, if you can elaborate a little bit further, between IQ and G-Factor, just because it's a source of confusion?
And IQ is a score. People use the word IQ to mean intelligence, but IQ has a more technical meaning. It's for people who work in the field. And it's an IQ score on a test that estimates the G-factor. And the G-factor is what's common in all these tests of mental ability. You think about, it's not a Venn diagram, but I guess you could make a Venn diagram, but the G-factor would be really at the core, what's common to everything. And what IQ scores do is they allow a rank order people on the score. And this is what makes people comfortable. This is where there's a lot of controversy about whether IQ tests are biased according to one group or another. And a lot of the answers to these questions are very clear, but we also have a technical aspect of it that's not so easy to explain.
Well, we'll talk about the fascinating and different things about all of this. But so, by the way, say rank order, that means you get a number, that means one person you can now compare. Like, you can say that this other person is more intelligent than me.
Well, what you can say is IQ scores are really at percentiles. So that if you have an IQ of 140, somebody else is 70, the metric is such that you cannot say the person with an IQ of 140 is twice as smart as a person with an IQ of 70. That would require a racial scale and absolute zero. And you may think you don't have zero intelligence, but in fact, there is no absolute zero on an IQ scale. It's relative to other people. So relative to other people, somebody with an IQ score 140 is less than 1%, whereas somebody with an IQ 70 is standard deviations below the mean. That's a different percentile.
So it's similar to like chess. You have an elo rating that's designed to rank order people. So you can't say twice one person if your elo rating is twice another person. I don't think you're twice as good at chess. It's not stable in that way, but because it's very difficult to make these kinds of comparisons. But so what can you say about the number itself? Is it stable across tests and so on?
There are a number of statistical problems in tests. They're called psychometric problems. You have validity, you have reliability. There are many different kinds of reliability. They all essentially measure stability. And I think those are stable within an individual. There are some longitudinal studies where children are measured at age 11. And again, when they're 70 years old, IQ scores are highly correlated with each other. This comes from a fascinating study in Scotland in the 1930s. Some researchers decided to get an IQ test on every single child age 11 until the future. And they did. And those records were discovered in old story at the University of Edinburgh from the theory, found the records, digitized them, and has done a lot of research on the people who are still alive today from that study. It was a great research. It really is a fascinating group of people who are studying. So not to get very short, but one of the most interesting things they found is a very small relationship between IQ measured at age 11 and mortality. So that, you know, 70 years later, they looked at the survival and they could get death records from everybody. Scotland was universal health care for everybody. And it turned out if you divide people by their age 11 IQ score into quartiles, and then look at how many people are alive 70 years later, I know this is in the book, I have the graph in the book, but there are essentially twice as many people alive in the highest IQ quartile as the lowest IQ quartile. It's true in many. So it makes a difference. Now, why this is the case is not so clear, since everyone had access to health care.
Well, there's a lot that we talk about it. Just the census you use now could be explained by nature, nurture. You don't know. There's a lot of science that starts and dig in and investigate that question. But let me look at the IQ test. How are the tests designed, IQ tests designed? How do they work? Maybe some examples for people who are not aware. What makes a good IQ test question that sneaks up on this G factor?
Well, your question is interesting because you want to give examples of items that make good items. And what makes a good item is not so much its content, but its empirical relationship to total score that turns out to be valid by other means. So, for example, let me give you an odd example of personality testing. So there's a personality test called the Minnesota Multi-Phasic Personality Report, the MMPI. Been around for decades.
I've heard about this test recently because of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. I don't know if you've been paying attention to that, but they had psychologists on the stand, and they were talking. Apparently, those psychologists did. Again, I'm learning so much from this trial. They did different battery of tests to diagnose personality disorders. Apparently, there's that systematic way of doing so. And there's other ones. One that there's the most science on. There's a lot of great papers, which were all continuously cited on the stand, which is fascinating to watch. Sorry, a little bit about
That's okay. This is interesting because you're right. It's been around for decades. There's a lot of scientific research on psychometric properties of the test, including what it predicts with respect to different categories of personality disorder. But what I mentioned is the content of the items. All of the items are essentially true-false items. True or false, I prefer a shower to bath. True or false, I think Lincoln is a better president than Washington. Well, what have all these? Well, what does that have to do with it? And the point is, the content of these items, nobody knows why these items in aggregate predict anything, but empirically they do. It's a technique of choosing items for a test that is called just full criticism. That the content doesn't matter, but for some reason you get a criterion of people with this disorder, and you compare them to people without that disorder. These are the items that distinguish. Irrespective of content, it's a hard concept to grasp.
Well, for sure, it's fascinating, but I consider myself a hard psychologist because I love human robot interaction, and that's a problem. Half of that problem is a psychology problem because there's a human. So designing these tests to get at the question is the fascinating part. Like, how do you get to what does Dust Bowl empiricism refer to? Does it refer to the final result? Yeah, because the test is Dust Bowl empiricism. But how do you arrive at the battery of the question? I presume one of the things, now again, going to the excellent testimony in that trial, because it also takes the explainment test. That a bunch of the questions to kind of make you forget that you're taking a test. Like, it makes it very difficult for you to somehow figure out what you're supposed to answer.
Yes, it's called social societal play. But we're getting a little far afield because I only wanted to give that example of decimal empiricism. When we talk about the items on the IQ test, many of those items in the decimal empiricism method have no face validity. In other words, they don't look like they measure.
Yes.
Whereas most intelligence tests, the items actually look like they're measuring some mental ability. So here's one of the.
Also, you can bring that up as an example as what it is not.
Yes. Okay. So I don't want to go too far afield on it.
Too far afield is actually one of the names of this podcast. So, so I should mention that. Far afield. Yeah. So anyway, so they feel the questions look like they pass the face validity test.
And some more than that. So, for example, I'll give you a couple of things here. If one of the subtests in the standard IQ test is general information. Just think a little bit because I don't want to give you the actual item. But if I said, how far is it between Washington, D.C. and Miami, Florida? Within 500 miles, plus or minus. Well, it's not a fact that people memorize. But you know something about geography. You say, well, I flew there once, I know it is wide, 500 miles. You can kind of make an estimate. But it's also seems like it would be very cultural. So there's that kind of general information. Then there's vocabulary test. What does regatta mean? And I choose that word because that word was removed from the IQ test because people complained that disadvantaged people would not know that word just from their everyday life. Okay, here's another example from a different kind of subtest.
What's regatta, by the way?
Regatta is
I think I'm
a
listening.
sailing competition, a competition with boats, not necessarily sailing competition.
Yep. I'm probably disadvantaged in that way. Okay, so that was what you were saying.
Okay, so here's another thing. I'm going to repeat a string of numbers, and when I'm done, I'm going to repeat them back for you. Ready? 7, 4, 2, 8, 1, 6.
That's 7, 4, 2, 8, 1, 6.
And you get that. Okay, now the actual test starts with a smaller number, like 2 numbers. And then people get it right. You keep going, adding to the string of numbers until they can't do it. Okay, but now try this. I'm gonna say some numbers, and when I'm done, I want you to put them to the backwards.
I quit.
Okay. Now, so I give you some examples of the kind of items that are IQ test.
Yes.
General information. General information, vocabulary, digit span forward, digit span backward.
Well, you said I can't even remember this. That's a good question for me. What does memory have to do with it?
So let's hold on.
Okay, all right.
Let's just talk about these examples. Now, some of those items seem very cultural, and others seem less cultural. Which ones do you think scores on which subtests are most highly correlated with the G factor?
Well, the answer is less cultural.
Well, it turns out vocabulary is highly correlated, and it turns out that digit span backwards is highly correlated.
How do you think?
Now you have decades of research to answer the question how do you think?
Right. So now there's good research that gives intuition about what kind of questions get at it. It's like there's something I've done. I've actually used for research. I made a conversation like whether humans are paying attention. There's a body of literature that does end back. For example, we have to put workload on the brain to do recall, memory recall, and that helps you kind of put some work onto the brain while the person's doing some other tasks. That's some interesting research that. But that's, so there's like research around stable, what that means about the human mind. Here you're saying recall backwards is a good predictor.
Transformation.
Yeah, so you have to do some like you have to load that into your brain, not just remember it, but do something with it.
Right. Here's another example, different kind of test called the Hicker paradigm, and it's not oval at all. It's a little box, and there are a series of lights arranged in a semicircle at the top of the box. And then there's a home button that you press. And when one of the lights goes on, there's a button next to each of those lights. You take your finger off the home button, just press the button next to the light that goes on. And so it's a very simple reaction. The light goes on, as quick as you can, you press the button, and you get a reaction. So the moment you lift your finger off the button, when you press the button, there's the light. That reaction time doesn't really correlate with IQ. But if you change the instructions and you say 3 lights are going to come on, simultaneously. I want you to press the button next to the light that's furthest from the other two. So maybe lights 1 and 2 go on and light 6 goes on simultaneously. Take your finger up, press the button by light 6. That reacts to a more complex task. It's not really hard. Almost everybody gets it all right. But your reaction time to that is highly correlated with the G factor.
This is fascinating. So reaction time is a temporal aspect. What role does time?
The speed of process.
Is this also true for ones that take longer, like 5, 10, 30 seconds? Is time part of the measure of something?
Yes. And that is why best IQ tests have a time limit. Because if you have no time limit, people can do better. But it doesn't distinguish enough people that well. So that adding the time element is important. So speed of information processing. Direct measurement speed of information processing turns out to be the G factor.
But G factor only accounts for maybe half or some amount of the test performance. For example, I get pretty bad test anxiety. Like I was never. I just don't enjoy tests. I enjoy going back to my cave and working. Like I've always enjoyed homework way more than tests. No matter how hard the work is, because I can go back to the cave and hide away deeply. There's something about being watched, having a time limit that really makes me anxious, and I can just see the mind not operating optimally at all. But you're saying I think there's still a G factor. There's still
No question.
boy.
And if you get anxious taking the test, many people say, "Oh, I didn't do well because I'm anxious." I hear that a lot. They say, "Well, fine. If you're really anxious during your test, the score will be a bad estimate of your G factor.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean the G factor isn't there." And by the way, standardized tests like the SAT, they're essentially intelligence tests. They are highly G-weighted. Now, the people who make the SAT don't want to mention that. For obvious, they have numbers that will justify standardized testing. But to call it an intelligence test is really beyond the pale. But in fact, it's still highly correlated because it's a reasoning test. The SAT is a reasoning test, a verbal reasoning, mathematical reasoning.
Yeah.
And if it's a reasoning test, it has to be related to G. But if people go in and take a standardized test, like IQ test, the SAT, and they happen to be sick that day with 102 fever, the score is not going to be a good estimate of their G. If they retake the test and they're not anxious or less anxious or don't have the fever, the score will go up. That will be a better estimate. But you can't say their G factor increased between the two tests.
Well, it's interesting. So the question is, how wide the battery of tests is required to estimate the G factor? Well, because I'll give you my personal example. I took the SAT in the, I think it was called the ACT, where I was also, I took SAT many times. Every single time I had a perfect at math. And verbal, the time limit on the verbal made me very angry. I did not, I mean, part of it, speak English very well, but honestly, it was like, just remember stuff, and like, I was so anxious, and like, as I'm reading, I'm sweating, I can't, you know that, like, that feeling you have, you're reading a book, you just read a page, you know nothing about it, you read it because you zoned out. That's the same feeling of like, yeah, I have to, you're like, read and understand, and that anxiety is like, yeah, and you start seeing like the typography versus the content of the words. Like that was, I don't, it's interesting because I know what they're measuring, I can see it being correlated with something, but that anxiety or some aspect of the performance sure plays a factor. And I wonder how you sneak up in a staple way. It's a lot of discussion about that's like standardized testing. How you sneak up? How you get the fact that I'm super anxious and still nevertheless measure some aspect of my health? I wonder. I don't know. I don't know if you could say to that. That time when sure is a pain.
Well, let me say this. There are two ways to approach the very real problem. You say that some people just get anxious, not good testing. By the way, part of testing is you know the answer, you can figure out the answer, or you can't. If you don't know the answer, there are many reasons you don't know the answer at that particular moment. You have really once forgotten it. It may be on the tip of your tongue and you just can't get it because you're anxious about the time limit. You may never have learned it. You may have been exposed to it, but it was too complicated that you couldn't learn it. I mean, there are all kinds of reasons. But for an individual to interpret your scores as an individual, whoever is interpreting the score has to take into account various things that would affect your individual score. And that's why decisions about college admission or anything else tests are used are hardly ever the only criterion to make a decision.
And I think people are college admission is letting go of that very much.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But what does that mean? Because is it possible to design standardized tests that are used for college admission?
Well, they already exist. The SAT is highly correlated with many aspects of success at college.
Here's the problem. So maybe you could think of this: the correlation across the population versus individuals. So, our criminal justice system is designed to make sure, it's still there's tragic cases where innocent people go to jail, but you try to avoid that. And the same with testing, it would suck an SAT to miss genius.
Yes, it's possible, but it's statistically unlikely. So it really comes down to which piece of information maximizes your decision-making ability. So if you just use high school grades, it's okay. But you will miss some people who just don't do well in high school, but who are actually pretty smart enough to afford silver in high school, and they don't care if their high school GPA isn't that good. So you will miss them in the same sense that somebody very able for college just doesn't do well on an SAT. This is why you make decisions with taking a variety of information. The other thing I wanted to say, we talked about when you make a decision for an individual. Statistically, for groups, there are many people who have a disparity between their math score and verbal score. That disparity is the other way around. That disparity is called tilt. The score is tilted one way or the other. And that tilt has been studied empirically to see what that predicts. And in fact, you can make predictions about college success based on tilt. And mathematics is a good example. Many people, especially non-native speakers of English, come to this country, take the SATs very well on math and not so well on verbal. Well, if you're applying to a math program, the professors there who are making the decision, or admissions officers, don't weight so much to score on verbal, especially if it's a non-native speaker.
Well, so yeah, you have to try to, in the admission process, bring in the context. But non-native isn't really the problem. I mean, that was part of the bond for me. But it's the anxiety. It's interesting. It's interesting. Oh boy, you see yourself down with numbers, but it's still true. it's still the truth.
Well,
It's a painful. That same anxiety that led me to struggle with the SAT verbal test is still within me in all this life. So maybe that's not anxiety. Maybe that's something, like personality is also pretty stable.
personality is stable. Personality does impact life.
Yeah.
There's no question.
Yeah. And if we should say that G factor intelligence is not just about some kind of number on paper, it's also has to do with how you navigate life, how easy life is for you in this very complicated world. So personalities all tied into that in some deep fundamental way.
But now you've hit the key point about why would you want to study intelligence and personality. Plus, that's my interest is more on intelligence. I went to graduate school to study personality. That's kind of another story how I kind of shifted from personality research over to intelligence research. Because it's not just a number. Intelligence is not just an IQ score. It's not just an SAT score. It's what those numbers reflect about your ability to navigate everyday life. It has been said that life is one long intelligence test. And who can't relate to that? And if you doubt, see, another problem here is a lot of critics of intelligence research, intelligence testing, tend to be academics, by and large, are pretty smart people. And pretty smart people, by and large, have enormous difficulty understanding what the world is like for people with IQs of 80 or 70. It is a completely different everyday experience. Even in IQ scores of 85, 90, there's a popular television program, Judge Judy. Judge Judy deals with everyday people with everyday problems, and you can see the full range of problem-solving ability demonstrated there. And sometimes she does it for class, but it really isn't funny because people there are people who are very good in their life navigation, let alone success, by not having good reasoning skills, which cannot be taught. We know this because there are many, the United States military, which excels at training people. I mean, I don't know if it's a better organization in the world for training diverse people. And they won't take people with IQs under 83 as the color, because they have found they are unable to train people with lower IQs to do jobs.
So one of the things that G factor has to do is learning.
Absolutely. Some people learn faster than others. Some people learn more than others. Now, faster, by the way, is not necessarily better, as long as you get to the same place eventually. But, there are professional schools that are not students that can learn the fastest because they can learn more, learn deeper. All kinds of ideas about why you select people with the highest scores. And there's nothing funny, by the way, to listen to a bunch of academics complain about the concept of intelligence testing. And then you go to a faculty meeting where they're discussing who to hire among the athletes. And all they talk about is how smart they are.
We'll get to that. We'll speak up to that in different ways. There's something about reducing a person to a number that imparted knowledge to the person's genetics that makes people very uncomfortable.
But nobody does that. Nobody feels that does that. That is a worry that is a worry like, well, I don't want to call it conspiracy. I mean, it's a legitimate worry, but it just doesn't happen. Now, I had a professor at graduate school who was the only person I ever consider students only by their test scores.
Yes.
And later in his life, he kind of backed up that. But
Let me ask you this. So we'll jump around. I'll come back to the. I tend to like political discussions with people, and actually, my friend Michael Malice is an anarchist. I disagree with it on basically everything except the fact that love is a beautiful thing in this world. And he says this test about left versus right, or it doesn't matter what the test is, but he believes, the question is, do you believe that some people are better than others? The question is ambiguous. Do you believe some people are better than others? And to me, the immediate answer is no. It's a poetic question, it's an ambiguous question, right? Like, people want to maybe the temptation to ask better at what, better like sports and so on. No, to me, I stand just with the founding documents of this country, which is all men are created equal. There's a basic humanity, and there's something about tests of intelligence. Just knowing that some people are different, the science of intelligence shows that some people are genetically in some stable way across their lifetime have a greater intelligence than others. Makes people feel like some people are better than others, and that makes them very uncomfortable. And maybe you can speak to that, like the fact that some people are more intelligent than others in a way that cannot be compensated through education, through anything you do in life. What do we do with that?
okay, there's a lot there. We haven't really talked about the genetics yet, but you are correct in that it is my interpretation of the data that genetics has a very important influence on the G factor. And this is controversial to talk about it, but if you think genetics, the genes are deterministic, are always deterministic, that leads to kind of a worry you expressed. But we know now in the 21st century that many genes are not deterministic, they're probabilistic, meaning their gene expression can be influenced. Now, whether it's only by other biological variables or other genetic variables or environmental, cultural variables, that's where the controversy comes in. And we can discuss that in detail if you like. But to go to the question about better, people better, there's zero evidence that smart people are better with respect to important aspects of life, like honesty, even likability. I'm sure you know many very intelligent people who are not terribly likable, or terribly kind, or terribly honest.
Is there something you said? One of the things I've recently reread for the second time, I guess that's what the word read means. The rise and fall of the Third Reich, which is, I think, the best telling of the rise and fall of Hitler. And one of the interesting things about the people that, how should I say it? Justified or maybe propped up the ideas that Hitler put forward is the fact that they were extremely intelligent. They were the intellectual class. They were, like, it was obvious. They thought very deeply and rationally about the world. But what I'd like to say is one of the things that shows me is some of the worst atrocities in the history of humanity have been committed by very intelligent people. So that means that intelligence doesn't make you a good person. I wonder there's a G factor for intelligence. I wonder if there's a G factor for goodness. Nietzschean good and evil. Of course, that's probably harder to measure because it's such a subjective thing. What it means to be good, and with the idea of evil is a deeply uncomfortable thing because how do we know?
But it's independent, whatever it is, it's independent of intelligence. So I agree with you about that. But let me say this. I have also asserted my belief that more intelligence is better than less. And it doesn't mean more intelligent people are better people, but all things being equal, would you like to be smarter or less? So if I had a pill, I have two pills. So, this one will make you smarter, this one will make you dumber. Which one would you like? Are there any circumstances under which you would choose to be dumber?
Let me ask you this. That's a very nuanced, interesting question. There's been books written about this, right? We'll return to the hard questions, the interesting questions, but let me ask about human happiness. Does intelligence lead to happiness?
Yeah.
So back to the pill thing. So why, when would you take the pills? You said IQ 80, 90, 100, 110, you start going through the quartiles. Is it obvious? Isn't there diminishing returns and then it starts becoming?
This is an empirical question. And so I have advocated in many forums more research on enhancing the G factor. Right now, there have been many claims about enhancing the intelligence. You mentioned handbag training, a big deal a few years ago. It doesn't work. The data is very clear. It's not working.
Or doing like memory tests, like training and so on.
Yeah, it might give you a better memory in the short run, but it doesn't impact your G factor. It was very popular a couple of decades ago that the idea that listening to books would make you more intelligent. There was a paper published on this. Somebody who published this paper. Intelligence researchers never believed it for a second. There were hundreds of studies, all the meta-analyses, all the summaries, and so on, showed that there's nothing to it. There's nothing to it at all. but wouldn't it be world shaking if you take the normal distribution of intelligence, which we haven't really talked about yet, but IQ scores and G factors thought to be normal distribution, and shift it to the right so that everybody is smarter. Even a half a standard deviation would be world shaking, because there are many social problems that are exacerbated by people with lower ability to reason stuff out and navigate everyday life.
So I wonder if there's a threshold. So maybe I would push back and say universal shifting of the normal distribution may not be the optimal way of shifting. Maybe it's better to whatever the asymmetric kind of distribution, like really pushing lower versus trying to be people at the average more intelligent.
You're saying that if in fact there's less some way to increase G, let's just call it metaphorical pill, IQ pill. We should only give it to people.
No, it's just intuitively, I can see that life becomes easier at the lower end. It becomes less and less. It isn't fair to that is the question. It becomes less and less obvious to me that more intelligence is better.
At the high end, it's not because it would make life easy, but it would make whatever problems you're working on more solvable. And if you are working on artificial intelligence, there's a tremendous potential to for that to improve society.
I understand. So, at the whatever problems you work on, yes, but there's also the problem of human condition. There's love, there's fear, all these beautiful things that sometimes, if you're good at solving problems, you create more problems for yourself. It's not exactly sure. So ignorance is bliss is a thing. So there might be a place, there might be a sweet spot of intelligence, given your environment, given your personality, all of those kinds of things. And that becomes less beautifully complicated the more and more intelligent you become. But that's a question for literature, not for science, perhaps.
Well, imagine there was an IQ pill,
Yeah.
and it was developed by a private company, and they are willing to sell it to you. And whatever price they put on it, you are willing to pay it because you would like to be smarter.
Yes.
But just before they give you a pill, they give you a disclaimer on the side.
Yes.
Don't hold us that you understand that this pill has no guarantee that life is going to be better. In fact, it could be worse.
Well, yes, that's how lawyers are, but I would love for science to answer the question to try to predict if your life is going to be better or worse when you become more or less intelligent. So it's a fascinating question about what is the sweet spot with human condition. Some of the things we see as bugs might be actual features, maybe crucial to our overall happiness. As our limitations might lead to more happiness than less. But again, more intelligence is better. That's more. That's something that's less arguable and fascinating and possible to increase.
But you know, there's virtually no research that's based on neuroscience approach to solving the problem. All the solutions that have been proposed to solve that problem or to ameliorate that problem are essentially based on blank slate assumption that, enriching the environment, removing barriers, all things. I'm not against any of those things, but there's no empirical evidence that they're going to improve the general reasoning or make people more employable.
Have you read Algernon?
Yes.
That's to the question of intelligence and happiness.
There are many profound aspects of that story. A film is very the film was called Charlie for the younger people who are listening to this. You might be able to stream it on Netflix or something, but it was a story about a person with very low IQ who had a surgical procedure in the brain, and he slowly became a genius. And the tragedy of the story is the effect was temporary. It's a fascinating story.
That goes in contrast to the basic human experience that each of us individually have, but it raises the question. The full range of people you might be able to be, different levels of intelligence. You've mentioned the normal distribution. So let's talk about it. There's a book called The Bell Curve, written in 1994, written by psychologist Richard Bernstein and political scientist Charles Murray. Why was this book so controversial?
This is a fascinating book. I know Charles Murray. I've had many conversations with him.
Yeah, what is the book about?
The book is about the importance of intelligence in everyday life. That's what the book is about. It's empirical. It has statistical analysis of very large databases that show that essentially IQ scores or equivalent are correlated to all kinds of social problems and social benefits. And that in itself is not where the controversy about that book came. The controversy is about one chapter in that book, and that is the chapter about the average difference in these scores between Black Americans and white Americans. And these are the three And historically, really for decades, it has been observed that disadvantaged groups score on average lower than Caucasians on academic tests of mental ability, and especially on IQs. And the difference is about a standard deviation, 15 points, which is a substantial difference. In the book, Bernstein and Murray, this one chapter, assert clearly and unambiguously that whether this average difference is due to genetics or not, they are agnostic. They don't know. Moreover, they assert they don't care, because you wouldn't treat anybody differently knowing that if there was a genetic component or not, because that's a group average finding. Every individual has to be treated as an individual. You can't make any assumption about what that person's intellectual ability might be from the fact of the average difference. They're very clear. Nonetheless, people took away, I'm going to choose my word carefully because I have a feeling that many critics didn't actually read the book. They took away Bernstein and Murray were saying that blacks are genetically inferior. That was the take-home message. And if they weren't saying it, they were applying it because they had a chapter that discussed this empirical observation of the difference. And isn't this horrible? And the reaction to that book was incendiary.
What do we know about from that book, the research beyond, about race differences and intelligence?
It's still the most incendiary topic in psychology. Nothing has changed there. Anybody who discusses it is easily called a racist just for discussing it. It's become fashion to find racism in any discussion. It's unfortunate. Short answer to your question is there's been very little actual research on this topic since the Bell curve, even before. This really became incendiary in 1969 with an article published by an educational psychologist named Arthur Jensen. Let's just take a minute back to that to see the Bell curve in a little bit more historical perspective. Arthur Jensen was an educational psychologist at UC Berkeley. I knew him. And in 1969 or 68, the Harvard Educational Review asked him to do a review article on the early childhood education programs that were designed to raise the IQs of minority students. This was before the federally funded Head Start. Head Start had not really gotten in the way at the time Jensen took his review of what were a number of demonstration programs. Demonstration programs were for young children who were kindergarten age, and they were especially designed to be cognitively stimulating, to provide lunches, do all the things that people thought would minimize this average gap of intelligence tests. There was strong belief among virtually all psychologists that the cause of the gap was unequal opportunity due to racism, to all, negative things in society, and if you could compensate for this, the gap would go away. So early childhood education back then was called literally compensatory education. Jensen looked at these programs. He was an empirical guy. He understood psychometrics. And he wrote, it was over 100-page article detailing these programs and the flaws that their research has found. Some of the programs reported IQ gains of, on average, 5 points, but a few reported 10, 20, 30 gains. One was called Milwaukee. That investigator went to jail ultimately for fabricating data. But the point is that Jensen wrote out and said, look, the opening sentence of this article, this class, the opening sentence is, I may not quote it exactly right, but we have tried compensatory education and it has failed. And he showed that these games were essentially nothing. You couldn't really document empirics any game means at all for these really earnest efforts to increase IQ. But he went a step further, a fateful step further. He said, not only have these efforts failed, but because they have had essentially no impact, we have to re-examine our assumption that these differences are caused by environmental things that we can address with education. We need to consider a genetic influence, whether it's a genetic influence on this group difference.
So you said this is one of the more controversial works.
I think it's the role of psychology, I would go on to say. Because in 1969, some data was very scarce on this question. Skimpy and controversial. It's always been controversial, because even skimpy is controversial. It's kind of a long story. I'll go into a little bit more detail in the book, The Real Science of Intelligence. But to say he was vilified, understatement. I mean, he couldn't talk at the American Psychological Association without bomb threats clearing the lecture hall. Campus security watched him all the time he opened his name. He had to retreat to a different dress. This was one of the earliest kinds. This is before the internet and kind of internet and social media jobs. But it was intense. And I have heard that overnight, application was all nobody wanted to talk about it. And then it didn't, no stupid research. And then the bell curve came along. And the Jensen controversy was dying down. I have stories that Jensen told me about his interaction with the Nixon White House on this issue. I mean, this was like a really big deal. It was stories. He told me this, I kind of believe the stories. Nonetheless,
25 years later,
25 years later,
all this silence basically saying, you know, this nobody wants to do this kind of research. There's so much pressure, so much attack against this kind of research. And here's sort of a bold, stupid, crazy people that decide to dive right back in. I wonder how much discussion there was in this chapter.
Murray said they discussed it and they felt they should include it, and they were very careful in the way they wrote it, which did them no good. As a matter of fact, when the bell curve came out, it was so controversial. I got a call from a television show called Night. It was the broadcaster called Ted Copper. He had this evening show. It was on late at night. Talked about news. It was a straight up news thing. And the producer called and asked if I would be on it to talk about the bell curve. And I said, no. She asked me what I thought about it as a book. It's a very book. It talks about the role of intelligence in society. And she said, no, what do you think about the chapter of race? That's what we want to talk about. I remember this conversation. I said, well, she said, what would you say if you were on TV? And I said, well, what I would say is that it's not at all clear if there's any genetic component to intelligence any differences. But if there were a strong genetic component, that would be a good thing. And, complete silence on the other end. And she said, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, it's the more genetic the difference is, the more it's biological. And if it's biological, we can figure out how to fix it.
I see.
She said, would you say that out loud?
Yes.
I said, yeah.
So that's more like biology is within the reach of science, and the environment is a public policy, social, and all those kinds of things. From your perspective, whichever one you think is more amenable to solutions in the short term is the one that excites you. But you saying that it's good. The truth of genetic differences, no matter what, between groups, is a painful, harmful, potentially dangerous thing. So let me ask you this question: there's no any research on race differences. Can that be used to increase the amount of racism in the world? Can that be used to increase the amount of hate in the world? Do you think about this kind of stuff?
I thought about this a lot, not as a scientist, but as a person. And my sense is there is such enormous reservoirs of hate and racism that have nothing to do with scientific knowledge data that speak against that. No, I don't want to give racist groups of veto power over what science study. If you think that the differences, and by the way, actually no one disagrees that there are differences in schools. It's all about causes and how to fix it. So if you think this is a cultural problem, then you must ask the problem: what do you want to change anything about the culture, or are you okay with the culture because you don't feel it's appropriate to change the person's culture? So are you okay with that, and the fact that that may be disadvantages in school achievement? It's a question. Are you think it's environmental? What are the environmental parameters that can be fixed? Lead from gasoline in the atmosphere, lead in paint, lead in water. That's an environmental toxin that society has to use to live, and they should.
Yeah, just to sort of trying to find some insights, conclusion to this very difficult topic. Is there been research on environment versus genetics, nature versus nurture? This question of race differences.
There is no one wants to do this research. First of all, it's hard research to do. Second of all, it's a minefield. No one wants to spend their career on it. Tenure people don't want to do it, let alone students. The way I look at it, well, before I tell you the way I look at it, I want to say one more thing about Jensen. He was once asked by a straight out, are you a racist? His answer was very interesting. His answer was, I thought about that a lot, and I concluded it doesn't matter. And I know it meant
The guts to say that.
he was a very unusual person. I think he had a touch of Asperger's syndrome, to tell you the truth. Because I saw him in many circumstances.
He would be canceled on Twitter immediately for that sentence.
Yeah, but what it really meant was he had a hypothesis.
Yeah.
And with respect to group differences, he called them the default hypothesis. He said whatever factors affect individual intelligence are likely the same factors that affect group differences. It was the default. But it was a hypothesis. It should be tested. And if it turned out empirical tests support the hypothesis, he was happy to move on to something else. He was absolutely committed to that scientific idea that it's an empirical question. We should look at it and let's see what happens.
The scientific method cannot be racist from this perspective. It doesn't matter what the scientists, if they follow the scientific method, it doesn't matter what they do.
And if they are biased and they consciously or unconsciously bias the data, other people will come along to replicate it, will fail, and the process over time will work.
So let me put back on this idea. Because psychology to me is full of gray areas. And what I've observed about psychology, even reputation crisis aside, is that something about the media, something about journalism, something about the virality of ideas in the public sphere, they misinterpret. They take up things from studies, willfully or from ignorance, misinterpret findings, and tell narrative problem. I personally believe, for me, I'm not saying that broadly emphasized, but for me, it's my responsibility to anticipate the ways in which findings will be misinterpreted. So I thought about this a lot. I've published papers on semi-autonomous vehicles and those, cars. People die in cars. There's people that bring me letters saying, emails, maybe as letters. I wish they did. That blood in my hands because of things that I would say positive or negative consequences. In the same way, when you're a researcher for intelligence, I'm sure you might get emails, or at least people might believe that the finding of your study is going to be used by a large number of people to increase the amount of hate in the world. I think some responsibility on scientists, but for me, I think there's a great responsibility to anticipate the ways it's interpreted, and there you have to, first of all, decide whether to do the study or publish the study, and two, the words with which you explain it. It's I find this on Twitter a lot actually, which is when I write a tweet, usually I'll write it. It takes me like 5 seconds to write it, or whatever, 30 seconds to write it, and then I'll think, all right, and then close my eyes, open, and try to see how will the world interpret this. Like, what are the ways in which this will be misinterpreted? And I'll sometimes adjust that tweet to see, like, yeah, in my mind it's clear. It does it because it's my mind on which to speak. And a fresh mind that sees this, and it's spread across a large number of other minds. How will the interpretation more? When you tweet this silly thing, doesn't matter. For a scientific paper, study, finding, I think it matters. So I don't know. I don't know what you call it. Because maybe suggestive there. What do you think the scientific process area? If you take the data with bias, do other studies that reveal the bias, the data is there. And what, like, I'm not a literary writer. What are you going to do? I'm just presenting you. What do you think on that spectrum? What's the role of scientists?
The reason I do podcasts, the reason I write books for the public is to explain what I think the data means and what I think the data don't mean. I don't do very much on Twitter other than to retweet references to papers. I don't think it's my role to explain these because they're complicated, they're nuanced. But when you decide not to do a scientific study, or not to publish it yourself because you're afraid that yourself could be harmful or sensitive, it's not an unreasonable thought. And people will make different conclusions and decisions about that. I wrote about this. The editor of a journal called Intelligence, which publishes scientific papers. Sometimes they publish papers on group differences. Those papers sometimes are controversial. These papers are written for a scientific audience. They're not written for the Twitter audience. I don't promote much on Twitter. But in a scientific paper, you have to now choose your words carefully also, because those papers are picked up by non-scientists, by various parties, and you have to discuss what you're saying, what you're not saying. Sometimes you are successful at having a good conversation, like we are today, to start out. Other times I've been asked to participate in debates, not going to justify science. Well, you can see this start out. That was a BBC request that I see.
I have so much. It's a lovely relationship, mostly hate. These separate shower during this conversation, but they would use you as a kind of debate setting. You can raise difference between groups, make that to debate, and put you in a
justify racism.
Versus like educating about this field science.
Yeah, I want to say one more thing before we get off global distribution. You also asked me, what is the science after death? And the short answer is there's not much new work, but whatever work there is supports the idea that there still are differences. It's unknown whether those differences are diminished at all, not. And there is still a major problem with underperformance for school education. For many disadvantaged minority students, and so far there's no way to fix it.
What is this now? We'll talk about the future on the neuroscience, biology side, but in terms of disinformation as a society, in the public policy, in the political space, in the social space, what do we do with this information?
I thought a lot about this. First step is to have people interested in policy understand what the data actually show, to pay attention to intelligence data. You can read policy papers about education and use it in the word processing. You can search for the word intelligence. You can search it. It's 20,000 word documents in a second and find out the word intelligence does not appear. Anyway, in most discussions about what to do about achievement gaps, I'm not talking about test gaps, I'm talking about actual achievement gaps in schools, which everyone agrees is a problem. The word intelligence doesn't appear among educators. As a matter of fact, in California, there is tremendous controversy about recent attempts to revise the curriculum of math in high schools. And we had a Stanford professor of education who is running this review assert there's no such thing as talent, mathematical talent. And she wanted to get rid of the advanced classes in math because not everybody could do that. Now, of course, this is very controversial treated someone, but the idea that the university professor was in charge of this believes talent that doesn't exist. This is rather shocking, let alone complete absence of intelligence data. By the way, to tell you something about what the intelligence data show, let's take race out of it. Even the university studies a long time ago, talking for the famous report on education. And they measured all kinds of variables about schools, about teachers, and they looked at academic achievement as an outcome. And they found the most predictive variables of education outcomes were the variables the student brought with him or her to school, essentially their and that when you combine school and the teacher variables together, the quality of the school, the funding of the school, the quality of the teachers, their education, put all the teachers' school variables together, it barely accounted for 10% of the class. And this is replicated now. You know, so the best research we have shows that school variables, teacher variables together account for about 10% of student academic achievement. Now, you want to have some policy on improving academic achievement. How much money do you want to put into teacher education? How much money do you want to put into the quality of the school administration? You know who you can ask the Gates Foundation, because they spend a tremendous amount of money too. And they, at the end of it, because they're rational people, they want to know the data, they found that they had and they kind of pulled out that kind of program.
So, boy. But let me ask this is me talking, that there's
Just the two of us.
just the two of us, but I'm going to say it's funny and ridiculous things, so you sure it would be good. But there's a movie called Clerks.
I've seen it.
There's a funny scene in there where a lovely couple are talking about the number of people sexual partners they have. And the woman says that, I believe she said a handful of 2 or 3 or something like that sexual partners. That she also mentioned that she was like called fellatio, which is scientific, but she went, gave a blowjob to 37 guys, I believe it is. And so that has to do with the truth. So sometimes knowing the truth can get in the way of a successful relationship of love, some of the human flesh. And that seems to me that's at the core here, that facing some kind of truth that's not able to be changed makes it difficult to sort of, it's limiting as opposed to empowering. That's the concern. If you sort of test your intelligence and lay the data out, it feels like you would give up on something. You'll sort of start bidding people. It's like, well, this person is like, let's focus on the average people, let's focus on the very intelligent. That's the concern. And there's a kind of intuition that if we just don't measure and we don't use that data, then we would treat everybody equal and give everybody equal opportunity. If we have the data in front of us, we're likely to distribute the amount of sort of attention we allocate, resources we allocate to people. That's probably the concern.
It's a realistic concern, but I think it's a misplaced concern if you want to fix the problem. If you want to fix the problem, you have to know what the problem is.
Yes.
Now, let me tell you this. Let's go back to purple. Not the purple, the normal distribution. 16% of the population, on average, has an IQ under 85. Which means they're very hard. If you have an IQ under 85, it's very hard to gainful employment, a salary that sustains you at least minimum in modern. Okay? Not impossible, but it's very good. 16% of the population of the United States is about 51 or 52 billion people with IQs under 85. This is not small issue. 14 million children have IQs under 85. Is this something we want to ignore? Does this have any, what is the Venn who, you know, when you have people with IQs under 85 and you have achievement in school or achievement in life, there's a lot of reasons there. This is why, to go back to the IQ bill, if there were a way to shift that curve toward the higher end, that would have a big impact.
If I could maybe, before we talk about the impact on life and so on, some of the criticisms of the bell curves, like Stephen Jay Gould wrote that the bell curve rests on 4 incorrect assumptions. It would be just interesting to get your thoughts on the 4 assumptions, which are: intelligence must be reducible to a single number, intelligence must be capable of ranking people in a linear order, intelligence must be primarily genetically based, and intelligence must be essentially immutable. Maybe not as criticisms, but as thoughts about intelligence.
Well, we can spend a lot of time on improvement.
Stephen Jay Gould, yeah.
He wrote that 1985, 1984. His views were overtly political, not scientific. He was a scientist, but his views on this were overtly political. And I would encourage people listening to this, if they really want to understand his criticisms, they should just Google what he had to say and Google scientific reviews of his book, The Mismeasured Man, and they take these statements apart. They were wrong, not only, but when he asserted in his first book that, that there was no biological basis essentially to IQ, by the time the second edition came around, there were studies of MRIs showing that brain size, brain volume correlated to IQ scores, which he declined to put in his book.
So I'm learning a lot. I didn't know the extent of his work. Just using a few notes as a criticism. That's interesting. So there's a battle here for the book, This Measure of Man. That's missing a lot of the scientific.
His book is highly popular in colleges today. You can find it in any college bookstore under sign read. Highly popular.
The Mismeasure of Man?
Yes, highly influential.
Can you speak to the Mismeasure of Man? I'm undereducated about this. So what is this the book basically criticizing the idea of the
Yeah, where those 4 things come from. And it's really a book that was really taken apart point by point by a number of people who actually understood it. And he didn't care. He didn't care. It's not a
political. Listen, because this is such a sensitive topic, like I said, I believe the impact of the work as it is misinterpreted has to be considered, because it's not just going to be scientific discourse, it's going to be political discourse, there's going to be debates, there's going to be politically motivated people that will use messages in this direction. Make something like the enemy or the support for your for one's racist beliefs. And so I think you have to consider that, but it's difficult because Nietzsche was used by Hitler to justify a lot of stuff. It's not exactly on Nietzsche to anticipate Hitler. So or how his ideas were being misinterpreted and used for evil. But there's a balance there. So I understand this is really interesting. I didn't know. Is there any criticism of the book you find compelling or interesting, challenging from a scientific perspective?
There were factual criticisms about the nature of the statistics that were used, the statistical analysis. These were technical criticisms, and they were addressed by Murray. A couple of articles where he took all the criticisms and instructed people listening to this podcast can certainly find all those online. It's very interesting. But Murray went on to write some additional books, 2 in the last couple of years. One about the university, where he used the data refuting the idea that race is only a social construct with no biology, meaning he discusses the data. It's a very good discussion. We don't have to agree with it, but he presents data in a cogent way, and he talks about the critics of that. He talks about their data, cogent, non-personal way. It's a very informative discussion. Book is called University. He talks about race and he talks about gender, same thing, sex differences. And recently he's written what might be his final seance, a book called Facing Reality, where he talks about this again. He can certainly defend himself because we keep to do that. But I would urge people who have heard about him, Bell Curve, and who think they know what's in it, you are likely incorrect, and you need to read it for yourself.
But it is scientifically, it's a serious subject. It's a difficult subject. Ethically, it's a difficult subject. Everything you say calmly and thoughtfully is difficult. It's difficult for me to even consider that G factor exists. I don't mean from like that somehow G factor is inherently racist or sexist or whatever. It's just it's difficult in the way that considering the fact that we die one day is difficult. That we are limited by our biology is difficult. And it's at least from an American perspective, people like to believe that everything is possible in this world.
Well, that leads us to what I think we should do with this information. And what I think we should do with this information is unusual. Because I think what we need to do is find more neuroscience research on the molecular biology of learning. Because one definition of intelligence is based on how much you can learn and how much you can remember. Yes. And if you accept that definition of intelligence, then there are molecular studies going on now, and Nobel Prizes being won on molecular biology and molecular neurobiology of learning and memory. Now, the step those researchers, those scientists need to take when it comes to intelligence is to focus on the concept of individual differences. Intelligence research has individual differences as its heart because it assumes that people differ on this variable. And those differences are meaningful and need understanding. Cognitive psychologists who have morphed into molecular biologists studying learning and memory hate the concept of individual differences historically. Some now are coming around. I once sat next to a Nobel Prize for his work on memory, and I asked him about individual differences. And he said, "Don't go there. It set us back 50 years." But I said, "Don't you think there's a key there? Why do some people remember more than others?" He said,
I think the 21st remember the technology and science that goes to individual differences. Because we have now data, now the tools that are much better to start to measure statistically, not just on those sort of tests and IQ test type of things, sort of outside the body kind of things, but measuring all kinds of stuff about the body. So truly go to the molecular biology, to the neurobiology science. Let me ask you how the life. How does intelligence correlate or has anything to do with career success? You've mentioned these kinds of things. Is there any? You had an excellent conversation with Jordan Peterson, for example. Is there any data on what intelligence means for success in life?
Success in life, it is a tremendous amount of validity that look at intelligence test scores and various measures of life success. Now, of course, life success is a pretty broad topic, and not everybody agrees on what success means. But general agreement on certain aspects of success that can be measured. And
life expectancy, like you said.
life expectancy, there's life success. Life expectancy. I mean, that is such an interesting finding. But IQ scores are also correlated with things like income. Now, okay, income means you're successful. That's not the point. The point is that income is one empirical measure in this culture that says something about your level of success. You can define success in ways that have nothing to do with it. You can define success based on your evolutionary natural selection success. But for variables, and even that, by the way, is correlated to IQ in some studies. So, however you want to define success, IQ is important. It's not the only determinant. People get hung up on, what about personality? What about so-called emotional intelligence? Yes, all those things matter. The thing that matters empirically, the single thing that matters most is your general ability, general mental, intellectual ability, reasoning ability. And the more complex your vocation, the more complex your job, the more G matters. G doesn't have a lot of occupations that require complex thinking. Occupations like that, G doesn't matter. Within an occupation, the G might not matter so much. So that if you look at all the professors at MIT, and a way to rank order them, there's a ceiling effect, is what I'm saying. That,
Also, you get back to the threshold and impact on wealth, for example, or career success, however it's defined in each individual discipline, but actually, it doesn't matter.
Actually, it does matter in certain things. So, for example, there is a very classic study that was started at Johns Hopkins when I was a graduate student there. I actually worked on this study at the very beginning, the study of mathematical and scientifically precocious students. And they gave junior high school students, age 11 to 12, the standard SAT math exam. And they found a very large number of students scored very high on this exam. Not a large number. They found many students when they passed the net for all the multiples. They found a number of students who scored as high on the SAT math when they were 12 years old as income and outcomes pressures. And they said, gee, now this is interesting. What shall we do now? And on a case-by-case basis, they got some of those kids into the local community college afterwards. Many of those kids went on to be very successful. And now there's a 50-year following of those kids. And it turns out, these kids were in the top 1%. Okay, so everybody in these studies is the top 1%. If you take that group, that rarefied group of 500 quartiles, so you the top 25% of the top 1%, and the bottom 25% of the top 1%, you can find measurable variables of success. The top quartile is better than the bottom quartile. In the top 1%, they have more patents, they have more publications, they have more tenured universities, And this is based on their dividing them based on their score in each 12.
I wonder how much interesting data is in the differences. So, but that's really oh boy, that's very interesting, but it's also I don't know, somehow painful. I don't know why it's painful. That G factor is so determinant of even in the nuanced top
It's interesting that you find that painful. Do you find it painful that people with charisma are very successful, can be very successful in life, have no other attributes other than they're famous people like that? You find
Well,
that painful?
yes, if that charisma is untrainable. So one of the things, again, it's like I learned psychology from the Johnny Depp trial, but one of the things the psychology, the personality psychologist, you can speak to this because you have interest in this for time, is she was saying that personality, technically speaking, is the thing that doesn't change over a lifetime. It's the thing here. I don't know if she was actually implying that you're born with it.
Oh, it's a trait.
It's a trait that's
That's relatively stable over time. That, I think that's generally correct.
so to the degree your personality is stable over time. Yes, that too is painful. Because what's not painful is the thing. If I'm fat and out of shape, I can exercise and I'll become healthier that way. If my diet is a giant mess, and that results in some kind of conditions that my body is experiencing, I can fix that by having a better diet. That's so my actions, my will actions can make a change. If charisma is part of the personality, that's the part of the charisma that is part of the personality that is stable. Yeah, that's painful too. Because it's like, oh shit, I'm stuck with this.
Well, I mean, and it's pretty much generalizes to every aspect of your being. This is who you are. You got to deal with it. And what it undermines is a realistic appreciation for this undermines the fairly decent idea prevalent in this country that if you work hard, you can be anything you want to be, which has morphed from the original idea that if you work hard, you can be successful. Those are two different things.
Yeah.
And now we have, if you work hard, you can do anything you want to be. This is completely unrealistic. I'm sorry. It just is. And you can work hard and be successful, no question. But you know what? I can work very hard and I'm not going to be a successful theoretical physicist. I'm just not.
That's it. I mean, we should, because we had this conversation already, but it's good to repeat. The fact you're not going to be a theoretical physicist is not judgment from basic humanity. Returning again to the all men, which means men and women are created equal. So again, some of the differences we're talking about in quote unquote success, wealth, number of whether you win a Nobel Prize or not, that doesn't put a measure on your basic humanity and basic value and even goodness of you as a human being. Because your basic role, value in society is largely within your control. It's some of these measures that we're talking about. It's good to remember this. One question about the flynn effect. What is it? Are humans getting smarter over the years, the decades, of the centuries?
The Flynn effect is James Flynn, passed away about a year ago, published a set of analyses going back a couple of decades. When we first noticed this, that IQ scores, when you look over the years, seem to be drifting up. Now, this was not unknown to people who make the test. because they reform the test periodically, and they have to reform the test periodically because what 10 items correct meant relative to other people 50 years ago is not the same as what 10 items do relative today. People have getting more things correct. Now, the scores have been drifting up about 3 points. IQ scores have been drifting up about 3 points per decade. This is not a personal effect. This is a cohort effect. It's not unusual. But
The world. So what's that?
and this is presenting intelligence researchers with a great mystery. 2 questions. First, is it effective on the 50% of variance that's the G factor or on the other 50%? And there's evidence that this G factor is effective. And second, what on earth causes this? And doesn't this mean intelligence that G factor cannot be genetic because the scale of natural selection is much longer than a couple of decades ago? And so it's used to try to undermine the idea that there can be a genetic influence on intelligence. But certainly it can be, the Flynn effect can affect the non-genetic aspects of intelligence because genes account for maybe 50% of the variance, maybe higher, as high as 80% adults, but let's just say 50% for discussion. So the Flynn effect, it's still a mystery.
It's still a mystery.
It's still a mystery, although the evidence is coming out. I told you before I edited the Journal on Intelligence, we're doing a special issue in honor of James Flynn. So I'm starting to see papers now, but really the latest research on this. I think most people who specialize in this area, trying to understand the Flynn effect, are coming to the view based on data that it has to do with advances in nutrition and healthcare. And there's also evidence that the effect is slowing down and possibly reversing.
Oh boy. So how would nutrition help? So that nutrition would still be connected to the G factor. So nutrition is at least G factor. So the biology is at least the intelligence.
Yes.
That would be the claim. No, like the hypothesis being tested.
Yes, there's some evidence from infants that nutrition has made a difference. And so it's not one sort of connection. But does it negate the idea that there's genetic influence? Not logically at all. So, but it's very interesting. So that if you take an IQ test today, but you take the score, use the tables that were available in 1940, you're going to wind up with a much higher IQ number. So are we really smarter than a couple of generations ago? No, we might be able to solve problems a little better and make use of our G because of things like Sesame Street and other curricula in school. More people are going to school. So there are a lot of factors here that disentangle.
It's fascinating that there's not clear answers yet. That as a population, we're getting smarter. We just zoom out, that's what it looks like. As a population, we're getting smarter. It's interesting to see what the effects of that are. I mean, this raises the question we mentioned many times, but haven't clearly addressed, which is nature versus nurture question. So, how much of intelligence is nature? How much of it is nurture? How much of it is determined by genetics versus environment?
All of it.
All of it is genetics.
No, all of it is the nature of nurture.
Yep. So, yes. Okay. That's not
how much of the variance can you apportion to either?
Yeah.
Most of the people will say that what is the framing of that. If the question is framed that way, it can't be answered because nature and nurture are not two independent influences. they interact with each other. And understanding these interactions is so complex that many behavioral geneticists say it is today possible and always will be possible to disentangle that, no matter what kind of advancements there are in DNA technology, genomic, informatics.
But there's still pushback on that. That same intuition from behavioral geneticists would lead me to believe that there cannot possibly be a stable G factor because it's super complex.
Many of them would assert that as a logical outcome. But because I believe that it's a stable G factor from lots of sources of data, not just one study, lots of sources of data over decades, I am more amenable to the idea that whatever interactions between genes and environment exist, they can't be explicated, they can't be studied, and that information can be used as a basis for molecular biology.
Yes, so, and we'll do this exact question because doesn't the stability of the G factor give you at least a hint that there is a biological basis for intelligence?
Yes, I think it's clear that the fact that an IQ score is correlated to things like thickness of the cortex, that it's correlated to glucose metabolic rate in your brain, that identical twins reared apart are highly similar in their IQ scores. These are all important observations that certainly more than that indicate, not just suggest, but indicate that there's a biological basis. And does anyone believe intelligence has nothing to do with the brain? I mean, it's so obvious.
Well, indirectly, definitely has to do with it. The question is, the environment interacting with the brain, or is it the actual raw hardware of the brain?
Well, some would say that the raw hardware of the brain, as it develops from conception through adulthood, or at least through the childhood, that so-called hardware that are assuming mostly genetic, in fact, is not as deterministic as you might think. That it is probabilistic, and what affects the probabilities are things like in-utero environment and other factors like that, including chance. That chance affects the way the neurons are connected during gestation. It's not, hey, it's pre-programmed. So there is pushback on the concept that genes provide a blueprint. That is a lot more fluid.
Well, but also, yeah, so there's a lot happens in the first few months of development. So in 9 months, inside the body, the few months afterwards, there's a lot of fascinating stuff, including chance, luck, like you said, how things connect up. Man, the question is afterwards, neuroplasticity of the brain, how much adjustment there is relative to the environment, how much that affects the G factor. That's where the whole conclusions of the studies that we've been talking about is that seems to have less and less effect as pretty quickly.
Yes, I do think there is more of a genetic, like my view, and I'm not an expert on this. I mean, genetics is a highly technical, complex subject. I am not a geneticist, not a behavioral geneticist, but my view is my interpretation is that there is a genetic blueprint, more or less, and that has a profound influence on your subsequent intellectual development, including the G factor. And that's not to say things genetics can't happen to, I mean, if you think of the genes provide a potential, fine, and then various variables impact that potential. And every parent in these implicitly or explicitly wants to maximize that potential. This is why you buy educational toys. This is why you pay attention to organic baby. This is why you do all these things, because you want your baby to be as healthy and smart as possible. And every parent says,
Is there a case to be made? Can you steel man the case that genetics is a very tiny component of all of this, and the environment is essential?
I don't think the data supports that genetics is a tiny component. I think the data support the idea that genetics is very important. And I don't say component, I say influence. Very important influence. And the environment is a lot less than people believe. Most people believe the environment plays a big role. I'm not so sure.
I guess what I'm asking you is, can you see where what you just said it might be wrong? Can you imagine a world, and what kind of evidence would you need to see to say, you know what, the tuition studies so far, like reverse things. So one of the things we have more and more is we're getting more and more data. The rate of data is escalating because of the digital world. So when you start to look at the very large scale of data, both on the biology side and the social side, we might be discovering some very counterintuitive things about society. We might see the edge cases that reveal that if we actually scale those edge cases, they become like the norm, that we'll have a complete shift in our, like you'll see G factor be able to be modified throughout life, in the teens, in later life. So, in any case you make, or from your current intuition is wrong.
Yes, it was a good question. And I think everyone should always be asked, what evidence to change it? It's certainly a fair question. It's really a key question for the aspect of science. I think that if environment was very important, we would have seen it clearly by now. It would have been obvious that school interventions, compensatory education, early childhood education, all these things that the earnest tried, well-funded, well-designed studies would show something. And they don't.
They don't. What if school, the way we've tried school, compensatory school sucks? And when you
That's what everybody said. That's what everybody said to Jensen. He said, well, maybe we need to start up. Maybe we not pre-kindergarten, pre-kindergarten. It's always an infinite. Well, maybe we didn't get it, but after decades of trying, 50 or 60 years of trying, surely something would have worked to the point where you could actually see a result, and not a problem story level of 0.05 of me. So that's why that's the kind of evidence that would change my mind.
Mm-hmm. Population level interventions like schooling that you would see, like this actually has an effect.
Yeah, and when you take adopted kids and they grow up with another family, find out that these adopted kids are adults, the IQ scores don't correlate with the IQ scores of the adoptive parents, but they do correlate with IQ scores of the biological parents. They never touch. I mean, these are important, these are powerful observations.
And it would be convincing to you if the reverse was true.
Yeah, that would be great. Now, and there is some data on adoption that indicates the adopted children, a little bit more toward their adopted parents. But it's to me, overwhelming weight. I have the concept called the weight of evidence, where I don't interpret any one study much. The weight of evidence tells me genes are important. But what does that mean? What does it mean that genes are important? Knowing that gene expression genes don't express themselves in a vacuum. They express themselves in an environment. So the environment has to have something to do with it, especially if the best genetic estimates of the amount of variance are around 50 or even 80. Even if it's as high as 80%, it still leaves 20% of non-genetic. And maybe that is all luck. Maybe that's all genes. I could believe that. It could easily. So, but I do think after 50 years of trying various interventions, and nothing works, including memory training, including including training, none of that has shown any impact on intelligence testing.
Is there data on the intelligence, IQ of parents as it relates to the children?
Yes, and there is some evidence, genetic evidence, of an interaction between the parents and the IQ and why that high IQ parents provide an enriched environment, which then impact the child in addition to the genes that the environment. There are all these interactions that, but it's not, think about the number of books in the household. This was a very correlate with IQ. And
It is.
yeah. Well, why? Especially if you never read any books. It's because more intelligent people have more books in their house. And if you're more intelligent, and there's a genetic component to that, the child will get those genes, some of those genes, as well as the environment. But it's not the number of books in the house that actually directly impacts the child. So the two scenarios are you find that, and this was used to get rid of the SAT test, or the SAT scores, how to correlate social economic status of parents. So all you're going to measure is how rich the parents are. Okay, why are they rich?
Yes.
Okay. And so the opposite kind of syllogism is that people who are very bright make more money. They can afford homes in better neighborhoods, so their kids get better schools. Now the kids grow up bright. Where in that chain of events does that come from? Well, unless you have a genetically informative research design, where you look at siblings that have the same biological parents and so on, you can't really disentangle it. Most studies of social economic status and intelligence do not have genetically design. So any conclusions they make about the causality of social economic status because of the IQ is a stretch. And if you do find genetically informative designs, you find most of the variance in your outcome measures are due to the genetic component, and sometimes the SES adds a little, but the weight of evidence is it doesn't have very much variance to predict what's going on beyond the genetic variance. So when you actually look at it in some, and there aren't that many studies that have genetically designs, but we do see those genes that we have.
Sorry for the strange question. Is there a connection between fertility or number of kids that you have and G factor? The kind of conventional wisdom is people of maybe higher economic status or something like that have fewer children. I just loosely hear these kinds of things. Is there data that you're aware of one direction or another on this?
Well, strange questions always get strange answers.
Yeah, okay. So you have a strange answer to that.
Well, the answer, there were some studies that indicated more children in a family, the firstborn children would be more intelligent when the 4th or 5th or 6th. It's not clear that those studies hold up over time. And of course, what you see also is that families where there are multiple children, 4, 5, 6, 7, really big families, the social economic status of those families usually modern age is not that high. Maybe it used to be the aristocracy used to have a lot of kids. I'm not sure exactly, but there have been reports of correlations between IQ with fertility, but I'm not sure that the data are really strong that the firstborn child is the smallest. It seems like there's some data, but I'm not current.
How would that be explained? That would be a nurture.
Well, it could be nurture, it could be
Boy, biology is complicated.
It's just why this, like many areas of science, you said earlier that there are a lot of gray areas, and there's answers. This is not uncommon in science. The closer you look at a problem, the more questions you get, not the fewer questions, because the universe is complicated. And the idea that we have people on this planet who can study the first nanoseconds of the Big Bang, that's pretty amazing. And I have already said that if they can study the first nanoseconds of the Big Bang, we can certainly figure out something about intelligence. So that allows that.
I'm not sure what complicated the human mind or the physics of the universe. It's unclear to me. I think we overemphasize. Maybe it's very human-centric, egotistical statement that our mind is somehow super complicated, but biology is a tricky one to unravel. Consciousness. What is that?
Well, I've always believed that consciousness and intelligence are two real fundamental problems of the human. And therefore, I think they must be related.
Yeah, problems like walk together, holding hands, kind of idea.
You may not notice, I did some early research on anesthetic drugs, brain, trying to answer the question: what part of the brain is the last to turn off when someone loses consciousness, and is that the first part of the brain turn on when consciousness is regained? And I was working with an anesthesiologist in Belgium, really brilliant. These were studies of brain imaging using positive emission tomography long before fMRI. And we would inject a radioactive sugar that labeled the brain. The harder the brain was working, the more sugar you take up. And then you can make a glucose use in the brain. And he was amazing. He managed to do this in normal volunteers, brought in, and anesthetized as if they were going to surgery. He managed all the human subjects requirements of this research, and it was brilliant. And what we did was we had normal volunteers come in on 3 occasions. On one occasion, we gave them enough anesthetic drug so they were a little drowsy. And on another occasion, we came in and fully anesthetized them. And he would say, Mike, can you hear me? The person would say, that's, and then we would scan people and look at no anesthetic condition. Same person. And we were looking to see if we could see the part of the brain turn off. The something we tried to do this with fMRI, which has a faster time function, and you could do it in real time as the person went under, and then regain consciousness. You could do that technique. do that behavior. And the results were absolutely fascinating. We did this with different anesthetic drugs, and different drugs impacted different parts of the brain. So we would naturally looking for the common one. And see, we have something to do with the thalamus and consciousness. This was actual data on consciousness, actual consciousness.
What part of the brain turns on? What part of the brain turns off?
It's not so clear.
It's not, but maybe has something to do with the thalamus.
The sequence of events seem to have the thalamus in it.
Boy.
Now, here's the question. Are some people more conscious than others? Are there individual differences in consciousness? And I don't use the psychedelic sense. I don't use the political consciousness sense. I just use it in everyday life. Some people go through everyday life and are conscious than others. And are those people like actually labeled intelligent? Now, the other thing I was looking for is whether the parts of the brain we receiving the anesthesia studies were the same parts of the brain we receiving the intelligence studies. Now, this was very complicated, expensive research. We didn't really have funding to do this. We were trying to do it on the fly. I'm not sure anybody pursued this. I'm retired now. He's going on to other things. But I think it's an area of research that can be fascinating to see parts of a lot more ancient studies consciousness. I'm just not up.
So, but basically, the question is which neuroimaging studies to see in a high resolution spatial and temporal way which part of the brain lights up when you do intelligence tasks, and which parts of the brain lights up when you do consciousness tasks, to see the interplay between them, trying to infer. And that's the challenge of neuroscience. Without understanding, looking from the outside, trying to infer something about how the whole thing works.
Well, imagine, here's a simple question. Does it take more anesthetic drug to have a person whose consciousness, if their IQ is 140, than a person with an IQ of 70?
That's an issue. Yeah.
Now,
I mean, if the answer to that is a stable yes.
so I tried to find it out. And I went to some anesthesiology textbooks on how you dose. And they dose by weight. And what I also did, which is a little bit off the subject, anesthesiologists are never sure how deep you are.
Yeah.
And they usually tell by poking you with his hands. You don't jump and tell the surgeon to go ahead. I'm not sure that's literally true, but
it might be very difficult to know precisely how deep you are. It has to do with the same kind of measurements that you do with consciousness. So that it's difficult. It's difficult to know.
So I always try to thought I couldn't find in the textbooks anything about dosing by the intelligence. I asked a friend, the anesthesiologist, who said, "No, he doesn't know." He said, "Can we do a chart review and look at people using their years of education as a proxy for IQ? Because if someone's going to graduate school, that tells you something. You can make some difference as opposed to someone who didn't graduate high school. Can we do a chart review?" And he says, "No, they never really put down the exact use." No, he said, no. So I think to this day, the simple question, does it take more anesthetic drug to put someone on a high IQ or less? Or less. You could go even, because by the way, our PET scan studies intelligence found the unexpected results in inverse correlation between glucose metabolism and intelligence. It wasn't how much the brain area lit up. How much it lit up is negatively correlated to how well they can test, which led to the brain efficiency hypothesis, which is still being studied today. And more and more evidence that the efficiency of brain information processing is more related to intelligence than just more activity.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Again, this whole hypothesis, how much in the relationship between intelligence and consciousness, it's not obvious that those two, if there's correlation, it would be, they could be inversely correlated. Wouldn't that be funny if you, the consciousness factor, the C factor plus the G factor equals 1. It's a nice trade-off. You get a trade-off. How deeply you experience the world versus how deeply you're able to reason through the world.
What a great hypothesis. Certainly somebody listening to this can do this stuff.
Even if it's the aliens analyzing humans a few centuries from now, from an AI perspective. I don't know how much you've thought about machines, but there's the famous Turing test of intelligence for machines, which is a beautiful, almost like cute formulation of intelligence that Alan Turing proposed. Basically, conversation. If you could fool you to think that a machine is a human that passes the test, suppose you could do a similar thing for humans. If I can fool you that I'm intelligent, then that's a good test of intelligence, right? Like you're talking to two people, and your the test is saying who has a higher IQ, and it's an interesting test. Yeah, maybe charisma can be very useful there. And you're only allowed to use conversation, which is the formulation of the Turing test. Anyway, all that to say is, what are good tests of intelligence for machines? What do you think it takes to achieve human level intelligence for machines?
Well, I have thought a little bit about this, but every time I think about these things, I rapidly reach the limits of my knowledge and imagination. So when Alexa first came out, and I think there was a competing, there was Siri with Apple, and Google had Alexa.
No, Amazon had Alexa.
Amazon had Alexa. Assistant, something. So I proposed to one of my colleagues that he buy each, one of each, and then ask questions from the IQ test.
Nice.
But it became apparent that they all searched the internet, so they all could find answers to questions like how far is it between Washington and Miami. They repeat after me. Now I don't know what you said to Alexa. I'm going to repeat these numbers backwards to me. I don't know what. Never done. But so one answer to your question is try it. I'm going to try it right now. Let's try it. Let's try it.
No.
That's serious.
So it would actually probably go to Google search. It would be all confusing kind of stuff. It would fail.
Well, then I guess there's a test that it would fail.
Well, that has to do more with the language of communication versus the content. So if you did an IQ test to a person who doesn't speak English and the test was administered in English, that's not really the test.
Well, let's think about the computers that beat the Jeopardy champions.
Yeah, so that because I know how those programs are very hard-coded, and there's definitely a lack of intelligence there. There's something like IQ tests. There's a guy, artificial intelligence researcher, Francois Chaudet. He's at Google. He's one of the seminal people in machine learning. He also has a fun aside thing, develop an IQ test for machines. I'll actually tell you this because you'd be very. It doesn't get much attention because people to do with it. But deserves a lot of attention, which is it basically does a pattern type of tests where you have to one standard is you give it 3 things and you have to do a 4th one, that kind of thing. So you have to understand the pattern here, and that it at least simplifies to so interesting thing is he's trying not to achieve high IQ. He's trying to achieve like pretty low par IQ. Things that are kind of trivial for humans. And they're actually really tough for machines. Which is playing with these concepts of symmetry, of counting. Like if I give you 1 object, 2 objects, 3 objects, you know that the last one is 4 objects. You can like count them. You can cluster objects together. It's both visually and conceptually. You can do all these things with our mind that we take for granted. The objectness of things. We can like figure out that spatially is an object isn't, and we can play with those ideas. And machines really struggle with that. So he really cleanly formulated these IQ tests. I wonder what that would equate to for humans with IQ. It would be a very low IQ. But that's exactly the kind of formulation. Like, okay, we want to be able to solve this. How do we solve this? And he does this challenge. And we do it's similar to Let's Surprise, which is Amazon's hosting a conversational challenge. Nobody's been able to do well on his. But it's an interesting, those kinds of tests are interesting because we take for granted all the ability of the human mind to play with concepts and to formulate concepts out of novel things. So like things we've never seen before. We're able to use that. I mean, that's I've talked to a few people that design IQ tests, sort of online. They write IQ tests, and I was trying to get some questions from them, and they spoke to the fact that we can't really share questions with you because part of the like first of all, it's really hard to come up with questions. Like it's really really hard. It takes a lot of research, but also takes a lot of novelty generating. You're constantly coming up with really new things, and part of the point is that they're not supposed to be public. They're supposed to be new to you when you look at them. It's interesting that the novelty is fundamental to the hardness of the problem. That, at least part of what makes the problem hard is you've never seen it before.
Right. That's called fluid intelligence, as opposed to what's called crystallized intelligence, which is your knowledge of facts. You know things, but can you use those things to solve a problem? Those are 2 different things.
Do you think we'll be able to? Because when we spoke, I don't want to miss the opportunity to talk about this. Spoke about the neurobiology or the molecular biology of intelligence. Do you think one day we'll be able to modify the biology of or the genetics of a person to modify their intelligence, to increase their intelligence? We started this conversation by talking about a pill you can take. Do you think that such a pill would exist?
Metaphorically, I do. And I am supremely confident that it's possible because I am supremely ignorant of the complexities of neurobiology. And so I have written, I have written that the nightmares of neurobiologists, understanding the complexities, this cascade of events that happens at the synaptic level, that these nightmares are what fuel some people to solve. So some people, you have to be undaunted. I mean, yeah, this is not easy. Look, we're still trying to figure out cancer. It was only recently that they figured out why aspirin works. These are not easy problems, but I also have the perspective of the history of science is the history of solving problems that are extraordinarily complex.
and seem impossible.
And seem impossible at the time.
And so one of the things you look at companies like Neuralink, you have brain computer interfaces, you start to delve into the human mind, you start to talk about machines measuring, but also sending signals to the human mind. You start to wonder what that has, what impact that has on the G factor. Modifying in small ways or large ways, the functioning, the mechanical, electrical, chemical functioning, right?
I look at everything about the brain. There are different levels of explanation. On one hand, you have the behavioral, but then you have brain circuitry, and then you have neurons, and then you have dendrites, and then you have synapses, and then you have the neurotransmitters, and the presynaptic and the postsynaptic terminals. And then you have all the things that influence neurotransmitters. And then you have the individual differences among people. Yeah, it's complicated, but 51 million people in the United States have IQs under 85 and struggle with everyday life. Shouldn't that motivate people to take a look at this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just want to linger one more time that you have to remember that the science of intelligence, the measure of intelligence, is only a part of the human condition. The thing that makes life beautiful and the creation of beautiful things in this world is perhaps loosely correlated, but is not dependent entirely on intelligence.
Absolutely. I certainly agree with that.
So for anyone sort of listening, I'm still not convinced that sort of more intelligence is always better if you want to create beauty in this world. I don't know.
Well, I didn't say more intelligence is always better if you want to create beauty. I just said all things being equal, more is better than less. That's all I mean.
Yeah, but that's sort of that. I just want to say because to me, one of the things that makes life great is the opportunity to create beautiful things. And so I just want to sort of empower people to do that no matter what some IQ test says. At the population level, we do need to look at IQ tests to help people. And to also inspire us, to take on some of these extremely difficult scientific questions. Do you have advice for young people in high school and college, whether they think about a career or think about a life they can be proud of? Is there advice you can give? Whether they want to pursue psychology, or biology, or engineering, like they want to be artists and musicians and poets.
I can't advise anybody on that level of what their passion is. But I can say if you're interested in psychology, if you're interested in science, in the science around the big questions of consciousness and intelligence and psychiatric illness, we haven't really talked about brain illnesses and what we might learn from, if you are trying to develop a drug to treat Alzheimer's disease, you are trying to develop a drug to impact learning and memory, which are core to intelligence. So it could well be that the so-called IQ pill will come from a pharmaceutical company trying to develop a drug for Alzheimer's disease.
Because that's exactly what you're trying to do. Yeah.
Well,
just like
what will that do in a college student that doesn't have Alzheimer's disease? So I would encourage people who are interested in psychology, who are interested in science, to pursue a scientific career and address big questions. And the most The important thing I can tell you, if you're going to be in kind of a research environment, is you got to follow the data where the data take you. You can't decide in advance what you want to go. And if the data take you to places that you don't have the technical expertise to follow, like, I was to understand more about molecular biology, but I'm not going to become a molecular biologist now, but I know people who are. And my job is to get them interested, to take their expertise into this direction. And that's not so easy, but
And if the data takes you to a place that's controversial, that's counterintuitive in this world, no, I would say it's probably a good idea to still push forward boldly, but to communicate the interpretation of the results with skill, with compassion, with a greater breadth of understanding of humanity, not just the science of the impact of the results.
one famous psychologist wrote about this issue that somehow a balance has to be found between pursuing the science and communicating it with respect to people's sensitivities, the legitimate sensitivities. Somehow. He doesn't say how.
Somehow.
Somehow. And this is
Part of that sentence. Somehow balance is left up to the interpretation of the reader. Let me ask you some big questions. The biggest, or one of the biggest. We already talked about consciousness and intelligence, one of the most fascinating, the biggest questions. But let's talk about the why. Why are we here? What's the meaning of life?
no, I'm not going to tell you.
You know, but you're not going to tell me. It's very. I'm going to have to wait for your next book.
The meaning of life, we do the best we can get through the day.
and then there's just a finite number of days. Are you afraid of the finiteness of it? You think
I
about
think
your
about it more as a Yeah, I do. And it's one of these human things. It is finite. We don't know it. Most of us deny it and don't want to think about it. Sometimes you think about it in terms of estate planning. You try to do the rational thing. Sometimes it makes you work harder because you know you're probably more than you want to get things done. I don't know where I am. It is just one of those things that's always back of my mind. I don't think that's on.
Well, it's just like G factor intelligence. It's a hard truth that's there. And sometimes you kind of walk past it and you don't want to look at it. But it's just there.
Yes, you can't escape it. And think about the G factor intelligence. Everybody knows this is true on a personal, daily basis. Even if you think back to when you were in school, you know who the smart kids are. When you are on the phone talking to a customer service representative, that in response to your detailed question, reading a script back, you get furious at this. If you ever called this person a moron, wanted to call this person a moron, you're not. Everybody has had this experience dealing with people who they think are not at their level. It's just common because that's the way human beings are. That's the way life is.
But we also have a poor estimation of our own intelligence, but we're not always great. Our judgment of human character of other people is not as good as a battery of tests. There's that's where bias comes in. That's where our history, our emotions, all of that comes in. So, people on the internet, there's such a thing as the internet. And people on the internet will call each other dumb all the time. That's the worry here, is that we give up on people. We put them in a bin just because of one interaction or some small number of interactions as if that's it, they're hopeless. That's just in their genetics. But I think no matter what the science here says, once again, that does not mean we should not have compassion for our fellow man.
That's exactly what the science does say. It's not opposite of the science. Everything I know about psychology, everything I learned about intelligence, everything points to the inexorable conclusion that you have to treat people as individuals respectfully and with compassion. Because through no fault of their own, some people are not as capable as others. And when I turn a blind eye to it, I come up with theories about why that might be true. Fine. I would like to fix something as best I can.
And everybody is deserving of love. Richard, this is a good way to end it, I think. I think
It's getting warmed up here.
I know you could go for another many hours, but to respect your extremely valuable time, this is an amazing conversation. Thank you for the teaching company, the lectures you've given with neuroscience and intelligence, just the work you're doing. It's a difficult topic. It's a topic that's controversial and sensitive to people, and to push forward boldly and in that nuanced way. Just thank you for everything you do. Thank you for asking the big questions of intelligence, of consciousness.
Well, thank you for asking me. There's nothing like a conversation on these topics.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Richard Heyer. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Albert Einstein. It is not that I'm too smart, but I stay with the questions much longer. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Something happened where they forced my hand. The only time the Soviet agent was anywhere near me on the territory of the United States. So I was waiting for the A train on a dark morning still in Queens, and there's this man in a black trench coat that comes up to me from my right, and he whispers into my ears, "You gotta come back, or else you can't."
The following is a conversation with Jack Barsky, a former KGB spy, author of Deep Undercover, and the subject of an excellent podcast series called The Agent. There are very few people who have defected from the KGB and live to tell the story. It is one of the most powerful intelligence organizations in history, and this conversation gives a window into its operation, both from an ideological and psychological perspective, but also tells the story of a man who lived one heck of an incredible life. This is the Let's Freaking Podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jack Barsky. Let's start with the big basic question. What is the KGB? Комитет государственной безопасности.
Right. So that's Committee of State Security. This is oppositeness is threat, right?
Right.
Okay, and yes means
Without.
right.
And I guess that directly translates to security. Without.
So don't exist anymore. It was disbanded when the Soviet Union fell apart, and the successor agencies are now the SVR and the FSB. FSB supposedly the equivalent to the FBI and SVR, the CIA, but the SVR is relatively weak, and the FSB has taken on a lot of espionage and active measures. They're much bigger and stronger, but the most capable intelligence agency in Russia is the DRU, military intelligence.
And nobody knows very much.
That's right. When I was in the KGB, I had no idea that there was military intelligence. Nobody ever mentioned anything like that. And by the way, I recently had the pleasure to give a talk at the DIA,
when they reached out to me, I didn't know they existed either.
Interesting. Yeah, that's always the question. If you want to be an intelligence agency, should the world know anything about you? Because in some sense, you want to create a legend in order to attract great companies. But at the same time, you want to try to become a mystery. Nobody knows you exist. Well, that is fascinating, but that doesn't mean the carries flag of KGB. KGB is probably one of, not the most
Hello,
infamous,
and welcome to the
famous,
History
infamous,
Podcast.
powerful.
My name is Matt. Thank you for listening.
Ever.
Before we get started, I'd like to address something
It
that I
was
said
founded
last
in
week.
1954.
It's in regards to when I was talking about the origin of the dollar sign. What I said at the time was that the dollar sign originated from a symbol on a piece of paper, which represented the pillars of Hercules, being the two dashes, and the hemispheres of the globe, represented by an S. Now, this is a theory that has been postulated by many historians, and really, the symbolism is just too good. Unfortunately, it's too good to be true. It was someone who goes by the name of Huntman pointed out that this isn't necessarily the general consensus among scholars on the subject. There are a few other theories on where the dollar sign originated. Another one that I like is that it was a simple symbol 8 with a line drawn through it to symbolize a piece of 8. And that goes to explain the symbol / dollar sign. However, the consensus among historians seems to be that it was a much more simple and less symbolic answer than that. It was a shorthand at the time used to represent the Spanish peso, which was a large P followed by a very small S, which eventually was merged into just a P and S, and then eventually just an S with a line drawn through. This is generally accepted to be the origin of the dollar sign by most historians, so I just like to go ahead and correct that. If anybody out there has any questions or concerns about anything I said, I urge you to get in contact with me. Either leave a comment on the episode at pirate.podcast.com, or you can email me at pirate.podcast@gmail.com. I really take all your questions and comments seriously, and I'd like to address any issues any of you might have. And once again, let me thank Funkmom for bringing this to your attention. Now, without further ado, let's get to episode number 4, Old Europe on Fire. Today we're going to be talking about the Catholic Church, the Reformation in Europe, and Germany, Switzerland, what's called the Low Countries, England, and we're going to be talking about the political upheaval that this caused, as well as the spiritual and social effect that this had on the lives of the people living in these countries. Perhaps, though, a bit of explanation is required. This is, after all, a show about high seas adventure and swashbuckling piracy. And so far, we've talked about exploration, a lot of politics, and today we're going to be getting into religion. And as we all know, politics and religion are two topics that are not like to talk about around the country. So why are we going into this? Well, of course, religion has been a key factor in the lives of essentially every person in every society that's ever existed on Earth. But for the pirates in the Caribbean, around the beginning of the 1700s, it wasn't only an important force, it was a contagious one. Because of the events we're going to be talking about today, there were two rival factions of Christians in Europe, but also in the Caribbean. And in Europe, you had national boundaries that could protect you. You knew that if you were in, say, parts of European Germany, you could be safe. If you were to just move over into parts of France, you could be killed. However, in the Caribbean, you could be on an island that was owned by the English and be safe where you were, but you could be nearly a couple days sailing away, even less, from an area that was controlled by Catholics, who likely wanted to ahead because of the religion you followed. Beyond that, there were many actual wars and conflicts that weren't called wars during this time that were based entirely around the issue of religion. And so many of these Catholic and Protestant sailors and soldiers had a deep-seated hatred for people on the other side. Many people that we're going to be talking about in a very short amount of time, people like Sir Francis Drake and Captain Henry Morgan, and even on to people like Benjamin Franklin. Well, they were people who saw themselves not as pirates, as people on a religious and political war against the other side. So, for the people who were engaging in piracy in the Caribbean, religion was a highly important factor. And here is where all that conflict started. I'd like to introduce that conflict with a quote from Winston Churchill. This comes from his multi-volume work, A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. This is from volume 2 of that work, sometime new. Quote, we have now reached the dawn of what is called the 16th century, which means all the years in the 100 years that begins with 15. The name is inevitable in English, but confusing. It covers a period of time in which extraordinary changes affected the whole of Europe. Some had been on the move for a long time, but sprang into full operative force after this moment. For 200 years or more, the Renaissance had been stirring the thought and spirit of Italy, and now came forth in the vivid revival of the traditions of ancient Greece and Rome, insofar as these did not affect the foundations of the Christian faith. The popes had, in the meanwhile, become temporal rulers, with the lusts and pomps of other potentates, yet they claimed to carry with them spiritual power as well. The revenues of the church were swelled by the sale of indulgences, who were meant purgatory both for the living and the dead. The offices of bishop and cardinal were bought and sold, and the common people taxed to the limit of their community. These and other abuses in the organization of the church were widely recognized and much resented, but as yet, what an excellent book. It really gives just a perfect introduction to the others, the ones that trained me, that sums up almost every prepared me for life in the United States. However, there is one key thing that I think it lacks. They were elegant. Doesn't go into any detail about the key role that the church played in Europe during the Middle Ages, which I think is kind of important to understand the twist things. Because the church was, during the time of the Roman Empire,
Is it possible that you would not be
there
aware
was,
of
of course, the Roman Church. There was the Roman imperial bureaucracy.
possibly you're not aware of parts of the KGB that
When the fall of Rome came, really, those other two pillars, besides the church, fell away. The church was left all throughout Europe, trying to tend to the spiritual needs of its flock without any support at all. So it had to work from scratch to build that system. It did so by allying itself with various tribes who were vying for control of the European. There were some very big alliances, such as the one between France, the Catholic Church, that probably created what we know today as the Holy Roman Empire. It even managed to hold on and pledged on in some places, but in Gaul, and the former province of Hispania, which would have been the Iberian Peninsula, even in Britannia, which was the farthest flung part of the empire to the north, and that was subsequently invaded by pagan barbarians, the Anglo-Saxon invasions, which threatened to wipe out the Catholic Church territory and then to hold on and ally themselves with people who were likely to come out on top, and somehow all of these people did. Now, of course, the Catholic Church had not to offer. They had really the only schools that were left in Europe. If you were going to get any sort of form of health care anywhere in Europe, it was going to be a church facility. They also had a massive communications network between dioceses that if any of these strong men who intended to be king would actually rule, they were going to need to make use of that communications network. Perhaps even the most important point was the Roman Church, and on their side, the Roman God. Many of these barbarians were, before this, pagans following the Norse religion. They would have made sacrifices to Odin and Thor. But their enemies, the people who were frequently were making sacrifices to the same two gods. So if they could ingratiate themselves with the church, then they would have the ear of the god of Rome, the god who would help to build the most powerful empire in the world that these Germanic peoples had never been able to conquer. And it seemed to work out, because people who had allied themselves with the church usually wound up in power. And in many cases, these kingdoms that they began were the foundations for many of Europe's modern countries in today.
The parents believe this
The church
thing,
was central.
but we told the truth. We really
However,
the
the
story.
church had to ingrain itself into the civilization of Europe. They had to make themselves indispensable for European life. And they did so fantastically. The church was there at every major life event you had. When you were born, the church was there to baptize you. When you were married, the church was there to marry you. When your children were born, you were there to baptize your children. And when you died, the church was there to bury you. Not only was the church central to the lives of the people of Europe, they were central to the aristocracy as well. See, people in Spain and the Royal Empire didn't speak the same language However,
I'm
they were
looking
able
at
to communicate by using Latin. They
Vietnam.
used Latin,
A lot of
the
these
language
countries
of Rome, because that
were
was taught in
very
church
sympathetic
schools.
to
So really, they had recreated those three pillars of the Roman Empire.
this would go
The
on
church still
like that,
existed,
and
but they had
eventually it would
recreated
take
government,
over. And
and through the
pretty
armies
much,
of those different nations, they had
overtake.
recreated the
That
legions,
was
which they could call upon at any time if they needed to
overtake the
defend
United
themselves
States,
or
not
go
only
fight the
militarily
Muslims
but
or
also
overseas.
in terms of
That's
industrial
not to say that there wasn't
production and so
conflict.
forth.
There
That
definitely
was
was.
stupid pipe
Even
dream.
at
military,
the outset of the Holy Roman
it was a
Empire,
stand-up,
the
as we know.
first major alliance,
Well,
the leader of the Holy Roman
stupid
Empire,
pipe dream.
Charlemagne, was in constant conflict with Rome,
Hitler
vying for
had a
control.
stupid
The
pipe
Holy Roman
dream
Empire
Yeah.
has
that
had
he
a great
executed
tradition of conflict with
exceptionally
Rome.
effectively.
One of their later Holy Roman
If
emperors,
not
Frederick
for
Barbarossa, he even went
a
so far as to
handful of
elevate a personally
military
chosen
mistakes,
pope of
the
his
world could have
own
looked very
in
different.
defiance
The
of
biggest
Rome.
one
He
being
didn't like the
invading
way that the Roman pope
the
was doing
Soviet Union,
business,
particularly
which was
at the time that he
exactly
did it, because he
what the
ran
Roman
into the
Church
same
had
thing that
become
Napoleon went into,
business.
General
We could go
Winter.
so far as to consider
Well,
all the nations of Europe
within
subsidiary
the
companies.
Operation
To
Barbarossa,
their parent
within that,
company, the Catholic
you
Church,
could have
and
made
Pope
different
was its CEO.
decisions.
And the church
For
and thus
example,
became extremely wealthy.
attacking,
They owned
skipping
massive
Kiev,
tracts of
and attacking
land from which
Moscow
they
directly.
collected rent. They
So
collected
marching.
forced tithes
I
from
guess
every
that
citizen in
would
Europe.
be
Now you might
learning
picture them
lessons
passing
from
the hat
Napoleon
and
as
giving
opposed
whatever they
to
could. However, a tithe was a
as opposed to a
forced
different kind
tax.
of
You
distribution
had
of
to give a
forces
certain
and
amount of
getting
money.
bogged down.
And if
The
you weren't
point
able
is,
to give a certain amount of money, it wasn't
these
just your soul that was
ambitions
impaired.
sometimes do,
The secular authorities would
the
get involved.
ambitions of
Your life
empires
could very well
sometimes
be
do
impaired.
materialize
Due
in
to how well the
the
church was doing,
establishment of
the
those
church
empires,
and
and
its
those
popes
empires
developed
write the history
really
books
expensive
in
tastes.
such a way that we don't think of them
Throughout the Middle Ages,
as
popes were
empires,
growing
and we
wealthier and
certainly don't
wealthier,
think of them as
and
the
they
bad
even
guys.
started fighting to
They
keep the
write the
papacy
history
a
books like
familial
those are the good
dynastic
guys.
tradition.
And right now,
They had
America is
palaces
effectively
that these
reading a
families
book
owned.
about the good
They
guys.
had extraordinarily large
believe that
quantities of
book,
gold. Popes had mistresses,
it's-
and they even threw
should be
parties that
humble
would make
minded
even the most
to
decadent
realize
Roman
that
emperor blush.
that is in fact what is
Despite the
happening.
fact that
Is
they were making
affecting
huge amounts of
empires,
money, they needed to
write the
raise
history
revenue
books,
somehow.
tell us stories, tell
And they
us
decided to do
propaganda,
that
and tell
through
us
the sale of
narratives,
indulgences.
because we are human beings. We
I
love to
imagine
get
most
together,
people don't all
ideas.
stuff.
We love to
However, for the
dream of a
ambition,
beautiful world, try to build
an
that beautiful world
indulgence was a
together.
simple
In the
decree
United
that
States,
allowed your
that's a beautiful
soul
world of
to move
freedom,
past
of
purgatory.
respect of
No,
human rights, of all men are
purgatory was a
created
place where,
equal,
well,
pursuit of happiness.
when you died,
You know,
according to the
it always
church,
sounds good.
your soul was
Look
bound
at
either
what
for hell
the dream
or
of
heaven,
communism is.
either
It
to
sure as
burn
heck,
or live in paradise
in
forever.
its word, on
However,
the
to
surface
get to
sounds
hell,
good.
you had to
Yes,
commit a pretty
but the word
grievous sin, what was known as a
the
mortal
lower
sin.
classes,
It's
the lower
something
classes that have
defiantly
been
against God.
trodden on, that have
For
been
the rest of
stolen
us who hadn't
by the
committed a
powerful,
mortal sin,
they
we were
deserve
going to
that
go to heaven.
money, the
But
power, the
first, we
respect
had to
that
have
they
our
have earned.
earthly
Their
sins
hard work
purged.
sounds great.
And that was done.
Everybody
And
gets
that is
along.
called purgatory.
We just have to, you know,
My favorite description of
all
purgatory, I
men
think, is
are
probably the one in the
wonderful
Divine
people.
Comedy by
If
Dante
they
Alighieri.
go bad, it has
He
something to do with the fact that
envisions
they
purgatory
have
as a
been
mountain
oppressed.
spiraling
And
up towards heaven.
that dream
After
not
death,
worked out.
your soul went to
Even
that
it
mountain of
is, when you
purgatory,
think about
and
it,
while it ascended that
and I
mountain to
didn't
get to
think about
heaven,
it,
it
when you're
underwent
young,
several
you
trials, 7 of
emotionally
them, in fact,
accept it.
that were intended
But
to
when you think about
purge
it,
away the 7 deadly
somehow
sins,
that
so that
wonderful
you were able
organization
to enter
has to
heaven,
organize
your
itself.
soul would be clean
Even
enough
though
to
Lenin
bask in the
predicted that
glory
the
of
state
God.
eventually would go away.
So purgatory
Well,
wasn't a
how does it work?
particularly
You know,
nice
like
place. It wasn't as bad as hell,
you have to have
but it
an
wasn't a
organization.
place that you necessarily wanted
The
to
only
be.
way to really
The church
organize
had
a
these
large number
indulgences
of people is
that the
the
Pope would
hierarchy.
grant to you that would allow your
So, and
soul
who gets to the
to
top?
skip over that unpleasant step
The
towards
ones that want to
At
get to
certain
the top, the
times,
ones that
the
believe
church
in
was known
themselves, the ones
to sell
that
these
know better than
indulgences
everybody else.
for money.
And
This
once
was
you
the
have that
Rome,
hierarchy
a Rome of
established,
lavish luxury,
there's no
extreme
guarantee
decadence,
that
a Rome
it won't
that
go
was seen by
bad.
many
And
to
actually,
be
when you look
swindling
at
its
history,
parishioners by lying to them
such
about being able to
hierarchy
get
has
them into
gone bad.
travel for money.
You know,
This
you
was the
look at
Rome,
Cuba,
and at the
I
end of
believe
the
Fidel
very long
Castro was
journey is
an
first
honest revolutionary.
encountered by Martin Luther.
I do believe that.
Martin Luther was one of tens of
And
thousands
so what
of people who
it
make
was
a
turned into.
pilgrimage to Rome every
Yeah,
year.
there's
Many of
something
them,
about
members of the clergy, in an effort to
in this
find
way, but
themselves
let's step
closer
away
to
from
God.
that for a second.
Martin Luther was taking this
Is
journey
there
on the
something
advice of
about
our hero
being an
of his order
honest
who would suggest that
revolutionary
they do so
that wants to do
because
good
Martin Luther
for
was a
their
very
country,
troubled young monk.
and you start to
He
believe that you
always
know
found
better than
himself
everyone else how to
seemed
do good in
distant
the country,
from the presence of
and you
God that he
very
hoped
well
to
might
feel. In
first
fact, Martin Luther
But
had a
then
very troubled youth in Germany.
somehow that
His
grows
father was a member of a growing middle class in Germany who, by all accounts, was not a
keep
very
believing
friendly.
you know what's right.
However, he
And
did
all the
send
people who
his son
disagree
Martin
with you,
off to the university,
you stop
a
seeing
fairly
them as
respected
having a
university,
choice.
where he was
You
supposed to
instead
train to become a
see
lawyer.
them
And for a while, he did so, and a lot of those skills that he learned there
evil
would not serve him well
manipulators
later on in
of
life.
the truth that are actually trying to
After
hurt
running
you.
with the
They all
plague, in
greed
which
for
many
their
of his
power,
friends died,
and you will
and then a
protect the
near-death
people.
experience on a lonesome
It's a
road
Stalin.
during a very violent
I mean,
thunderstorm,
I don't
Martin
know.
Luther decided to dedicate
It
himself to God.
seems like he really believes
However,
that
after becoming a
communism
monk
would
and going through all of those
bring
ordeals,
about
he
a
never
much
felt
better
himself
world.
truly in
I
the
mean, there
presence
was
of
a
God. He never
sense
felt God's love fill him. The
the
church taught him
you have
that to
crack
feel
a few
God's
eggs to
love,
make an
there were two
omelet.
ways about it.
Right.
One
This
was
idea
doing
that
good works, which were good works according to the church,
sacrifice
things
is
that the
necessary
church
to bring
decreed
about
you should do.
a great
The other
world.
was through
And then the
suffering
other
and
aspect
penance.
is
And Martin Luther did plenty of good works, but
sort
also
of
undertook
ruling by
suffering and
terror,
penance on a level that
creating
was
terrorism
it was
just by
dangerous. He would wear those horsehair shirts with
to
the
achieve a
hair on
better
the
world.
inside and
So it
become
wasn't,
showing up on the
I
wall.
mean, perhaps he had
He
to
would
do that
flagellate
to
himself
sleep at
until
night
he
with the
had nearly bled to
atrocities
death.
he's committing.
More than
I
once,
think he
his brothers
believed
had to pull
he
him in
would
from the cold when he was outside,
And
nearly
by the way, the
nude,
tarot
freezing
started
to death,
started
trying
right
with
after
all of
the
his might
Bolsheviks
to
took
feel
over.
the presence of
When
God through suffering. And
Lenin
yet, Martin Luther never
told
did feel the
Mr.
presence of God
Kaczynski, Comrade
in his
Kaczynski,
heart.
to build the
So it
Chicago
was suggested that he take
and
this
then
pilgrimage to Rome. And he did.
execute
It took about 2
the,
months to get
this is
from
what
his
he called it,
monastery
the
to
Red
Rome.
Terror.
But upon arriving in Rome, well,
So,
this was the height
so
of the
at
Italian Renaissance.
the birth of the Soviet Union,
When
there was
he
already
arrived in
terror,
Rome, literally,
and it was
Michelangelo was
deliberate,
painting the roof
and
of the Sistine Chapel.
it also was,
Raphael was painting the
it
Pope's
wasn't just
apartments and
focused on
decorating them
the
with
enemies,
lavish
it was
ways.
focused on whoever.
There were some of the
Right.
greatest
There was
artists
no
and
rule of law,
thinkers
there
and
was no,
architects of all time
there
living and
was
working in
no
Italy, especially
court
in Rome
cases,
at this time.
people
Martin
were
Luther
just
died.
pulled out of
Not
their
only was
apartments
Rome
and
culturally significant to Europe in a way that Martin Luther was only beginning to grasp, this was the
this
center
was done
of church
by
power. This was the center of God's
revolutionaries
house.
who were
This was
convinced
where
that,
God was closest to
you know,
earth and
that
spoke
these
directly to
sacrifices had to be
the
made, and
leader
eventually
of the
that
Catholic Church
would lead
to
to
which
a much
Martin Luther
better
had
time.
dedicated himself.
The populace
At first, Martin Luther was in awe,
those sacrifices
all of the
Yes.
majesty and
This is
grandeur
such a
around him.
dark thing
As
about
I imagine
dictatorships.
anybody would be arriving
You
in Italy at about
believe
the
in
time
it,
of the height of the Italian
but
Renaissance.
you're also too afraid
But soon,
to question
that
your beliefs.
veneer
Like,
and that awe
you're not directly afraid, but
began to
it's
fade.
almost like a,
One of Martin
I
Luther's
don't know
first
what that is.
destinations
It's almost like a
as a man
subconscious
who saw
fear.
suffering as the
Like,
best way to get closer
there's
to
a dark
God
room,
was a
the
crypt in
locked
which the
door,
remains
don't
of
look at
thousands
that.
of martyrs were
Don't check
kept.
this door. And then
However,
there's something
when he
about the United
arrived at
States
this
that
crypt,
says,
he learned that he would have to pay a
especially
fee
modern
to
culture,
enter
they go
and
to that
see the
door
remains of these martyrs,
Let's sort of
which he
question
did,
everything kind
and that earned
that the
him
power of
an
freedom of speech and
indulgence,
freedom of the press, they get
token that would let him lessen his
almost
time
become
in
too
purgatory.
critical and too cynical
And that was
about
just the
culture in a
beginning.
way. So
At
there's
a
a
sermon
balance
that
to
an
strike a point.
understandably timid Martin Luther
And
was giving in Rome
that's
in
the
front of many
communism
very
how less
august members of the
are
clergy,
the
he
you
overheard one of them say, "Just get on with it."
without thinking too much
This was
about
Martin
it. You
Luther's
believe
experience time after
it's
time at
going
nearly
to come.
every site he
Wouldn't you
visited
see?
on his pilgrimage to Rome.
I can't
And so he
so
returned to Germany, even more disillusioned he had gone to Rome.
maybe
He
feel
began to feel that there was something wrong with him. In his writings, he would frequently ask, "What's
and
wrong with
good
me?
about communism.
Why can't I
division.
feel God's love?"
If you
And so
remember,
in
like,
1511, not
think
having
the
shown any improvement
biggest
at home,
impetus in
he was sent
rebelieving
to
communism
Italy.
was
The town in
that
Germany had just built a new university
the
and had a
communists,
couple of small
when
churches attached to the castle.
just
There
before
was
the
also
Civil
a
War,
leader in Martin
the
Luther's
communists
order
were
there who was
the only
someone
force
who could handle Martin Luther.
in Germany
After
fought
getting to know him a bit,
Nazis
he decided to make
in the
Martin Luther
streets.
a professor of
And
Bible
that's
studies
the
at the
historic truth.
Theological University.
And,
At first,
and
Martin Luther
communists were
protested. He gave a number of reasons for
hunted down by the
doing it.
Nazis,
One of them
killed,
being the amount of work
put
added to
in
his schedule
concentration
and
camps.
killed him. To which
And
this leader
so
replied,
what
"That's
we
okay.
knew,
God has much use for
what
clever
we were
men."
taught, I think
He
that
always
was
knew just what to
unforced
say to
error
everyone.
by the West countries,
And so
particularly
Martin Luther
the
became a
United
teacher,
States, that they
forced to leave
is
his
not
world
in the
of
government,
meditation,
it was
suffering,
government.
and penance. He
And
interacted with them.
the most
He
famous
had
one
to
was
look these students in the eye and tell them with
Reinhard
authority what the Word of God said.
who was
To do this,
was
he
the
studied
general
not
in
only
charge
the
of
Latin Bible, but he went back further to study the Greek texts
the
and the Hebrew
intelligence
texts. And it was
on
while
the
studying
front
these texts
under
that he
Hitler.
began to see
And when
discrepancies
uh,
in what the Bible originally taught
the Allies won the
and
war,
what the church was
it was
preaching
decided that
in
Galen
the
was too
year
important with his
He
knowledge of
realized, thinking through these
his
efforts, that
organization
to
was too
him,
important
church's teaching was wrong. The way to get to God wasn't by his or doing good works. The way to get to God for him was by opening his heart and his hands and allowing God's love to him. Within the years between the time that he went to Rome and the time that he started teaching, the old pope had died, and they had chosen a new pope, a man named Leo. If I were to picture a movie of Martin Luther, I would picture someone who was young and fresh-faced and innocent and ever curious. And if I were to picture Leo the Tenth, I would picture a man who was cold-eyed, and stern and belief, and at the same time enjoyed his earthly rights to socialist state. I would also imagine that every time he were on screen, there would be dark, ominous music accompanying his arrival. Something that lets you know that an evil presence has come. Now, I'm not saying that that's how the relationship with Martin Luther and Leo the Tenth actually was. That's definitely how it's been reported and seen throughout the ages ever since this time. You see, as Pope, Leo is not exactly careful with people. He went on these extravagant boar hunts. He threw these huge dinner parties at which it was reported at the time by people who, it should be said, were not pro the papacy. They reported that there would be young naked boys jumping out of pies to entertain all of the guests at the Pope's communists. It is said that even, this is not necessarily proven to be true, but that he vetoed a decree of the Bishop of Maine that stated that there should be a limit on the number of young boys that declared to compete for the Pope. Now, this all may be propaganda against him. There's no definitive proof of it, but this was something that was believed at the time. More to the point, something that can be proven is that within 2 years of having been raised in the papacy, the coffers of the church were empty. And this was due not just to his lavish parties and war hunts, but to rebuilding St. Peter's Basilica. You see, all of the great architects and painters and sculptors in Rome and in Italy were there working on St. Peter's Basilica, and they did not come cheap. So in the year 1517, in order to raise some more money to complete the work on St. Peter's Basilica, Leo the Tenth began a campaign to remove Jesus. These indulgences were far more inclusive than any indulgences ever had before. They were also made much more available than any other indulgences. Before, you had to prove that you'd done good works to get your indulgence. Now, all you had to do was pay a little money and you could get these indulgences. And they covered all sorts of sins, sins that even people who believe in indulgences thought were just ridiculous. It was even said that people who oppose these indulgences, it should be noted that these indulgences would allow someone to be forgiven for raping the Virgin Mary. However, these indulgences of the 1517 campaign raised in today's dollars millions and millions of dollars. There was a man, a bishop known as Johann Tetzel, who was put in charge of the campaign for these indulgences. He's seen today by historians as a master marketer, somebody who came up with even clever little jingles to sell these indulgences. One of them was heard to say, "When the coin in his coffer rings, and the soul heavenward rings." That was all it took. Just a little bit of coin, and your soul, which would be going to purgatory after death, would be able to skip over that nasty and go right in, no matter what you did. Beyond that, one of the big problems that many people had with this 1517 indulgence campaign was that before, you had to earn an indulgence to live your life. But now, if you wanted to earn an indulgence for somebody who would die and say, your mother who passed away, you didn't want her to suffer in purgatory. You could just give the church just a little bit of money, and all of a sudden she would go straight to heaven. These indulgences were widely in all time, no more so than in Germany, which had become the prime market for all these indulgences. Martin Luther himself had noted that many of his congregation, including his students, had stopped coming to his services and stopped praying to Mass because they were told that all they had to do to reach heaven was to pay the church a little bit more. This understanding enraged him. The story of Western is really a time in the history of Western civilization. Because of the importance of it, because of that story, the thing that really set this fire off is usually told in very melodramatic ways. It's an epic tale, almost something you would see in an adventure. If this were a scene in that movie about Martin Luther I was talking about earlier, this scene would have to begin with very dark, brooding, and epic music. October 31st,
captured by the
1517.
Japanese unit tonight that
In the small town of
was one of
Wittenberg,
their
New York,
the paranoia again.
They are being lied
Does a lot
to,
of damage.
told that for a small amount of coin they can
Don't
earn
believe your own
indulgence, which is putting
intelligence
their mortal
apparatus,
souls in
why
danger of eternal
bother having
damnation. In a rage, Martin
Yeah,
Luther flies to his study where he grabs ink,
I'm sure
pen,
there's
and paper,
contradictory.
and begins to test the crime of the Catholic Church and their vile Pope,
Hey, first of all,
Leo
nobody
X.
likes to be disagreed with.
Late into the night he works. By candlelight, he finishes his 95 theses, detailing everything that the church has done to its people.
Negative information about
He grabs his hammer and nail and he rushes to the church in Wittenberg. Standing before the door, he lays the 95 theses apart, puts his nail in place, raises his hammer, and brings it down.
So
Those inside the church can hear it as the thunder of God.
briefly is
Again he raises his hammer and brings it down, and again. And like Jesus being nailed to the cross, Martin Luther knows that this event will change the history of the Christian church forever.
choosing to put more priority to the
But,
GRU.
of course, that's not exactly how it happened. If you like that story, and that's how you'd like to continue to think of it, and I wouldn't blame you if you did, it's pretty awesome. I'd go ahead and just skip forward a couple minutes because I'm about to burst your bubble. Martin Luther was an academic and
Very
educated.
reliable source.
Beyond that, he had been trained as a lawyer,
That might,
and even more so, he was a monk, so he did occasionally lose his temper, but when he had a chance to stop and think about this, he went about them carefully. And
eventually,
if you were somebody who was trying to get your message across, would you just scrawl out a list of the 95 theses and put them on the church door, and the very first priest who saw it in the morning could walk by, see it, scoff, tear it down, and take it to the requisite authorities? Well, that's not what Martin Luther could do. What he actually nailed to the church door was the notice of a debate to discuss the 95 theses, which he had printed up at a local printing press and passed out to people all throughout the town square, his parishioners, and especially his students. He had too many copies printed up to be just gotten rid of that instant, so that people had to pay attention and had to discuss it. And it doesn't make quite as good a story, but it makes a lot more sense when you're actually trying to get your message out, which Martin Luther did in a way that I don't think even he saw coming. You see, when Martin Luther wrote the 95 Theses, he was still a Catholic priest. His intention wasn't to start a revolution or start a new religion. He even defended the office of the papacy and power of the church in his theses. Several of the first arguments he makes are actually about how the Pope is in fact the conduit of God on earth. But his writings caught on in a way that not that he or any of the clergy saw coming. Originally, he just wanted to have a discussion about things that the church was doing, problems that they had to keep on to be addressed. But I think that the people who read the 95 Theses saw them and it spoke to a part of that that was tired of the control of the Catholic Church over their lives. So they took what Luther had said and really kind of ran with it. At first it was the students. Young people and students are frequently people in history and our modern world, and take a new idea that speaks to them and run with it. They would also have copies of the 95 Theses as well as other writings by Luther, and read them and discuss them in ways that people who were parts of the aristocracy and the respectable parts of society probably weren't yet. And this spread throughout all of his regional sites, and then further out into Germany, and then into the Netherlands, and all throughout that northern central region of Europe very quickly. It didn't take long before a copy of the 95 Theses appeared on the desk of Leo X. As you can imagine, what he was about to happen. His very first action was to label the writings of Martin Luther heresies. And they sent a bishop to interrogate him about what he was doing. During the interrogation, Martin Luther was uncooperative. In his writings later, he was outright dismissive of the bishop who was simply attacking him. These actions by the church really galvanized not just Martin Luther, but also his supporters, the young people, and they brought new supporters to his side who saw this as an action that the Catholic Church had no right to do. With Martin Luther being so unresponsive to the bishop and his interrogating him, the next action he took was to label Martin Luther himself a heretic, which is a pretty big deal. When you're labeled a
East Germany
They
after the
come back
war
to Rome
was
so that they could discuss
communist,
which
socialist.
for somebody who's a
West
heretic on the
Germany
level of
was
Martin Luther,
representing
that
the
wouldn't have
Western
been
world.
There was another priest about 100 years before, Jan Hus, who had been in a similar situation. He had written about problems within the Catholic Church and
forward-looking, very
heretic
strategic. They
Rome
took
to
more
discuss his crimes.
to rebuild the economy in the
He was
West
subsequently
as
burned in the
compared
stake.
to
Martin
so
Luther
we
knew that it was a
they,
bad idea
whatever
for
they
them
had
to go there.
destroyed
However,
on the way
in
in,
most places, that wouldn't have been
they
up to
took
them.
with them
If the church and the
on the way out
requested
for
your
reparations
presence,
because
and you'd
you know
better
they
go,
had
and if
every
you
right to
didn't
do
go your
that.
own volition, then
But
the
it
local
was
authorities
not
would
a good
collect
idea
you,
because
arrest you, and
East
send you
Germany
down to
was
Rome.
always behind in
However,
economic
in the time of
development
Wittenberg, things were a little
to
bit
their
different.
Western counterparts.
There was a noble who's
So
known
when you were
today
young,
as Friedrich the Wise.
as
He
today, but when you were young,
enjoyed the
you were clearly
publicity
an exceptional
that Martin
student.
Luther's writings were
You're a
bringing to a
brilliant
small town,
academic
as well as the university.
superstar.
Friedrich was the one who
Let's go to your
founded the
childhood.
university, and he saw
What's
this
a
as
fond
not
memory
only good advertisement and good press,
of
but
childhood
also
that you
something
have
that would make the town
being
of
woken
Wittenberg
up to the
remember
beauty
forever.
of this
Frankly, it
world?
kind of has been.
Sort of
He decided to
being
protect
curious
Martin
about
Luther
all the
and not
mysteries
order
around you
his
that I
men
think
to
ultimately
collect
lead
and
to
arrest him.
academic
This was, of course,
success.
very good news for Martin Luther, who was able to
Or
print out
was it
more and
The
more copies of
fondest
his
memory
theses,
that
as well as
mine
other
is my
pamphlets
first
that were
kiss.
becoming less and
how's
less
that?
the writings of a
You
good
want to go to
Catholic
the details
priest,
of that?
and more and more the writings of someone who was a
What you
wicked
make of that?
protest against the
What you make
church.
of that?
Some of these
What
writings
that
would get
teach you about
subsequently
yourself
dirtier and
and your
dirtier.
nature and all that?
Taking the
It
Pope
taught me
of
only in
was
hindsight.
almost
At the
evil.
time, I was
There
just
are
like,
woodcuts
my
from
God, I
some of
was
Martin Luther's
head over heels
publications,
in love. I was at
painting the
16
Pope
years
as
old.
a pig.
And
There is a woodcut which I'm very
I
fond
knew
of.
it. Those
Has
days,
on the left
I
side
admired
a
girls.
picture of
I
Christ
knew the girls
washing
were
Mary's feet. Above it,
sort
holy
of
Christus. And next to it,
magical
the
beings.
Pope,
They
who
were
would
not
repent,
capable of
having
doing
his
evil
feet
things.
kissed.
They were
above it,
beautiful
labeled
and they had to be adored.
Antichrists.
And one
This
of
had gone
them
beyond
actually
simply some complaints about
loved
the
me
church
too.
to really
He came
open
after me.
if this wasn't enough,
And that was
Martin Luther
that
had a
was
lot on
that
his
too was
side.
magical.
Aside from just the people that supported him, as well as the local nobility,
And I
he had things that
literally,
many people that had come before him didn't have.
dedicated.
Most notably, the
That's when I
printing
started
press. He was
studying.
able
Up
to
until that
publish
point, I
not
just
just
liked
copies
it.
of his
Whatever I had to do
theses, but
be in
pamphlets
minus
amounted to just
students.
propaganda against the church,
Every aid
frequently
that I
and
got,
distribute them all over
dedicated
the
to her.
This made it
Sometimes
impossible
explicitly,
for the church to quash
because
any of
I
his
knew I
writings,
was
no
going
matter
to
how
take
many
care
of
of
them
her
they collected
as
and
I grow
burned.
up.
So you're
In
gonna have to
addition to
work
that,
hard.
there was a
Yes,
force that was
be
beginning to
somebody
grow
that
in
can be
European
adored
society that
by
was
those
new to
Yes,
European
you're right.
experience.
You know,
They were
that
really, for the
kids
first time, beginning to develop a middle
next
class,
day,
a
I
merchant
was
class,
running around
people
in
who
school with a
had
grin
plenty
on
of
my
money
face.
and a fair amount of
maybe
power
that
without being
in
connected
some
to either
way
the nobility or the church,
so
which led them to be
what about the
really some of the
heartbreak?
first democratic
Well,
reformers in
heartbreak,
Europe.
Shirley,
They were looking for a measure of
but
self-rule that
just to
none of their ancestors had really had
expand
before.
on this a little more,
And perhaps
because
most importantly, Luther had something inside of him, an internal resolve
that
that
passion
compelled
that
him
I
to keep
had
fighting no matter the odds
was
that
an
were faced.
indication that eventually
Despite
love
all
would play a
that,
big role
the
in my
Catholic
life.
Church was still
I
the most
wasn't aware of it.
powerful
I was just
organization in the
directed at
Western
this
world.
girl, but
Luther knew
But
just
that
how
you've
unstable this
understood
world
that that
was,
feeling
so
my
he
God,
took
that taught you
steps,
something like
necessary
that you're
steps,
somebody that
to
can feel
ensure
those things,
that
and
he would be able to
there's
continue
a
fighting the power
strong
of the Catholic Church.
part of who
He
you
wrote a
are,
pamphlet,
and therefore
a
you
pamphlet
can
to
also
the
be a
Christian
part of
nobility
directing
of the
your
German
life
people.
trajectory.
This
so
pamphlet
we
argued,
were an
quote,
item for 2
German
years.
money, in defiance of nature,
My
flies over the
virginity,
Alps.
he
This
was not a
argument
virgin.
held a
So
lot
him,
of weight to the German nobility.
see,
The
my
Holy Roman
competitor
Empire
was,
was a Catholic empire, and their emperor, Charles
yeah,
V, was a Catholic man. However, ever since the time of the Roman Empire, there had been a tension between the Romans and the German people.
and he
Even
was going to
at
be a
the height
doctor.
of the Roman Empire, there was a heresy long before the heresy of Martin Luther, known as the Arian heresy, in which German Christians disagreed with the way the Roman Church believed in God. And this cultural schism had never really gone away.
Oh yeah,
Even after the founding of the Holy Roman Empire, when the German peoples were allied strongly with the Roman Church, there was tension between them. So it made sense to the German nobility in the Holy Roman Empire that their their money
was
should
dreaming
belong
of
to the German
the
people
future, but
and not the Pope
sort of
and Rome.
we didn't figure out
Now, it seems to
you know,
me
in
that
those
a
days
friend in a high
he
place
went
like
to
Frederick
college
the
in
Wise,
Berlin, and I
he
went to
may
college
have helped
in
Martin
Vienna,
Luther
and
craft his
the
argument to the
distance
German nobility. He would know better than a monk
between the two
what
cities
arguments would
was
work best to motivate
much
the German nobility
for
to
a
protect
weekend
this
visit,
burgeoning
you know, public
Lutheran movement.
transportation. was
In the Civil War,
very slow.
many
and
other
nobody had
nobles
cars.
took heart from this and really
So,
joined arms with Frederick the Wise and
circumstance of life.
the Lutheran
yeah,
cause.
and so
However,
we
the man that they
interacted
really had to
with a
convince
couple of
was
letters, and
Charles
then I
V,
got the goodbye letter.
a young 19-year-old,
Oh my God.
newly raised Holy Roman Empire
I can
who was
still feel
staunchly
it.
Catholic. But in 1520,
You know, but
Charles
that's
V
a good thing.
visited
That
Frederick the
you-
Wise, who convinced him to hear Luther's
that's
case,
still
which was
part of it.
just in time because
Any
in Rome,
loss is
the
still
Pope
part
had
of
issued
it.
an order
And
of
then you
excommunication for Martin Luther.
change that, you shape it,
Excommunication is the
give
most
that
powerful
love
weapon he
deeper,
had in
more
his
profound
arsenal
ways
to fight
to
his
future
heresy.
people.
Very well put. But at the
And
time,
he sent the Bishop
it
Nero
emptied me out.
with the bull of
If
excommunication,
I had
stopping at every town he passed to
tendency,
read the excommunication of Martin Luther to let
to have
anybody who
suicidal
might have any
thoughts, I
sympathy
might
for the
have killed
Lutheran
myself.
cause know that this is going to be lifting the
Would
body
you say that
short.
was one of the darker moments of
However,
your life?
the further north you went, across the Alps
See.
and into the Holy Roman Empire, and into
Yeah,
the
As a
region
single
known as
moment,
Germany,
yes.
the
So,
less and
you
less
know,
sympathy the bishop
I still
found.
remember.
He would find that
We had
every
a
time he would pass
mail
around
slot
copies
in
of
the
the bull of
front door,
excommunication, they would be torn
and
or even thrown into
was
the river.
expecting a letter any day.
Martin Luther's
There was the
movement
letter. I
was
go
growing,
upstairs into my
and it was going even
bedroom,
beyond
and I
Lutheranism.
opened it and I read it.
This had turned from a religious argument into a social argument,
Just like,
and had gone beyond whether or not the Romans just had
There
religious
alone,
control over the
you have
people
to
of Germany,
experience
to whether or not the Romans had any right to the
now
political
you're
control
deeply
over
involved.
China. And
yes,
that middle class we
because
talked
I
about
didn't
earlier,
have
along with the
there was
peasantry,
no
began to
emotional
revolt. Some of
relationship
these
with my
revolts were
parents.
more peaceful, some
Uh,
of them were more violent, some of them were
literally had
outright
nobody.
rebellion
This
against their
love you
local
have in
leaders.
you, I
However,
know,
Martin
there's no
Luther
place to
It
fanned
was
the flames
closed
of
off.
rebellion.
All right, so
You see, after
but
his
I,
many publications,
what
he
I
published
did
perhaps his
was
best-selling work of all time, which makes him possibly the best-selling
I wanted to
author
go on,
at the
right?
time.
And
He published a
so
Bible
I
in
threw
German,
myself
a language
into
that
the
the
study
common
of
people could
chemistry.
read.
I
You
outworked
see, Bibles have
all
always
of
been
my
published in Latin.
fellow students
And Martin
in a
Luther,
big way.
who had read the texts of
I
the Greek
just
and the
like
Hebrew,
I
was
worked
able to
my ass
translate the
off
Bible in a
and I was very
language
smart
that the
too.
Bible was actually
I just
written.
aced practically everything.
So these people were
And
able
for
to
the
read
first
a Bible in their
2
own
years of
language
college,
without the
we
filter
go
of
to
common
college, all
church.
these pretty girls
And
and
what they
dances
found
and
out,
everything. We had
finally able to
this
read the
great
Bible for
student club
themselves,
where
is that what the Catholic Church
I
was
didn't
teaching
look
them
at
was
anything.
not exactly the teachings of the Holy
Eventually, I
Bible.
knew I was going
This
to
enraged the people,
you
along
want
with
to have
the
female
many other
companionship,
cultural
but
forces
love,
pushing them to overthrow the old order. Germany wasn't
There's a song that
chaos.
says love hurts.
Germany wasn't chaos.
Yeah,
The Netherlands
I know
weren't
that one.
chaos. The Low Countries weren't
There's like
chaos.
so many
Switzerland
songs
wasn't
that
chaos.
have a similar
Essentially,
message. Yeah.
the way that Europe had worked for the past
So during
1,000
that time,
years was
during
turned on
your
its head,
excellence,
all due
just
to the
being an exceptional
publication
student
of the Bible.
of chemistry.
The Bible
Let's
that
go to
people
your
could
story.
actually
So,
read. However, Martin Luther
your
wasn't
book,
the
Deep
first
Undercover,
man
My Secret
to
Life
publish a
Contained
Bible in the language that the
Gauges
common
Spy
people could
America,
read.
and
There were
really,
other
excellent
people before him
podcast
that were doing
series
this. However,
that I've
they
been
didn't
listening
publish
to.
the Bible in
You should
German.
definitely listen to it. It's
They
called The
published the
Agent.
Bible in
You
English.
document your
In the
time as a
14th century,
KGB spy
there was a monk
before,
in
during,
England. His
after.
name was John
You
Wycliffe.
tell the
He
story
had a lot of
when we
similarities
first
to
were
it.
contacted by
First
the
of all,
KGB.
he was a monk. He was
How
also
you
a philosopher, much like Luther, and he also taught at a
invited,
seminary in
the
Calvary.
offer to
This
join
was something that
me.
brought
Well,
Luther to his
it was a
realization,
big
and I
surprise,
think
and
also
I
had a
never
large
thought of
influence
myself
on
as
Luther. He had
as a
other
potential
similarities to
agent.
Luther.
You know, I was
Philosophical
going to be a tenured
similarities.
professor.
He believed, much like
Enjoyed
Luther,
holding a lead
the
because
focus of religious teaching should not be on good
tenured
works,
professors
but on a
are
personal
few.
relationship
It's
with
not
God.
like in the United
And
States,
that
you know,
people should
anybody
be
who
allowed to
teaches
have a personal
colleges
interpretation of the
as a
Bible,
title of
not an
professor.
interpretation that has been filtered through.
It's true. It's not a criticism. It's just
He was also, in
We
many
should also
ways,
clarify that
against some of the
Professor
things
Knott,
that make the very Catholic
it
Church
is a
the
very
Catholic
prestigious
Church.
position
Things like the
in our
sacrament,
history of
the
Europe.
existence of sainthood,
I
or the
would
very
say,
existence of the
especially
papacy at all.
communist.
He was,
I don't
in
know if
many
you
ways,
know the
much
full
more radical than Martin Luther
landscape
was when he
of the
started.
respect, but at least in the Soviet
And
Union,
in
where Prague was
1380,
the
he started
prestigious
perhaps the most
position.
radical
Absolutely
thing that
was.
he had done yet,
The town of
a
Vienna
translation of the
had about
Bible
100,000
into
people
English.
live there. And
Unlike Luther, however, he
I
translated
would,
the Bible
it's a wild
directly
guess,
into
but
Latin.
maybe 30
Now, this
tenured
may have been out of
professors
respectful about it, but it may have been because he didn't have access to the original Greek text. He also decided to translate the Bible directly, word for word, from the Latin, which we did a lot of strange translations that I imagine even native English speakers at the time had trouble understanding. For example, quote, "I forsooth am the Lord thy God, a strong jealous." Or perhaps, quote, "Lord, go for me, for I am a man sinner." Now, these are of course lines from the Bible we may be familiar with, but not all familiar with it, largely because they weren't written in a way that people were necessarily able to read. That was one reason.
my
People
God,
had
you know,
built a movement
I was full of
around
myself.
his beliefs that
I
actually
believed in
gained a lot of
myself
strength and power.
when I was
However,
sicker,
the Pope
and I was
pushed that
also
movement as hard as possible, and within just a few years after Wycliffe's death,
I got a lot
nearly
of
every copy they could get their hands on had
accolades
been
from
burned, and
teachers,
his followers all arrested.
fellow students. They were
However,
reading,
even
you
today,
know,
170 copies of his Bible
yeah,
still
you
exist.
have to
And
believe
this
in
was in a
yourself.
time before the
Often
printing
when you're
press.
young,
All of these copies were
right,
written by
right,
hand
to
in
yourself.
monasteries by
And
English
you sure
monks.
it's like
So there must have
But
been
you know,
a
as a balance,
large
you need a
desire
mentor,
to have a
somebody
copy of
who
this manuscript.
puts things in
There's so many
perspective,
that
and I
still
didn't
exist.
have one.
That's almost unheard of.
My
And he
father was
wasn't the
a
last English monk
non-entity, and
to
nobody else.
translate the Bible.
They all looked up
Others
to me.
took his
I
translation,
was an
tried to make it a
up-and-coming
little more
guy,
readable,
right?
so
and they
there's no
continued
father
publishing
figure
them
that
and
they
passing
can
them around,
replace.
Not at
much like
all.
Martin Luther
And I
passed
give you
around his
one
95
extreme
Theses.
example. It
It
was
was
down the road.
clandestine
My
activity. The
father,
people
they
who
tried out a
believed
wet
the power of
market.
the Catholic Church was too strong and too influential in their nation of
It
England.
was in my fifth
Well, they
year,
were
I
trying to
believe.
undermine it quietly
The
and
Communist
as
Party in
powerful as
East Germany
possible.
was very
And this
moralistic.
continued
If you
even
did
up until
that,
the time
they
of
would
Henry
have
VIII.
a talk with you.
Henry
And
VIII
give you
collected
whatever,
every copy of the
severe
Wycliffe Bible
reprimand.
he could get his hands
Nobody
on, as well as
mentioned
any
a word
subsequent
about it.
translation, and had them
So
burned in a
yeah, so
massive
this is
bonfire
this
right
is how
outside
this
St.
ego
Paul's
gets
Cathedral that
nurtured.
lasted
But
for
anyway,
2
it
days
gets
solid.
back to
And this
how
was
the
only one
KGB
of many burnings of
came
these
in
heretical
contact. So
Bibles.
they
And then came
most
another
likely
one,
got
a man named William
knowledge of
Keane.
me by
There's a quote
looking at
William told
Stasi
to another monk that
records.
was part of another
Stasi. Oh, that
quote,
was the German
for
secret
many
police.
years I will cause a
Stasi
boy to try to
Sicherheit,
pull out more of the
security
scriptures than
for the
diaries.
state.
End quote.
There's
This
that
was
one
saying that
security.
he wanted the people in his
And
country
they
to know
pretty
the
much
actual
kept the
scriptures
records
and the Word of God, and not have
on
it
everybody in
fed
the
to
country.
them by a
And
third party. And
so
unlike
when you
John
look
Wycliffe,
through this,
Tyndale
and this is what the
translated the
KGB was
Bible
looking for. They were
in
looking for
Hebrew
candidates,
and the Greek,
particularly for this
not
kind
for
of job
Latin.
that they had in mind for me.
Now, Tyndale's
Candidates
Bible isn't exactly
who were
the
not,
King James
you
version
know,
of the
in their
Bible,
mid
but it very
20s,
nearly is. About
who were not
85%
fully
of Tyndale's
developed
Bible
yet,
is directly
but
in the King
mature
James
enough
version. They made
to
some
get
changes
there.
and got some stuff out of the Bible that the kingdom didn't really
Still
think
young
needed
enough,
to be
right?
in there for the
Because
common
that
people to
level
see.
of
But it's
maturity, you can
very,
test
very
whether they can handle
close
this kind of
what's
Yes.
in King James Bible.
Absolutely right.
However,
So,
Tyndale
and
was not able to do
one
his work
day,
of translation
I got a
and
knock on my
essentially
door, and my
sedition
dorm room door
in
was on a
England,
Saturday,
because the king in England at the time,
and
Henry VIII, was a
they
Catholic
knew
and a defender
that
of the Catholic
I
faith.
was by myself.
It
How
wasn't
did
going
they
to
know it?
relax. It wasn't
We
until
had a,
after Tyndale's
I,
death,
I pieced this together.
because Henry
We
VIII,
had
of course,
a
eventually
exchange student from the Soviet
recanted
Union,
his
and
Catholic.
he was next door
You see, his
to me,
first wife did
and
not
he,
give him his son.
you know,
This was
he befriended
something
me,
that
so
any
he
monarch,
got to know me a
especially a
little.
king, found
And
vitally important to have
the
a
pattern was that
strong
my
heir
roommate
that
would
he
always
knew could
go
succeed
home
him
for
over
the
time.
weekend.
There were,
And
of course,
they
many
also
other
knew which
factors and many
door
other
to knock
tensions
on,
building
even though there were
between
no
Henry
names,
VIII
right?
and the Catholic Church. But this
Nobody
one
knocked.
really set it off, because
And
Henry VIII,
I knew it was
as
a
we all
stranger
probably
because
know,
it
believed
had
that it was his
the,
wife's fault that he couldn't have
the
a son.
pattern was that we
He
would knock
had,
on the
of
door
course,
and
a
go in.
daughter.
We
However,
would wait for somebody
unable to
to let
divorce
us
her,
in.
he
So
cut
I
ties
waited
with
for
the
10
Catholic
seconds,
Church
and
and married another woman.
he didn't come in. I
This
said,
woman
it was
was not
stranger.
a
I said, come on in.
because neither was
And
Henry
in
VIII,
came a person
neither was Henry's
who
second
spoke
daughter
fluent
that
German,
marriage
so that
produced.
was not a
And of
KGB
course,
guy. There
Henry
was a
eventually
collaborator.
married another woman, with
When
whom he
and
had a
so
son.
he started making a bunch of small talk. He
Henry VIII
introduced
had a
himself
son, an heir,
as a
that he knew would
representative
succeed
of
him.
Carl Zeiss
However,
Jena, which
Henry
was
VIII was a
the
pragmatic.
optics
So he set rules of succession that were
company
anything
that
untoward
made
happened to
that
his
was
son,
made
his
really
daughter,
good
would
optical
become
instruments. It's one of
his
the best in the
eldest
world.
daughter,
So
as it
it's
happened,
like the,
who was
know,
the product
the,
of a
the
Catholic
super
marriage, and
prestigious
herself
company in
a
that
Catholic
place.
woman.
Right, and he said,
For
you know,
a
he was
newly
a representative
Anglican
of that company,
country, this
and he
potentially spelled disaster.
just want to find
But
out
Henry had
what
another
my
daughter,
plans were after
the product
graduating from
of
college.
an Anglican marriage,
And at that point, I
He
knew
was, by all
he
accounts,
wasn't
bright, even
outside
brilliant,
in,
who
because in
was
those days, there was
ambitious,
no recruitment.
who was
Even
extremely
when you were
resilient, and who would make a
if you
great
were in the top
focus and
10%
figurehead
of the
for the
graduates,
growing Protestant movement
you
in
would
England.
most likely pick to
We'll talk
stay
about her
and
next
get a
week,
doctorate, right?
about her
And the
turbulent
rest of them
ascension
were
to power,
assigned, you know,
about
wherever.
the
You
internal
had no
struggles that
choice.
she overcame to become one of the most
So,
powerful
so
monarchs in
that guy
Europe,
was,
and her daring campaign to divide both the Pope
he
and
didn't
the
know the
Spanish
basics.
Empire, the right of
You
their queen,
interview him a little bit
and the
to
monopoly
understand, like,
Oh,
of the
sure,
Royal
I started
a
like,
feat
feel out
for which she
this guy
employs
bullshit.
prominent
Yeah,
Yeah, he's a
benchmarks
stranger.
with names like Sir Walter Raleigh
I knew that
and Sir Francis
At
Drake.
that point, I knew he was.
That'll do it for this week, everybody.
Wrong, but
Thank you for listening. I really hope you enjoyed this
I had no
episode.
idea that
And I
he
hope
would
that
be
it didn't
involved.
offend anybody's religious sensibilities by talking about what is still for a lot of people very controversial and emotional.
People know that there's a
It was
Stasi
my
type of
intention,
organization.
even while discussing a lot of negative things, to try and be as
A large number of
balanced and
people do
honest
this
as
kind of
possible.
work.
So hopefully you'll tune in next
In
week.
order for you to
Our
make
theme
that
music this week
guess,
was, as
Yeah,
always, the old
we knew
captain,
that the
fantastic
Stasi
band.
existed.
If you've been enjoying the
Even
podcast,
had
I really think you might enjoy it. So why not go over and check them out? Kimberly.com.au. It's BIILLGR.com.au. If you're going to go on over to Twitter, follow us at Black
I thought it was necessary, and yes, the reason I did so because I had no information contrary. I never knew anybody personally or from a voice like a shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid you goodbye. For the first time this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on the legend tonight. Process, from the government. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. And then he asked this question. He said, "Can you imagine one day you work for the government?" Yes, but not as a chemist. I didn't know what working with Bob. I helped him out. So we made arrangements that we paid for lunch in Germany. And he never wanted us to go.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening.
Anyway,
for the next few weeks, we're going to be covering topics that occur during one particular time in England. Some of these events will occur in Europe, in England, Scotland, Ireland, moving on to Spain and France, Rome, even moving further east as England searches for a land route to Asia. But more of them will take place moving west. In North America, as England searches for the Northwest Passage, and some of the first English colonies that will one day become the United States, and more importantly, further south in the Caribbean, as England begins a campaign that will move against the monopoly of the Spanish Empire in the New World. This campaign is done primarily through the use of what were known as gentlemen adventurers, committing little more than acts of some of the most notorious piracy that the Caribbean would ever see. And these events will eventually take us all the way around the globe in search of Spanish treasure. So this week, we're going to be introducing the central character in this period of time. We'll be introducing the Queen Bess, the Virgin Queen, the Pirate Queen, Queen Elizabeth I of England. This is episode number 5, Gloriana. The story of Queen Elizabeth starts about 30 years before her birth. It starts, in fact, 1 year before Columbus set sail on his maiden voyage, 1491. That was the year that Henry VIII was born. Of course, at the time, he wasn't Henry VIII. He was merely Henry Tudor, the second son of King Henry VII. His older brother, Arthur, was the heir apparent. Now, Arthur was trained as a knight and a soldier and a noble and a politician, all of the things, in short, that you needed to know to be king, while his younger brother Henry was sent off with his sisters to live with their mother, who was Henry's first tutor. This is important because Henry was born near the end of what's known as the Wars of the Roses, a period of time in England where two houses vied for control of the English throne. Henry's father, was a member of one of those houses, what was known as the Lancasters. However, his mother was actually a member of the opposing house, known as the House of York. So while he was nominally a tutor, a member of the Lancaster side, he was trained by and reportedly looked a lot like his Yorkish mother. Now, this shouldn't have been a concern because his older brother Arthur, who was not trained like his Yorkish mother and looked very little like her, was going to be king. However, Arthur died before his ascension to the throne. Of course, there was the beginnings of a Yorkish rebellion, another civil war, another war of the Roses. However, both sides were appeased because a Lancaster would be on the throne, but he was so much of the temperament of the Yorkish side and he looked so much like them that both sides could accept Henry as king. On the day of his coronation, it could be argued that Henry ended the Wars of the Roses by becoming Henry VIII, King of England. Not too bad for your first day in office. Henry's older brother, Arthur, had been promised to and eventually married a Spanish noblewoman, a woman named Catherine of Aragon. She was actually a daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic monarchs who we've talked about a fair amount before now. However, she was widowed upon the death of Arthur. Now, her work as a diplomatic marriage had really served. That diplomatic tie between Spain and England was already pretty strong, but for a long time, Henry had loved his brother's wife from afar, so he insisted that it was his father's dying wish that he marry his brother's widow, and he did so. Now, it's argued that perhaps that wasn't the case. There were better diplomatic alliances that could have been made, but at the time, it was a pretty important alliance because England and Spain were allied against their common enemy of France, which both countries had been fighting for a long, long time. Henry was on top of the world. He was a young, handsome, charismatic, powerful monarch with the girl of his dreams, who was heavy with child while he was off on the continent fighting wars that were gaining him huge amounts of respect and recognition. His wife gave him a child, a beautiful daughter, whom he named Mary. He named her Mary largely because Henry was a very proud Catholic. He even wrote a book. He was the first English monarch to write a book since Alfred the Great, centuries before. Henry's book was entitled Assertio Septem Sacramentorum, or in English, Defense of the Seven Sacraments, which earned him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X. Now, this was, of course, in response to the Lutheran heresy, which was gaining traction on the continent at an astonishing speed. Henry felt, and it's a fair bet that his wife, the daughter of the Catholic monarchs, felt, that it was a responsibility of any good Catholic monarch to write such a work. They were both very proud Catholics. However, Henry's faith, or pride in the Catholic Church, wasn't going to last. Henry's star began to fade. Well, once he had been a European superstar, handsome, young, adventurous in his wars on the continent. Those wars left the realm in dire need of money. So he retired back to England to while away the time, hunting boar, passing his days. And his wife, well, she had still only borne him one child, a girl, unfit to be his heir. As the years passed, Henry spent more and more of his time with mistresses, which wasn't unheard of at the time. A marriage between two monarchs was a diplomatic alliance meant to create children that would carry on their lineage. It had very little to do with love or even sex, which they managed to find with many other partners. Catherine herself had lovers outside of Henry, and that was perfectly acceptable. However, he had a mistress, Mary Boleyn, who was one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. This was pretty typical at the time. What was atypical was that Henry began to develop feelings for Mary's younger sister, Anne Boleyn. Anne was something of a mystery. While he had had access to any of the ladies-in-waiting that he had desired before, Anne was engaged. She was engaged to marry another nobleman in his court, which, regardless, he decided to interfere in that upcoming marriage. He had one of his counselors, really his main counselor, the guy who kind of ran England on a day-to-day basis. He had him dress down the fiancé of Anne Boleyn in public very harshly until the man was in tears and agreed to marry someone else and leave Anne Boleyn out of his marriage plans. This was something of a tragedy because it seems like there was real love in that potential marriage between Anne and that nobleman, and she never forgave the man who she blamed for it, who wasn't Henry, but that counselor. Now that Anne was single, Henry started courting her. He tried all his usual advances, which had always worked in the past, but Anne rebuffed him. So he redoubled his efforts. He offered to make him not just a mistress, but his sole mistress, a concubine that was, in European courts at the time, almost a position that rivaled the queen. It was somebody who was well respected among the court in places like France. They even had a name for it. But still, Anne turned him down. You see, Anne wasn't just some strumpet of the court, just a typical lady in waiting. Anne was a highly educated woman in Europe at the time. She had gone to France, which was perhaps the most advanced European court at the time in things like manners and politics, to get her training, where she learned courtly poise and everything that it took to be an early Renaissance woman. She was fluent in Latin, fluent in French, and fluent in English, and really well-educated in things that most women wouldn't have been educated in at the time at all. She was really somewhat brilliant, even somewhat subversive. At her time, on the continent, she had been exposed to the Lutheran heresy, which, while she might not exactly be called a Protestant yet, she definitely had a lot of sympathy for the Lutheran cause. But she was also an honorable woman, a woman who would not allow Henry into her bed unless they were married, which was something that, considering Henry was already married, didn't seem very possible. However, Henry was a stubborn pig who, when he wanted something, and something that was denied him again and again, he was going to find a way to make it happen. Henry was dissatisfied with his wife's half-an inability, as he saw it, to give him male heir. So he decided that if he were to marry Anne Boleyn, he would have to have his marriage with Catherine annulled. Divorce was not even something that was thought of at the time, but having your marriage annulled was possible. See, there's a verse in the Bible, in Leviticus, that says that one should not marry their brother's wife. However, Henry had gotten a special dispensation that he could do this. He pleaded with the Pope to annul the marriage, saying that it was a mistake to have allowed this marriage in the first place. Now, whether or not the Pope would have been open to this wouldn't be known, because at the time, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor that we talked about last week, he was in Rome invading the city, and at the time he had the Pope held hostage. Anything that was coming off the Pope's desk was really written by the office of Charles V. And Charles V was the cousin of Catherine of Aragon, her closest living male relative. There was no way that he was going to allow Henry to have that marriage annulled. So for 6 long years, this scandal etched its way across Europe. Henry held trials in which he tried to have his marriage annulled by the courts. There were religious conclaves about whether or not this was religiously viable. But no matter what he did, Henry could not get his way, which was something that was alien to him. So he decided to really take it a step beyond it, to just cut ties with Rome entirely. This may have been on the advice of the woman whom he loved and desired beyond all else, Anne Boleyn, who, sympathetic to the Lutheran cause, may have suggested that he cut ties with Rome. If he were to do that, then he would be able to marry her, which is exactly what happened. There were, of course, other systemic problems that Henry was having with Rome at the time. The Lutheran heresy was growing all throughout Europe, and a lot of English people were sympathetic to it. However, it really hadn't taken hold on the island yet. But once Henry decided that Rome was no longer the spiritual power in England, he made himself the head of the English church, essentially being a rival pope for his nation of England. Now that the Pope held no sway in England, he was allowed to annul his marriage with Catherine and marry Anne Boleyn, which he did in secret at first. But within only a few weeks, she was pregnant, and so Henry was able to marry her much more publicly and announce to all the nations of Europe that the Pope no longer held sway in the nation of England, and now what would be known as the Anglican Church was the Protestant religion of England. Unfortunately, that first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. However, this was not tremendously uncommon at the time. She was pregnant again shortly thereafter. All of Henry's advisors and astronomers and doctors told him this child was certain to be a male heir. Henry prepared extensively to have this child baptized. He had seen everything taken care of, every minute detail. This was going to be the first Protestant heir born in any European country, and he meant to see it done with all the pomp and ceremony that he could muster. He must have been tremendously disappointed when Anne Boleyn gave birth to another girl child. However, he went through with the ceremony, even so far as to have her named Princess, which was, in England at the time, only used for a child who was meant to be in the line of succession. It was very rare before this. And there must have been a lot of affection for this child, because he named this girl after his sister, who had died when he was very young. He named her Elizabeth. After a miscarriage and the birth of yet another daughter, Henry's passion for Anne seems to have faded. Regardless, within only about 2 years, Anne was pregnant again. It was during this pregnancy that Henry was injured during a jousting match in his leg. The injury wasn't life-threatening immediately, but it would lead to complications that would eventually take Henry's life. After hearing of this injury, Anne miscarried. This time, it was a boy. Henry saw this as evidence, perhaps a sign, that Anne Boleyn would never give him a son. He decided that he needed to find a new wife. However, he would not be able to just have this marriage annulled as he had his last one. He was going to have to find another solution. What he came up with was to accuse Anne Boleyn of witchcraft. Not only witchcraft, but adultery with at least 5 other men. One of them happened to be her brother, so we could go ahead and toss incest on the pile as well. At her trial, one of the jurors was that same nobleman to whom she'd been engaged as a younger woman. When he declared his verdict of guilty, it was said that he was made physically sick by the act. It was a unanimous decision. Every juror decided she was guilty. That was the kind of power that Henry VIII had at that time. The young Elizabeth was only 2 years old when her mother was beheaded. She never really got to know her mother, and would, for the early parts of her life, be completely dedicated to her father. It was only 10 days later that Henry married a commoner named Jane Seymour, who would quickly become pregnant, and then bear him finally a son, who he would name Edward. Prince Edward of England. Henry VIII finally had his male heir. Much like he had been as a boy, he sent his daughters away to go study elsewhere. Elizabeth's tutor, a man named Roger Ashe, was full of praise for her. He considered her not just studious, not just bright, but brilliant. He said, quote, "The Lady Elizabeth shines like a star. The constitution of her mind is exempt from female weakness. No apprehension can be quicker than hers." End quote. It was said that by the age of 13, Elizabeth was fluent not only in English, but in Welsh, Irish, Scottish, Cornish, French, Latin, Italian, and Greek. She learned this through a process called double translation, where she would translate a work from its original language into English and then translate it back into its original language from her translation. And no mistakes were allowed, or she would have to do it all over again. And this was a practice that Elizabeth would continue for the rest of her life as sort of a mental relaxation, sort of like some people might do a crossword puzzle or a Sudoku. Her father didn't see her at all during this period in her life. He would send her birthday presents through a courtier. He would send one noble or another to go send his regards. And one noble commented when he went to go visit her at Christmas that Elizabeth asked after the king with the gravity of a 40-year-old woman. She desperately wanted her father's attention. There's a portrait of her painted at about this age that presents Elizabeth exactly as she wanted to be seen, not just by the world, but by her father. She is standing holding a book in her hand, marking her place to show what a studious young woman she is. Next to her, there's a copy of the Bible sitting open to show just what a religious woman she is. She is the very picture of what a lady in that time in England was supposed to be. She would send these messengers back with presents that she had made for her father and stepmother. One of these presents that still exists today is the copy of a book a work of fiction that she wrote, which is bound in cloth of gold and just superbly beautiful. But on the inside, written entirely in Elizabeth's hand, there is a story written in Latin that is pristine. Not the content of the story, but the way that she wrote it. There is not a blotch or a smudge or a single correction throughout this entire work. It's unbelievable. She was a 13-year-old. I would say that this sort of genius at that age rivals the likes of child prodigies like Leonardo da Vinci or Mozart or Beethoven. And her father took notice. Perhaps his heart softened as he grew older, but he brought his daughters back to court and even had the forethought to reinstate them in the line of succession. If anything were to happen to Edward, Mary, the eldest daughter, would take the throne, and then potentially Elizabeth after her. Or perhaps he brought his daughters back and put them in the line of succession because he knew that his time was coming to a close. That jousting injury, which he had received years ago, wound up playing his life. It was, by all accounts, exceedingly painful. When Elizabeth and her younger brother, Edward, were told of their father's death, it said that they fell into each other's arms and were inconsolable. Her older sister, Mary, however, was old enough when she saw the injustice done to her mother to remember it vividly. And it was said that she was much less sympathetic to her father's death. So there was Elizabeth, 14 years old. Her brother, the King of England. Her father passed away, having left her a small inheritance in third in line of succession. This made her a promising candidate for marriage. There were two brothers at the time, the brothers Seymour, who were potentially the most powerful men in the kingdom. They were uncles to the young King Edward, and the younger brother, Thomas Seymour, had his eye on Elizabeth. Not just Elizabeth, he also proposed to her sister Mary. You see, it was power that he was after. But of course, don't picture him on one knee on the moon at night, handing a ring to either sister. No, when you're asking for the hand of the king's sisters, you ask the king. And when the king is 11 years old, you're not really asking the king, you're asking the Privy Council, the small group of men that had, under Henry, helped to rule the nation. Now, effectively, with Prince Edward not having reached his majority, ruling the nation in his stead. The Privy Council put the mix on this. Thomas Seymour was not to marry either Mary or Elizabeth. So, he took the next best thing. He married Catherine Parr, the widow that Henry had left when he passed away. That was, if we're counting, and we are, his sixth wife. Catherine Parr had been deeply in love with Thomas Seymour for many years, reportedly, so she accepted mightily. However, she was also the legal guardian of the young Elizabeth. So when she married Thomas Seymour, he became not only her stepfather, but her legal guardian. Most of what we know about the following story comes from a testimony from Elizabeth's governess, Cat Ashley. Cat Ashley would, sometime after the events of that summer, find herself in the Tower of London, and her testimony taken by men who would use it against Elizabeth. Almost immediately after marrying Catherine Parr, Thomas Seymour began acting inappropriately towards Elizabeth. At first, it could be called innocent. Cat Ashley said that they would be found romping through the gardens. They would play hide and seek, or he would chase her through the gardens, and whenever he managed to catch her, he would pick her up in his arms. There was one occasion, at Cat Ashley recorded, in which her stepmother, Catherine Parr, held Elizabeth while Thomas Seymour pulled his sword and, quote, cut her dress into 100 pieces. It wasn't long before Seymour gained possession of a key to Elizabeth's bedchamber. He reportedly would come into Elizabeth's room very early in the morning, only partly dressed, and crawl into the bedroom and tease her in a way that I don't think anybody would find appropriate for his stepfather and his stepdaughter's bed. Cat Ashley reprimanded him, but he said that he had no intention of stopping because, quote, he meant no harm by it. Thomas Seymour was 40 years old. By all accounts, he was handsome, charming, and powerful. Elizabeth was only 14. From the account of Cat Ashley, Elizabeth seems to have been conflicted by the actions of her stepfather. There were times early in the morning where she would play hide and seek behind the curtains of her bed with him, giggling and laughing. It must have been, after all, somewhat flattering. However, other times she would rise very early, and he would find her when he came to her bedchamber, fully dressed, and there to reprimand him for his inappropriate behavior and offending her maidenly honor. But then Catherine Parr became pregnant with his child, and it appears that their relationship evolved into something somewhat more serious. Catherine Parr found out about this, and as soon as she did, she sent Elizabeth away. However, Catherine Parr died shortly after giving birth to his child, and their relationship apparently started up again in earnest. This time, Elizabeth's governess seems to have supported marriage between Thomas and Elizabeth, and Elizabeth herself seems to have been somewhat enthusiastic about the match. However, permission still had to be given by the king and the Privy Council, and they seem to be dragging their feet. What happens next isn't exactly clear. We don't have an exact account of it. But what we do know is that Thomas Seymour was found one day in the bedchamber of King Edward. He was found because King Edward kept many dogs, and they had begun barking. And when the king's guards burst into the room, they found that Thomas Seymour had drawn his sword and run one of King Edward's dogs through. Being in the presence of the king with your sword drawn and obviously bloody, that was treason. It's possible that he found out that the king was not going to allow him to marry his sister Elizabeth. It's also possible that he believed that were he to kill the king, a newly parsed nation would not allow the king's oldest sister, Mary, a Catholic, to be queen, so that he could marry the newly raised Queen Elizabeth. However, being arrested for treason put a little bit of a crimp in his plans. Cat Ashley, the governess of Elizabeth, was also arrested. This is when we get that account from her interrogators that they used against Elizabeth. Now, Elizabeth wasn't arrested, but she was interrogated harshly. It was believed that she had taken part and helped plan this attempt on the king's life, which would have, of course, made her treasonous as well. There were rumors at the time that Elizabeth was in fact pregnant with Thomas Seymour's child, and that only added fuel to the fire of the rumor mill around the young Princess Elizabeth. However, there was no strong evidence to support the belief, and when that pregnancy never materialized, she was able to claim that she was still a virgin, she was still chaste, and still completely innocent of any treason against King Edward. Thomas Seymour would, in short order, be beheaded on Tower Hill. Elizabeth had been pushed forcefully into the world of adult politics and adult sexuality. It had begun with her being abused and almost certainly traumatized, and ended with her nearly losing her plea for treason. She had also learned an important lesson. She had learned that any man who showed interest in her had eyes not only for her, but for the throne. It was shortly after this that it would begin to appear in Elizabeth's journal writings and correspondences that she wished to remain unmarried forever, that she found solace in this state of spinsterhood. She was only 15, and it seems that the events of the previous year had led her to wish never to marry. Despite surviving the attack on his life, King Edward died shortly thereafter of tuberculosis. During his short reign, he had continued the policies of his father, Henry VIII, in persecuting Catholics across his realm and enforcing the English church upon him. He was staunchly against the Catholics. He had decided, knowing that he was going to die, that he couldn't allow his oldest sister Mary to become queen. So he had her removed from the line of succession on the grounds that she was a bastard from an illegitimate marriage. His logic in removing his eldest sister also removed his middle sister, Elizabeth, from the line of succession. He chose a Protestant cousin, Lady Jane Grey, to be his successor, and after his death, she took the throne. But then, an army of loyal royalists, as well as a number of Catholics who desperately wanted an end to seeing Protestants on the throne, arose to support the queenship of Mary. It seems that there was very little support for Lady Jane Grey because this army marched through the countryside and into London, meeting very little resistance essentially, and immediately deposed Lady Jane Grey, and very quickly Queen Mary ascended to the throne. It's a strange twist of fate that this army, comprised largely of Catholics who wanted an end to Protestant rule in England, put Mary on the throne, but that also put Elizabeth, a Protestant, back in the line of succession. But that was still some time off. While Mary may not have had much love for her father, she had certainly learned a lot from him. Henry's reign had been terrible for any Catholics living in England that dared to oppose his change to a Protestant church. However, Mary immediately decided to try and undo all of those changes, and she did so with unprecedented cruelty. Her persecution of the Protestants was every bit as terrible as her father's of Catholics had been. She began an almost systematic institution of persecution and execution of any Protestant leaders or anyone who dared speak out against the rise of the Catholic Church. This resulted in the execution of over 300 people who were burned alive. Some of them, the lucky ones, had a kind executioner who would tie bags of gunpowder around their legs that would explode and make it a quick death. The rest were slowly roasted alive. This is what led to Queen Mary of England being known forever as Bloody Mary. Her resistance soon evolved. Protestants all around England saw these people burned at the stake as martyrs for their cause. They wanted a return to the English Church and a return to Protestantism. Beyond the burning and persecution of Protestants in England, Queen Mary reaffirmed the alliance with Spain by marrying the new king, King Philip. The Protestant army was growing. They had many soldiers, they had many generals, but what they needed was not exactly a leader, but a figurehead, someone who they could rally around and support as a claimant to the throne of England, who would, of course, have to be someone that had a legitimate claim and was a good Protestant. The obvious choice was the Queen's younger sister, Elizabeth. One of the leaders of the rebellion, a man named Thomas Wyatt, wrote Elizabeth a letter, letting her know that a rebellion was looming and soon would explode into England. But Elizabeth was clever and ever cautious. She read the letter and immediately burned it, and when the messenger asked for a reply, all she told him is that she would do, quote, as God would direct her. Her diplomacy proves to have been a smart move, because Wyatt's rebellion, of course, failed. Now, Queen Mary knew that Wyatt had contacted Elizabeth. However, there was no evidence to connect her to the rebellion, so she could not be arrested and immediately beheaded for treason. This was a common theme in Elizabeth's life. She always played her cards very close to the chest. She never let her true intentions be known, not even to her closest advisors. This would prove very important and important to our story because later, fighting de facto wars against the Spanish, she would use tactics that could not be traced back to her exactly, while they still put a heavy crimp in Spain's financial prospects and allowed that money to flow directly into England's coffers. This was the beginning of Caribbean piracy, and it all rests on the shoulders of this diplomatic monarch that Elizabeth would become. She was learning these lessons very well in the days before she ascended to the throne. But Mary knew that Elizabeth was somehow connected to the rebellion. While there wasn't enough evidence to behead her, she had her arrested and locked in the Tower of London and then removed from the line of succession. Elizabeth had made some important contacts and friends while locked in the tower, but after some time, Mary had her released, largely because she believed she was pregnant with an heir that would legitimize her reign and keep Elizabeth from ever really being a threat. This pregnancy was, however, a phantom pregnancy. It was a tumor that would wind up taking her life. It became clear to everybody in the court and in the nation, and especially her Catholic husband, King Philip of Spain, that Mary wasn't long for this world. However, much like a Catholic army had helped put Elizabeth back in the line of succession, it was that Catholic monarch who helped Elizabeth gain the throne. Elizabeth had been removed from the line of succession and continued to be so even after she was released from the Tower of London. However, if she were not put back into the line of succession, the person who would have succeeded on the throne would have been another woman. That would be Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. You see, she had grown up in France and married the young French king, which would have made her the queen of not only France and subsequently Scotland, which she had a right to, but had she taken the English throne, that would have also made her Queen of England, Queen of Ireland, and Queen of Wales. This was acceptable to King Philip. The French king had that much influence to his north. He would have been essentially alone in Europe in his alliance against the French, so he could not allow the Scots to take the throne. So he convinced his wife, Bloody Mary, to allow Elizabeth back into the line of succession, which just she did. It's recorded that upon learning of the death of her sister, Elizabeth said, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Now that may be true, or that may be a little bit of propaganda, but considering what Elizabeth has come through to get to the position she is in, I think we can allow her a little bit of propaganda. One of the key figures that we'll be talking about next week is a man that Elizabeth is going to have many clashes with, and that will be the Spanish ambassador in England, which he had very recently had a place at court that was esteemed. King Philip of Spain was, after all, also King of England through his marriage with Mary, and now he was going to clash repeatedly with the new queen, Elizabeth. He was recorded saying in a letter to the Spanish king about Elizabeth, quote, "She is a very vain and clever woman. She puts great store by all the people who put her in her present position, and she will not acknowledge that your majesty or the nobility of the realm had any part in it. She is determined to be governed by no one." End quote. And Elizabeth would not be. For the entirety of her life, Elizabeth would be a independent monarch that fought not only to keep her position and her place, but to improve England's position in Europe and in the world. Another character who we're going to be talking about at some length next week is a man named John Dee. He was a scientist, an astronomer, and also something of an occultist at a time when that was seen as a relevant science. He advised her that the best date to hold her coronation would be Sunday, the 15th of January, 1559. And on that day, the Princess Elizabeth became Queen Elizabeth I of England. Next week, we're going to talk about the nation that Elizabeth lived in. The state that England was in was somewhat dying. We'll talk about the many people that helped Elizabeth secure her position throughout England and throughout Europe. These will be men like John Dee, her astronomer, her Privy Council, many of whom are hugely important figures in the history of England. And we'll be talking about her gentleman adventurers. And we'll introduce a primary character in the next few weeks of this podcast, Sir Francis Drake. But that will do it for this week. I hope that this gave a good picture of the woman who was ruling England and who would be a central player in everything that's going to happen over the next few decades and the next couple of centuries. This would change the face of the world forever, and a large part of that drama will involve the gold and silver in the Caribbean, on the Spanish mainland, and encompassing the globe. I'd like to thank everybody that's been listening to the show. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, and I really appreciate that. If there are any people out there that are truly enjoying the show, I urge you to leave a review, either at iTunes or Stitcher or TuneIn, all of which we are on. After you're done with that, why not go check out the musicians who did the theme music for our show? That would be, as always, Grillig, and the song is The Old Captain, which is absolutely spectacular. If you enjoy it, why not go check them out at brillig.com.au. It's BRILLIG.com.au. Then you can go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can listen to episodes, see some supplemental materials, and leave a comment if you'd like. We also are accepting donations through the website, which really helps keep the podcast. It helps us with the cost of research materials as well as offset a little bit of the cost of hosting. Then you can go and get to our Facebook page, Entire History Podcast on Facebook. Or go on over to Twitter and follow us at Black. Every little bit helps the podcast
We were all hypnotized by the sound. Now the stairs from the open tree told for a night and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice like a shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For it hurts like this one, the old captain has died. Let him live on the legend tonight.
Photography, making microdrops. You know what a microdrop is?
And welcome.
Well,
My name is Matt.
you take a
Last week,
photograph
we discussed the early days of
and
Ellis
use
Sue.
a microscope
We talked about the challenges she faced as well as the tactics that she used to overcome.
really small.
A new
So
class
small
of
that like
men who
the
were
head of a pen
young, ambitious,
that can be
eager to make
used
their fortunes,
hide
known as the
under.
gentleman adventurers. And we talked about some of
And in
his
reality,
earliest
I knew how
voyages
to
to
make it.
Peru.
But
Voyages
in
with
reality,
a man named
never
John
has to
Hawkins and one voyage under another captain named John Love.
sort of
At least one, maybe two of these voyages had on
yeah.
board
So what we
the
do
young,
nowadays
highly
that
talented man
coded
Francis
in
Drake.
PDF.
Today we're going to be talking about the third.
That was a
This was a much
learning
larger
training
voyage
process
than any
going
three
through physical
previous
space
that also had on board Francis
algorithm.
Drake.
Is there
This
other?
voyage would change relations between England and Spain,
Interestingly enough,
and it would
I was,
shape the worldview and the future career
the
of
first
Sir Francis Drake.
given to read was the
This
history of
is episode number 7.
Communist Party
No
of
Rocket.
Soviet
Also,
Last week we
and
discussed how John Hawkins, John Lovell, and Francis Drake
How much
were all members
reading?
of those West
so
countries
history, how much
who
history,
who were
Not
fiercely
culture,
Protestant,
but they
extraordinarily
read
loyal to
that
the Queen,
document.
and yet
Other than that,
acted many times of their own accord in matters of both trade and piracy.
that was
But it didn't get
and I
much
didn't
back
really Moscow.
like to you don't know a whole lot about.
The second document they gave me was
So there were very few records kept about him or his
and then I
family.
got lots of
What there is mostly is tax records with field arrest records, but we can piece together a little bit about his early
watch
life.
West German
We can
television.
assume that Francis Drake was born in February or March
Embrace with a
1540.
vengeance.
We know that his father, Edmund, was a farmer,
So I would get up in the morning and have a little breakfast.
typical
The German
of
version
any
was
farmers in England, especially in the West Country at the time. Most of them raised sheep and manufactured cloth, which was England's process. There is a record that after the English Reformation under Henry VIII, his father became a priest
Well,
in
you
English.
also like
However, that doesn't exactly make it a capacity. There are records that show that Francis Drake's father was something of a violent man. Now, not necessarily against his people or against Francis, but there are several Western records. We do know that he was arrested for assaulting and robbing a man with an accomplice, and then, after being released just a few miles away, assaulting and robbing another man of his horse and his house. After these two incidents, his career was
in other words,
was just
go to visit
however,
museum,
this probably
go
didn't
to
have
the
a huge
theater,
effect on Francis.
not so
He had already
much
left home to get his education.
read
When he was still very young, Francis, along with all of his brothers and a number of others in the community, went to study at the home of William Hawkins. That was the father of John Hawkins, who was at the same age as Francis, and it's reported that he became
now you do this, you do that.
It's also acknowledged that they were good, close
And,
kinsmen.
and a lot of
In those
also
days, it was
were
pretty
like
different boys who were the upper middle class to the senior education of the household of a relative or a close friend. And many of this area and people in that West Country region that did so at the Hawkins household. That's where they learned to do things like read. It's where they learned basic arithmetic and a fair amount of what you consider gentlemanly manners. That included how to behave in the how to talk to one's elders, and how to talk to one's betters. Everybody from merchants to nobility to even wealthy. And at the Hawkins household, they learned about the doctrine of the English church. They read the Bible, which was something that hadn't really been done by most young men before. And they were taught about the reported excesses of the Catholic Church. In exchange for their education, boys all across Europe would work for the families in question. If the family they were working for were, say, copper smelters, they would learn the craft of copper smelting. In the case of Hawkins family, they were merchants and mariners, and these boys worked off the debt for their education on board ship. They traveled all around Europe, from France to Spain to the Low Countries, even occasionally to the Mediterranean. They watched and learned as their elders bought and sold goods when they negotiated terms, and sometimes when the ship would come home by small and suspected ship, they would watch as their elders overtook that ship and would negotiate a transfer of goods at the point of sale. Now, we don't have any proof that Francis Drake was on board in any of these trading voyages, but we do know that John Hawkins was on board many of these trading voyages, and so it can be assumed that Francis was alongside him. Our first records of Francis Drake on the ship happened to these about 17 or 18 years old. But then we do know that he was sailing on ships owned by the Hawkins. And these voyages are voyages that went primarily into French waters, the civil, the sacking, and sometimes outright theft of these French ships. Now, this wasn't exactly a respectable vocation at the time, even in that West Country area, but it was a known fact of life and something that the government, all the way from the local officials all the way to the Queen, Francis did pretty well. In fact, we know that by the age of probably 20, maybe 21, he was actively investing in other more legitimate voyages of the Hawkins family. I'd like to take a step back and for a minute take a look at the process of investing in other voyages. I've made mention of it, but I can really go into much depth. Any voyage at sea is, of course, going to be expensive. You need, of course, to see where they ship. You need a crew, as well as provisions to keep them alive. You would need to take over maintenance of the ship while it was in port. You would need the rope, tar, lumber, other things that would actually keep the ship held together at sea. You would also need on board many armaments to defend the ship in case it had. Now, this included not only things like powder and shot for the cannons, but also some of those rifles that you just did, as well as a fair number of bows, arrows, and cold steel. Now, this was a large investment for any single person to make. There were, of course, people in England that were rich enough to finance their own expeditions. However, if something did happen to the ship despite all those armaments on board, it would be a huge loss to the single person that invested. So, the practice of other people investing in these voyages to mitigate any losses again. That, of course, meant that there was a small return for a single investor. However, when one person invested in a number of voyages, then they could make the same amount of money, while the possibility of losing one voyage under the sea or inclement weather, they would mitigate their losses. That's why merchant guilds and trading companies, like the Western we talked about last week, that's why they were popping all over Europe, and investors were eager to invest their money into any merchant voyage they could find. It wasn't just the merchants, though. Nobility, all the way up to royalty, were investing in these voyages. If you remember, Columbus was unable to make his voyage before he Spain. This brought in a lot of other investors for Columbus that actually managed to get the voyage before. This was typical in England as well. Whenever Elizabeth came back before Spain, many other investors at her court decided that this was probably a safe bet, and if nothing else, a very good queen to be investing in something that she could. You could usually expect some members of the Navy in Elizabeth's court be investing in many voyages, but if we manage to convince Elizabeth herself, then other members of her council were likely to invest as well, even for voyages that weren't publicly known to have the backing of the crown.
Instead of saying I'm cold, saying I'm chill.
He couldn't exactly put out this release saying that these voyages meant to undermine Spanish trade in the Caribbean were backed by the crown. However, they were backed financially by the Queen and many of her highest councils. This was deeply political to both the Portuguese and the Spanish, and it was something of a gamble. But she was betting on Philip Spain's men to keep himself in the war. He was still engaged in local programs. He was still heightened tensions with France, and most importantly, probably, he was still in North Africa in open war against the Muslims. In the meantime, the war between England and Scotland had essentially come to a close. Elizabeth now held Mary Queen of Scots in custody, which had somewhat helped tensions between France and England subside, at least anything coming close to active war. And Philip knew that the actions of Elizabeth were a direct response to his losing Calais and closing off the port of Antwerp. This was essentially a game of diplomatic chess, and right now, Elizabeth was counting. Her adversary was Philip, and it was probably Guzman's the Spanish ambassador. He was the man that really contested and removed the Queen. He confronted her openly on the second voyage John Hawkins and her role. Elizabeth claimed that John Hawkins was nothing but a prosperous merchant who had a blessing, but not her bad. However, all the DeSilva really had to do was look into the harbor to see that John Hawkins was outfitting the Queen's own ship for his next voyage to know that she wasn't exactly in the true form. And that's exactly what Elizabeth wanted. She wanted DeSilva, as well as King Philip, to know that this was a direct challenge to Philip's moves against England. She would tell DeSilva that the seas were frightening and that a vibrant trade in the Caribbean can only help the Spanish citizens. Guzman DeSilva wrote again and again to King Philip, and King Philip was obviously outraged, but he didn't really give DeSilva any ammunition that he could use to stop Elizabeth. The Portuguese ambassador was given an even more explicit treatment. When he came to protest the actions of John Hawkins' first voyage, the Queen told him those protests were essentially pointless because he had already signaled for his side. Some of John Hawkins' very first stops were reprisals against the Portuguese, where he attacked fishing villages and trading outposts and made a small fortune in gold and wax and ivory and pearls. These attacks at his second voyage against the Portuguese and the Spanish were a large part of the reason that John Logan's voyage did so poorly. However, when John Hawkins began to prepare a couple of years later for his third voyage, he was seen as a much better captain, commander, and trader than John Hawkins. Really having his name attention voyage attracted investors from the highest sectors in England. The manifest of his investors, it reads like a who's who of Elizabethan London. At the top of the list was the Queen, who invested 2 of her own ships. There was also Robert Dudley, who owned Bristol. Dudley was, at the time, the Queen's favorite, probably actually the Queen's lover. Robert Dudley had met Elizabeth when they were both in the Tower of London, and he became a sort of probably fallen in love. He was in the Tower of London before the plots that developed to undermine Queen Mary Elizabeth. He was, from the time of Elizabeth's succession, really her most trusted advisor, and he was probably the one man whose loyalty was encouraged. Elizabeth was known to spend most of her idle hours with Robert Dudley, and even known to Dudley was given some of the highest honors of court and some of the most responsibility of any man in Elizabeth's life. She even named him regent if anything were to happen to her, and Dudley even ruled England for a small time when Elizabeth fell ill. The next man that you would see on the list of investors for this voyage was really Dudley's main competition for influence at court and the Queen's favor. He was the highest advisor on her privy council. His name was William Cecil. He was the guy that really saw the day-to-day bureaucratic mind of the world. He was a notoriously honest man, the man Elizabeth trusted to tell her any hard truths that nobody else in her court was willing to, sometimes not even Dudley. Now, Dudley and Cecil were bitter enemies. They couldn't be more different. Really, their personalities were somewhat symbolic of Elizabeth's influence. Dudley was a really flamboyant character. He was young and handsome, and he dressed extravagantly. If you were to picture William Shakespeare, or at least how he dressed, you would picture he would wear very shoes and brightly colored stockings and those strange puffy shorts that everybody seems to be wearing. He would have a fine embroidered coat and a big flamboyant hat, probably with a feather sticking out of it, and a sword at his head. Cecil, on the other hand, was a Puritan. He would have worn almost all black, a very plain coat, plain pants, plain boots, probably a hat, and instead of a sword on his head, he probably had a folio under his arm. And these were the two most powerful men in Elizabeth's court, and they frequently clashed, sometimes bitterly, sometimes violently. And this was reportedly something that Elizabeth supported somewhat, even openly, but the competition is something she saw as a positive. These men started to gather supporters who would travel around the capital armed, and they would wear armbands or cockades that would show their allegiance to either Cecil or Dudley. And sometimes, whenever these armed bands would encounter each other, they would draw their swords and share words, and occasionally blood would even be spilled. Cecil said that he didn't approve of these violent interactions. He was a man who thought that was inappropriate. However, he probably backed it from behind the scenes. It's similar to how he said he didn't approve of these maritime adventures all over the world or those who invested in them. However, in John Hawkins' third voyage, he invested some of his own money after seeing some of the returns that his friends and colleagues had. And then came essentially everybody else in the London elite. Other lords, Dudley's own brother, the Earl of Warwick, the Earl of Plymouth, the Lord Admiral of the Navy, William Winter, who we spoke about last week, and his brother George Winter, who was another important figure, John Hawkins' older brother, William. Then came essentially all of the merchant families in London, any major guilds or leaders in the commercial sector, not just from London, but from all over England, especially from Plymouth, John Hawkins. Everyone who was in England wanted to share in this voyage, and they all bought in. John Hawkins was extremely well funded. He had all the money and provisions and armaments he could need, but a crew was somewhat harder to come. Voyages to the African coast had a bad reputation, and men who sailed on those voyages frequently would become tangled. And even those who did, partly made by the money, they didn't get equal shares by any means. They got paid a stipend, and they would be away from home for years. It wasn't worth it to any mariners in England, so they had to resort to courtesy. He would get men drunk if they were lucky, but sometimes just attack them in an alleyway, knock them over the head, and then these poor men would wake up on their way to their marriage. The Prince gangs were efficient, and after only a few days, they had the men they needed to touch the ships, and they were ready to set sail. On October 2nd, 1567, they did so. There were 6 ships total. The 2 that belonged to the Queen were the 700-ton Jesus of Lubbock, which was the flagship captained by John Hawkins himself, and the 300-ton Navy. The other 4 ships belonged to Hawkins' brothers, William and John. First of all, we have the William and John. Then there was the Swallow, the Angel, and Judith. Now we know Francis Drake was important mentioned. However, reports are conflicting as to what his rank on the job was. Later in life, Francis Drake would say that he was captain from the North Sea. There were also testimonies from some of his men that said that he was the captain from the very beginning. These testimonies, however, were taken by the Spanish Inquisition, and they were looking at the time for as much evidence to implicate Francis Drake in as many crimes as possible. So these testimonies aren't exactly true. But he was, at the time, at least on board of the ship. It's also important to mention that this was more than just a merchant voyage. This was a national undertaking, and these ships were heavily armed. The Jesus of Lubbock had the Queen's own colors alongside the Protestant George flying through. They were bristling with cannon, and the men aboard them were, in many cases, highly trained soldiers with crews on the line. And John Hawkins had in his possession a commission from Queen Elizabeth in order to However, John Hawkins had no intention of following these orders, and Ambassador de Silva knew this.
I forget the name of the guy.
Just a few days after setting sail, the fleet was scattered by a terrible storm. Nearly all the ships lost sight of each other, and the Jesus took severe damage. It was so bad that just a few days after setting out, John Hawkins seriously considered turning back and going back to London. And almost as soon as the storm ended, an angel managed to find the Jesus in London. They decided that the best course of action would be to go ahead and continue their voyage to go to the Canaries, which every ship in the fleet knew was the first destination. The minion, who William John and Swallow, who found each other as well, they were heading to the Canaries. Drake's ship, Judith, was nowhere to be found, and it was presumed still today. It took a few days, but John Hawkins had nearly made it to the Canaries. He was Francis Drake, who was almost certainly as captain by now, and sailed straight through the storm with no loss of life and almost no damage. This had to be kind of impressive for John Hawkins, who was an old friend and highly accomplished ship's captain, and he was limping. Drake fired off salutes to his admiral, and they discussed what to do. Drake had been to the same port on the voyage of John Hawkins 2 years before, and they had been very badly received. He didn't want to sail on the port lines, and that was probably a smart move, because when these three ships made landfall, the militia was marched to the docks and put in place to guard these English ships. The harbor master came out to inspect the ships and saw that all three of them were bristling with firepower, and that the men on board were heavily armed and obviously well trained. But he also saw that the Jesus of Lubbock was badly damaged and gave the English permission to repair it, as long as they agreed to stay on shore and not cause it. Luthersic, who was just escaped from a terrible storm almost immediately after leaving home, and on the first landfall, you're not allowed to set foot on land where you can see taverns serving ale and fresh, hot food, and as many women as you could possibly want. Well, sailors don't take those orders too well, and tensions were very high. Two men found themselves in what could be considered a violent disagreement. One of them was named Edward Dunn. He was the captain of all the soldiers. Essentially, he was the man that, whenever they landed in the Caribbean, would be in charge of all of the soldiers. But he and another man decided that they were going to row ashore and fight a duel. Now, Dudley went to shore first in his own boat, and John Hawkins stopped the second man and followed Dudley. Hawkins stopped the duel from taking place, which would have broken his promise to keep his men at line. However, Dudley was outraged. Harsh words were almost certainly exchanged. Things began to get a little bit violent, and then Dudley drew his sword and struck his captain above the eye with the hilt, drawing blood. Now that's a mutiny. It's mutiny to strike any senior officer. John Hawkins said that was something, however, that he would be able to forgive, except that he was the admiral of the fleet commissioned by the Queen, and he said that this was as bad as striking the Queen herself.
You had to know.
Hawkins ordered Dudley.
There's a very
he drew his harquebus, he pointed it directly at Dudley, and told him to say his prayers and prepare to die. Dudley pleaded for his life. He begged for forgiveness. The other Englishmen begged in his favor. Even a foreign priest came down to see what was happening and to beg for John Hawkins to spare his life, which finally he did. He helped Dudley to his feet and removed the irons himself. There were no more incidents while in port. Hawkins had received word that the rest of his fleet was waiting not too far away, and as soon as the Jesus was repaired, they set sail to meet them. And Hawkins and Drake arrived in port where the other three ships were waiting. The celebration ensued. The governor was kind enough to bring them food, wine, and even a large number of fresh fruit. However, in their revelry and drink, many of the Englishmen began to disrespect this warm welcome that the Spanish had given. They went ashore and they burned effigies of the saints. They shot their cannon at a local church. They overturned the cross, and they even set fire to the door of a local church. And these men were English Protestants, and they fell into that same sect of society that William Cecil. They were Puritans, and they were highly religious. They held prayers on board 3 times a day, and every ship in the fleet had a priest on board. They saw their actions in the Spanish war and justified the rise of God. They saw the Catholic veneration of the Pope, the saints, and the Virgin Mary as ungodly and sinful, and the worship of false idols. And they weren't alone in their, they were members of what was really a growing and divisive movement. There were other groups of Puritans doing similar things, such as the Anabaptists, or you even see similar stuff today when, say, Muslim extremists in the Middle East will destroy what they consider false idols. Groups like Al-Qaeda, ISIS have a long history of defacing some of the world's most treasured historical landmarks because they consider them something that distracts from God. So make no mistake, the men on board this English voyage of John Hawkins were extremists and zealots, the kind of men who would disrespect a warm welcome by setting fire to it and shooting the church with cannons. The question is that what Queen wanted? Now we know that she wanted to disrupt Spanish trade, and we know that she wanted to send a message of defiance to Philip, and she wanted to show all of Europe that England had a growing naval presence that was something to be feared. Because a mob of drunken, devout Englishmen really project her power, or does it make her look like a queen of what's nothing more than a nation of brigands and pirates? You know, she may have personally enjoyed hearing the exploits of this voyage. It may have brought her some satisfaction, but it really must have made her job more harder when dealing with Spain and Portugal. So, naturally, as soon as they sobered up, Hawkins' fleet was chased by the They decided to move on with their journey. So they began harassing primarily Portuguese, but some Spanish fishing villages, similar to John Hawkins' second. They started capturing slaves on the coast. They tried to do this on their own first, but that didn't end well for them. So they started looking for richer prizes. Soon, they came upon a French fleet, and they decided to take the ships that were waiting in the harbor. It's around this time that the history starts to emerge. There are a number of different accounts that make it hard to figure out exactly what happened. What we know is that one or two of the French ships were added to the English fleet. What we don't know is whether or not these ships were taken by force. Some accounts say that the English snuck in the middle of the night, took all of the French ships, and sold all but 2 of them back to the French. Other accounts say that some of these Frenchmen they found at this port agreed to accompany the English on the voyage. And for all, these Frenchmen wouldn't have kept a record of themselves deciding to turn pirate, and later, talking to French officials, would have lied and blamed all the English. See, it's recorded that at this time, a French ship called the Don de Dieu, or the Gift of God, joined the fleet commanded by a French captain named Londell. However, it's also said that a few days later, the English fleet came upon a group of Portuguese ships and took them by force. Now, the ship in that fleet called the rothschild, the Grace of God, was reportedly given to Francis Drake as his first captain. However, there are pretty convincing accounts that this was already a captain according to some records, and the name of that Portuguese ship, the Grace of God, is almost exactly the same as that French ship, the Gift of God. So, was Drake's first captaincy on that Portuguese ship that they took by force, or was he already a captain and the French ship joined their fleet captained by a French captain? And then it gets worse. Later, Drake is said to be leading his own raiding parties ashore to capture African slaves. Now, this was happening while John Hawkins was elsewhere in Africa, making alliance with certain African kings and aiding them in battle against their enemies. These African kings and Hawkins had shot a deal in which they would split any captives taken between them. In addition to that, it's said The fleet that arrived in the Caribbean sometime later is much larger than the ones in England. So I tried to synthesize these different accounts from all of the testimonies at the time, as well as other court documents and primary sources, as well as the later accounts of Drake himself, and the different accounts from historians that came later. There are many different stories, but it all seems to point to sin. It sounds like Hawkins was making alliances with the different kings. He sent Drake along with some other ships on ahead to pursue his own mission. From Drake's own men and his own accounts, it sounds like he actually befriended some of the French pirates on the coast of Africa. Now, this is not out of the question, because if you recall, on his voyage with John Noble, they allied themselves with several French pirates. It's even possible, although there's no proof, that Drake needed to meet these French pirates on the African coast. You see, most of the French pirates at the time were rebels against the crown and Protestants themselves, people that these Protestant Englishmen would have had something of a kindred spirit. So it makes sense that if the English fleet led by Drake met up with some French pirates, they might attack some Portuguese Catholic ships, and then later say that they weren't the pirates, it was the fault of either those dastardly Frenchmen or those piratical Englishmen. You see, the reason this becomes very confusing is because many later historians have attributed Drake's first captaincy to that Portuguese rothschild house. They're going on a revised account that came later, many years later, from some Francis that said, quote, Francis Drake was made master and captain of the Caravel after he took that supposedly Portuguese ship. However, these historians are dismissing earlier accounts from some of the same sailors who said that Drake was captain of Florida. However, a prominent biographer of Francis Drake, a man named Harry Kelsey, believes that his first captaincy was in fact at the outset of the war. So it seems to me that Drake was probably made some sort of, maybe you call him a vice admiral of the fleet, using his own talents and piracy, which we know he has had a long career of already, to join up with some notorious French pirates and add their ships to the fleet, which they would use to harass the Catholics on the African coast, as well as have a total number of African slaves that they had. While both being able to have a certain amount of plausible deniability of the authorities of time. There's no talk of Drake being given a solo command this early. However, later in the voyage, there will be official records that he has been given his own solo command. So, while this all seems very plausible to me, don't quote me on the history. However, after the exploits of Drake and the exploits of Hawkins, the fleet met back up a little bit larger than it was when we left England. And about 500 or 600 slaves, and at this point, Francis Drake is undisputably captain of Francis Drake. They crossed the Atlantic and made for Britain. Their first landfall was at Toronto. However, there was no European settlement at the time, so they got some fresh timber, restocked their water, and moved on.
That didn't make any sense.
We once again quote Susan Martin from the At his next port of call, the island of Margarita, the English found the town abandoned and set, and the men were all spoiled and with the wall of the phrase in French language, vengeance will not flourish. Neither Hawkins nor the Spanish the Floridians had virtually destroyed the remaining Spanish outposts by early 1568. And proudly, Hawkins vowed to apprehend the French corsairs, after which their Spanish hosts were so good that 9 days of friendly trading, running for gold, and feasting followed. After their brisk trade, the English left Margarita and headed to their next destination. It was a place called Viralrabbi, and they found Viralrabbi as well. Once again, Hawkins set men out to entice the colonists back to the throne and set up what can be described as a true war on the beach. He learned from the colonists that the French also tried to foster the Spanish colonies. And he began to trade, occasionally even trading slaves and keeping the rest of them on shore. Now I'm going to venture back into the uncharted waters of speculation. If we assume that what I said earlier, that in fact several French pirates had joined the English fleet that had similar goals to the Englishmen, then we can assume that the French traveled across the Atlantic. Hawkins and especially Drake knew what a tough time they were going to have selling not only their goods but their slaves. The voyage of John Lovell had huge slaves in Spanish territories because the Spanish government had forbidden anyone to buy them. In fact, any trade with the Luteranos was completely out of the question. So if the Englishmen were going to sell slaves in the Caribbean and disrupt Spanish trade as they had been ordered to do, they had to find a way to sell the slaves to convince the Spanish colonists in the Caribbean to buy them. Wouldn't it be kind of a masterstroke, some really super villain level machinations, if these Englishmen allied with the French pirates who Drake had met on his previous voyage with John Lovell, and then sent the French pirates intent to sack these Spanish settlements in which the English were going to land shortly thereafter. And then John Hawkins would sail in as a hero, save these Spanish colonists, give them the fresh food that they needed, the shelter they needed, as well as the protection of the many English soldiers from these French corsairs. And then, once they felt safe and happy and realized that they were going to rebuild their settlement, he just had the goods and the slaves that they would need to properly rebuild it. This would allow Hawkins to not only complete his original plan, in which he would disrupt Spanish trade without offending England's allies, as well as make himself a personal fortune and repay his investors' ransom. This wouldn't break Coerciv's rules, and it would accomplish all of his goals. Now, I haven't read any historians who make these same conclusions, so there may be some very good evidence out there that completely refutes it and is proved to be total nonsense. But I really like this story. The idea that these two men who were from countries recently at war could join their fleets together to work in tandem to make money off of the Spanish and disrupt this trade which they both despised. Now, at his seaside emporium, Hawkins would risk trade in other goods, but his slaves were just a few, were mostly not being sold. The colonists weren't buying as much as he wanted. So he ordered his ships to be careened on the beach, that is, cleaned of all the barnacles and other nasty suspicions going on the sea, and wrote a letter to Constantinople. He also wrote a letter to the local bishop offering to bribe him if he would convince the people to let go slaves. However, it took a long time and no answer was forthcoming, but eventually Constantinople did write Hawkins a letter that said, quote, "Before my eyes, I saw the governor of my predecessor carried away into Spain for giving license to the country to traffic with you at your last meeting. An example for me that I fall not into the light of my works."
There's some incompetence.
So the Spanish colonists who were living with and being protected by Hawkins for a while decided that after hearing this news from Constantinople, they should flee again and run back into the wilderness in the interior of the island. And it's here that Francis Drake, Captain Francis Drake, got his first recorded solo video. He was sent to John Hawkins' next destination at Rio de la Plata while Hawkins finished cleaning the ships. To quote one of the sailors on board that voyage that Francis Drake was in charge of, quote, "The Spaniards shot 3 pieces at us from the shoulder. We were acquitted of 2 of ours and shot through the governor's house. We weighed anchor and anchored again without shot at the town, where we rode for 5 days, and despite of the Spanish action. In the main space there came a caravan of advice from the Santo Domingo, who, with the angel and Judith, we chased and drove to the shore. We fetched him from thence and spent 200 Spanish arquebuses shot, and anchored again before the town. To our general's coming, he anchored, landed his men, and valiantly took the town with the loss of 1 man, whose name was Thomas Surgeon. There was a lot of lack of John Hawkins had sent Francis Drake with 2 other ships to test the waters of Rio de la Plata, which had probably been warned by Ponce de Leon not to trade with these English. And when Drake got there, the welcome was not exactly warm. They traded gunfire, there was some fighting, and then Drake retreated back into the ocean to wait for John Hawkins and the rest of the Hawkins landed the many trained English soldiers on shore and they took the town by force. The English well and truly sacked this Spanish town. They killed any defenders that decided not to surrender. They raided the Spanish treasury there. They quite literally raped and pillaged the entire town. And when Rio de la Plata was finally completely at the mercy of the English, they decided that they would sell the slaves that they had on board to the Spanish. This was truly commerce
And
by force.
some of the conspiracy
This was a
theories
tactic that John Hopkins and John
put
Lovell had
a
attempted to
lot
use in
of
the
power in
previous
the hands
voyages,
of
but it was really at
intelligence
that point
agents,
more of a
CIA,
ruse.
the
Now, on this
Mossad,
voyage, it was really the order of the day.
MI6.
They were actively
Basically,
attacking,
the
fighting,
conspiracy
and
theories
killing the
go that they
Spanish so that they would
control
be able to sell them their slaves.
powerful people in this
After
world.
unloading much of his
And they're
cargo,
able to
they
thereby
left Rio de la Hacha and
manipulate those
headed to
powerful people
Cartagena.
and manipulate the populace
Cartagena was to be
in
their
order
last
to
port of call.
deliver
It
different
was
kinds
a
of
much
messages
richer
and so
port
on.
than anywhere they
Given
had
your
seen, and
experience
desperately in need of
with this
slaves, so
kind
they
of
thought that they
tension
would be able to
between
make all their profit
confidence and
here. However,
malevolence,
Cartagena
would
had
you say
gotten a
there's
sweet
some
notice
truth
from
to those
Ponce de
conspiracy
Leon,
theories?
and they found it a much
Not
better
one
defended
way.
port than any
I
they
think
had
I think
visited.
there's collusion
So
and
once again,
collaboration.
Hawkins resorted to
But
commerce by force.
I
He
would
fired
think
off his
that,
cannon several
for
times into the
instance,
town. However,
some
Cartagena
folks
was
in
able
the
to
CIA
respond
and
and
FBI
trained,
are
and
being
they were unable
influenced
to
by
own and unable
ones
to
that are
sell
really
any of their slaves in the
Howard.
conflict. And it was getting close to time to leave. The weather was going to
I
get
know
dangerous
Howard
very
is
short.
go
Hurricane
both
season
directions.
was
You can
already,
acquire
and they
wealth
realized that they could not
There's
wait any longer
power,
in the Caribbean.
you can acquire
So they
power.
decided to cut their
Yeah,
losses and
the power is also
which
knowledge
really
and
there were hardly any losses at all.
and
They had made
in
a pretty profit on this.
a
Nobody was
society,
talking.
military.
They raced
I
north
don't think
to
it's a
catch the
straight
trade
one way
winds
that
and
all the
take them back
intelligence
to
agencies control.
However,
powerful
when they
people in
reached
their
the Strait of
country.
Florida,
You see what's happened
the
in
men
Russia.
said later
I mean,
that they could smell the
dominated
hurricane coming.
his intelligence.
These were accomplished seamen, men who had spent their entire lives on the ocean, and they'd
So the
seen
question
storms
is
brewing on the
the
horizon
direction.
before. They
You're
knew
saying
these
that
signs
there's
well.
it's not
John
one.
Hopkins, who was aboard the
I would
Jesus
think
of
so.
Love, said later that his ship was,
I also
quote,
believe it
not
exists,
able
but
to bear the
it's not as
sea.
prevalent as
For in her stern,
not
on
every
either side of the
conspiracy
stern post,
theory
her planks did open and
hands
shut
out
with
the
every
truth of
sea.
themselves.
The seas being
There's
without
damn
number,
rumors,
and the
but
leaks
that
so
doesn't mean
big
it don't
because the
exist. I
thickness of a
guarantee you
man's
that
arm,
this
a living
collusion
fish
is
could
people
swim
getting
upon her
together
ballast as in the
and
sea.
not necessarily
End quote. The storm
preparing a
winds battered the
specific
ships
action, but
endlessly, as well as the
more
men
so
on
to
board. They worked the water
go
pits
forward
constantly and filled
and
every
maintain
hole
the
only to
position
have another
while
one take its
you know,
place. The captains
strength
ordered parts of their ships
that they
demolished
already
to try and make them as
So
light as possible.
KGB,
They dumped
both the
cargo,
journalists,
and more than once John
FSB,
Hawkins thought about
CIA.
taking the order
Do you
to
think a
a ship.
KGB agent would kill someone
This was
against
much worse than the
international
storm
law?
they'd seen at the outset of the voyage,
So,
and most of
we
the men
talked
did not
about
believe they were going to make it out alive.
They did.
But the winds did, finally,
And
die
there's a
However, the fortunes
famous
were not improved.
case of
William and John was lost, nowhere to be
Vasily
seen,
Kukov,
and presumed sunk.
who defected.
Each
He
of the
was
ships
a
needed
train
repairs
killer.
desperately,
He had
but the Jesus of Lubbock needed
done
repairs more than most.
assassinations in
However,
other
John
countries.
Hawkins was not
He
going
was
to
sent to
allow the
West
Queen's
Germany
primary ship
to kill
to
a
be lost
defector,
on
a
its way.
KGB defector, and he decided not to.
They sailed around, searching both
talked
for
to
the
the guy
William
and
and
he said,
John,
"I'm
as well as
kill
a
you or
port
not." And
in which
then
they could rest
he
and make
eventually
the repairs they
wound
were
up
going
in
to
the
need
United
to make it
States.
back
I
to
have
England.
a connection to
However,
this
it became
fellow
apparent
because
that
the
not only were they
KGB
very low
once
food
asked
and
me
water,
to
not
go
only
to
were all of the
California
men
and see if the guy
exhausted,
still lives.
hungry, and many of them injured,
And
they were hopelessly
we
lost.
I found that,
They didn't know where the storm
and
had blown.
we looked at each other.
None of their sailors, or their pilots, or their
So
captains
he
knew
was an
these
active
waters,
KGB agent
and they drifted
looking at a
endlessly
man
from light
that he
breezes
didn't know was
to
the KGB defector.
But then,
Looking
on
at
the
each other,
horizon,
neither one
appeared two
knew who the other
Spanish
one was.
ships.
I found out
Street was sent out after them.
that he was
His
able
ship was
to survive.
sleeker and faster,
Yes.
and he captured
And
them
you know,
days.
there
He
happened
found food and
assassinations.
water and wine, things that the men on board his fleet needed
And
desperately. He also found
you know that
a Spanish
that we
captain and
know
pilot who knew where they were, where they
this is
were.
very difficult.
They had drifted all the way
The
into
question
the Gulf
is,
of Mexico,
how
where they
many
were able to
lines
hit its
are intelligence
These Spanish ships
agencies
were headed to the port
willing
of
to cross
Veracruz, which was
to
the
attain
closest major port where they would be able to make the repairs necessary to return to
I
England.
think none of these
And John
agencies
Hawkins gave the order
have the ultimate line. I think eventually the last line will be
3
crossed
miles
if
from the harbor.
they
John
believe
Hawkins
it's
ordered the
necessary.
English colors upon his
Well, I
fleet.
think you can justify a lot of things.
He wasn't
especially
sailing to
modern
some
weapons,
out-of-the-way
that
Spanish
justify
outpost
the
in the
saving the
Bahamas.
world.
He was sailing to the Spanish
Let me
main.
ask you a different question. And we'll jump
He This was a very important city, and he didn't want to turn what was a dangerous situation into an explosive. The account of how he was received changes depending on who you believe. If you were to listen to John Hawkins and English soldiers, it appears they sailed into port. The foolish Spanish believed that they were just a merchant fleet, and they gained control of the island that held the harbor, a position of strength in which they were able to dictate terms. If you believe the accounts of the Spanish, It is said that their single fleet to meet this unknown fleet that had sailed there, and then relegated them to this island out of the way. But regardless, the English were not allowed to land on the Spanish main. They were allowed to stop on the island just off the coast.
And then somebody picks it up.
It does seem that their position in which their ships rested was something of a position of control power, because they learned that only a few days out was the Spanish flota. That is an extremely important consideration, and this flota had on board a newly appointed viceroy, a man who meant to prove himself against these English corsairs. When the viceroy arrived, however, he found himself in the same situation that the English found themselves. The weather was worse, hurricane season was well and truly upon, and the flota had to make it back to Europe before the navigation became impossible, as did the English flota. Hawkins' ships managed to keep his flota from entering the harbor, getting the supplies and repairs they needed to make the voyage back to Spain. So he began to negotiate. Hawkins found himself in a position of relative strength. However, it was apparent to the Spanish that his ship was sinking into the harbor as every day passed. Both men needed to reach agreement as soon as possible. What they decided upon was an exchange of hostages. There were going to be 10 men from the English given to the Spanish, and 10 men from the Spanish given to the English. Now, these were supposed to be men of some standing. Hawkins chose 10 gentlemen adventurers who were from noble families, well-born, educated, and the Spanish chose 10 men randomly from among the rank and file of their sailors and dressed them up as their companions. But the exchange occurred. The English allowed the flota to enter the harbor and were allowed to make the repairs necessary for both fleets to return back to Europe. The Spanish did not trust the English definitely did not trust Hawkins ordered that the shore be watched as well as the ships in the harbor. He was to write later, quote, "The treason being at hand, some appearance showed, as shifting of weapons from ship to ship, planting and bending of ordnance from the ships to guide over the engines, passing to and fro across the many other elements which caused us to have a view of suspicion." The English were ready for destruction. They had heavily armed men posted at battle stations. Their archers in the rigging, every man carried a sword, and any man who knew how to use one carried a firearm. The cannons were all loaded and prepared to be fired. The war had September 23rd. They were. As the Spanish ships crossed the water to reach the English fleet, the English opened fire. More than 300 men attempted to board the Jesus of Lubbock and were repelled. The English fleet scored a direct hit against the vice admiral of the Spanish fleet, ripping a hole through her hull, and eventually the ship's magazines exploded. The Jesus and the Minion were able to cut themselves free of their moorings and turn to battle. The Spanish ships were in flames. More than one ship was sinking to the bottom of the harbor with Spaniards upon them. It appeared that the English had won the day. But then, from the mainland, another set of ships, reinforcements, came to the Spanish. As the new Spanish fleet arrived, the engines sunk. The Swallow and the Grace of God were overtaken. The Jesus of Lubbock herself, the fleet's flagship, was dangerously close to sinking. Hawkins ordered French to the Judith, taking in his men and some of the riches that they had heard on his voyage upon his ship and get out of sight. Then Hawkins gave the order to abandon the ship. The Jesus of Lubbock, the Queen's flagship, was abandoned. Hawkins and his men made it to the Minion and began to sink away from the battle. Unfortunately, Hawkins, his orders to Drake had not been followed. Captain Francis Drake was nowhere to see. John Hawkins said later, quote, "The Judith forsook us in our great misery," end quote. Over 100 English sailors, nearly all of the slaves left to the English fleet, and all but 2 ships were left in God's Spanish. This was a great defeat for John Hawkins. But even that was not his worst concern. He knew that his actions on the Spanish Main were going to lead undeniably and unavoidably to war with Spain. On the front lines of that war was going to be a young sea captain. Next week, we're going to continue our journey of Francis and look at the opening moves of the conflict. This will be England's first great victory against the Spanish, and it will also set the stage for many of the myths and legends that the pirates themselves handed down.
I don't think you
Now I'll
really
have to
describe
next week. For now, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed today's episode.
I don't think you
If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at pirate.historypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information such as maps and works of art related to topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the ebooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read about. If you do use that service, eBooks is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an eBooks search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. Let's go into patreon.com/podcast. There's also an eBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either eBooks or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
At that time, before that, after was proud of their
Welcome to the Pirate History. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening.
being sold
We left off last time, nearing what's called the troublesome voyage of John Hawkins. The English fleet under John Hawkins had gone through a terrible hurricane. Promised safe passage by the Spanish found out betraying and attacking them. A terrible battle ensued, and Francis Drake, captain of the ships, was told to put as many men and as many goods on board and sail away from the battle. The only other ship that made it out carried on board the admiral of the fleet, John Hawkins himself. After the battle, John Hawkins intended to find Francis Drake. He was nowhere to be seen, so John Hawkins headed back to England. It was a long and painful voyage. His ship was in very poor repair, and the men on board not much better. They had been through both a hurricane and a battle, many of them were injured. And before long, all of them would be start. The winds weren't in their favor, the voyage took longer than it should have. They were finally able to reach a port where they could resupply some of the men, ate so much that they became ill. Even a few of them died. This is a thing that does happen. Back in World War II, many Allied soldiers were ordered only to give concentration camp victims of camps that they liberated a little bit of water and a little bit of broth, giving them solid food to be hazardous to their health after so long time without sufficient food. So some of the men on board died from overeating, and they were just ignominiously thrown into the sea. They finally reached Europe. They were forced to land in Spanish port. This must have stunk after having been attacked by the Spanish and what they saw as a dire victory. However, the Spanish gave the English ships some repairs and a few sailors to sail them back to England. When John Hawkins reached England as quickly as possible, he learned that Francis Drake had landed in Plymouth only a few days before. The Spanish sailors were sent back home, and the English fleet was brought on board to take John Hawkins' ship to Plymouth. There, he met his brother, the elder Hawkins, William, who told him that he had sent Francis Drake on to meet with the Queen and give a report on what happened. John Hawkins saw Francis Drake leaving the Caribbean as a betrayer. However, Francis Drake contended that the orders had been unclear. He was only told to leave the battle and was not told where to meet up with the later. He had seen his responsibility to get his men and as many of the goods as possible back to England safely. And he did so. Back in London, John Hawkins had three goals. One was to see the name of Francis Drake dragged through the mud. Two was to petition the Queen for letters of marque or reprisal against the Spanish, which he was going to go on the offensive against. And third was to petition the Spanish themselves for the release of the English settlers they had captured. This led to John Hawkins being drawn into a world of intrigue that he didn't really want to get dragged into. However, Elizabeth and the crown had its own priorities and its own goals, and it was going to use John Hawkins to secure these goals. This is a story that's going to lead to some of the greatest military and political achievements in history. However, we're going to wait on this. For now, we're going to stay with Captain Francis Drake. This focus has shifted from harassing the Spanish and trying to disrupt their trade, seeking revenge against them, something amounting to almost all-out war, an event that has been called by historians Drake's
in many cases tortured.
This is episode number 8, the Treasure House of After his meeting with Queen, Francis Drake disappears from history for a while. It's possible that he was briefly imprisoned on the testimony of John Hawkins for having abandoned the voyage. If he was not imprisoned, then it still might have proved a smart move to get out of England for a while until the heat died down. There is some evidence that Francis Drake was on legitimate and pretty small trading voyages, which is the order of the Caribbean. The next official record that we have of Francis Drake is that he got married. Now this raises some questions because the voyage of John Hawkins was dangerous as I have lived through. However, for the young Francis Drake to have raised enough money to support a young wife
not necessarily
family,
at the
he
highest
must
point
have
of
been some money
escalation,
coming from
but it
somewhere.
will be, I will
And she was going to need a little bit of cash to
and the
live
longer
on,
that crisis
something to
lasts,
nest
the
in,
more of a chance
because
there
Francis
is
Drake was soon
of an
to
accident.
go on his next voyage to the Caribbean.
One rocket.
3 ships left Plymouth on November 25, 1561. All 3 were owned by the Elder Hawkins Will, and one of them was actually captured by one.
Perhaps many years.
The 3 ships sailed to England, where they traded some legitimate goods. There was no slavery on this voyage, just some English goods or perhaps goods.
Given that
Then,
this
the ship of William
and by
Hawkins
not,
sailed
they
back
might
to
be
England,
losing their mind.
while the other 2 ships, the Swan and the Dragon,
Brain is not
sailed
made
west
of.
across
I'm
the
really afraid
Atlantic
of
back to
is
the
that
Caribbean.
somebody
This voyage wasn't
it's a good idea.
tremendously eventful.
But
Drake didn't
for
keep
Russia,
the official
might
record
think
of it,
it's a good
and
idea
the
for
Spanish
Russia
witness
to
at the time
send
recorded no English
by
abuse
launching
in the Caribbean.
against
At least none that mentioned
They're not
specifically
part of
Francis Drake or any ship
surely
belonging
the West
to Hawkins
Coast
traders.
What
There
is the
were
West Coast
records of attacks by
Yeah.
Luteranos
If,
Porceros, but it's thought
if
that these were
Russian
probably
nukes
French
break the
Huguenot
West Coast?
pirates. The Spanish would have made
I
mention
don't
of
know
it
if
if they
anyone
were
wants to
Francis
answer
Drake.
that question.
This may have been just another simple trading voyage.
And I
Or
don't know the
maybe
exact protocol
Francis
that
Drake
needs to be followed
reconnaissance voyage, a voyage where he
to
tended
launch
to
a
learn
nuclear
as
strike.
much as he could from his command planes.
NATO's it.
He
Because
harbored
we have
a lot of
several
ill will
countries
against
in
the
NATO that
Spanish,
have
sometimes
nuclear
outright
weapons.
rage or hatred
So,
for what they had done to him
let's
and
say
the
for
voyage
France
John
to fire a
Hawkins,
nuke,
and he
does the
intended
United
to
States have
see
to
that
agree?
they could.
I don't know
If
how
this
that
was
I don't know.
intended to be a voyage of reconnaissance,
Anyone
Drake to learn as much as possible,
Yeah.
well, that
I
information
work
was dropped in his lap on
now. We have different,
the Spanish
very
had
kind of
organized a
total
defense against pirates
perspectives
in the
on
region,
these
both
things.
French and
People have
English.
interacted with DOD.
The Spanish had begun a system
In
of
the
naval
military,
cards that would
there is a
accompany any Spanish merchant
compartmentalization.
ships traveling on
There is
the
a
Caribbean.
bureaucracy.
These were heavily
Within
gunned
that
ships that would
bureaucracy,
secure
there's a
any
complex.
pirates who might be able to get these
And
Spanish
there is
merchandises. If
really
Francis
well organized.
fearlessly against
What's
some
really
Spanish
important
ships on this voyage,
There's
he
going to
would
be the best
realize
of
that
the
he
best
had
in
no
the
hope
world
of
that's going to
success against
execute
this
on the
communist system.
correct
At
decision.
first, the
Both
French
geopolitically,
personnel had the same
militarily,
problem.
all that kind of stuff.
Quickly, they learned
I've
to
seen enough
adapt and
to know
evolve to the situation.
that
Well,
competence
even the best
at
of
any
those French
level,
ships couldn't
at any
cope with
level
the
of
ultimate
military
with these Spanish
Let's
warships
go
that
back
were
to the law of
hopelessly
hierarchy.
outnumbered. They decided to use
The
a
government is the biggest
They just
hierarchy there is.
using
And
rowboats.
so
They had
invariably,
what's called the mothership.
politicians find their way to the top. And once you
But
get
they usually
politics
could, or sometimes they had 2 or 3 smaller
dictating
vessels that were suited for
decisions,
long-range sea travel,
they're
but in the
gonna
Caribbean
be
Sea,
big or wrong.
they were small, they were fast,
I
and
don't know
they
how
had shallow
could work
drag,
any
so
other way. There.
along the coast they
Right
could
now
get
we have
into
some
certain inlets and rivers
functional
that the larger
idiots
vessels were getting
in
into.
the central United States government.
Most of these ships had a single sail, but they also came
well,
equipped with
because
oars so
you
that
said
they
that
moved very quickly
that's why you
against
said
the wind. They usually had
was not a
say,
good
cannon
KGB
on the
agent.
hull.
That's right.
Now, of course, a small vessel with a single cannon
Is an
couldn't
excellent
hope to
politician.
stand up against the Spanish
And a good
warship.
organizer.
But this wasn't
He
intended
was
for
known as a
long,
really, really good
drawn-out sea.
organizer.
Moving in position to fire
Prime
on
Minister,
moving quickly
cleaned up the mess.
to get alongside the
Because
ship
Yeltsin
and board her.
was
They were bristling with men,
under
armed
Yeltsin,
with
Russia
muskets, swords,
deteriorated
pikes, and
tremendously.
lances.
And
They
it
could
became sort
sneak
of
in alongside a larger
mix
vessel
of
and
oligarchy
board
and
her
a
before any of
criminal
them could
enterprise
realize
is
what was happening.
chaotic.
If they
But
had
he had
certain
skills
people
that
most
made
of the
him
crew was
executive.
sleeping, they
Absolutely.
could
Now
subdue the
let's go
ship
back to
within
him
minutes.
as a KGB
At that
agent.
point,
He was a
they could
KGB
loot
agent.
the ship of any valuables they thought worth taking, get back on their smaller vessel,
According to
and
him,
sail
was a
away
KGB agent,
before
always
any
a
of the
KGB
Spanish
agent.
ships could
But
respond.
16
Even if these
years,
Spanish
let's say,
warships
something
gave
like
chase, they
this.
were nowhere near as fast as these smaller craft.
What do you think about,
They had the element of
from your
surprise.
experience?
Sometimes, if they were
Now
lucky,
you're
they were able to
maybe
leap the ship and be
same
away
age as
before
him,
any of the
approximately
other
the same
ships in the
age.
convoy
He's a little
knew
younger,
anything was
a little
happening.
younger.
This was proving extremely successful
What
for French
do you
pirates.
think about the
And
KGB
once
experience he
Francis Drake
had
saw just how
made him
successful
the
they
man
were,
he is?
he wanted
What
in.
aspect of that,
It's even possible that on
from
this
your own
reconnaissance voyage,
experience,
Francis Drake
how much
fought
that
and
does
some
that
French
define
pirates.
you, who
There's
you
no
are,
record
how
of it,
you
but we
think
do
about the
know that
world,
he
how
did
you
know quite a few
analyze
of the French pirates operating in the
geopolitics
region.
of the world,
So
how
he
you
may have seen
analyze human nature?
firsthand just
Now,
how
I
successful
got to tell you
smaller
one thing.
craft
He
were
had a
at taking
different type
larger
of training than I
prizes.
did. Mine was
But we
one-on-one.
do know that after this
And
voyage, he rushed
went
back to Plymouth
to
and
school,
he
so to speak.
commissioned
So,
two of these
Got
smaller
some
ships
training,
to be
right.
constructed. They were disassembled and put aboard the ship the Swan.
Fundamentally,
Then
he
he sailed
was
back
not
to the New World in the
a top
1571.
agent. That is very
It was
supportive,
around
but
this
there's only
time
one
that the
thing
Spanish
you need to
published a
know.
list of the
He,
most
he knows
notorious
German
thieves.
pretty well.
Most
he
of
was-
these
was
pirates
he
are the people that
deployed
we've talked about so
in
far.
East
The
Germany,
Winter Brothers, Huck
not in
brothers,
West Germany,
George
not
and
in
William
Switzerland,
Winter,
not in Austria.
were,
That's where
while
this is
labor
the best,
officials
right?
in England,
What do you
seen as
think?
notorious pirates in
Generally.
Spanish. The
We're
Hawkins
learning
brothers, of course, were on
Right.
there as
So
well.
this
More
is
than
your
John Hawkins
classification
next.
where they sell
Francis
the
Drake and
best.
his
And
brothers
people
filled out the rest of
classify
the
all
list,
kinds of
along with
stuff.
a few other
Like,
pirates.
what is the best
However,
university
this
in the world?
1571
What football
voyage
team in the
began a
world?
plan
You
that would
start to
see
get a
Francis
sense.
Drake's name
The good
in
guys
everything.
get sent to the
He
best
would move
athletes get
past his
sent to
brothers, past William and John
degree on
Hawkins,
the
even past the Winter Brothers, to become the most
you have a
notorious
sense. You're
pirate
saying that
in
the
the
best
world,
agent
Spain's most
sent
wanted
One would
prisoner.
think so. Now, this is not
One of
for
Drake's
reporting
first
argument,
actions
but
upon returning to Britain
I
was to join a group of
also
French
have it
pirates who were
from
operating
the
on the
word
Caribbean
horse's mouth.
coast of modern
Uh,
it was called then.
uh, Oleg,
It's
all
one of the
kind
men's
of
reasons
both
of the
the
period
reason
that Drake
Oleg
was
Kalugan,
with
you
pirates
know
on his
who Oleg
previous voyage, that now we have to
he's still alive. He was at one
The
point
French were not
the head of
alone.
counterintelligence for the
The
first
large
directorate,
group escaped
espionage,
spies known
right?
collectively
And
as the
Putin was in the
Maroons.
first directorate and
Today, they're
reported
called
to
the
the Colombia for a
Cimarrones.
while.
But
And
the
Oleg
original English
told me
documents refer to
to
them
my
as
face
Maroons.
that
And
Oleg was
I'm
not
going to
an
use
impressive
that terminology. If it's
agent
somehow
trainee
a slur
or
or
agent.
a derogatory, I'm unaware.
Not impressive
But
at
I
all.
don't mean to offend
Now
you.
he's
I'm just
biased
going off the pronunciation
in this
of the
current
original
situation.
historical English documents. So
Well, yeah,
my apologies
you know,
if I
he could still make it up because he had this big ruckus when he
The
was in Parliament
Cameroons
and
were
called
more
Putin a
in
war
the
criminal
South.
about the
They
war in
were
Serbia.
building communities all
Not
through
only
the
do you
Spanish
make
New
it up,
World,
I wouldn't trust
launched
it to
attacks
pronounce.
on the Spanish, raping and
I mean,
harassing
I have
them,
to,
and
you know,
also offering
people
safe haven to any
I've
escaped
been
slaves.
working very
They were
hard even
in
before
contact
this
with many of the
trying to
neighbors of
understand
the
objective
who
analysis
also
of
don't like the
all the
Spanish
parties
Americans,
involved.
so they
You
were
have to
able to
really
work
keep an
together.
open mind here to
The
see
Bishop
clearly, to
around
understand
this time
if you are to
complained
try
of the
to
Cameroons. Quote,
help in some way
the human tongue cannot relate the
make a better
ignominies which
world.
both the French and the
In this
Cimarrones of
case,
this year
stop this
inflicted here
war,
on all sorts
you know,
of persons.
or
And of
have
1,000
all
Negroes
the
who
countries
arrived
involved
annually,
flourish, without
300 or
less
more
people,
escaped into the
remove the
workforce.
corruption and the greed and the destructive aspects of
These
the
were men and
government,
women who had
that the
been
people
brought
flourish. For all of
forcibly
that,
into
you
the
have to
Spanish
put all the
colonies,
biases
and then
aside,
allowed to
all
roam,
the
well, not
political
freely,
bickering, all
obviously,
the,
or property, but allowed to roam all throughout their colonies,
I don't know,
learning the day-to-day activities
all
of the
the
Spanish,
biased
both their merchant
analysis.
activities and their military
There's
activities. They
there's a
knew
lot of
the ins and
propaganda
outs of the Spanish New
that
World better
says
than
that,
anybody
in fact,
else, and
Putin
so
was
they
a
proved a
good agent.
powerful ally
How
to the
else
French
did he rise
pirates.
to the ranks?
These
Right?
French
Because
pirates were
he,
the first to
he
introduce
is a good
Francis Drake
politician
to the
and
Caribbean.
he made a lot of
Now,
good
despite
connections.
his first few
within
voyages
the
to the
KGB.
Caribbean,
I'd
being
love you to
on
say
board
something and
vessels
you
that were
just
accompanying
taught
slaving
me a
vessels
lesson.
such as the Jesus of
And,
Lubbock,
and the
Francis
lesson
Drake didn't look down
I
on his
should have
escaped slaves,
figured out
but
myself
in
because
many
I
ways
keep
really
on
respected.
telling people that
He
in the
escaped the
intelligence
clutches
world,
of the Spanish and
you
built
never
something
know
truly impressive
the truth
where they were
100%. When
undeniably
he said, oh, they couldn't make that up, of course he could.
This must have been something
But you get to a
restrained.
point where
The English,
you're forced
historically
to
speaking,
make a
hated the
decision
French,
or have an opinion,
and
and
the
then
French
you
hated the
use the
English. They were
offense
ancient enemies.
educated guess.
These
So
escapes
in
and
certainty was the
mistrust
statement
that
that I
the
made back,
any white people that
because
they came in
it's
contact
quite
with,
possible that
however,
you're right.
they were meeting to
What I've
ally
noticed
together
about one,
for a common
and
cause.
this is true about, for example,
They
Donald
had
Trump,
two basic things in common.
divisive
First
figures,
of all,
that
all of the
for
members of
some
these two
reason
groups
people's
were
opinions
rebels who
on
operated
details
outside
those
of the
people
law
are
of their
very
respective
sticky.
kingdoms and
Once
realms.
you decide
No, well,
to
the
back up
Cameroons
that
had no monarch. They
there's
were
a
African
black
slaves,
hole
They had
people are not
previously
able to
belonged to
like
Spanish
one
overlord,
act at
and they
a
were
time. You
definitely
don't have to
operating outside
like
of Spanish
that
law.
doesn't somehow justify this.
These
Somehow
French pirates
doesn't
were Huguenot rebels who were in
remove
civil
all the
war
evil things
against
they've
the
done. But
French
you can
crown.
analyze the
And how
relationship, the action,
Francis Drake is
and it
accused
to
of a
be
patriotic
wisdom.
man who loved Queen
How
Elizabeth.
did this
This
man
was not an
rise
official
to the
naval royal
ranks?
voyage.
Now you're
This
saying
was a personal vendetta
to
that
be
he
a
was seeing
KGB
for.
agent, there's a
And
lot of skills
secondly,
involved.
most importantly to this meeting,
And
all three
perhaps
of these groups
raw
desperately hated the Spanish. The three
technical
groups joined
skill of
forces.
spy
Drake had his
is
two brand
perhaps
new
not
vessels,
related
which were
to the
manned by
skill
both
of
his
rising
English
through the
and
ranks.
several French pirates.
And you're
The
saying
Cameroons
the
sent
politician he was
man who
good
was
at by his mind, his
a man who
influence,
knew the area extremely well,
something
Pedro
that
Mendoza.
is
He was going to be secretly
a significant
of
talent,
representative to reach the
ability that
Spanish
you
side.
must have that helps you
The plan was to run a
as a
small
politician.
cabin of the Rio
continuing to
Cargas.
kind of thread
The Rio Cargas was an extremely
the
important
role
river,
of KGB
but still is
defining
today. It's the
the
basis for the modern Panama
the
Canal.
heart, soul,
It
and
translates
mind
into
of
English
Vladimir
as
Putin.
the Cargo River, and
Let me
it was
return to
the
Yuri
connection
Bezmenov,
between the
who
Caribbean
was a Soviet
Sea to the
KGB
north
agent that
and the Gulf of
reinforced that
Panama to the
framework
south.
for ideological
Where it met the
subversion
Gulf of
on a
Panama
national
was a
scale
small town
as
called
practiced by the
Panama.
Soviet Union.
This
So
is today Panama
the
City,
four
capital of the nation.
steps are
This town of Panama
demilitarization,
was where
destabilization,
all of the
crisis,
goods
and
from the former Inca
decolonization. Get a
Empire,
lot of
that
their
is
kind
modern
of
day Colombia,
systematic ways of
Ecuador, and
describing this kind
Peru,
of stuff.
they were all
So
shipped to
can you
Panama.
speak to some
These
of
were
these
goods such
ideas
as
about the
furs
systematic,
and
large
spices and
scale,
pearls and dyes,
ideological
values.
subversion
These
goals
were
of the
then shipped over,
KGB? Is there
usually
truth
by
to that
mail,
kind of
over
those
mountains or through
ideas?
jungles and
But
swamps to get to a town in the north called Nombre de Dios.
I think I already sort of
Now,
mentioned
twice a
that. I think
year,
Desmond was
we were
fraud.
not shipping
And I
furs
have
and spices
again,
and dyes.
Can you
At particular
elaborate?
good
times,
arguments.
twice a year,
Let's put it
they would
this way.
ship all of the minted
First
gold
of
and
all,
silver
we
from
know
Spanish South
that
America
the KGB
to
was
the town
involved
of
in
Panama
active measures,
to go by
which
mule
is,
train over land
you know,
to Nombre de
you can
Dios.
call it
However, this
fake
time,
news.
when Drake and his companions were on
Seeing
their voyage,
fake
was not
news
that time of the year.
into
This was the dry
in
season.
countries that are
That was a
their
time of year
adversaries.
when any
And
vessels in the Rio
the Russians
Cargas were
have been
forced to
doing
wait.
this
They
lately
had to
by
wait for the rainy
meddling
season
in
before
our
they could
elections
continue their voyage
and
and drop off
focusing on the left
of
and the
the
right
goods in any of the
trade
warehouses
networks
along the
that
river.
become
Now,
more
these were
left
all
and more right.
larger river vessels,
And
larger
the
vessels
city of
from
Truckin
the streets of small
uh,
towns, which could
has
move freely along the
one of
river
his
at this
books,
time of
he
year.
has a whole chapter
While these
about
ships waited
active
helplessly,
measures.
Drake and the men with him
Okay,
would
so
row
what
up
he has to say
alongside,
about
board
the
the ship,
department,
and
that's
steal
what the
everything they
department
could
was,
carry. Really,
the one
anything they
department
could
that was the
carry.
least
Much
desirable
more than they could hope to
for
carry on
KGB
their
agents
small vessel.
because
But they
they do
destroyed,
desk
threw
jobs
away, or
for
burned
people
anything that they
who
didn't
have
think
to
was
come
worth
up
keeping.
with
This wasn't
big
just
stories
between Rich Drake and the
that
other Indians.
in
It was to
countries where
destroy
they
Spanish
didn't
goods on a
quite
large
know
scale.
too much
It's
about the
estimated that
country.
during this time, on this
Now,
raiding
there were
voyage,
some
Drake and the
successes,
other pirates
like
stole
one
more
of
than
the
50,000
two
pesos worth of
most famous
goods.
successes
This voyage took
that I'm
only
aware
3
of
days.
is
They
that
stole a whole lot of
the
Spanish goods,
canard
but
that
they also
the
managed to
virus
plot
was
the course of the river
concocted in
and
the
learn the
CIA
ins and outs of
lab.
the area around them.
There's
But
a
then,
lot of
after
people
this
around
voyage,
the world
Drake
believe
was
that.
back on his
And the other
march.
one was
He was
that
anchored at Cabo
Jan
Cativo, near
Hoover
that northern
was a
town of
secret
Nombre de
cross-dresser.
Dios. Now, of course, the
Cross-dresser.
That
That
Drake
was
had left
that
most
is
of his
still
crew
known
on
by a lot of Americans who are
land
of a
to
certain age
spy
that,
on the town
that
of
this
Nombre
wasn't
de
true.
Dios,
But
learn the ins and outs of the
Truckin
village
actually
and
traces it back to
after
a
dropping off
story that
his
was
share of
placed in
goods back at his mother's
sort
ship,
of left
Drake
wing,
was out
but
just a couple of days
close
later
to mainstream
looking for news
French
and
magazine
prices.
that was
It was
taken up
late
by
February that he attacked the
more
Spanish trading fleet. The Spanish
larger
attack accords a
newspapers
group of
and
men armed to the
well-established
teeth,
papers.
led by 2 men
So
wearing
they
war,
had some successes, but
one black
this
and
kind
one
of
white.
a
They were said to be highly menacing.
massive,
While
well
the
thought
English
out
attempted to take the vessel,
campaign
they
to
injured a
stabilize
number of men
the
and
United
women. They
States.
were
I
reported
don't
to have
believe
killed
that
4
the
people belonged over. The only name he had was a noble named Diego Azevedo, who was said to have taken quote, an arrow through the brains. But the Spanish fought back, and the attempt to take the vessel was unsuccessful. However, when the Spanish cut the anchor cable and ran, they almost immediately ran aground. So the Spanish abandoned the ship and waded ashore where they ran away. The English, of course, looted their ship, and then when another ship happened along this sea, they took that ship and began to loot it as well. When they were done, Drake left the Spanish.
Yeah, so we should actually just
This message was translated
he has
into
this whole
Spanish, and handed down through
there's
constant. It
15,
really
20
shows
years that
the
you did
audacity of
demonization
French, better than anything up to this
where
point.
you're
It reads, quote, Captain and
basically
others of this ship,
infiltrating a country
we
for
are
the other
surprised
people
that you
to
ran from
engage
us in that fashion, and
life,
later refused to come to
destabilize
talk to us
the
under our flag
second
of
step
truce,
that
knowing
5
us,
years
and having seen evidence
to
a few
target
days
the
past that
country's
we
foreign
do ill
relations,
to no
defensive
one under our
economy,
flag of
create a
truce.
crisis
We only
artificially,
wished to
and then
speak
you
to you,
normalize
and since you will not come courteously to talk with us, without
it's
evil or
basically
damage,
saying
you will
that
find
the
your frigate
KGB is
spoiled by your own
capable
fault.
of, at
And to any
scale,
who courteously may come to talk with
over
us, we
many
will do no
years,
harm under our flag. And whoever does not come
manipulate
will
the
bear the blame.
entire population.
And do not think that we were afraid of
And
those
this is
ships,
kind of
nor of others. With the help of God, it shall
there's a
cost
lot
them
of
their lives before they
people
prevail over
conspiracy
us.
theories
Now you have
that
proof that it would have
are
been
medical
better had you come to
kind of
talk with
idea.
us. For in the frigate,
My
you
own
had not the value of
experience
4 silver
is that there
reals,
is in fact just
done by the
giant
English, who are well
confidence.
disposed, if there be no
This is
cause to the
something that's
contrary.
actually very difficult
If
to
there
pull
be
off.
cause, we will be
It's
devils rather than men.
incredibly
End quote. Drake and his English pirates then headed back to their mothership, where they unloaded all of the loot that they had stolen from these 2 frigates. They immediately headed back to the river Cargis,
First
where
of
they
all,
headed
not
back
much
to the river
bureaucracy,
and
not much
built
small
a
government.
warehouse.
There's
The warehouse was in a small town
modern
called
world that you
Vente
simply
Cruces,
created
which
through
literally
surveillance
translates to
and
crossroads
manipulation.
warehouse.
There
And the
has to
store
be a
here goods with
strategy
an
that
estimated
is carried out in
100,000
secrecy
pesos.
across a
On their
huge
voyage
number of
back to
people
the Caribbean Sea
effectively.
at the mouth of the
That
Rio
also
Cargis,
requires
into
you
3
hire
Spanish
the best
vessels,
people in the world.
looted them, and then sank
And
them.
I think it's
These
difficult to
English and
execute
French
on this
pirates were
kind of thing
becoming something of a real menace to the Spanish along Terra Firma.
compartmentalize.
They were
Because there has
uncatchable.
to be
They
great
would attack these
collaboration.
Spanish
There has
ships,
to be a
run
great
away, and
working
then
with
hide,
a
anchoring
unified
only in
vision
small bays or inlets that were
and
too
coordination
shallow for the
across
Spanish ships
multiple
to search.
groups. There has to
It was
be
said during this time that Francis Drake
very
owned
difficult
the
to do.
coast
Now,
between the Rio Cargis and
nevertheless,
Cartagena.
especially with technology,
The Spanish were, of course, sending out ships to search for the English, these little
to
armies,
achieve
but they weren't having any luck.
mass surveillance.
The problem was that the locals were being ordered
Mass
to launch these
manipulation
ships,
through
and the
platforms,
locals didn't really
because we're
care
now
what they
digitally
launched.
connected. You can now
Drake and
do that
French
kind of
made a smart
manipulation,
move.
so it becomes
They
more
weren't
realistic
bothering
to
the
do this
local
kind of thing.
Spanish
But
colonists, the
you're saying
fishermen,
that
the
no,
farmers.
intelligence.
They were attacking ships
First of all,
that belonged to
intelligence is
Spanish
hard,
overlords or merchant seamen,
and to
men
do
that
it
the
at
locals
scale,
didn't really care
do
much
it
about.
well.
So these
do it
Spanish locals weren't trying all that
in a
hard
way
to
that
find Drake and
also
French.
not just collect
However, the English
information about
realized
the
that they needed a
population,
base
but
of operation. Their fleet was growing.
Right now, let me
The
give you
English had
another
a
argument
number
why
of
I think
ships,
that that's
mostly
fraud.
because they had more
I mean,
space to
I
hold
already
all
have,
of the goods
I
that
have,
had
I
been
have
taken from the Spanish. They couldn't
broken on
all
my
fit
side,
aboard
and
Drake's
my
barge.
personal observation
And they
of
needed a
the
feasible
incompetence
place that they
that,
could put these ships
I
at anchor.
witnessed. I mean, they really,
They
really
decided
did
upon a
what they
bay
did.
at the mouth of another
So
river
now,
that's
Vietnam
not
was KGB.
Rio de Pinos,
What was his
which was
name?
about 15 leagues
India.
west of Nombre de Dios.
He
This was a
was
favorite
a
hiding place of the English and
low-level
French, but they
agent in
decided to
India.
make it the official base of operations.
And I told you it was one
The
thing that
bay's
the
natural
KGB was
properties
really
made
good
it
was
defensible,
out of
and
a
then the English even built some
compartmentalization.
defenses
How
on
does
top of that.
Besma come
They
in
built a small
find out
wall
about this
around
massive
the area,
plan?
and that
That
wall
should have
even
been
opened
super
up
secret,
into the
right?
sea with a large
He
log
made it up.
across the opening to keep any unwanted ships
And
from
you know why he got away
It
with
was
it? Because
well
Americans eat that
fortified
up.
with
Because
all of
not
the
our fault.
guns and many of the arms
It's
that the
the
English
damn
and French
Russians
had
doing
taken from
all
Spanish
that
ships.
bad stuff.
They
Speaking
also
of
had good
damn Russians
contact with the
doing all
local
that bad
Cameroons
stuff,
and some of the local
you know
natives
about the
who they
Internet
could
Research
trade with for
Agency.
any of the goods they might
They
need in
have been doing quite a bit of that.
But even
And
if they lost contact with the Cameroons and the
I'm
natives and
now
tried to
familiar with
travel
the
out,
world
the
of
English could last in their new base
enhanced
of operation
artificial
almost indefinitely.
persons. These are
The
the
bay
avatars
was full of
on
fish.
Facebook
The
and
area
Twitter
around
and
them, notably
so forth
populated by
that
many
look like real people.
for which this new
And
English settlement
and
took its name.
there are
It was
quite a few of
called
them. And I have a good
and
friend
it was
who
from
operates
his new
in
base that
that realm.
Drake began an
And
unrelenting,
you know, he
month-long campaign
uses for
against the
instance facial
Spanish.
recognition.
He
But
launched raid after raid, taking Spanish ships,
things that
looting them,
there's a
destroying their
suspicious
goods,
character
and
say on
burning
LinkedIn
assets.
or
At one
on
point, the
Facebook
moved into the Spanish correspondence.
Very often
That
you
was a
find
ship
out
filled with
that
letters
person
from the
exists, but it's
Spanish
not the
New World
person
bound for Spain.
who
They
it
searched
tends
it
to be.
for any intelligence
So
that might
basically
be behind the
detecting
Spanish movements in the
artificial.
area.
Yes.
They did find
Yes,
some,
but
but
he
then the
does
rest of the
something.
letters on board,
The
mostly
United
just
States,
letters to people that
the
had
United
back
States doesn't do it.
they
We
don't
do
feel
it
as
too,
they
but
can see.
Well, this is
Then
pushed
they
back
assume
against
the correspondence
right?
ship.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
not
kind of
fraud.
indicative of Drake's goals on this
possibly
movie.
a lot of these.
He was spending most of his time raiding. During all of this raiding, he was mapping out the rivers of the Spanish Main. He was mapping out the coastline of the Spanish Main. He was gathering intelligence on all of the villages in the region, as well as, most importantly, Panama City and Nombre de Dios. He was learning Spanish military and naval secrets and testing their defenses. He had built a base not just for himself, but for any of the English pirates that would come after him, or any of their French allies. This base was to serve as the jumping off point for any operations against the Spanish in the world, and news of his base was spread that they were even building a small fleet to defend his base. This voyage was a voyage of preparation and Francis Drake was almost ready. However, in June, it was time for Francis Drake to return to England. Before another was to die, Francis Drake was forced to leave. This voyage was not authorized by the Queen, and Francis Drake needed assurance from the Crown that the Crown could not be held accountable for his actions. He also needed to deliver the news of his progress. Drake had stolen an estimated 250,000 pesos worth of goods. In England, that would have been 100,000 pounds. Converted into modern American dollars, that would be about 23.2 million dollars. And he was just getting started. The situation
There's a whole lot more fluidity. There's a whole lot of people that like the Russians who are studying the United States Chinese, an army of Chinese studying
war with
the
Spain
United
was
States.
upon
They
him. It was
have a
unclear
lot more
what war
knowledge
was
of how we function than the
Francis Drake
KGB.
realized that his
And vice
actions in
versa.
the Americas had really been
Not as many
something of an
Americans
American theater
in
of
Russia
war
would we
against
have
the
some,
Spanish.
but the
And he acted
Chinese or the Russians have an
efficiently as
advantage.
an English general in the Anglo-Spanish War.
based on your experience. So
Drake almost immediately sent two
been
ships back
talking
to Port
to
Pheasant to continue his
a
campaign.
lot of
The two captains aboard these
people,
ships were named James
and,
Routes and John Garrett,
some
and
of
he
which have
intended to meet them at First Fleet
connections
Drake.
in this particular conflict.
While he wasn't able,
Ukraine and
Drake
Russia
acquired a new
and other
ship
places
in the
as well.
past of the 40
I don't believe
and from John Hawkins. It appears that the Hawkins brothers and Francis Drake had
CIA,
celebrated
FSB,
both of the Hawkins brothers, as well as both of the Winter brothers, were investors in this
I
new
had one.
voyage. Drake
Say
was going to
explicitly, I
command
hadn't had
the ship
an official
as
conversation.
well.
It's just
His
what
brother
I
John
have.
was going to command the
There's
squad.
nothing to hide.
They built
Right,
two
so I think
naval
there's no reason
vessels.
for
Those
people
are
to be
very
secret.
small vessels. They were to be constructed at Port Pheasant and carried aboard the squad. These were going to be three better, swifter, and faster vessels for raiding these Spanish ships.
Interest or not.
On board
I guess
these
the
two
question
vessels of Francis Drake
some of it
were
I asked
73
a bit
men.
of a humorous
All but
way,
one of these
but also
men
perhaps
were
there's
under the age
truth
of
in
30.
some humors.
This was going
What
to
I
be
know is how
extraordinary.
you have ever interacted with that
And then, after this small break and a bit of preparation,
agency spy.
Francis Drake set sail again
Well, you
on May
don't know that
25th,
you have contact,
1572, from Plymouth
but
back to the
certainly
Spanish
not.
Main. It was a quick voyage. They arrived on
You
July
never had a
4th.
conversation
After a short stop in the
related to
Antilles and
intelligence
Dominica,
in any way, shape,
they
or form.
returned
Right,
to
like
Port
where
Pheasant.
another person
However,
introduced
they found it empty.
Themselves
All they
or
saw was a
you know,
wisp of smoke
becomes
coming from the
sort of wants to be a
Going
friend
short to
and
investigate,
talks about
they
these
found
types
a
of
smoldering
topics. Right?
campfire. No people to be seen,
I,
and an iron plaque affixed to a tree. It
um,
read, quote,
there's people because
Captain
of
Drake, if you
interacting
fortune to
with
come to this port, make haste away,
They're-
for the Spaniards which you had with you here the last year have betrayed
like,
this
if you think
place
about
and taken away
there's
all the
a lot of
evidence.
people that
I departed from
are,
hence this present 7th of July,
that
1572.
part
Your very loving
conversations
friend,
happen.
John
How do
Garrett.
I know they're all trustworthy?
That was a mere 5 days before Drake landed.
Now, again, I have nothing.
Drake decided
this
to
is-
ignore
this is
the
for
warning.
intelligence agencies. I
He
have
was going
nothing
to
to
wait,
hide.
and he needed a place to
It's
construct the
publicly,
3 ships that they brought with him.
well-intentioned.
It was only
Real,
3 days later
no,
when sails appeared
no,
on the
no
horizon.
weird sexual
Drake
stuff. where you
ordered his men to their ships and to their battle stations to
no drug
defend
use,
Fort
no
West.
drug use,
But they were able to
no
do this.
skeletons.
They
in
saw that these
closet,
ships flew the flag of St. George,
none of that
and
kind
were
of stuff.
friendly English vessels who knew
I
about
don't,
it.
I don't know.
When they landed, it
Just
turned
even
out to
having
be
these
Captain James
conversations,
Rothschild.
I tend
He
to
was
trust
one of
people
the
as a
men
default.
that Drake had sent
Like,
ahead
yeah,
down
me
to
too.
Fort West.
And
Captain Routes had
you
been around
start-
for much of this story. When
when you
the
think,
hurricane had hit the voyage of John
especially with
Hawkins,
some
he was the
people
captain of the
talking
William
with some of
Ship.
the traveling.
He had been the man who took the correspondence ship on Drake's
There's a-
last voyage, and it
You know,
appeared
there's parts
things were
that
not as dire for the English as they thought.
military,
His
there's
friends, Captain
serious
Routes and Captain Garrett, were both alive.
suffering, and
Captain Rouse had just recently taken Spanish vessel. On board were a number of slaves that Captain Rouse had taken care of. These slaves had a lot of information about current Spanish movements back on the front, as well as the Spanish treasure fleet.
My natural inclination is that person.
It seems that Drake had changed his views on slavery since his voyages with John Hawkins. He may never have approved, but we don't really know about his views in those days. However, now he ordered these slaves freed and trained. It could have been an emotional change. Perhaps he identified more with these slaves who were poor, downtrodden, wretched souls than he did with the Spanish overlords and the English overlords. That doesn't seem too likely, though it could have been a religious change of heart for Drake. After all, the voyages that he had gone on were slaving voyages with both John Lovell and John Hawkins, each ended in disaster. It's possible that this may have displeased the Lord, since after he had stopped slaving and begun his personal war with the Spanish Catholics, God very much appeared against him. Or maybe it was just practical and political. He was, after all, allied with the King of Rome. And holding escaped slaves or keeping them in bondage is not likely something that the King of Rome would appreciate. Regardless, Drake has proved that he did it to quote, use these Negroes. Now, in Elizabethan English, this might mean that he meant to treat them, or it might mean that he means to make use of their knowledge. Either way, they were freed, cared for, and questioned about their knowledge of Spanish activities. The captains, Captain Drake and Captain Rouse, began planning their next action. First, they took an inventory of the arms that they met with. It was actually a pretty impressive array. They had 6 targets, 6 fire pikes, 12 pikes, 24 muskets and cavaliers, 16 bows, and 6 target guns, 2 drums, and 2 trumpets. For a relatively small expedition, that's an impressive blend of both infantry weapons, firearms, and explosives. The targets are really shields, that's what they were called at the time, and fire pikes sound super cool, are really just pikes that can double as torches at night. But the drums and trumpets, those are clever. This wasn't just any normal array. Francis Drake, marching to Drake had anyone else with their 3 ships and 4 pinnaces and 6 nombre de Dios. Nombre de Dios was a small fort. It had virtually no defenses. For most of the year, it had no military presence at all, and no fort overlooking the bay. There were only 100 or so homes and wives. Drake, however, called this place Nombre de Dios, the treasure house of the world. The plan was to row across the bay at night and wait until dawn. The men in their small boats stayed close to the shore, and the ship's henchmen He knew that if he forced the men to wait to do that all the way until dawn, they might lose their night. Not only for him, but even more, the clouds parted, and a bright full moon filled the night with light. Drake saw this in silence and the time had come. When the clouds parted and there was more light to see by, Drake realized that it was a small wine ship. And the wine ship had actually seen Drake and his men. The wine ship was sitting above the shore to warn the people about presence of war. However, Drake was able to intercept him and sink their boat off to an island offshore where they were no longer going to be any trouble. So Drake and his men debarked and advanced in the town. The very first thing they did was take control of a single gun battery that defended the town without incident. There was only one guard manning the guns, and when he saw the English approaching, he ran away to sound the alarm. So Drake split his men into 3 teams. His brother took one group, and the other men named Rothschild took the other. They would circle both left and right, while Francis Drake was to take the largest group directly through the center of town. The man who had been manning the guns had run through town, screaming. He had reached the church and began to ring the bell. It was then that Drake ordered his drummers to keep time. They marched towards his home. His trumpet sounded, announcing the coming of Francis Drake like he was a general or an emperor. The women and children in Nombre de Dios fled before them. The men rallied before the doors of the church and the local treasure house, holding the square against Drake and his men. The church bell continued to sound. The drums continued to beat. And the trumpets continued to blow. Drake's men held their fire pipes alight, lighting their way. And then the Spanish militia fired. One round hit a trumpeter and killed him instantly. Another hit Francis Drake in the leg. The rest hit the ground in front of the farmers. Francis Drake smiled and ordered his men forward. The English fired their muskets and their bows. Then, simultaneously, John Drake, Francis's brother, and John Otzenham arrived at the square from either side and opened fire on the militia trying to hold the town square. The few Spaniards who were left alive from the hail of arrows and crossbow bolts and musket shot broke ranks and they fled. Drake had taken Nombre de Dios with the loss of one trumpet. Now that they had the town, things became a little bit more. There are two different factions in which the Louvre, Nombre de Dios, the treasure house of the world, is told. The first goes as follows. After taking the town square, Drake questions a Spaniard to find the governor's house. When they arrive at the governor's house, they find a single lit candle. And at the top of the stairs, quote, a fair Junaid ready saddled either for the governor himself or some other of his household to carry it after him. By means of this light, we saw a huge heap of silver in that nether room, being a pile of bars of silver above, as near as we could guess, 70 foot in length, and 10 foot of breadth, and 12 foot in height, piled up against the wall. Each bar was between 35 and 40 pounds in weight. At the sight hereof, our captain commanded straightly, and none of us should touch a bar of silver, but stand upon our weapons, because the town was full of people, and there was in the king's treasure house near the waterside more gold and jewels than all of our four princes could carry, which we would presently set some in hand to break open. As they left the governor's house, a young slave rushed to meet Drake and his men, begging to become one of them. He had heard news at the name of Francis Drake, and he wanted to join. At that moment, the heavens opened, and a torrential downpour began. They waited for it to pass, and Drake continued to bleed from the wound in his legs. When they reached the door of the treasure house, Drake fell to his knees, collapsing from the loss of blood. He ordered his men to enter the treasure house, but they decided that they loved their captain more than Spanish gold, and to save his life, they carried him back to the ship. The Spanish gold could wait. Now, there are a couple problems with this account. I don't know if he's religious. First, Nombre de Dios did not have a governor's house or a governor. Secondly, imagine any pirate, or any sailor, or really any person at all, abandoning the riches of the King of Spain's treasure house in favor of one captain. Well, that kind of stretches the imagination. And what's perhaps most important and worth noting is that that story wasn't told until 50 years later. The reality is that the storehouse of the treasure house of the world was empty. Either the African slaves that had questioned back and present had been incorrect, or they had lied to the Spanish, telling them what they wanted to hear to save their own lives, which is a likely possibility. When the Spanish had knocked down the doors, they had found the treasure house empty. Later, they concocted this story to make it a much more heroic tale, but the reality is they were forced to leave empty-handed in the rain. They didn't, of course, take the one ship across. The fleet sailed to Hostamentos Island, which is called the Island of Victory, as it had large fields of pineapple, bananas, and guanabana. And the soldiers needed to regroup. Captain Rounce decided to leave the fleet. He saw in Drake an indecisive and ineffective leader. He also made him fear the Spanish reprisals for Drake's actions, which was probably a smart thing to fear. The Spanish were, understandably, outraged and terrified. They realized that a small group of English pirates had sailed boldly into the harbor unopposed of the place where all of the gold to be sent to the King of Spain was housed. Luckily, it wasn't housed there at the time, but they realized how easy it would have been for Francis Drake to have stolen all of that gold. So the Spanish governor of the region sent orders to every town and every harbor to double their defenses not only on land but on water. Drake realized that he needed a new plan, so he sent for his allies in the Cameroons. One of the escaped slaves that he had befriended was a man named Diego. Now, sometimes that's described as one of the slaves that Captain Rounds freed. Other times, Diego is thought to be the slave that ran up and begged to join Captain Drake and his men. Either way, he became a trusted and befriended member of the group. He was the man that helped set up and mediate the meeting between the Cameroons and the Cameroons knew the Isthmus of Panama. They knew every trail, every hiding place, and every village. This was their plan. They also watched twice a year when all Spanish gold and silver crossed their home and backs of the trained mules. So they hatched the plan that when that train came again to transport Philip of Spain's treasure, Drake, along with his payment lads, and a company of escaped and printed slaves, were going to steal it. But because they had missed the treasure fleet this time, it was still 5 months away. Drake's and some of his men went back to Fort Fizz. A few other men he set to watch the town of Nombre de Dios from a small outpost that he set up. Then Drake himself decided to do what he did best, which was get on board a ship and harass the Spanish. It was almost a repeat of his month-long campaign on his previous voyage, taking any Spanish ship he came across, sacking it, taking whatever he wanted, and sometimes burning it. There was one ship that was thought to be too large for his men to take. Much like on his last voyage, he attacked it, was repelled, but then the ship went around. However, this time, when Francis Drake attempted to board and loot the ship, he found waiting for him a contingent of Spanish mounted soldiers waiting for him, and they were forced to retreat. Francis Drake never did find out what was aboard that vessel that might have been so important that it had that many well-armed Spanish troops. This time his campaign lasted 2 whole months, raiding around the Caribbean, doing as he pleased. Even if for a small period of time, he blocked the port of Cartagena, not allowing any ships in or out until his demands were met. And somehow, Francis Drake always escaped unscathed. But back home at his base at Fort Pheasant, things went business. There was a Spanish attack that had seen his younger brother John dead. Shortly after that, there was an outbreak of disease that killed something around 28 men. It's thought that this disease was yellow fever. One of the men killed was Francis Drake's brother, Joseph. After Joseph died, Francis Drake ordered a surgeon of the group to do an autopsy. They didn't know how dangerous the fever was then, what was killing all of these men. Of course, the surgeon was infected as well. He died shortly thereafter. So the only man that had any medical knowledge at all died off. This was a tremendous blow to the village. But Drake rallied his men. His true strongest trait was that he was able to inspire those around him, even when times were darkest. It was around this time that the name Francis Drake begins to appear more and more frequently in the Spanish records. Before that, he had always been footnote in the voyages of John Hawkins. But now, it was his name that the Spanish were recording as the most notorious pirate in the New World. He was an evil Uberliner, a danger in their empire, and they called him El Rothschild, the Dragon. And then, with his forces depleted but their spirits high, a group of Cameroon messengers arrived at Fort Pheasant. The Spanish treasure fleet had arrived at a group of about 17 Englishmen and somewhere in the realm of 30 Cameroons entered the jungles. The English were heavily loaded. They all carried weapons, and armor. Well, the Cameroons really did the women's work of this voyage. They knew all the trails and all the paths, and they scouted ahead and helped carry the English when things became too hard. The jungle was not a place that the English were very comfortable. It was filled with anacondas anacondas, spiders, mosquitoes, swamps, and heat.
But
They did
in December of 1988, I got this one
where
thing
they found
that I
a
never wanted to
well-built,
see. So we had
well-dressed,
a
and prosperous
similar
community.
signal
This was far from the assumptions that the
that
English had of what these Cameroons lived
either one
But
of those
then, one
diplomat
day, as they
agents
neared the
that
city
said
of
that it's
Cameroon,
odd
the
that I
man guiding
could
the
pass
boy,
by
a man named
every
Pedro,
day,
leader of the Cameroons,
or I could set
gestured
where they
toward
would
a
pass
tree.
by, like away from where they
In the
lived
tree,
to
he
the
found a small
United Nations
stone,
was
the place where he
was
could
drive.
rest.
So
And he looked
mine
north,
was
and he
on
could
my
see the clear
signal
sea.
spot
Turning his
for me
head,
was
looking south,
on a
he
port
could
beach
see
for the
a
elevator
straight
beach,
line of sand.
and it
And
was
he, quote, besought Almighty God
morning
for
in
his
December
goodness
that
to
I
give
walked
him
by
life
there
and
and
leave to sail
looked at
once
it and I
again
never
on
expected
an English
anything.
ship
There
in
was this
that
red
sea.
dot. It was about the size of my fist with a
But then
red
the night
paint.
began to arrive. They
And
waited in a
and
constant
since you have done
merry-go-round
it already,
over
I think I can
late
curse in
into
this
the night. They
moment
waited in
because
silence.
the only way I can really
Footsteps on the
indicate
road.
how I felt
One English
shit.
soldier stood ready
because that
to
was the
attack,
dangerous thing.
but he
It
saw
was
only a
like
lone
you
horseman. The
are
Spanish
in
scout
severe danger
rode back, alerting his
you
men.
need to get
The
out of the
English
country as soon
ambush
as possible.
was formed.
There was
They had
a
to be on their
in
feet.
protocol
So
that
they
I was
took
supposed
a
to
small
follow. I was
Spanish
even
boat.
supposed to go home.
They
I just
attacked
needed to
killed
was
as
supposed to
many
get my
people as possible.
reserve documents that I
The
had
only people killed were very few
in the
who,
park
in
in
defense of their homes,
in the
admittedly,
Bronx
attacked the English
and made
first.
behind the
And
Canadian
Drake
park.
issued a message that
I was
everyone in
ready.
town was to
So I
remain
just
inviolate.
ignored this thing. I
He
mean,
actually
I didn't
went from
ignore
door
it,
to
but I
door,
went on
assuring
to work.
every woman in every
Got on
home that
a
they were
train
not going to be
and
raped
went to
by the
work.
English would they.
And then
And
went
while
to
these
my
reports
cubicle
might
and
sound
stared at the
ridiculous,
computer screen
they
all day
actually
because I
come
couldn't
from
think.
the
I
Spanish
couldn't think only
themselves.
about what to do,
They
what to
said
do,
that
what to
Drake and
do.
his men were
The reason for
respectful
this
and courteous, at
indecisiveness
least
was
as
that
far as invaders go. But
I
this
was
was
a father
just
at the
the
time.
ruse. They had no desire to
My
attack Spanish villages
little
or
girl,
there.
the name of
They
Chelsea,
just
was
attacked
18
the
months old,
village, stole a few valuables in
and
the hopes that the Spanish
I
would believe that they
was
could
there
lose
when
the
she was
town,
born.
taken what they could,
I
and
took
left
her
over.
to
They had to wait for the Spanish to lower their
the
guard
home.
and
I watched
to
her grow up.
realize themselves that the
I
English had
watched
left the
her
boat.
take the first
The
steps.
months that followed were even
And
less
always
pleasant.
look at me with these big
Hot
eyes,
and
and look
awful
at me.
and
And
hated the jungle.
then
However, they
when
met
I
a
started
very welcoming
my
man and a
re-entry
very respected
into the
human
human race,
He was a French
because
corsair who was
I
greatly
just fell in love
feared,
with this girl.
named Guillaume de Testu.
That's when
They
love
decided
came
to
back.
join forces
And
with
it
the
was
French.
completely
The
unexpected.
two captains, Drake and Testu,
And
knew
there's
of
a lot
each
of
other.
fathers
They
who
had heard
understand,
of each other's exploits, but they had never
particularly
met.
fathers of girls who
However, in
understand
the time that
what
they were
happened
together,
there.
apparently they grew
And
very close.
I still
They
thought
not
I
only
need to go
respected
back
each other, but really they
because,
began to admire each other as
there was
men of
probably
honor
some
and
danger.
conviction.
But I hadn't
Once
figured
again,
out how to take
there
care
was
of
a
it.
combined force of English,
But
French, and
maybe
Cameroonians
you need to
who were going to march
you need
into
to
the
have a
jungle
life and
and
grow up
steal
and
Spanish
have a
goods.
chance. And
This time,
our
they
mother
waited
said that
closer
she
to
was
where
from
they
South
lived,
America. She had a fourth
where
grade
when the
education.
train arrived, it wouldn't
That
be as
would have
fresh as it
not
was close to
worked very
Panama
well.
City. The men
So
would be
I
weary from their
play for
trek through
time.
the jungle, and
I
their guard would be lowered
obviously
as they were reaching their
I
destination.
could be sick.
It
I
took a
could,
full 2
I
months of
could be in a
waiting.
hospital. There was a
Finally, the
precedent where I was
Spanish
sick, where I
sent the mule
couldn't
team
communicate for
across
about
the Isthmus of
3
Panama,
weeks.
and then
So I just
the assault was not
did
one to
nothing.
be overlooked. It was quick.
There was
The
a
Spanish
Monday and a
soldiers
Thursday
were all
was my regular
barefoot, hungry, tired, and
shortwave
weary.
transmission.
They were ready to be
I
done.
listened,
The
and
first
they
casualty of the
explained a
battle
little
was
in,
the French pirate himself.
in a
De
few
Testu.
sentences.
He was
We
shot
have
in
reason
the
to
back
believe that
from
the
the very
FBI is
first
looking at
volley
your case.
of Spanish
You
rifle
need
fire.
to
But the Spanish
execute
quickly
the emergency
broke ranks
procedure,
and ran.
come home
Once
right
again,
away.
we see in Francis Drake a man who was
I still had
determined
some
and
time
yet
because the
was
radio could
primarily
be
a
broken
peaceful.
on the
Much in the
transmission.
same way that he
But that
left
order
John
still could be
Hawkins
in a hospital,
behind,
right?
he
So
left his companion,
I
Testu,
gave myself some
behind,
more time.
leading to them.
And
And
then
again, Francis Drake defended his actions, saying that that Lady Stu had
Something
told him
happened
to take the gold and silver
where
and leave him there,
it
so that
was
he
my
could
hand.
defend
The only
both
time
the English
that
and the
Soviet
French,
agent was
stopping the
enemy
Spanish
on
enterprise,
territory of the
which
United
is
States.
likely a bunch of
So
propaganda.
I'm waiting for the agent.
However, the English, the French, and the Spanish
Dark
made away
morning still, and
with all of the gold and the silver
Queens
on the
and
backs of the mules
this
bound for the Spanish treasure.
man, the short man,
The total treasure equaled somewhere in the realm
from my
of
right,
$200,000.
and he whispered into my ears,
This was about
"You gotta come back,
$23.25
or
million.
else he's dead." I can't imitate
This,
the Russian
in
accent
addition
with a
to
Russian
any
accent.
other
So,
prizes taken in the past
now-
few months on Spanish news,
and it wasn't pretty
was one of the greatest prizes ever won by any pirate in the Caribbean. They split what they had taken on this one day between the English, the Cameroons, and the equal. It was time, after a month of waiting, for Drake and his Plymouth Lackets to sail back to England. There was a bit of drama getting to the ship. There were several Spanish ships waiting in the harbor. However, as Drake was waiting, thinking that perhaps they had been found out, the Spanish ships left the harbor, and Drake was able to build a few fairly lucrative rafts where he could get his gold and his men out to his ships, which were great. Now, Drake didn't take all of the gold and silver that he had won. He was only able to carry so much of it, so he took the most valuable jewels and the gold, and the silver he buried strategically, thinking that he would be able to come back and claim it. However, it was well known, passed down from man to man, that Drake was never able to come back and reclaim all of his silver. And this passed down from sailor to sailor, generation to generation, would go on to form the basis of all of our myths, both for the pirates in the golden age of piracy, and any stories told today of buried treasure. And it was said that Drake did even make maps of where he buried his treasure.
The only thing that was different for this operation,
Drake's voyage back to the Gulf was relatively painless. It was a very quick voyage, and only took him about 3 days. And on August 9th, 1573, Francis Drake returned to England. The legend goes that when Francis Drake sailed into the harbor, word spread his rise. Most of the men and women in town were in St. Andrew's Church filling the pews, but they began to whisper. And the whisper turned into a moan. And then people began to rise from their seats, and one by one started to leave. Slowly, at first, but faster and faster, until there was a torrent of people leaving the church, until finally they left their pastor all alone preaching to an empty room. All of the people in town had left to go to the docks to welcome home Francis Drake, their new pastor. Things in England were getting worse. The war with Spain was taking its toll. However, England had several victories. Next week, we're not yet going to go into this conflict with Spain. We're going to stay with Francis Drake. After returning to England as a national hero, he spends a little time basking in the glory. He was called by Queen Elizabeth into a private meeting. This is something that's relatively unheard of. She even sent her royal guards out of the room because no one besides Queen Elizabeth herself and the newly knighted Sir Francis Drake were to hear what she had to say. Whatever she said to him in that room, we'll never know. Francis Drake was sworn to secrecy. However, shortly thereafter, he set sail for a voyage of his life. A voyage that would make him a household name in England to this very day, a national hero to the English and Spain's most wanted criminal, and the reason that school children all across the world, even today, know the name of Sir Francis Drake.
That decision,
if you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website?
Was made for me. Now you know that I'm interested now, and I think that
over there you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art related to our topics. We also have on every episode lists of sources.
That was it. And so what I did,
those sources and links that go to the rabbirothschild.com page for that part where you can
divided to help me to find a good explanation. I sent them my last letter in secret writing.
We also have an 8-book
I communicated to them. I said, I wish I could come, but I can't because I have
as well as a link
contracted HIV.
Let's go to patreon.com.
That was because
there's also
nobody wanted to have AIDS in their country. In those days, it wasn't that sentence, right? And I knew I had to have conversations when I was back in Moscow. How they were snickering about what's going on in the United States, you know, the depraved culture, and he's even that they're killing each other. And the depraved culture.
Once again,
yes, no, and I was convincing enough. I
hello.
Traced it back to
welcome to
the girlfriend
History
I had
Podcast.
that I
My name is
actually reported on.
Thank you for listening.
I interacted with
Last
this
week,
lady.
we talked about several voyages of Francis Drake. Voyages that included raids on Spanish shipping, attacks on Spanish towns, and finally, an attack on the Spanish treasure fleet as it crossed overland on the backs of the mule trade. These events were known collectively as Drake's War, and they proved very successful for him. However, when he returned to England, he found that he wasn't the national hero he thought he would be. London was very tense at the time because of the international political situation as well as some of the internal politics of Elizabeth's court. So Drake decided to take a step back from all of that after his report to Elizabeth and take some time for himself. He bought a house and he spent some time with his wife. He took care of some business affairs as well. He closed some accounts, he paid back some of his investors, that sort of thing. Then, being a man who wasn't comfortable at leisure, he got back on board his ship. He needed to find some action for himself. He enlisted 4 of his ships in what was known as the Irish Adventure. Now, the Irish had been a thorn in the side of the English crown since, well, essentially since there had been an English crown, but more recently, during the reign of Henry VIII, they had become very resurgent and rebellious. He had attempted to put them down, but had been unsuccessful, as had his son and daughter. Elizabeth decided to focus her efforts on it and finish this Irish problem. So she enlisted the help of a man named Walter Devereux, who she put in charge of the Irish Adventure. Devereux was an extremely talented leader of men, but he was also notoriously highly greedy and very brutal man. His first action after taking command of the Irish campaign was to ally himself with an Irish nobleman named Brian O'Neill. Now, Brian O'Neill was loyal to Queen Elizabeth, but he was also quite powerful. He was powerful enough, in fact, that Devereux saw him as a bar to his own power. So he dealt with this problem in a scene that's just out of the pages of Game of Thrones. He threw a feast for all the soldiers of Brian O'Neill, all of the men allied to him. He fed them extremely well. He got them nice and drunk, and then, late that night, he barred the doors to the hall they were feasting in. Every man inside was massacred, except for Brian O'Neill himself, who was taken to Dublin to be executed publicly. It was after this event that Francis Drake joined forces with Walter Devereux. Devereux needed a man who had ships and was a well-versed naval commander, and at the time, Francis Drake was one of the top naval commanders in England. They needed ships because Devereux had a plan to take another island, a much smaller island that was just off the coast of Ireland, right in between Ireland and Scotland, very strategically placed and highly defensible. He planned to use this island as a base of operations for the English to make their attacks into Ireland. There was a battle, but it was fairly short. It didn't take very long for the Irish on that island to surrender. After they surrendered, though, the story becomes somewhat tragic. It only took about 5 days, but after the surrender, Walter Devereux had every man, woman, and child on this small island butchered. That was more than 500 people butchered in just 4 or 5 days. After seeing what he was capable of, Francis Drake befriended one of the retainers of Devereux, a man named Doughty, Thomas Doughty. Now, Thomas Doughty was a well-born man who was respected at Elizabeth's court and kind of a rising star in London. Now, Doughty was allied with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. They were close friends and saw eye to eye on a lot of issues, and they enlisted help of Drake while they were all in Ireland to deal with this problem of Devereux. A few days later, Devereux took ill very suddenly and died shortly thereafter. For a man who was reportedly in quite good health, of course the whispers were poison. There were a few whispers that it was Francis Drake himself that administered the poison, but most people seem to think that it was Robert Dudley who did the deed. Regardless, after that, Francis Drake left the Irish Adventure. This little triumvirate of men, Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, Francis Drake, and Doughty, had begun to concoct a plan. You see, they were all members of that young group of gentlemen, the gentlemen adventurers, and well, Robert Dudley knew intimately the details of Elizabeth's needs and plans throughout Europe. He was able to see those plans fulfilled while making sure that he and his friends were able to move in front. These men concocted a plan that would see Elizabeth's primary goal of pushing war with Spain further, while making all 3 of them very wealthy. It would also see Francis Drake sent back to the Americas. This is episode number 9, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 1. While Drake's return from the Americas had been at something of an unfortunate time for him politically, his return from Ireland was perfectly timed. In the intervening months, there had been a fever that gripped London, a fever for colonies and gold. They had begun to plan and even set out on voyages to settle the first English colonies in North America, and there was a belief that they would be able to bring back quantities of gems and gold similar to those that Spain was bringing back about twice a year. Capitalizing on this fever for gold and exploration, there was a man named Martin Frobisher. He was a member of a group called the Company of Cathay. Cathay was what the English called China at the time. This was a group that intended to finally solve the problem of England finding a sea route to Asia. They intended to do so by finding the Northwest Passage, that mythical route through North America that would lead them to Asia and the Indies. All of this, the fever for gold, exploration, as well as the building of a new English naval presence, was due largely to one man, a man named John Dee, who was a writer, philosopher, occultist, and scientist. While Drake was in Ireland, he wrote a work titled General and Rare Memorials Pertaining to the Perfect Art of Navigation that contained a smaller work, just a paper inside it called A Petty Royal Navy. Now, this work was intended for the people of England, more importantly, the people of London, and most importantly, John Dee wrote this work specifically for his most august reader, Queen Elizabeth herself, who read everything that John Dee published and took his counsel very seriously. Now, this trio of Drake, Dudley, and Doughty, they decided to capitalize on this fever in London and in the Queen's heart. They formulated a plan, and then they presented it to the Queen. Now, this plan is not well documented. It's shrouded in secrecy, and many of the documents pertaining to it were destroyed. However, there is a small partial document that remains. It's burned on the edges, and most of the top is gone, but there is a small portion of the document that is still legible, which I'd like to read to you. Quote, far to the northwards, as along the sailed coast, as, and then there's some missing, as of the other to find our, and then there's some more missing, to have traffic for the benefit of Her Majesty's realms. They are not under the obedience of prince. So it is the great hope of spices, drugs, cochineal, and special commodities, such as may Her Highness dominions, and also shipping to work greatly, and gotten up as a force said into X day of the South Sea, if it shall be thought by the aforenamed Francis Drake to, and then there's some missing. Then he is to return the same way homewards as he went out, which voyage by God's favor is to be performed in X month, and although he should spend X months in terrage upon the coast to get knowledge of the princes and countries there. End quote. But this document is incomplete, and the language is somewhat difficult to understand. However, basically what it's saying is that Francis Drake is going to return to the Americas. He is going to sail to the west coast of South America, an area that only the Spanish ships ever sailed in. He was going to sail there, steal as much as he could from them, and learn about the geography and culture of the area, as well as any of their defenses and settlements they might have there. This was a voyage of exploration on which Francis Drake was to engage in acts of piracy to pay not only himself but his investors back. This was how Elizabeth operated. She didn't like to spend her own coin on these naval voyages, so she allowed men who were essentially her Royal Navy to take part in piracy. In many ways, this was just going to be a repeat of his voyages in 1572 and 1573, except on the western coast of South America. The primary difference, however, is that he was not to attack any settlements on land. It was to be a purely naval voyage. On his previous voyages, he had lost the greatest numbers of men, munitions, and money, while he had been attacking on land instead of at sea. This was to be only on the back of a ship. The other difference was that it was shrouded in so much secrecy. That is the only document that we have that proves that Elizabeth and these other men had any knowledge of what Francis Drake was about to do, but we have a host of other documents that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this voyage of Francis Drake was intended only to go to the city of Alexandria as a trade mission, which we all know now was complete nonsense. It was mere propaganda at the time so that she could prove to any of the enemies in Europe that she did not officially back the actions of Francis Drake. This is a tactic that we've seen before, but this time Elizabeth was taking it further because she realized just how audacious this trip was going to be. She went so far as to swear all of the men who knew the truth of this voyage, that is, Thomas Doughty, even her possible lover, Robert Dudley, Francis Drake, the Lords Burghley and Cecil, she swore them to secrecy on pain of death. And then she took it a step farther. She held a secret meeting with Francis Drake. She sent all of her advisors out of the room. She even sent her guards out of the room. This was something that was almost unheard of. Queen Elizabeth was never alone with anybody in her court except for possibly her very closest friends. For her to be alone with a man who was relatively unknown to her, she must have had something deeply secretive to say. Unfortunately, he swore on his life that he would never speak of what was said in that room, and he never did. So we don't know exactly what Elizabeth said, but we do know of the actions that Francis Drake was to take, as well as the actions of a couple of other scenes that can kind of point us in the direction of what Elizabeth's orders probably were. We do know what Francis Drake asked of Elizabeth, however. He asked merely for one small ship, along with all of the technical necessaries for running that ship that would be used basically just to carry goods. He asked for a small sum of investment. This was largely so that other investors in London would back his voyage. He also asked for a few documents that would claim, falsely from the Queen's own hand, that this voyage was bound for Alexandria, so that he could prove to anybody who asked that they were merely going to Egypt. This was actually something of a big deal because he was asking the Queen to put down in writing something that she knew to be false. And she must have put some trust in him because she gave him the documents that he asked for. Now, after the secret meeting with the Queen's ship, the documents that he had asked for, and a fair amount of money invested from people all over London, he was ready to set sail. He had a small fleet. There was the 100-ton ship, the Pelican, the 80-ton Elizabeth, then there was the Swan, the Marigold, and the Christopher. Those last two ships are hardly worth noting. They were essentially a ship that was there to carry any goods that they might take or need on the voyage, and a very small ship that was meant just for ferrying messages back and forth between the larger vessels. Neither of these were outfitted for war, but they were both necessary to the voyage. Then, on November 15, 1577, the fleet set sail from Plymouth Sound. Almost immediately, they were hit by a storm. It was one of those channel storms that blew up around this time of year that were sudden and deadly. They had to cut the mainmast on two of the ships to try and save them, but even so, the Marigold blew into some rocks that were there nearby. They had to sail back into Plymouth Harbor to have repairs done on the ships. However, that proved to be somewhat fortuitous because as they were sailing back, Francis Drake noticed something. He saw that the levels of fresh water and food on board were not nearly enough for the voyage that they were undertaking. Now, the man who was responsible for this, Francis Drake, lashed out at and kicked off of the voyage. Now, this upset some of the other crew, including one of the men who had helped plan this voyage, a member of that trio, Thomas Doughty. He was on board and a major player on this voyage, and he accused Drake of dismissing a, quote, essential member of our crew. Now, this is notable for a couple of reasons. First of all, for the people that were responsible for buying the food and water for these sorts of voyages would frequently buy food and water of a lower quality, and sometimes not even enough of it to pocket the rest of the money. Now, for a relatively short voyage to Alexandria, that wouldn't have been a problem. And that was what the man who was buying these victuals, as well as almost everybody else on board, thought they were doing. Nearly every member of his crew thought they were just going to Egypt for a trading voyage. But Thomas Doughty knew better. He was one of the men that had come up with the actual plan to travel to the Americas. However, he used this as an excuse to start bashing Francis Drake, talking about his irresponsibility as a captain for getting rid of this very important member of their crew. It was a purely selfish argument on his part, and he found himself gathering quite a few listeners on board. But then it's possible that Doughty didn't know the whole story. While most of the crew thought they were going to Alexandria, and Thomas Doughty, along with a few other select officers, knew they were going to the west coast of South America, Francis Drake probably knew something else. In that secret meeting with Elizabeth, we can't know for certain, but she almost certainly gave him special orders that would send him farther than any English crew had ever gone before. So you can understand why he would be upset when he found out that they didn't have nearly enough food and water on board. While their ships were being repaired, Francis Drake resupplied and made sure that they had ample provisions. However, he left plenty of space in their holds for carrying treasure. After they set out, they sailed south. To reach Alexandria, they would have had to sail around the Iberian Peninsula and then through the Strait of Gibraltar to enter the Mediterranean Sea. However, they did not enter the Strait of Gibraltar. They continued on south to the Guinea coast of Africa. Now, this may have worried some of the men, but it shouldn't have been too surprising to them at this time. They all knew the reputation of Francis Drake. They knew that he was one of the most successful pirates in the world. That's why they signed up. They intended to travel south to Africa, where there were many Spanish and Portuguese ships they could take at their will. This was something that Thomas Doughty, again, would have disapproved of. He did not think that piracy was a gentlemanly activity. However, none of the men on board any of these ships would have put up with these rumblings. They were here to take these Spanish and Portuguese ships and anything on board. Their first prize was just a few small Spanish ships, little more than fishing vessels. However, they managed to take some supplies, wine, wood, tar, ropes, that sort of thing, but it really wasn't anything to write home about. Then they came across 3 Portuguese caravels. These were much richer prizes. On board, they found many African riches, things that would fetch a good price either in the Caribbean or back in England. The hold was also filled with slaves, however. Now, Francis Drake no longer considered himself a slave. After looting the ships of all of their goods, Francis Drake set his African slaves free, and then set the Portuguese back on their ships and freed them. Now, this surprised a number of them. Some of them were surprised that he would free the African slaves. Others were surprised that he would allow these Portuguese sailors to go free. But this early in the voyage, Francis Drake didn't want to make any more enemies than necessary. He had a long way to go after this first initial encounter. However, after taking these Portuguese caravels, the men thought that they would be traveling back north towards the Strait of Gibraltar. But they didn't. The fleet turned west and headed toward the Cape Verde Islands. When they neared their first island, they were met with cannon fire. Word of the English pirates had fled before them, and they were not welcome in the port. However, there was a ship outside of the range of cannon fire that Francis Drake's crew managed to take. It was called the Santa Maria. This ship carried the most valuable treasure that they had found so far. Now, it held plenty of valuables and goods, but that wasn't also important. The captain of this ship was a very experienced Portuguese pirate, a man named Nunes de Silva. De Silva had a rich trove of maps that he had made and that others had made of the South American coast, as well as in his head an intimate knowledge of the eastern coast of Brazil. Now, Drake told De Silva that they were going to take the Santa Maria with them, along with he and his crew. However, when they reached Brazil, they were going to be set free. Drake needed time to study his maps along the voyage of the Atlantic. But after leaving the Cape Verde Islands, the men on board realized that they were absolutely not heading to Alexandria, that this was going to be a voyage heading to the Americas. Now, most of these men had told their wives and families that they would be gone a few weeks, maybe a couple of months at best. Alexandria was not that far away, respectively. But they realized that they were going to be gone a much longer period of time. So on every crew, on every ship in the fleet, discord began to swell. It was a delicate balancing act for Drake, along with the other captains on the other ships who had to keep the men on board happy while keeping them in line. And this was when Doughty really began preaching against Francis Drake and began growing a following and sowing the seeds of what would eventually turn his plans for mutiny. He spoke of the injustice of this voyage, of the men being lied to. He spoke of the arrogance of Drake and the other captains. He tried to paint himself as a man who was just another member of the crew, one of these men who had been lied to by Drake and the other captains, despite the fact that he knew of these plans, in fact helped create these plans from the outset to travel to the Americas. This was a clear attempt to undermine Drake's authority and bolster his own on this voyage. And then he tried a new tactic. His followers grew. Doughty was becoming ever bolder. So after taking the Santa Maria, Doughty accused Francis Drake's younger brother, Thomas, of stealing from the loot they had taken from the Maria that was to go into a communal pot and put it in his own possessions. Now this enraged Francis Drake, and it's pretty understandable why. After questioning his brother and Doughty and the other men on board, a priest named Francis Fletcher claimed that it was in fact Doughty who had been stealing these goods and not Thomas Drake. Now Fletcher was not on Francis Drake's side. He was a priest, a man who was known to be completely honest. So for him to make this testimony against Doughty, well, it was almost unrefutable proof. But when Francis Drake and some of the other officers searched Doughty's cabin, they found absolutely unrefutable proof. They found Portuguese goods in his own personal holdings. Now, Doughty claimed that these were gifts given to him from Portuguese sailors in order to gain themselves preferential treatment. But Drake saw through this immediately. He knew that while Doughty had been stealing from the goods taken for the communal use of the crew, He had tried to blame it on Thomas Drake's brother to undermine the authority of both of the Drakes. So Drake decided to stay on board the Santa Maria, which he rechristened the Mary. It had some of the best provisions in the fleet, as well as the many maps and charts and Portuguese sailors that he needed to study while they crossed the Atlantic. And he sent Doughty back to the flagship of the fleet, the Pelican, and made him the captain there. Now, this was little more than a landing for the situation. It kept Doughty's pride intact, but it stopped a confrontation between Doughty and Drake, which might have ended in blood. But it also emboldened Doughty. He saw himself now as the captain of the flagship of the fleet, undeniably the man in charge of this voyage. And he began to grow ever more egotistical, even to the point of what you might call near madness. He claimed to the men on board the Pelican that he could bring down, quote, the devil to bear down upon the ship's company, end quote, and then he threatened them with what he called his dark witchcraft. See, Doughty was a nobleman who was well-born and well-educated, and he really looked down on those underneath him, especially men like Francis Drake. He saw Francis Drake as no better than any other common mariner on board, and he couldn't understand why he and Francis Drake were to share command at an equal level. Even worse, it upset him that the men on board respected and admired Francis Drake as one of them who had risen to prominence and was one of the best among them. And they looked at the sort of nobleman interloper who knew nothing about being on board a ship. They treated him with absolutely zero respect, and this enraged him. So he decided to take the crew of the Pelican and make them live in fear of him as a dark sorcerer. But fear can only go so far. The men truly loved Francis Drake, and while the crew of the Pelican was too afraid to report what Doughty was doing, Francis Drake was already suspicious of his actions and kept a close eye on him. Most of the reports from the Pelican were of Doughty acknowledging that Francis Drake was the leader of this voyage. However, Francis Drake was receiving secret reports that this was not the case. And then, for some reason, Thomas Doughty himself sent Francis Drake a missive that was mysterious and threatening, and said that the voyage would, quote, have more need of me than I shall have of the voyage, end quote. So Francis Drake decided it was time to take action. He could no longer ignore the probability. So he sent his trumpeter on board one of the smaller boats over to the Pelican to collect Doughty. Now, when the trumpeter got there, the accounts are a little jumpy. Some historians consider what followed as a violent action. He was held down by the crewmen and beaten. Others see this as an old-time tradition among sailors, that when they see a friend they have not seen in some months at sea, they greet him with a friendly spanking, where all the mariners hold him down and give him one swat on the bottom. Regardless, Doughty decided to take part in what was either a friendly tradition or a violent interaction. But when he swatted his trumpeter on the bottom, the trumpeter freaked out. He said, quote, God wounds Doughty, that dost thou mean use this familiarity with me, considering thou art not the general's friend, end quote. So this trumpeter gave Doughty the message. He was to go meet with Francis Drake aboard the Mary. Now at first, Doughty refused, and the trumpeter brought that news to Francis Drake. But when Drake realized that Doughty was not going to come meet with him, he sailed his ship around to go meet with the Pelican in a stance meant for naval combat. And Drake was a much better sea commander than anybody on board the other ship. So he demanded that Doughty come meet with him. He really had no option but to obey. In the small rowboat, Doughty went over to the Mary, and he began to climb the ladder to board her. But before he was allowed to climb over the rigging, Francis Drake was standing there, barring his way, and he said, quote, stay there, Thomas Doughty, for I must send you to another place, end quote. Doughty was sent back to the rowboat, and then he was sent over to the Swan, which was no more than a supply ship. And he was officially given command of the Swan. He was the captain of the smallest ship in the fleet. However, while he was officially given command, it was made very clear to him that he was not captain of that ship. He was to be put under guard and was little more than a prisoner. Drake needed to do this to buy himself the peace that he needed to cross the Atlantic, and the crossing went mostly pretty smoothly. He had time to study the maps and the charts that De Silva had in his possession on board the Mary. He began to learn more and more about the coastline of Brazil and the rest of South America. He also had something of the writings of Ferdinand Magellan, as well as the accounts of the other mariners on board Ferdinand Magellan's voyage that had survived. He was clearly learning about what the rest of his voyage was going to entail. Now, the fact that he had on board these writings of Magellan and these other mariners is somewhat significant, but not tremendously so. We still don't know officially what Drake was supposed to be doing on this voyage. You see, he knew he was going to be going through the Straits of Magellan, and Magellan had been the first man to do so he wanted these initial accounts. Magellan also went much further on his voyage, but we don't know as yet if Francis Drake was intending to follow in Magellan's footsteps. As they neared the coast of South America, it became clear to that Portuguese pilot, De Silva, that while his crew was going to be set free, he was going to be forced to stay on with the English pilots. His knowledge was just too valuable. And things weren't going well aboard the Swan either. Thomas Doughty and the other noblemen that were part of his little group, well, they were being fed half rations. The men who were supposed to be officially in charge of this vessel were being fed half as much as a common crew, while the actual captain, the man who was master of that ship, was eating with the crew and kept these noblemen in a state of isolation. Now, when Doughty complained about the half rations to the ship's master, the man who was essentially his jailer, the man said that he would give him, quote, something to eat that falls from my tail, end quote. This obviously enraged the nobleman Doughty, and he struck the master of the vessel. Now, the master struck him back. They came to blows, but while this wasn't something that could be called a mutiny, it became quickly apparent that this small group of noblemen were no match for a large group of seasoned English West Country mariners. So they quickly backed down and shut up. But that didn't mean that Doughty had stopped fighting. Now, when they finally reached sight of the coast of South America, Drake ordered that they continued sailing south. All of the Portuguese settlements along the coast had been warned of Drake's coming, and there was a Portuguese warship, a man of war, in every harbor that awaited them. So they stayed outside of the coastline and sailed south until they were too far from any Portuguese settlements to be in any danger. It took several days for them to find a harbor that was suitable to anchor in, but finally they did. However, the Swan, the ship that Doughty was on, was nowhere to be seen. It had become lost in a storm, so Francis Drake had to go out on the Mary to find her and bring her into the harbor. He let it be known to some of the other officers and crewmen that Drake himself attributed the fact that the Swan had become lost to Doughty's dark and vile magics. Now, this seems to me and to many historians as nothing more than a little bit of propaganda. Drake probably didn't believe that Doughty was in fact a dark sorcerer, but Doughty had begun spreading that rumor himself, so Drake decided to use his own lies against him to make the men believe that while he was, yes, in fact a dark sorcerer, Francis Drake, the master of the voyage, knew of it and had him well in hand. And in fact, Drake did have him well in hand. He had a plan to deal with Doughty, but it was still a little bit early, and he needed more time and a bit more evidence. While they were in harbor, Drake ordered the Swan disassembled. He said to take all of the metal fittings from the Swan, all of the supplies on board, and anything that the Swan carried, and put it on board the other ships. And then he ordered the ship burned. Now, Doughty was unhappy about this, as this was his last vestige of command. While he wasn't actually in command, he could pretend that he was captain of that vessel. And for Drake to have this vessel burned, it showed that he was no more than a prisoner. So Doughty refused to leave the Swan. He said that he was going to stay on board his ship. But Drake responded by saying that if he would not leave, he should be hoisted aboard along with the ship's tackle. So Doughty backed down, and he climbed on board the Maria. But instead of staying quiet, he claimed to all the men that Drake did not have their best interests at heart, and that he, Doughty, had lost all faith in Drake's actions. So Drake lost his temper and struck Doughty across the brow, and then ordered him tied to the mainmast along with his other men, something that the crew of the Swan, who was already on board the Mary, were happy to do, having had put up with Doughty and his nonsense for the entire crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. So after they cut him free, but before they set sail, Drake ordered Doughty aboard the Christopher, the next smallest ship in the fleet, and he sent the captain of the Christopher a message saying that he was sending them, quote, a very bad couple of men, and he continues, the which he did not know how to carry along with him, Thomas Doughty is a conjurer, a seditious fellow, and his brother a witch, a poisoner, and such a one as the world can judge him. I cannot tell from whence he came, but from the devil. End quote. While these noblemen were kept on board, under guard, not allowed to leave the ship, nearly every other crew, including all of the officers and Drake himself, went ashore, where they met a tribe of natives. Now, this tribe was friendly and met them with a very warm welcome. The English had many goods that this tribe, which lived apparently a very simple life, did not. The English played music for the tribe, to which all of the young women danced, which delighted the Englishmen. So the natives threw them a feast, and the English feasted for days on seal meat, their local alcohol, and even the local women. It appears that this tribe didn't have any belief in the institution of marriage, and they were allowed to couple freely with any English sailor that they took a shine to. Now, this tribe didn't have much to trade in return, but the English enjoyed their time with them so much that they left them gifts of very rich value. Even Francis Drake, giving a man who had taken a liking to his fancy red velvet cap, he gave him that hat to wear, just out of the kindness of his heart. Now, this may have been something further that Francis Drake was doing to discredit Doughty. While Doughty had to be on board and under guard, Francis Drake saw that his men were having the time of their lives in this tropical paradise, and that he himself was a giving and friendly man to these natives. Then, after leaving port, again, the ship that Doughty was on, the Christopher, became separated from the fleet. Now, there's no evidence to support it, but it seems to me that Francis Drake was building a very solid case against Thomas Doughty, so he may have sailed faster than the smallest ship in the fleet, the Christopher, could follow. Regardless, when they reached their next anchorage, he ordered the Christopher dismantled, all of its cargo taken off, and the ship burned. Drake claimed that he believed that any ship that had had Doughty aboard was infected by his dark sorceress magic, so they needed to be destroyed. Now, this became somewhat worrying to the men, I imagine, because if Doughty was to stay with them and they had to keep burning any boat that Doughty was aboard quickly, they were going to run out of ships. But Drake knew better. Just a few days after burning the Christopher, the fleet arrived at Port St. Julian. Port St. Julian was the location where on his historic voyage, 58 years before Francis Drake's, Ferdinand Magellan decided to spend the winter. It was also the location of an event known as the Easter Mutiny, and where Ferdinand Magellan put the prime mutineer, a man named Luis Mendoza, on trial. In his book, Over the Edge of the World, Lawrence Harding covers the aftermath of that mutiny. I'd like to read from that book about the aftermath. It's a fairly lengthy quote, but it's also a fairly graphic one, so if there are any kids listening, you might want to skip ahead a couple of minutes. Quote, now that the Easter Mutiny was finally at an end, Magellan meted out punishment to the guilty parties. The mutineers were about to discover that defying Magellan was even more perilous than the most ferocious storm at sea. To begin, Magellan introduced one of his men to read an indictment of Mendoza as a traitor. The Captain General then ordered his men to draw and quarter Mendoza's body. This complicated and grotesque procedure usually began with hanging the victim, then cutting him down while he was only partially strangled. The executioner or an assistant would make an incision in the victim's abdomen, remove his intestines, and incredibly burn them in front of the half-dead victim. When he finally expired, his head and limbs were severed from his body, parboiled with herbs to preserve them and repel birds, and finally displayed to the public. In a variation, the victim's arms and legs were attached to 4 horses who were made to walk in opposite directions, slowly tearing the victim's limbs from his body. Magellan combined elements of both methods. Mendoza was secured to the flagship's deck with ropes running from his wrists and ankles to the capstans, which consisted of a cable wound around a cylinder to hoist or move heavy objects. On cue, sailors pressed levers to rotate the capstan's drum, which contained sockets to check its backward movement. Bit by bit, the pressure applied to the capstans ripped Mendoza's lifeless body to pieces. Magellan directed that the quartered remains be spitted and displayed as a warning of exactly how traitors would be treated. The preserved body parts of Luis de Mendoza remained visible, an indelible lesson concerning the consequences of mutiny. End quote. When the fleet of Francis Drake arrived at Port St. Julian, there was a ghostly memorial to that event. Exactly what was there remains disputed. It's clear that there was a scaffold that Magellan had built, still standing. Some sailors claimed that Mendoza's armor was still there, and still others claimed that the bleached remains of Mendoza were still on display. Now, I find that somewhat hard to believe, but it definitely leaves an impression. Drake had read about Port St. Julian in the writings of Magellan. He knew what had happened here, and he suspected that there would be some evidence left. It was here that Francis Drake had been waiting for. However, he was forced to wait to make his move. As soon as they landed, a group of hostile natives attacked the fleet, and although the natives were repelled, several of the men in Francis Drake's command killed. Now, Drake saw these men buried with full honors, and then he claimed that this attack was only further evidence of Doughty's witchcraft. So Drake established a court in view of the scaffold of Magellan. Doughty claimed that Drake had no authority to try him here, and strictly speaking, he was actually right. Now, an official naval captain in the Royal Navy had the right to try and marry people at sea. However, Francis Drake was not an official naval captain. While Elizabeth had backed this voyage, it was done in extreme secrecy, so there was no documentation Francis Drake had the right to try a man like Doughty. Now, Drake argued that the Queen had backed the voyage with 1,000 crowns, along with very august names like Hatton, Walsingham, and Leicester. Now, these men held a lot of weight to the men on this voyage, and beyond that, Francis Drake argued that the Queen had given him this authority directly, and told his men, quote, "Lo, my masters, what this fellow hath done. God will have his treacheries all known, for her majesty gave me special commandment that of all my men the Lord Treasurer should not know it, but to see his own mouth hath betrayed him." End quote. Arguing that Francis Drake had been given this command and these rights by Queen Elizabeth without the knowledge of Thomas Doughty. So the trial commenced. Now, Doughty was trained as a lawyer. He was very good at arguing his case, and apparently he did so with great eloquence, the kind of eloquence known only to a gentleman of Elizabethan England. However, Drake appealed to the men's baser desires. Doughty was a man who didn't approve of piracy, and while the Queen remained removed from those issues, Drake claimed that Doughty would attempt to take command and stop any piratical actions, keeping the men from making their share of the booty. He said himself signed up with Drake, knowing his reputation, expecting to take as much Spanish treasure as possible. They had not known where the voyage would take them, but they knew that they were going to wind up rich men. Drake still had to play his cards carefully, though, and he continued his argument, quote, "And now, my masters, consider what a great voyage we are like to make. The like was never made out of England, for by the same the worst in this fleet shall become a gentleman. And if this voyage go not forward, which I cannot see how possible it should be if the man live, what a reproach it will be, not only unto our country, but especially unto us, the very simplest here may consider of. Therefore, my masters, they that think this man worthy to die, let them with me hold up their hands." End quote. Drake had argued that if they let Doughty live, the voyage returned back to England. They would not take any more Spanish treasure. They would not fulfill the orders of the Queen. Not only would they disappoint the Queen and her court, these men would lose out on a fortune that they would have taken in Spanish gold and treasure. Beyond that, Drake knew that they were about to embark on a voyage that would be written about in history books for the rest of time. These men would have their names remembered, and if they did not execute Doughty on this beach, they would not go through with that voyage. He was telling them that this was a historic event, and they had a choice right here and right now whether or not to continue. The men unanimously voted to execute Thomas Doughty. In the end, Doughty met his fate briefly. You might say, like an Elizabethan English gentleman would. He chose to die by the axe. He and Drake shared a sacrament, and then shared a few words that were neither heard nor recorded. Doughty begged for forgiveness, both from the men on the voyage and from God, and then, with one swing, his head was removed. Drake held his head aloft. It was the head of a mutineer, but Drake swore that there would be no further reprisals, either against Doughty's companions or his brother. During the trial, Drake had stirred the men's patriotism. He had stirred their lust for riches and their hatred of the Spanish. He had stirred even further their desire to undertake what would be the greatest voyage that England had ever known. Before setting sail, they burned the Mary. That was the last ship that had been touched by Thomas Dowdy. It was also a ship that was unlikely to make it through the Strait of Magellan. And then on August 17, 1578, a full 10 months after leaving England, they set sail again. The three ships left in the fleet, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold, in 3 days' time, reached what's called the Cape of Virgins. This was the entrance to the Strait of Magellan, and there stood a series of massive stone pillars. The men described this place solemnly, quote, full of black stars, against which the sea beating showed, as it were, the sproutings of whales, end quote. This was a place that was alien to the men on board this English fleet. They'd never seen anything like it. And Drake realized that this was something of a historic moment that these men would remember for the rest of their lives. So he chose this as a time to commence with the ceremony. He ordered every ship in the fleet to strike its topsails in honor of Queen Elizabeth, and then commenced with the ceremony. That's not really recorded in the histories, but we can be fairly certain that the men prayed, and then what we know is that Francis Drake, to help heal any wounds that were still left after the execution of Thomas Dowdy, renamed his flagship. It had been the Pelican, and it was rechristened the Golden Hind. The Golden Hind was the sigil of a man named Christopher Hatton, who was a very close friend and a patron of Dowdy. But he was still a patron of the voyage, and a man that many of the men on board looked up to. So naming his ship the Golden Hind showed that this voyage still held the ideals that it had set out with when Thomas Dowdy was still in his right mind. After the ceremony, the men dropped their topsails back down, and the winds began to push them towards the Strait of Magellan. But that's going to do it for this week. This has already been a fairly long story, and while I wanted to cover this entire voyage of Francis Drake in a single episode, we're only about halfway there, and there's still a lot to cover. Francis Drake is only getting started. Next week, Francis Drake will navigate the Strait of Magellan and emerge into a world that no Englishman had ever seen before. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time, we talked about the first leg of Francis Drake's most famous voyage. That period took him from Plymouth in England, south to Africa and to the Canary Islands, east across the Atlantic Ocean to the western coast of Brazil, down that coast further south until he had reached almost the tip of South America. If everything had gone according to plan, this would have been a relatively unremarkable period of the voyage. However, due to some of the egos on board and the clashing ideologies of some of the men, there was nearly a mutiny led by a man named Thomas Dowdy that Francis Drake eventually had executed. This left Francis Drake with 3 ships, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold. Sailing just a few days south, Francis Drake found the fleet in what's known as the Cape of Virgins. The Cape of Virgins was a place that was peaceful, beautiful, cold, and eerily quiet. For the men on board, according to some of the journals, it was a solemn time, a time for reflection. Francis Drake also reportedly held a ceremony that changed the name of his ship, the Pelican, to the Golden Hind. For 2 days, the men waited for the winds to pick up and carry them towards the Strait of Magellan, the easiest way to cross the continent of South America. They were 2 days of peace and calm reflection. Men were able to recoup and rest. For some of the men, these 2 days of calm would be the last days of calm that they would see for many months. And for still others, it would be the last days of calm that they would see for the rest of their lives. This is episode number 10, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 2. Before we continue with the voyage, I'd like to point out a couple of things about this period of history and the records that we have. This was a voyage that was clouded in secrecy by design. Princess Drake was ordered by Queen Elizabeth not to keep the best of records about everything he was doing. Many of these things were secret even to her closest council members in England, so she didn't want any record of them existing. Beyond that, the records that Francis Drake did keep are usually very questionable. Francis Drake was a man who was, well, he was a master tactician, not just on sea, but he was a master of court politics as well. He was a man who could turn even the worst of disasters into a potential success. He had so many great achievements in his career that they always overshadowed the losses. And when things got too bad to be overshadowed, he always managed to find a scapegoat whose fault it truly was. There are some historians that believe that Thomas Daniel was not, in fact, the villain that Francis Drake made him out to be. He was merely a man that disagreed with many of Francis Drake's plans. And if all that failed, and Francis Drake was unable to achieve what he had planned, well, he could always turn to propaganda, something that he was extremely skilled in using. He was able to, years later, rewrite the histories in England in ways that would favor him politically. I mention this because so much of what we're going to be talking about this week will mirror conflicts with him. Sometimes the accounts of sailors on board will conflict with the accounts of other sailors. More often, accounts of sailors on this voyage will conflict with accounts that they made later in life, when they conflict with the accounts of Francis Drake, who it became politically expedient to agree with. So to paint the clearest picture of what happens, we have to take the initial primary accounts, the journals of the sailors on board, compare them to the later accounts of Francis Drake and other men on this voyage, and then compare those with the accounts and records kept by the Spanish officials, which really are the best accounts of the most trustworthy information we have. For example, the name of the Pelican was reportedly changed to the Golden Hind. This was something that was supposedly done to heal some of the wounds created by the execution of Thomas Daniel. But if that's the case, why do none of the sailors on board this Golden Hind seem to know that that's the name of the ship? From all of the accounts and the journals of the sailors on board, after they reportedly changed the name of the ship, they still call it the Pelican. Now, this might be just a force of habit, but you'd think some of them would have made mention of the ship's change of name. None of them do. This presents us with two possibilities. First of all, that Francis Drake did change the name, but not in a massive ceremony that many of the men were aware of. It was more something for him and the officers. But more likely, Francis Drake not at least in the Queen Elizabeth. See, the Pelican was a symbol that Queen Elizabeth had to show her love for the English people and her right to be the head of the English church. It was something that was a very big deal to her, so it seems strange that Francis Drake would have changed it. And really, the first written account that we have of the name of the Golden Hind doesn't come until 1592, and the author even feels the need to clarify that when he's discussing the Golden Hind, he means the ship the Pelican. It was another 50 years before we see the name of the Golden Hind appearing in written form again. And this was from a work that reportedly was trying to turn Francis Drake from, quote, a real man into a national legend. Now, I'm going to call the ship the Golden Hind because that's what history accepts it as. And really, the name of the ship is inconsequential, but it points to that larger problem. The histories of this time, while we have a lot of documentation, aren't always exactly the clearest picture of what's happening on a day-to-day basis. To really fill that in, and to really paint a fun picture and a clear narrative, sometimes you have to wade into the waters of myth. So beware of that from here on. After 3 days of waiting, the wind finally blew and pushed the fleet towards the Strait of Magellan. But almost immediately, we run into these conflicts in the accounts once again. The Fletcher manuscript, one of the primary documents about this voyage, records this event. Quote, Within small time, continuing our way, we chanced with 3 islands a little distance from another, at 2 whereof we arrived and gave the names of all. The first we named Elizabeth, the second Bartholomew, the day being called by this name, and the last George, his island, according to the custom of our country. But then, from contemporary accounts and journals of the time, there are some differences. For example, quote, Captain Francis was sailing toward the strait, which was in 52 degrees. At the entrance, he found 3 small islands. He landed on one and called it Elizabeth. Here, there were many featherless birds which could not fly. End quote. And another account, quote, we came unto 2 islands named by Sir Francis Drake, the one Bartholomew Island, because he came thither on the same day, and the other Penguin Island. End quote. And another account by John Winter, quote, the 20th day of this month at night we entered the strait, in the midst of whereof we found the island, where we found a certain sea fowl with which the island is most abundantly stored. Here we killed so many as served 140 men 7 weeks. So the number of islands found differs. The names of the islands found differs. Sometimes the names of the island aren't discussed at all. The one thing that all of the accounts seem to agree upon is that penguin is delicious. You see, that was actually probably the most important thing to the men at the time, was that they found an island filled with delicious and easy-to-kill birds. It was only later when it became a matter of politics for them to say that they named the island after Elizabeth and St. George and St. Bartholomew to raise the patriotic fervor surrounding this holy day. You see, they had in front of them the Strait of Magellan. That's nearly 400 miles long. At times, it becomes dangerously narrow, and other times dangerously shallow. It's a maze of forks and dead ends that's nearly impossible to navigate without decent charts. At first, it's a really easy voyage, but then, at about 150 miles in, the current changes. The water begins to work against you, eddies that threaten to throw you off course. For most of this period, it's impossible to throw a gauge down to see how deep the water is, because your rope will begin to fray. And then, you begin to lose sight of the horizon. On either side of you, mountains begin to tower above you, with snow-capped peaks, and frigid winds begin to blow between them. Drake encountered this. At about the 150-mile point, a storm arose, pushing the ship backwards, and they had to fight for the rest of the passage to get through. It was freezing and difficult, and the men got almost no rest. It took a full 14 days for Francis Drake to make it through the Strait of Magellan. It had taken Magellan himself, however, 37. Now you might ask yourself, why, if the Strait of Magellan is so dangerous, is it something that's used? It's located very far south, almost at the tip of South America, so why not just sail around? Well, the seas surrounding that southern cape of South America are nearly constantly assaulted by Arctic storms. The air is filled with fog and ice, and it's extremely difficult to find your way. Which is exactly what Francis Drake and his ships encountered when they left the Strait of Magellan. No Englishmen had ever been into the Pacific Ocean. They were working off charts that the Portuguese had. However, they had no Spanish charts, so no definitive information. The Portuguese charts first told them to head northwest, and that's what they did. It took them a full 2 days of seeing nothing but a cold, icy blue sea before they decided to turn back and head toward the Strait of Magellan to try and find another way. And that is when the fleet became hopelessly lost and turned around. At first, they accidentally re-entered the Strait of Magellan, which they didn't intend to do. And then, for weeks, they floundered in a constant rain, a fog, they had no sun to see by, and they even, for a period of time, witnessed a full solar eclipse. This must have seemed like something terrible. It appears that Drake even sailed very far south, so far south that he found the tip of South America and rounded it before realizing his mistake and turning back. This makes him the first European to do so. Somehow, miraculously, this tiny fleet managed to stay together through all of this. The 3 ships never got separated from one another. Until then, one night, the men on board the Pelican, or the Golden Hind, and the Elizabeth were awoken by what they recorded later as fearful cries. The 29 men aboard the Marigold were screaming for help. The men on board the other two ships, they stared into the darkness. They couldn't see the other ship, but they were facing where the horrific screams were coming from, until, suddenly, the night was silent again. When the sun rose the next morning, the Marigold was gone, nowhere to be seen. The two remaining ships, the Golden Hind, captained by Francis Drake, and the Elizabeth, captained by John Winter, decided to drop anchor and wait in the small bay. But Drake's ship, the Hind, due to the current and the tide, had its anchor cable broke, and it lost its anchor and began to drift off into the ocean. When John Winter noticed this, he gave chase to the Golden Hind, and for 2 days he managed to keep the other ship in sight. However, then, on the third day, he lost sight of Drake's ship, so he decided to head into a harbor back at the mouth of the Strait of Magellan away from him. For 2 weeks, John Winter waited, but he had no sign of Francis Drake or the Golden Hind. So, the Elizabeth headed east, back through the Strait of Magellan, and back to England. This was the first news that Elizabeth or anybody in London had of the voyage of Francis Drake. She learned of several of their misfortunes, of the execution of Thomas Downey, but she also learned that Francis Drake had successfully made it into the Pacific Ocean, the first English captain to do so. What she didn't know was whether or not Francis Drake was still alive. In the years that followed, several men who claimed to have been aboard the Miracle, as well as men who were on a small pinnace in the fleet, and 8 men who were marooned in the Strait of Magellan, they turned up in England, claiming to have been a part of this voyage. It's almost impossible for us to prove if these were actually who they claimed to be, but if there were some questions about it, it's possible that these sailors were on the Miracle, and their screams were nothing more than a ruse so that they could escape the fleet and the reportedly tyrannical command of Francis Drake. If they convinced the rest of the fleet that the Miracle had been sunk, then it's possible that Francis Drake wouldn't follow them and try to rescue them. Now, the accounts of the Elizabeth, the other ship in the fleet that sailed back to England, those are conflicted as well. John Winter claimed that he wanted to wait for Francis Drake at an appointed meeting spot, but the men on board decided not to, and took command, bringing the ship back to England. However, the men on board claimed that it was John Winter's plan all along, after becoming separated from Francis Drake, that they would sail immediately back to England. It appears that John Winter was believed because he was received warmly by Elizabeth, and there was no retribution against him, which there would have been had he been an actual vessel. However, we can't really know what happened on board. There are no records. But then there's even a third possibility. It's possible that Drake himself was actively trying to lose the rest of his fleet. You see, after becoming separated, John Winter waited in a harbor that he and Francis Drake had agreed upon as a meeting place should they become separated. And Francis Drake, sailing back north, sailed less than a day away from this meeting place. It would have taken him almost no time to go and see if John Winter was at this meeting place. But he sailed on and continued north to find the coast of Chile. So maybe he didn't want these other men on the voyage, men who had been troublesome for a voyage up till now, and realized that if it was just him and the most loyal men on this voyage that were aboard the Golden Hind, he would have less trouble. So Drake sailed directly north, after floundering around in the South Sea for weeks. He was desperate that he find some land that would have something to eat on it. You see, the men on board the Hind hadn't had anything to eat except for seal and penguin meat for weeks and weeks, and they were all suffering from scurvy. Drake found the Chilean coast, finally, on November 25th, on what was known as the island of Malta. Now there they managed to collect food and water. They got more seal and more penguin meat, and they found an herb that Drake reportedly knew of that had medicinal properties. So they made a tea out of this herb, which when they drank, did cure all but 2 of the men of scurvy who still succumbed to it. So finally, Francis Drake, along with his Portuguese pilot, De Silva, and the most loyal men on this voyage, had made it to the western coast of South America. Silva had heard of this island in the town. It was relatively well known. It was near a town called La Imperial, which was near one of the most productive gold mines in South America. Now, this was a region where the Spanish harvested slaves from all along the coast from the native tribes. However, this island, the Spanish didn't touch. This island was called Tierra de Guerra, translated into English, the Island of War. These natives were extremely hostile to the Spanish, and they didn't see any difference between the white Spanish and the white English that had landed there. De Silva attempted to warn Drake, but it was already too late. The natives attacked, killing several of the Englishmen, including, unfortunately for those who had been injured, the ship's surgeon. So they had nobody on board who had any real medical knowledge, and Drake himself had been hit with 2 arrows, one in the hand and one just above his eye. As they got in the boats and tried to row away, some of the natives grabbed the oars and killed yet more Englishmen with the oars themselves before the English were able to escape. This taught a couple of important lessons to Francis Drake. First, he learned exactly how the natives in the region felt about the Spanish and Europeans in general, and realized that he was going to have to be very careful in his dealings with them. But he also learned where he was, and how close he was to some of the most productive gold and silver mines in all of the world. His men had just been through a battle, and he and his ship were in no way prepared to attack the harbor at La Imperial, where there was certain to be a lot of gold and silver, but they had no hope of taking it. So they retreated just a little further north to a very small harbor at a place called Quintero. It was a perfect pirate cove, the exact kind that you'd imagine from all of the stories. It was small, it was secluded, difficult to see from the ocean, and only a few days away from ships that should be filled with Spanish treasure. So the English recuperated there for a little while and licked their wounds when they came across a native man in a canoe who was fishing. They spoke to this man, a man named Philippe, who spoke Spanish, so they were able to communicate with him. But Philippe didn't have any love for Spanish, so Drake offered him a deal. He said that if Philippe could give them any information or perhaps guide them to any Spanish ships in the region, he would be paid handsomely, which is exactly what Philippe did. You see, there was a port that was even closer to where the English had anchored, not La Imperial, a place called Valparaiso. There was a single ship in the harbor. Not only was it unguarded, but it was on the Pacific coast of South America, a region that only Spanish ships sailed in. No sailors from England or France or Portugal ever sailed these waters before. So when the Golden Hind sailed in the harbor, it must have been weather-beaten, covered in barnacles, and looked just terrible. But this ship at Valparaiso had no reason to suspect that it was anything other than a friendly ship. When the English put a boat in the water and rowed it over to the other ship, the men on board this Spanish vessel beat their drums and opened up a cask of wine to welcome their brothers on board. But the very first Englishman who climbed aboard, he smiled. He drew his saber. He struck the ship's pilot with the hilt above his eye. He screamed, "Abajo, perro!" Below, dog. The crew was locked below decks almost immediately. The Spanish had been caught completely unaware. This was one of the easiest prizes that Francis Drake was ever going to take in his entire career, and it was a pretty rich prize. While the English looted this vessel, they sent 2 boats ashore to loot the town nearby. Now, there wasn't all that much there. They took food and drink and probably took some of the local women, but then they ransacked the local church, where they took a chalice and some of the vestments there and other religious articles, which Francis Drake handed to the ship's pastor as something of a joke, who laughed it off and then threw this paraphernalia overboard and into the ocean. The Spanish vessel, it was called La Capitana, and they found chests of gold equaling somewhere in the realm of, well, there was recorded about 25,000 pesos. And then it was reported later, a lot of gold that wasn't on the manifest, gold that probably equaled somewhere upwards of 200,000 pesos. They took that gold, and they took the wine, but then Francis Drake, searching the captain's cabin, found a treasure that was so valuable that he wound up presenting it to the Queen upon returning home. It was a series of charts that detailed the ports on the Pacific coast, as well as the shipping lanes that they used frequently, and sailing instructions for any Spanish captains to get to all of the ports. It was a wealth of information that Francis Drake was going to use for the rest of his voyage to his benefit and to the benefit of everyone on board. He took this information, as well as the pilot of La Capitana, a man named Riego. He was able to translate and read all of these Spanish shipping charts. Then they even took the ship itself. Their single ship could finally become a small fleet again. Drake sailed back to the small bay. He let Philippe free, paying him pretty handsomely for his help. It was something that he could definitely afford. You see, this had been a rich haul, and the men were finally content on this voyage. It had been months at sea so far, taking very little in the way of Spanish gold or treasure. And now they had taken a pretty massive prize. They had all sorts of delicious food and wine and many comforts of the flesh. They were finally able to relax, and Francis Drake had some time to plan. See, he knew that it wasn't going to be this easy the entire voyage. The fleet was going to have to stay ahead of any Spanish messengers. If word got to the capital in the area, Lima, and there would definitely be a fleet sent out to defend Spanish waters against this English incursion. Francis Drake had to stay on the move, and quickly, to avoid that happening. He also had to wait, however, just in case. If the Elizabeth or the Marigold were still in the region, they had agreed to meet at a certain rendezvous point, and he waited there for a few days, hoping to meet with them. However, while they waited, a mounted unit of 50 Spanish soldiers ambushed them. As they charged down the beach toward the English waiting there, they sent off a volley of shots. Only one man was hit, but he lay on the beach, bleeding, as the rest of the English retreated in their ships. The Spanish cut off his head and put it on a pike, riding up and down the beach, parading it as the English retreated in their boats. Francis Drake would attempt to retake the beach so that they could bury their English comrade, but he was probably unsuccessful. So they retreated and found a small bay a little further north, far from any Spanish settlement. His territory was filled with hostile natives, but Drake made no moves on it. He stayed just on the beach. Now, the natives watched his encampment, but they didn't attack. The English really needed to make some repairs to the Golden Hind. They careened the ship. They were able to clean the hull of any barnacles and patch any holes in the hull. While they were doing this, they brought up all of the guns that were in the hold. There were a total of 18 on board, and they finally put them all in place. There were 7 on either side below decks, and up top, there were 4 heavy bronze cannon. This was a ship that was armed to the teeth. It had many more guns on it than any of the Spanish ships in the region did. These waters had never seen anything like it before. They spent this time, as well, putting together a small pinnace that was on board the Hind, one of those small ships that could be used for going up and down rivers and traveling between ships. But while they were constructing this and making repairs to the Hind, there was a battle on land between another mounted Spanish cavalry unit and the natives who were standing guard on the English. The English could hear this battle taking place, and after it was over, the natives returned to their positions to watch the English. So Francis Drake realized this land was too dangerous for any Spanish messengers to get through. Nobody was going to reach Lima overland. And the man that he had taken captive, that Spanish pilot, Riego, he assured Francis Drake that there were no other Spanish ships besides his in the region. So Drake and the English realized that no word had reached the Spanish in Lima of their actions. Francis Drake was still free to go about his business. For a while, they found only a few small villages. They took some food and water, they probably desecrated the church, and usually they took a guide that would lead them to their next stop for water and food. And then at one point, Francis Drake saw a light on the shore as they were anchored at night. He sent a small boat to investigate it, and what the men found was a campfire smoldering, with a man sleeping next to it, and 7 llamas that were standing there, heavily laden with chests. When they opened them, they found that these 7 chests contained bars and bars of silver. So the men loaded up their small boat and rowed back to the ship, the man who was sleeping never having woken up. I imagine it was something of a surprise when he did. The fleet continued on very quickly. Whenever they chanced upon a ship, they would seize it and take anything on board. They took a couple of small barks that had some silver on board, but mostly drew moving at breakneck speed. The men became aware that Francis Drake was racing towards Lima. He was trying to beat any word of their actions to the Spanish capital, and he thought he would be able to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet and once again steal all of King Philip's gold. But the men were growing restless. The coast was rich with villages and women and ships that probably had some treasure on them, and they really hadn't taken anything of any real note since they first entered the Pacific. So Francis Drake took that into account. They stopped at a port called Arica. It was a place famous for its gold and silver mines, even more well known than the Imperial. In the harbor, they fell upon another bark, and once again, this bark had some silver, but it really wasn't much. Then, when a larger, more prosperous-looking ship sailed into harbor, the men's hopes were raised, so they took that ship as well. Unfortunately, on board, they only found some linen and wine and a few other goods, which they took, but it really wasn't anything that they were happy with. And unfortunately, for such a small prize, well, they had some misfortune. Another ship that was in port at Eureka that didn't seem like it had anything worthwhile on board unfurled its sails and headed out of the port, heading north, which was exactly the direction that Francis Drake did not want any ships going. So the men stopped ransacking the vessels and headed back to the Golden Hind. They gave chase to the ship, trying to catch it. However, the ship was smaller and lighter than the Hind was, so it was able to move just a little bit faster. So Francis Drake, though he chased it for days, was unable to capture it. He thought it likely that he would be able to capture the ship at the next port they came to. When he arrived, he found hordes of Spanish citizens on the shore, jeering at them, pointing at the English and laughing, and screaming insults. Apparently, a mere 2 hours before, a ship full of gold bullion, truly a part of the Spanish treasure fleet, had left this harbor, hearing news that the English were coming. It was clear to Drake that news of his exploits out chasing them. So he had to think fast. He told the men that instead of picking any ship that they found and seeing what was on board, they would have to start looking for information and choosing their targets much more carefully. Now, one of the next few ships they took did have some information. They had a captain that knew a lot about ships in the region and what they were carrying, and they found out that there were 2 ships worth taking. Now, one was in a port nearby, ready to leave to head to Canada. The other ship had already left port and was on its way to Canada, so Drake had a decision to make. Would it be the smarter move to just head to that port and take whatever was on that ship, or to hurry past it and catch the ship that was already on its way, fully laden with all the silver and gold that it carried? Francis Drake decided to play it safe and head to port to take that ship that was waiting to depart. When they took the ship, again, very easily, there was almost nothing on board. There were a couple of chests of silver, some silk and linen, which was a decent haul, but not what Francis Drake needed, and not what the men were expecting. Unfortunately, while they were in port, the harbor master noticed that there was some activity going on aboard the Golden Hind, a ship that he had never seen before. So he went out to investigate what was happening. He rowed his boat over to the Hind, and when he started to climb aboard, he saw a musket barrel shoved in his face. He fell back into his boat and began rowing away. Francis Drake ordered his men to work faster. They had to unload the ship and get out of the harbor as soon as possible. Before they were done, another ship sailed into port, almost blocking Francis Drake and the Hind in. So Francis Drake had his ships tack about and opened fire on the newcomer, a ship called the San Cristobal. Now, the San Cristobal fired back. They traded volleys for some time, but Francis Drake was able to move. Unfortunately, he saw that on shore, the militia was being raised, and ships in the harbor were getting ready to chase them. So Francis Drake had to move quickly. Finally, the wind filled their sails, and they were able to leave the harbor, leaving all these other ships behind for the time being. Now, Drake had 2 priorities. First was escape these ships and the militia that were going to be tailing them. Second was to catch that other ship. The ship that had already left port that was going to be filled with all sorts of riches and treasure. This ship was known to them. It was called the Nuestra Senora de la Concepcion, named affectionately by its crew the Cacafuego. You might remember me mentioning this ship in one of our first episodes. Translated into English, it's the ship fire. The Cacafuego was a merchant vessel. It had its hold filled with heavy bars and loaded coins of silver and gold, so it was not going to be moving very quickly. Francis Drake, if he moved, would definitely be able to overtake her, which is what he attempted to do. He let his men know that the first person that saw the Cacafuego on the horizon would be given the gift of gold, and they set out in chase. Not only in chase, but also trying to outrun the other ships that were tailing him, attempting to catch Francis Drake's ship. While in pursuit, Francis Drake took another Spanish vessel that had something around 24,000 pesos worth of gold on it. And for a night or so, Francis Drake considered adding this ship to his fleet. He saw the kind of guns it had, the shape of its sails, and thought that it might make a decent addition, but he decided to abandon that ship, and then, taking both ships' guns, he left the other Spanish ship that he had collected as well. He set them adrift and put all the cargo on board the Golden Hind. He needed as much speed and as much firepower as he was able to make. So, back down to a single ship, Francis Drake set out to catch the Cacafuego. He had learned, taking the Spanish ship, that it was only a mere 2 days ahead. He was very close to catching it. And on March 1st, John Drake spotted the Cacafuego's sails on the horizon. He did get that golden reward, but Francis Drake had some planning to do. And the Golden Hind was a much faster ship than the Cacafuego. With its sails unfurled and full of wind, it moved much faster than the Spanish ship. That was good if he was trying to catch up to it. However, he needed to slow down and come up alongside the Spanish vessel. Now, if he did so by furling his sails, the Spanish vessel would become suspicious and flee, which, doing so, would probably lose Francis Drake. So he needed a way that he could slow down while not appearing to do so. He ordered a number of jugs filled with water and tied to anchor cables, and then threw a stern. They dragged behind his ship, unseen by the Cacafuego, but slowing him down enough that though his sails were entirely unfurled, it appeared that he was moving slower and slower. The Golden Hind came up alongside the Cacafuego, and its captain, a man named San Juan de Anthony, called out to the English ship. At first, he asked for the captain's name and the vessel, and the man on board gave a false Spanish name. But the man who was captain of the Cacafuego had never heard of this and was deeply suspicious. So he called out that the other ship should strike its sails in the name of King Philip. And there was a pause. But then a reply came. Strike your sails in the name of the Queen of England. So the Anton was stunned. He knew that these men were no friends of his. And he replied, English, I order you strike your sails. And Drake replied to him, come and do it yourself. Then the Golden Hind opened fire. The very first volley took out the mizzen mast of the Cacafuego. There was a hail of musket shot, cannon fire, and arrows raining down upon the Cacafuego. Drake himself tells this tale the best. Quote, what seemed to be about 60 harquebuses were shot, followed by many arrows which struck the side of the ship, and chain balls that from a heavy piece of ordnance carried away the mizzen and sent it to the sea with its sail and lateen yard. After this, the English shot another great gun, shouting again, strike sail, and immediately a pinnace laid around port until 40 archers climbed up the channels of the shrouds and entered the ship, while, at the opposite side, the English ship was laid aboard. It was thus that they forced San Juan's ship to surrender. They seized him and carried him to the English ship, where he saw the corsair Francis Drake, who was removing his helmet and coat of mail. Drake embraced him, saying, have patience, for such is the usage of war, and immediately ordered him to be locked up in the cabin in the poop. End quote. It was the greatest prize that Francis Drake had taken on this voyage to date. The hold was full of victuals that the ships needed, delicious things such as fruits, wine, and rum. They also found, quote, a certain quantity of jewels and precious stones, 13 chests of reels of plate, 80 pounds weight in gold, 26 tons of uncoined silver, 2 very fair gilt silver drinking bowls, and the like trifles, valued in all about 360,000 pesos. End quote. This equals, translated to modern dollars, almost $50 million on a single ship. This was the prize that Francis Drake had been looking for. It was clear to Drake, as well as the other Englishmen on the voyage, that they no longer had the free rein that they had had previously. After taking this ship, such a rich haul, the Spanish would be out for them in force, so they had to move. They unloaded nearly all of the treasure on the Golden Hind, and they began discussing with the Spaniards what their plans were. If you think back to last week's episode, Francis Drake, in that private, slightly burned document, was told that he should return the same way that he came. It would be going back down south, all the way to the Strait of Magellan, through it, and then up the coast of Brazil, and back across the Atlantic Ocean. That was what Francis Drake told the men on board the Cacafuego that he planned to do. To let them know that his plans were to set them free and then leave Spanish territory forever. Then he held a meeting with 2 members of his crew, the Portuguese pilot De Silva and the Spaniard Riego, telling them that he had lied to the Spaniards on the other ship and that he intended, in fact, to go back via Acapulco. Then, the very next day, he released Riego and De Silva. They told the Spanish when they were picked up that Francis Drake had lied to them, that he was, in fact, going via Acapulco instead of directly down south. So the Spanish were thrown off the scent and headed back down south. Now, what Drake had told both the Spaniards and the two members of his crew were lies. He didn't intend to go back south at all. After telling them this information, he headed north a little bit up the coast, stopping in Panama and Guatemala for water, taking a couple more vessels, but then he headed out to sea, due west, and then turned course, heading directly north. He sailed north past modern-day Guatemala, past modern-day Mexico, past the entirety of the Spanish Main. He sailed north until he had left behind what any European would consider civilization, into the wilderness. He continued sailing north, further and further, until fog enshrouded his ship. Then, finally, he made landfall. Now, it's almost impossible to know where Francis Drake made landfall, but there are a lot of theories surrounding it. In California, there's a place known as Drake's Bay, where for many years it's been assumed Drake made his landfall. In a lot of ways, it fits the descriptions that Drake left behind. However, a wealth of new information has come to us in the last few years that put this theory into question. After this theory was no longer seen as historic fact, the floodgates opened and people all along the western seaboard of North America began claiming that they had information that they knew exactly where Francis Drake made landfall. It seems, though, that the best theory actually comes near Vancouver in Canada. Wherever it was precisely, we can assume from how Drake described the area that they landed somewhere in the Pacific Northwest on June 5th, 1579. Now, there was a tribe of natives who lived in the area that met Drake with a very warm reception. This was probably this tribe's first encounter ever with white Europeans. So the two groups traded, and the natives examined the newcomers and their strange clothes and armor. They saw the ship that these men had come on, and they wondered at it. These were all highly strange oddities to the native people. Their king even came down to the beach to meet the English, and he held a ceremony. Drake recorded this account. He said, quote, "It was their intent, the king himself, with all the singing of song, set a crown upon his head, enriched his neck with all their chains, and offering unto him many other things, honored him by the name of because they were not only visited of the gods, for so they still judged us to be, but the great and chief God was now become their God, their king and patron." The man that the king gave the crown was Francis Drake. They believed him to be king of the gods, and Drake held a ceremony directly after this, holding aloft a scepter that the king of the native tribe had given him, and claiming that these people were now watched over by his patron, the Queen Elizabeth. This might seem to people with modern sensibilities like something that's got to be nothing but historical propaganda by Francis Drake. However, it's actually quite likely that these people did believe that the visiting English were gods. This is something that really happens all through. No matter who you are on this planet, it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in your history you have ancestors who met a technologically superior civilization and built myths around them. Whether it be meeting gods or angels or even aliens, most cultures and most peoples have gone through this exact same experience. You see this with tribes that the Egyptians encountered, with tribes that the Roman Empire encountered and the Persians encountered. You see this all the way throughout history, up until even as recently as World War II. There were tribes who lived on islands in the Pacific Theater that had never seen anybody who was not a member of their community until Allied forces came to their island and built airstrips. Now that these communities are finally beginning to move out and make contact with the rest of the world, we're seeing that they in fact built altars and almost a religious mythology around these gods that visited them. They built airstrips and planes out of the rudimentary materials that they had available to them. So I don't think it's accurate or culturally degrading to claim that these people probably do believe that they are meeting the gods at this time. But as opposed to what the Spanish did when the natives believed that they were gods, Francis Drake didn't enslave these people. He treated with them and traded with them and even learned some of their language. And there are, in fact, members of native tribes in the Pacific Northwest that claim that they still have myths of white-skinned deities coming to visit them long in their past. And many of these tribes believe that this was, in fact, a visitation by Francis Drake in the 1500s. So Francis Drake and the English stayed there for some time. They even named this place. They named it Nova Albion, which is, in the Latin, New England. It was really England's first colony on North America, although nothing must have ever come. After several months of preparation, Francis Drake left
that
Nova
some
Albany.
are funny, some are not so
He
funny.
probably traveled for a little while further north.
Unapologetically
It's
trying.
clear from the latitude and longitude that they did travel further north than where we believe Nova
My
Albany to
favorite
be.
is when
It's likely
you're
that in
talking
that
about
private
five
meeting
people
with
in the
Queen
audience,
Elizabeth, he had actually
and
been given
the
orders
jokes
to
are
travel as
just
far
not
north
him.
as he felt he safely could,
And
to
they
search
still,
for the western
I don't
end
know.
of the
It
Northwest
feels like
Passage.
just hypothetically,
While Francis Drake was on this voyage, that other explorer, Martin
it's
Frobisher,
hard.
was exploring the
I
eastern
still
coast of North
retire.
America looking for the
Any
Northwest
comments
Passage.
to
It was
say this?
believed
I think
that if they could find the two ends, they could prove that there was in fact a Northwest
if he ever
Passage
had
and
to
a
go
way
back and do
for
it again,
England
like
to
from
get to the
scratch,
Indies and the riches of Asia.
doesn't think he could
However,
endure
of course,
the
Francis Drake didn't
struggle
find
of
anything.
open
He found
mic
several inlets
to,
and mapped
you
this
know,
area
the
fairly thoroughly, but nothing
success.
that proved to
And
him
the
that there
numbers
was a
of people
Northwest
that
Passage.
try it,
With his holds full of Spanish riches, fresh food and water, they traveled west, out
I don't know if
into the
there's
Pacific
any
Ocean.
other
However, it took a full 68 days for them to make the crossing before they encountered an island that actually parallels once again Ferdinand Magellan's voyage. They made their first landfall on September 30th. It was a small Micronesian island with a tribe that greeted the English warmly. However, that warm greeting was somewhat misleading to the English. You see, this tribe had a custom of communal ownership of all their property. Nothing belonged to any one person, and they would share freely whatever they needed with whomever needed it. If you needed a tool or an article of clothing or whatever it may be, you could go take that from whoever had it at the time, and there would be no ill will or retribution at all. And they could do the same to you. Anything that was in your possession at the time, they could come and use freely. When Ferdinand Magellan made this landfall, he and his men were stunned by this. They didn't realize that these men were merely trying to share, as was their custom. They saw this island as a group of men that were stealing from them. Anything that these people wanted, they would just take off the person of the European, who saw this as an act of theft. And they attacked in retribution, which was exactly what happened when Francis Drake made landfall. The natives, Francis Drake believed they wanted to trade, but instead they just began taking whatever caught their eye, whatever they were curious about and wanted to see how it worked. And of course, one of the Englishmen shot some of the natives, and the natives attacked in kind. There was a short battle, but the English escaped with most of their possessions intact. And Francis Drake called this island the Island of Thieves. This was, in fact, the same island where Ferdinand Magellan was killed. These were the ancestors of the same native peoples that assassinated him on their beach. They stopped again in the Moluccas, what are called the Spice Islands, which is not something that was a big stop for Francis Drake, but it must have been significant to them on a psychological level. This was the place that all of the plans for England or any of the other European nations to make it to the Far East, this was where all of the riches that they desired came from. This is where cloves and cinnamon, certain types of peppers, and all of the spices that fetched such a high price in Europe came from. However, this late in the game, the Spanish were no longer really present in the Spice Islands, and while the Portuguese were still in this region of Southeast Asia, they were really truly hated and lived a somewhat defensive existence. They rarely left their compounds. Francis Drake, an Englishman, met with the Sultan of the area, a man named Rabbi. And though he didn't really have the political authority, he went ahead and opened up diplomatic relations with this Sultan. They began discussing how they would ally themselves, and Francis Drake even offered the Sultan as many English ships as he needed to oust the Portuguese from their waters. The Sultan, after receiving several gifts, gave Francis Drake and his men 6 tons of cloves, one of the most valued spices in all of the world. On top of all of the riches, the silver and gold, he had some of the most valuable cargo to date now at his home. So Francis Drake headed further west, through the Indian Ocean. The rest of the voyage, well, aside from coming upon a reef that was very shallow and running aground, which nearly ended the voyage in its tracks, there was really very little else in it. In fact, there's very little else recorded. Aside from when they finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, there's almost nothing, despite the fact that there were many feats of navigation and seamanship that this crew could have recorded. They failed to. It seems they must have been truly eager to get home. And it wasn't until September 26, 1580, when the record of a fisherman who was fishing the English Channel remembers that a worn and weather-beaten ship, heavily wilting, made its way into Plymouth Sound. The fisherman remembers a stocky, heavily bearded man with curly red hair leaning over the ship and asking him, "Is Elizabeth still queen?" The fisherman replied to him, "Aye, and in fine health, too." The fisherman records that he saw that as something as a strange question for a stranger to ask him, who was on an English ship, speaking English and flying the flag of St. George. Of course, Elizabeth was still queen. But Francis Drake and his men had been away from home for almost 3 entire years. Drake was to find that that question was not ill-advised. The 3 years that he had been away had proved difficult for both the country of England and its queen, Elizabeth. In many ways, they were some of the most challenging that she ever faced. Now, Francis Drake was soon to meet with her, and in that meeting, he would discover that while Elizabeth was still queen, she and the nation desperately needed the help of Sir Francis Drake. And with that, the return of Francis Drake, I think that's a good place to leave off for this week. This voyage changed things a bit. While Francis Drake's other expeditions to the Caribbean had worsened tensions between England and Spain, this really showed the Spanish and the rest of the world what the English were capable of in a naval sense. And it changed the dynamic between all of the nations of Europe. Next week, we're going to look into what was happening in Europe during the first few voyages of Francis Drake, as well as on this very long circumnavigation of the globe. We're going to look at a lot of the political factors and some of the religious ones that are turning the burner up in Europe to a boiling point. Things are getting ready to explode, and we're going to look at the factors that are going to lead to the greatest of Francis Drake and Queen Elizabeth's achievements. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the abebooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, Abe Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an Abe Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an AbeBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either AbeBooks or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Everybody's just gearing up to try to be as funny as possible. Francis Drake retired from the circumnavigation of the globe to England. He found that the situation in Europe was dying. Both voyages of John Hawkins and Drake's War were really English campaigns in the American theater of the war, what was really an international European war. The war was largely undeclared. It took place mostly in smaller conflicts and battles rather than outright warfare. But in two fronts, it was something that could truly be called. In France, the Huguenot forces were entrenched against the forces of the king, and they had been really in a decades-long civil war. But in the Low Countries, where much of our story today takes place, things were moving from the realm of diplomacy and conflict to outright warfare. Now, the armies of both the Huguenot forces of the French and the Dutch armies, they were well trained, but they were really no match for the French and Spanish armies that they faced. These are two of the greatest armies of the world, backed not only by their respective kings, but by the full force of the Catholic Church. So the Protestant forces of the Huguenots, and the Dutch, and the English all turned to a fight. Instead of facing these armies on land, they faced them at sea, where they had a better chance. Now, while the Spanish did have the greatest navy in the world, unparalleled by anyone else in the West, we've learned that you don't need great ships and a massive armada to take on a great deal of power. So you need smaller fleets of quick, smaller vessels, manned by sailors who, while perhaps lacking in moral fiber, possess the will to fight for their cause. This is episode number 11 of Sea Legs. To understand today's story, we're going to need to take a step back. We've talked about sea legs before. We've talked about the Dutch and the Low Countries, but they've always been footnotes. They've been background characters in the story of Queen Elizabeth and her sea dogs. They're going to be such important players in the story to come that we need to take a closer look. The Low Countries, well, that's the 16th century name for what is today comprised of the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. And even the name of
And
the Netherlands
he said,
in
actually,
German and
actually,
Dutch
oh,
means
that's
the Low
nice.
Countries.
And
Now, these countries
this
don't
is
really
when
have
you
as ancient a past as most of the rest of Europe.
which side were you on?
Compared to Italy or Germany or Spain or
That's
France
like
or
big,
England,
big.
they were relatively new power
500
on the
feet
block.
tall and shoots
The
fire.
whole region was largely
Yeah, are you sure?
uninhabited for most of its history.
This
While there
one
were some
made
people living in certain
not all
select
that
areas,
size.
it was difficult
No,
for them to
there's
really
no
build a civilization.
500 feet tall versus
It
50
wasn't
feet
really
tall.
possible
One's a
to
gigantic
build much in the
dinosaur.
way of
One
towns
is
or
a stupid
cities
monkey
until
who
the
gets shot
Romans
down by a
arrived and
plane.
began
You can't kill
industrializing the area.
Godzilla.
You see, the Low Countries are on the
You
North
can't
Sea
kill
and the
Godzilla
English
with a
Channel.
plane.
They're that region where the Rhine enters
Like,
Europe,
that
and
shit
they're
wouldn't work
a
with
very
Godzilla.
marshy,
Kill King
swampy
Kong.
area. The same region
King
was
Kong and the
famous for their
dude
dikes, and it was the
kept
Romans who built
growing.
really the
Got
first
to the
system of
point where
dikes
he's
in the
as
Low
big
Countries.
as
The
Godzilla.
Roman
He's still
border
like
in
King Kong
continental
was
Europe
strong.
was essentially the Rhine, and they had it extremely well defended. And they had it defended all the way up to the North Sea, where they built forts and encampments. In order to wall and fortify these forts, they built roads, and because of the problem of frequent flooding and the marshy nature of the area, they had to build these roads on raised embankments. So these embankments really were the first system of dikes that dried out some of the Low Countries and allowed people to start to inhabit the places. Now, the post-Roman history of the region is extremely complex. Due to all the flooding and politics of Europe at the time, things are very difficult to follow, but really, this isn't important to us. What is important to realize is that what became known as the Low Countries never really had a centralized government. Occasionally, one man or another would gain power under him and unify some of the Low Countries, but for the most part, they were essentially city-states that had a cultural significance to each other, but weren't really politically aligned. And they had something of a democratic aspect to them. Most of the people of the Low Countries didn't seem to want a single overlord over all of them. The cities in the Low Countries, such as Antwerp or Amsterdam, they usually had a governing body that was a city council, led mostly by white men who were pillars of the community, but they had a more democratic bent than what was going on in the rest of the world. Feudalism and monarchy was the order of the day. Now, the 17 regions of the Low Countries, called the states, well, they did have feudal lords, but those lords gave their people certain called privileges. These privileges are something that today we would consider rights. Usually they were an exemption from certain taxes that didn't benefit people who lived there, or sometimes it was the right to govern themselves in their city. Almost all of these provinces had an independent court of law in which you could be tried by a jury of your peers instead of by the local lord or the church. Now, that's not to say the church wasn't powerful in the Low Countries. It was. It was the most powerful organization in Europe and had as much influence on the people in the Low Countries as everywhere else. However, the Low Countries weren't always kind of a hotbed for dissent. It was the place that birthed and housed men like Erasmus of Rotterdam, who, though he was a Catholic his entire life, was famously critical of some of the church's less savory aspects at the time. This was something that was very common in the region. They were notorious free thinkers in their Now, the people in the Low Countries, if you were to hear one of them refer, I think even today, to the enemy, we wouldn't be referring to a foreign power. Usually, they would be talking about the sea. Life in this region was centered around the sea. It was a constant threat in the form of flooding, as well as really the thing that kept them alive. You see, farming was a basic proposition in most of these regions. They usually didn't have farmland for very long, and if it flooded with seawater, that land wasn't too good to farm on. So most of the people in the Low Countries made their money and their fortunes through trade, through merchant activities, and due to that, the major trading hub in all of Northern Europe grew up in the Low Countries, the city of Antwerp. Now again, we've talked about Antwerp on the show before. It was that city that was closely allied with England, largely because they bought nearly all of England's wool, the prime export of the English countryside, and cities in the region would spin the wool and some of the finest cloth made in all of Europe. Now, people from all over Europe would come to Antwerp to buy that cloth, and they would trade things such as spices, fine wine, riches that you couldn't get anywhere else in Europe. So Antwerp became a serious financial power in the whole world politics. However, during all of these centuries, since the fall of the Roman Empire, these small principalities and dukedoms, They all stayed
was a
independent for
very
most of their history
We moved
up
around.
until the time of the
And
16th
so
century.
the bad thing
That was
about that
when
was I
the
didn't really
line
develop
of
long-term
dukes from the
friends.
region known as
The good thing
Burgundy
about
began
that
to
was I
rise
was
fast.
forced to develop my
Between
own
shifting
opinions
marriage
about that.
alliances, open
Instead of
warfare, and
adopting
sometimes
an
outright
opinion
buying
of
land,
neighborhood
these
group
Burgundian dukes
about
began to
anything,
unify the
I was
provinces.
forced to
And then
form
in
my own thoughts and
1543,
opinions
all of the 17
about almost
provinces
everything.
of the Low
And
Countries
so
fell under the
it
rule,
made me
finally,
much
of
more
one
of an
man,
independent thinker.
and that was
So
Charles
that
V,
on
the
top of
Holy
the
Roman
fact that,
Emperor. That same emperor that
losing,
was when Martin
quote
Luther
unquote
became a
hero
powerful
very
force.
early on. And then having to
Charles
form my
V
own opinions
was
about things.
arguably the
It
most
left me
powerful man that
very,
Europe had seen since
very
the height of the
independent
Roman
streak.
Empire. He was heir to the Holy Roman Empire.
And
That was his
if
by
I hadn't
birth.
done
However, also his
the
by
things
birth
that I
from
got
a marriage
interested in,
alliance a
martial
generation
arts, and
before,
that
he
comedy,
also had
if I
control of
hadn't
the
got
Low
interested in
Countries.
those
That
things,
marriage
I wouldn't
alliance was
have
to that same line
because I
of
was just
Burgundian dukes
too
that he controlled.
independent for
Now
normal
beyond
jobs.
that,
I was
on
too
his
independent
mother's
for
side,
school. I
his
just didn't
grandparents were
want to
Ferdinand
listen.
and Isabella of Spain,
I was too
the
feral.
Catholic
I
monarchs,
just
those
didn't
very same
want
monarchs
to.
that sent
Didn't want to
Christopher
sit
Columbus
still.
across the Atlantic
If I was
Ocean
with the
and
wrong
founded
parents,
the
especially
Spanish New World
today,
Empire.
I'd most certainly.
Charles inherited their throne as well.
Yeah, there's so many
So
possible
Charles
trajectories you
ruled
can
not
imagine
only the Holy
would
Roman
have
Empire,
not been
not only the
today.
Low
Oh yeah,
This is
Countries, but
probably one of
Spain,
the
as
best.
well as all of Spain's overseas holdings,
really
including those in the
this
Atlantic,
this
in North
particular
Africa,
storyline
and in the
is
Americas.
one of the better
He
ones. This
controlled
timeline is
what
as good as
was,
it gets.
in terms of sheer land mass, the largest empire the
Is
world
there
had ever
advice you
seen.
could give to people,
This, however,
young,
proved to be
young kids
a bit
that
much for
were
Charles
just in a
V.
shitty situation?
Even the Roman
It was,
emperors at the height of the
tough life.
empire
Find a thing
decided
you
they
like.
needed to split up the
Try to
empire
find a thing
because
you really
ruling
enjoy.
that much
Try to find a
territory
thing
was
you're
simply
passionate
too
about.
much work for one
Yes,
single
for
man.
me early on, it was
So in
it was
1555,
illustration.
Charles
It was
V
comic books.
abdicated
I
his
wanted to be a
throne.
comic book illustrator.
In his homeland, the Holy Roman
Went
Empire,
from
in
comic
Italy
book drawing
and Germany,
illustrations to
he abdicated in favor
martial
of
arts.
his kingdom.
So,
However,
but it
for the
was
rest of
just
the
another
empire, that
thing
gained
that I was very,
essentially
very passionate
Spain, the Low Countries, and all of Spain's holdings
And
overseas,
that
he abdicated that
was
in
my
favor of his
vehicle
son,
out of
Philip
my
II.
dilemma. That was my
That is the
vehicle
same
out
Philip
of
II who we talked
my
about so
own
much up
anxiety,
until now.
trauma,
The Spanish king
my
who
own
married Queen
issues,
Elizabeth's predecessor, Mary,
insecurities.
sat on the throne of England,
Find
fought
something.
a war with those
Find a
two
thing
countries
that you
against France.
genuinely enjoy.
Finally,
Because
when Mary
getting
died
good
and he
at
lost
things
his power in
you
England,
genuinely
treated for
enjoy
peace with
is
France and decided it was time to
extremely
meet
for
this
young
young new queen
because it
Elizabeth.
lets you know
It was
that
at those peace
like
talks in France
everybody
where
thinks they're
Philip II met the
every
young
young
Queen
person
Elizabeth that we meet the real major player in our story,
like I didn't know I
a
was
man named William of Orange.
So I started doing martial arts.
William was born in
Martial arts taught me
1533
that like
as
I
William
could
of
get better.
Nassau. For those of you who have
I
some
wasn't
idea of what's to
really
come, yes,
I just
that
was
will
someone
come
who
into
was
play
like
later.
in a fucked up
He
situation.
was born
But
the
you
son of a
channel all
miner
that
in the
energy
house,
you
and
have
despite
with
their
a
blue
person
blood,
into
they were
something
not a wealthy
and
family.
get better at it. And then
There
also
were a
people
grand total
inspired.
of 17 children,
This is crazy. I
and
went
his
from
mother
being
made
someone
clothes
who
for all of them with her own
was
two hands
incredibly
and cooked
insecure
every meal for all of them.
and basically
This was
failing
not the lap of
to
luxury he
someone
was
who was
living.
really successful at this
He
one
was
thing. It was
educated
very
at home by
dangerous
his
that other
mother,
people
not
scared
in
of.
Latin and
And
courtly
that
manners,
gave
but
me
primarily
immense
in how to read,
confidence and
particularly
also
the
a
Bible,
real
along with
understanding
some other
of
theological
the
works,
direct
mostly
correlation
that taught him
between
the
hard
tenets
work
of
and success.
Protestantism.
And
In a
kind
lot
of
of ways,
understanding
his upbringing
Right.
was very
that
similar
there
to
is
Francis
some
Crick's.
not
They were
in
both
rough.
Yeah, and
educated
also
young men
understand they
who
can't
weren't
listen to people.
members
Because
of
even
the
my parents
class.
didn't
They
want me to
knew
do
what it
martial
was to
arts.
come from
They
the
didn't want me
lower
to fight.
echelons of
They didn't want me
society.
to stand up. It's like you
Then,
have to
at the age of
understand
11,
like
William's
who
entire
you
life
are,
changed.
and then
One of
in
his
the
cousins died,
face
a
of
man
other
who had been
people's
prince of some
either
of the richest land
criticism
in the Low
or
Countries, as well as a province
you
known
know
as Orange,
lack
that
of
was within the
faith in
borders
your
of France,
ability
but not
to
under the
succeed,
control of the French crown.
push
That
through,
he
and
left
there's great benefit.
William as his
And then
sole
you
heir.
realize that you can kind of
This
apply
man,
that to
William of
life.
Nassau,
You can
at
apply that
11
to
years old,
critics. You can apply that
William
to social
of
media. You can apply that to a lot of
Now, the King of France and the
Okay,
King of
what about
Spain were not willing to let a young
young people in
nobody
their
who happened to be a
50s?
Protestant
You give
become one of
advice
the more
to,
powerful
like,
nobles
imagine
in their
you're
land.
sitting back,
But instead
probably
of
sitting
refusing
in
his
Texas
claim, they
in the
elected to have
90s,
him
sitting
sit the
back,
court
what
where he could be
advice would that guy give
educated in all the
you
courtly
today?
trappings that he was
Or
going to
like
need for them.
people,
He was sent to the court of Mary, who was the
people
regent
that
of the
have done
country.
some
She
shit
also
in
happened
their
to be
50s,
sister to
who've gone
Charles
through
V,
a hell of a
the
life.
current Holy Roman Emperor.
There's potentially some
His life
incentive
at
to settle
court
down.
was antithesis
You
to
got a great
everything he had
family,
known so far.
relax.
While he had been raised a
But maybe
Protestant,
some
Mary was a
incentive to still
Catholic,
do
and his
epic
first
shit.
action was to be
Still be
baptized
David
into
Goggins
the
running
Catholic faith.
desert screaming shit to
His
him.
home
If
had
you're
been
David
an austere
Goggins, you have
place.
to
The
be
court
David
was
Goggins.
opulent.
I don't
He
think
traded his
path
homespun
for that
black
guy
wool
that
for
exists in this
colorful
stage of his
silks
life
and linens,
other
and
than
the
that.
song of
Do you think
hymns
he'll
that
be
he had learned at
somebody who's
home
still
were
screaming?
the most
Yeah,
popular and robust music of the
100%.
day. William
100%.
excelled in his
Dave and
studies,
I
not
are
just in
alive.
the things that he would need
Both,
to know as far as
we're
manners,
both
but as far as the
He's
church
gonna
was
call me up.
concerned, in politics.
Stay hard,
He became
motherfucker.
a favorite of Mary very
Guaranteed.
quickly, and
Guaranteed.
even the emperor
He'll lean
himself
into
took an
whatever
interest
you
in
have
him.
at this point.
Well,
He
if
was
you're
known to,
enjoying it,
when the
if you're
emperor
not
would
enjoying
visit
it,
the Low
rethink your
Countries,
life.
one of his
Try to
provinces,
figure out
had
why
long
you're
talks
not
with William
enjoying
of
it.
Orange
Still
along
think
in
it's
private,
possible
and
to shift
whenever they
things
would
and
have
fix
diplomatic
Yeah.
meetings with other
If you're
lords, he
alive,
would
you can
frequently
get
bring
better.
William with him to
Yeah.
learn and
Yeah, no matter
discuss
what,
with
if you're
himself.
alive, you can shift
William
things.
became a
I mean, if you're
spectacular
90 years
musician
old,
and
you have
artist.
a
He
lot
really took to his new life very well.
You're
But
wrong. And maybe
through all of that, he
sort
never
of
forgot his
reconcile
roots. He never
shape
forgot his
relationships you have
hard-working
with
mother,
people
who he
around you
loved for
better
the rest of
so
his
that
life.
they feel
And he
differently
always
about
remembered
you.
the populist
Yeah, I
leader
was
that
with
spoke.
people in their 70s for
When
like
Charles
like
V
getting back into
abdicated his
dating or
throne
something
in
like that.
Yeah.
1555,
I was watching a video
William was
about a
there.
woman who's
He had really grown to be
start
something of
pounding.
a second father to
Nice.
William of Orange,
Yeah.
and
The same with
when
the
Charles
gypsies,
V
you can get
climbed down off
this
his throne,
Mhm.
he
Yeah.
leaned on the shoulder
yeah.
of William
white
of
belt
Orange,
that's like 70.
and
Yeah.
William
Yeah.
continued to play an
Yeah.
important role in
There's a
politics.
lot
He was
of
there
if
in
you're alive,
France when
you
Charles's
can get
son,
better.
Philip, met King
And
Henry of France to
I
sign that
don't
history
think people are
as
happy
a
if they
powerful
don't have
noble who had lands not
puzzles,
only within the borders of
complex
France, but
tasks,
one of the few
things
nobles
that
there
are
that had
interesting,
lands in the
whether
Low
it's an art
Countries.
project
He was
or
chosen
whether
as a
it's
hostage to
learning
stay
something
with the
completely
King
new
of
like
France
stand-up
until the
comedy.
treaties were on more
Doing
solid
things
footing.
that are difficult.
This was something that was typical at the time.
It's
These
as
hostages were
much of a
honored
nourishment
guests
of
of the other
mind
court, and
as
frequently
food
William
is
would
a
go on
nourishment
outings
of the
with the
body.
French
I
king,
think
along with some of the other
things
Spanish nobility around.
that are
One of their
puzzling
favorite
you.
activities was to
You
go
have
on
to
long, extravagant
find
hunts.
your
On
own
these hunts,
human
people would speak
potential
freely.
in the difficulty
Everybody
of the
there,
task
they were
and
friends. They were
work
all
your way through
good
things. At
Catholic
least for
gentlemen,
me.
nobility.
For me,
Now,
I mean, I can only speak
William
for me because
learned that
I'm the
King
only
Henry
life
of
that
France
I've
and Philip II
lived.
of Spain,
And
well, they had
in my
plans
life,
to oust
that
all of the
has
Protestants from
been
Europe.
a
Now that the war
100%
between Spain and
constant.
France was over, the
I'm a
French were
very
able to
happy person,
concentrate on their
and I've
civil
never
war
had a
with the
moment where I'm not
rebels.
doing difficult shit.
Philip, on the other hand,
Yeah.
had plans to burn every
What
Protestant
matters
out of the
most
Low
is how well you walk
Countries.
through the fire. So just keep
He
starting
would talk
fires for
about
yourself.
this at length.
Well, they
And
don't
William
necessarily have to
listened
be
to him,
fire,
listened to all of
right?
his boastings, but he
Fires
said
are like
nothing.
kind of out of control.
His
Lukewarm
mind must have been troubled.
Tasks.
so
He came
Tasks.
from a
Give yourself
Protestant
something,
household.
an arduous,
His mother and
difficult
father were
task
members of
where you're
Lutheran
challenged.
nobility. His own
Challenged
lands in the
mentally,
Low
challenged
Countries were
physically.
filled
One of
with
the great things
untold
about being
numbers of
challenged
Protestant
physically is
peasants.
it's also
And then,
people
in
that
addition to
don't
everything that
understand
Philip
that
had to
never really been
say,
challenged physically.
William got
People
troubling
that think
news
that
from
physical
home in the
challenges
Low
are just
Countries.
like just
When
physical.
Philip had
It's just
left the Low Countries, after
grunt
signing the
work.
Peace
It's
Accords, and
not.
after
It's
having all those Spanish
emotional
troops on
intelligence.
Low Countries
It's
soil who fought the
understanding
French,
your
he
desire
had
to
left
quit.
around
And
3,000 Spanish troops on
conquering
their
your
soil, something that he had
all that
promised
stuff
not
is
to do.
it's
More and
mental.
more Spanish
Playing
officials
out
were being
inside
appointed
your
in
head.
high positions
And
of
there's a
power as
mental
well,
strength that
something
you
that was
acquire from that
technically
that
illegal.
you can
You
apply
see,
in
King
life.
Philip was not the king of the Low Countries.
The
He was
people that
either
don't think
duke
that
or
are the
prince of the
people
Low
that
Countries,
haven't
but to be a
attempted
lord
it.
in these
And
nations, you
there's
had
an
to be
arrogance
essentially
to
elected
people
by the
that
people. You had to be agreed upon by
only
them. And
pursue
he had
intellectual
been universally
exercises,
agreed upon
only
by
pursue
all of the
intellectual
states, but he
things,
didn't
and
have the
don't pursue
physical
anything
authority to
physical.
do what he
But the
was doing.
physical stuff to
However,
me is
those
grunt work,
3,000
it's
troops that he had
primal,
left
it's
on
not
Low Country
necessary.
soil,
I
well,
don't think that's
they make a
accurate.
powerful
I
argument.
don't think that they're looking.
Every day, the
Obviously,
situation
people
in
like
his
Steve
home and
Hawking
in his
who have
land
no
was growing more and more
opportunity to do
dire.
anything physical.
But William's position itself
His
was
physical
dangerous.
dilemmas.
He was was a hostage at the King of France. Well-treated, noble hostage, yes, but still at the King's mercy. So though learning all this terrible information, William didn't see anything different, which is where he earned his name, William the Silent. When he returned to his lands in the Low Countries, William would while he had been a hostage, a new regent had been appointed in the Low Countries by Philip. This was his sister, his half-sister, Margarita de Parma. She was officially supposed to rule through correlation with an official council called Council of State. This was something of a parliament. All of the highest nobility in the Low Countries belonged to it, including William. But in reality, that wasn't how things really worked. Margarita ruled the country in concert with one man, Bishop Antoine de Granville. This was Philip II's chosen representative in the Low Countries. Granville was a proud Spanish Catholic. He had really no love for the Low Countries and absolutely to
they
test
form a
the
nice.
personality there.
It's
So
not like a heap
really,
of
he was
book
perfect
size,
for Phillips
but
purposes.
I mean, they look.
William
I don't know
spent his first couple of years back home contacting all of the nobility of the 17 different states in the Netherlands. He organized them and built strong ties and allies among them, and even began a network of communication and correspondence that they would be able to talk to each other very quickly and relay news even faster. This network of lords had several objectives, but the first and most important to them was to petition Marguerite of Parma, Granvelle, and Philip II himself to remove those 3,000 Spanish troops still stationed on their soil. The petitions, and they sent many of them, went unheeded for 2 full years until Philip finally had a need to move those troops off of Low Country soil into his war with the Arabs and Turks in the Mediterranean. So William's coalition immediately shifted its focus. With the withdrawal of those Spanish troops, Granvelle was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and this granted him the authority to call an inquisition. This inquisition did what inquisitions were intended to do. They searched out anyone who wasn't a Catholic and kidnapped them and questioned them, usually ending in torture and sometimes even an execution. It terrorized the countryside of all of the Low Countries, and naturally, William and his group of nobles that had banded together to fight this injustice, well, they decided to press for Granville's removal. They took to wearing a symbol on all of their coats. They had this symbol embroidered on the coats of their soldiers and their servants. The symbol they decided upon was a quiver. The quiver represented the unity among these nobles. The fact that a single arrow could be broken, and yet many arrows together could not be broken. It also represented the fact that they were open to rebellion. They were fighting the power that they saw as unjust, and they were not afraid to tell that power exactly how it felt. In fact, they would put this symbol on banners and march it through the city square of every town in the Low Countries. They even went so far as to promise Marguerite that if Granville were not removed, all of the taxes that they were required to pay would not be paid at all. They said that if Granville stayed in office beyond that, they could not promise that the Low Countries would stay peaceful. This was essentially telling the regent of the Low Countries, Philip's representative, that if they did not remove the man that they hated so much, they would go into open rebellion against them. However, on the other hand, if Granville were removed and taken away from power, and they promised that there would be no acts of insubordination and the taxes would flow through them. This was an argument that Margarita definitely understood. You see, the realm was always hurting for money, especially in this time when taxes were not exactly forthcoming. So, learning that there was a way to get more tax revenue, which she desperately needed, she wrote and petitioned Philip herself to remove Granville from office. And finally they did. Granville was sent away to his aging mother, but really, he didn't take it away and was never to return to William's. Now, in much the way that William had been sent to live in courtly manners as a young man, and similar to how he had been held hostage after the signing of the peace accord with France, William sent his daughter to Marguerite of Parma to her court, being the lady of wait with all the courtly manners that she would need to make a good marriage. In return, Marguerite granted William a new title. She gave him the position of stadholder, which was a high office in 3 provinces, that was Zeeland, Holland, and Utrecht. The stadholder was the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces, as well as the highest magistrate and highest official of law in the region, and someone who was essentially in complete control of these matters. This was a big promotion for William, and something that he definitely appreciated. William saw, along with the other nobles who had received a similar treatment, that all of their taxes were paid on time. They had had their demands met, and they attempted to make this a lasting peace. However, the imposition was still in place. Granville, the man who had called the imposition, had left, but all of the inquisitors, all of the soldiers, all of the officials that were there performing the inquisition, they were still there doing their jobs. Houseman Granville had really done nothing to improve the situation of the common people in the Low Countries. Everywhere, Protestants were arrested and tortured. Families lost their land, Merchants lost their shops and their ships. Whole
Yeah,
families
I
were
mean, you've
left
seen us.
fatherless, with no land, no money, and no hope.
Yeah.
I'm going to quote from a book called William the Silent and the Dusty Bolt by Hermine de Lyon.
That's the kind of people
It's
that you can have in your life.
not
That's
exactly the
friends
most reputable
and
source.
as coworkers,
It's from the 70s, and
lovers,
in a lot of ways
wives,
it's heavily
husbands. You can
biased,
find
but it
those
has some of the most
They're real.
colorful
And when you
writing
find
about this
those,
period
your
that
life
I've
is
found.
better.
I'm really in love with this
To have a
passage,
good
so
tribe
I'm going to read it
is
to
very
you.
important. To have a good
Quote,
tribe of people.
everywhere
You know,
there
and I
was
think if
unrest.
there's anything that I'm
For
very,
some, great
it's the
disappointment.
people that
The
I'm
winters were
around.
severe and long.
I have very good
There was
friends. And
underemployment,
one of which is
poverty,
you.
and even starvation.
It's
The heretics
so
became more daring,
valuable to
even in the
have
face of
quality
the prosecuting
people around you
magistrates.
because
The
it
poor
makes
attended the
you
secret
want to
Protestant
do better,
meetings and watched
because
the
you
heretics
admire
fight at
the
leaders'
hard work of
agreements.
these people who
Everywhere there
like
was fear.
campaigns or
Fear of
goggins.
the king, of
Many
the
of my friends.
Inquisition, of
And
another
people that
severe
are
winter without food.
generous and
There were
people
whispering groups
curious,
of people on street
people that are
corners and in
honest.
the inns talking of
They
resistance.
inspire you to do the same.
At
And
last
it's
there was hope in
extremely
action.
valuable.
Groups of
It's
people
one of the
chanting
most
songs, marching the
valuable
streets in the night,
things
hidden
is
in
to
long
surround
dark
yourself
coats,
with
putting out
positive,
lanterns and knocking down the
healthy,
guards. They
friendly,
broke into the prisons to
generous
free their
people.
fellow heretics,
That's
and
why
they
I
even
kind of
attacked the executioners, threw paving stones at the guards around the scaffolds, and snatched the victims out of their hands. There were several stories about half-burned martyrs. These were the ordinary people, and they acted in despair. The attitude in the country was changing. And while the higher nobility, such as William, had been largely bought off by Margarita and Harley, many of the lower nobility had not. So, in 1566, a group of about 300 lesser nobles, these are younger sons of these noble families primarily, even including William's younger brother, Louis de Nassau, signed a pact for the compromise of nobles, and they pinned a list of grievances that they intended to be read by both Margarita and Philip II. They took this list, which they called their request, and they marched up to the regent's palace to present it to him. This was intended to end the hostility towards the Protestant underclass. However, when Margarita saw this force approaching her palace, she was reportedly unnerved. But one of her advisors was said to have leaned over to her and whispered in her ear, quote, "Fear not, madam, they are only beggars." The man who was at the head of that column, right next to Louis de Nassau, a man named Henry of Bredera, he overheard this supposedly, and he was a man that certainly looked the part. He had long, unkempt hair and a very long, wild beard, and he was said to have a temperament that, in a lot of ways, he was something of a barbarian in the eyes of many of these very genteel Renaissance people. But what that advisor said, "Fear not, they are only beggars," it went on to be something of a let them eat cake moment. See, it was something that Margarita did not say, and likely was never said at all, but it proved to be something that galvanized this nobility and the common people. It became a rallying cry for their burgeoning movement. And they were at dinner later that night, feasting and celebrating, and after Parma agreed to bring the letter to Philip's attention, the nobles laughed at being called, and they raised a cheer. They called out in unison, "Long live the beggars." And it was something that was going to become a rallying call and a battle cry for all of them. In a lot of ways, it's really kind of a perfect symbol. First of all, they were beggars who had had their titles, lands, and riches stripped away by this spiritual lord. And beyond that, most of these men were Protestants. People who believed that they followed the true religion while the Catholics didn't. There were people who believed that their poverty mirrored that of Christ. They attempted in all of their actions to be as Christ-like as possible, even, and perhaps even especially, mirroring Christ's actions in the temple when he drove the money changers out. It was around this time, actually, that many works of art were created, one notably by a man named El Greco of Christ driving the money changers. This was something of a response to this large amount of people who believed that they were very Christ-like, outing the sources of power from their comes and cities. But all of these letters, all of this diplomacy, it was intended to avoid the violence that was simmering right under the surface. This violence was due almost entirely to the Inquisition. People were dying, and they were unable to fight against the Inquisition, and it was becoming a more and more dangerous situation all across the province. Yet the Inquisition didn't stop. It kept executing and torturing the Protestant masses. The group of that lower nobility, they knew that this situation was bad. So did the upper nobility, men such as William and Simon, even so did Marguerite, so did Philip. But they didn't hear all this. On July 22nd, Marguerite de Parma received a letter informing her that there was a destruction of churches and church property imminent. This was something that people across Europe had seen for years, ever since the Lutheran Reformation. In France, for years, they had been dealing with Huguenot radicals defacing effigies of the saints, attacking priests in the streets, and burning churches. There had only been 30 or so years since the town of Münster in Germany had been taken over by Anabaptist rebels and had executed or exiled every non-Anabaptist from town, including not only the Catholics, but the more moderate Lutherans as well. This must have been at the forefront of Marguerite's mind when she received that letter. She knew that these were possibilities, that these people were growing desperate, and that she had to do something to stop them. Unfortunately, the letter came too late.
He hasn't set
She was
up
left
the
alone.
elections for Joe.
It was on August 10th, 1566, the feast day of St. Lawrence, and that storm of Protestant rage engulfed the Low Countries. It was called the Bildungsstrahl, or the iconoclastic field, and it began in a town called Stingrad. Today, it's part of France in the very southwest of what was the Low Countries. It was when a group of pilgrims invaded the chapel of St. Lawrence. This group of pilgrims destroyed all of the Catholic icons, the saints' effigies, and as much church property as they could get their hands on. It was a seriously violent affair, but it wasn't as violent as what had happened elsewhere. There was no loss of life reported, no clergy killed, no people attacked beyond defending their property that these Protestants took from them. It was as civilized as it could be. But it would get worse. This iconoclast fury, it spread. Churches all over the Low Countries began burning. It moved almost as a wave as people would hear about what had happened and attack the church in their town. By August 20th, only 10 days later, this movement had reached Antwerp, the cultural hub of the region. They attacked one of the preeminent cathedrals in all of Europe. It was the Church of Our Lady in Antwerp. They did terrible damage, much of which can actually still be seen today. There are images of religious significance that the church fathers decided not to require to show what had happened on that day. The interior of the church was nearly destroyed, and luckily it caught fire, but not bad enough to destroy the church. If we're going to use our metaphor in this being similar to the French Revolution, they are but beggars being sold to let them eat cake, well then this attack, it acted sort of like the Dutch version of the storming of the Bastille. The revolutionary Protestants, as well as many of the opportunists who were just joining in, were inspired by it. And the following days, churches, monasteries, convents, chapels, hospitals, basically anything that was attached to the church, even priests' houses and houses of those people in town who were well-respected members of the church, were attacked and destroyed. And the non-violent attacks earlier were becoming more and more violent. It was a dangerous time to be a Catholic in Low Countries. This Bildungsstrahl moved finally to Amsterdam and further north and east along the coast. It hit Holland almost worst of all. Hundreds of churches all across the states were destroyed. An Englishman who was a Catholic president in exile in the Low Countries, he described an attack on one of these churches. Quote, "These fresh followers of this new preaching flew down the graven and faced the painted images. Not only of Our Lady, but of all others in the town. They tore the curtains, dashed in pieces the carved work of the brass and stone, break the altars, spoiled the clothes of corporesses, wrested the irons, conveyed away or break the chalices and the vestments, pulled up the brass of the gravestones. The blessed sacrament of the altar they trod under their feet, and, horrible as it is to say, shed their stinking piss upon it. These false brethren burned and rent not only all kinds of church books, but moreover destroyed whole libraries of books of all sciences and tongues, yea, the Holy Scriptures and the ancient fathers." As horrific as this must have been for any of the priests or even any of the Catholics who witnessed it,
And that
For the people
corruption
taking part
we
in
just
the building
accept it
throne,
that it's
this was
corruption.
almost a fun affair. It had an
Last
element of
question.
carnival
If
to it.
Putin
There were
asks
people
to see
who
this
were
watch,
around this, not exactly taking part, but serving beer and sausages and bread and cheese. In some of these events, there were even plays put on by some of the youth around who were enacting a play of Hades versus Agabus. These attacks lasted for just over 3 hours, and naturally, after they died down, neither Margarita de Parma or Philip II could allow this to go unpunished. So Philip II sent in a man called the Iron Duke, and Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, the Duke of Alva. The Iron Duke was a military hero who was around all throughout Europe for this purpose. He had done extremely well against the Muslims in the Mediterranean. He had done very well in the war against France. He was a man that was greatly feared by any of Spain's enemies. And now he brought down his full force upon the Low Countries. The nobility in the Low Countries did everything they could to distance themselves from the second-class fear. Immediately, just a few days after arriving in Brussels, the Duke of Alva established what he called the Council of Trumpets, an organization that the locals in the region knew as the Court of Europe. They began arresting anybody that was even suspected of having anything to do with the iconoclastic figure. They arrested everyone from the lowest peasants and actual beggars up to the higher nobility. William the Silent knew that it was time to leave the Low Countries. He began making preparations even before the Duke of Alva. He attempted to persuade one of his very closest friends, a man called Count to accompany him. But Egmont was a lifelong Catholic. He'd had nothing to do with this iconoclastic fury. He was also a war hero in many of Spain's wars against France. He was a member of what was called the Order of the Golden Fleece, as was the Duke of Alva. They were brothers in that sense. But William the Silent did not believe that this would be able to protect his friend. According to legend, when William led on his journey, Egmont last words to him were, quote, "Farewell, Prince of Ireland," to which William replied, "Farewell, Count without a head."
I do want to try to have these.
And as it turned out, they would both be proven correct.
And I have all the
Now,
connections.
William wasn't alone in his exile. There was a flood of noble refugees from the Low Countries. Not only William the Silent, but also two of his brothers left, along with many others. And it wasn't just nobility, and common people were leaving in droves. Many people who had had their lands taken away, their families destroyed, left and tried to find exile elsewhere, tried to find some land that would succor them. And this was difficult because they were nearly all Protestants, and there were very few places in Europe that would take in Protestants. The only two that were really available were England and parts of France or parts of Germany. The nations of France and the Holy Roman Empire were officially not taking Protestant refugees, but there were many Protestant sympathizers who would sleep there. William and his brothers fled back to their familial lands in Germany, but this tide of people who were escaping elsewhere in Europe, they began making contacts. Many of these people already knew each other and had lines of communication between the Huguenot lands in France, the many Dutch exiles in England, and those like William of Orange that were living in the sympathetic parts of Germany. They began to organize a military resistance. The French Huguenot force that allied itself decided to attack from the southwest, from France itself. William's brother, Louis of Nassau, he was going to attack from the northeast, in the Holland. And William the Silent was going to attack right in the center, heading straight for him. The French Huguenot force never even made it to the Low Countries. They were intercepted by a force of the French king before they were able to turn back. Alva, who was supposed to be distracted by this initial Huguenot invasion, was able to deal with Louis very easily. His army was small, meant to be more of an irritant, taking out valuable lands, while Alva was engaged elsewhere. But Louis was defeated. So William, who had 21,000 troops, faced off against the Duke of Alva. However, the Duke of Alva decided not to fight William II. He entrenched his forces nearby. William presented help at the time again, a total of 29 times over 3 months.
It's
But
like
every time he would
there's
present
something
battle
about
to
this
Alba,
conflict that's
Alba
really
would not take.
cuts all
He
through
would
the shit.
keep his defenses up
This is
and
who we
not
are.
allow William
This
to
is
make
who we
any
are as
attacks on
people.
his position.
So,
Anytime
I
that
want to see.
William would try to
understand.
take
And
a city
like I said,
or
when
any
you
other
come back,
valuable resources, Alba would
give the
block
Wilson
his
to you.
path, but he would
All
never
right.
enter
Well, I
battle.
hope that happens.
This
I
wasn't
really do.
cowardice,
I
this
hope
was
you're safe over
humiliation.
there. And I
You
hope
see,
you come back
these
with whatever insight
21,000 troops of William the Silent,
you're trying to
the vast
achieve.
majority of them were paid
Thank you for being with
mercenaries
us.
from
My
Georgia.
pleasure. Thank you for everything
And
you've
eventually,
done for me, for
all
the
of his
support,
money
for
dried
love,
up.
and
And when
everything
mercenaries
around
aren't
you.
getting
Thank you for
paid,
everything you
they're
do,
not
for
fighting
everything
for a
around you,
cause.
for giving,
The army
giving,
disappeared.
for giving back, or for just
That's
giving,
right.
being kind to everybody.
Soon,
I love you.
William
I
the
love you
Silent was
too.
forced to
Thank
flee
you.
as well.
Thanks for
The
listening to this
planned
conversation. Enjoy it.
glorious military
Support this podcast.
reconquest
Please
of the
check out
Low
our
Countries
sponsors.
was a complete failure.
And now, let me leave you
The
with
Huguenot forces
one
were
of
invested
Joe's
in
and one of
France
my
and could
favorite
no longer
quotes
be of
from
any help.
Miyamoto Musashi.
William, he was
Once you
completely
know the
broke.
way
He
God
spent all of his money
you will see it
on what essentially was
every day.
entirely useless.
Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next
He
time.
realized that he had to turn to other tactics, other troops, other battlefields, and other allies. To quote the Dutch-American historian Dingman Versteeg, quote, "All were men without a country, outlawed by the blind
Following
instruments of a
the
foreign
conversation
government,
with
who had endeavored by all possible means to make his royal will law
co-founder
in a country of
Deep
constitutional
a
law.
company that has published and built
Revenge
some
was
of
their
the most
motive,
incredible
privateering their object,
artificial
while
intelligence
necessity
systems in
often
the
drove them
history
to
of
piracy.
computing,
They
including
ended their career by
AlphaZero,
becoming the
learned
co-founders of one of the
all
most
by itself
illustrious
to
republics
play the
of
game
modern
of Go better than
times.
any human in the world.
In history are known as the
AlphaFold 2
Seabears,
would solve
that unique
protein
aggregation of
folding.
freebooters and
Both
avengers
tasks
whose like never
considered
before
nearly
nor since has been viewed upon the
very
scene of the
important
world's
time.
events.
Dennis is widely considered to be
Even
one of the
before
most
the
brilliant,
arrival of the Duke of
impactful
Alba,
humans
or
in the
before the
history
arrival of the
of
Inquisition,
artificial
or even
intelligence
before the
and
Spanish arrival of
science
the
and
Low
engineering
Countries
in
at all.
general.
The coast
This was
of the
truly
Netherlands was
an
home
honor
to
and a
pirates of
pleasure
all
for me
stripes.
to
The
finally
Dutch
sit
were
down with him for this
seafaring
conversation.
people by
I'm
nature.
sure we'll talk many
Piracy
times
was
again in the future.
inevitable, especially in a region that was
This is
so
what's in
rich
the
with foreign
podcast.
trade routes
Supported.
and foreign
Please check out our
ships.
sponsors.
But with the arrival
And
of the
now, dear
Inquisition,
friends,
the arrival of
here's
the Duke of
Dennis.
Alba and his court of
Silence.
blood, thousands of people were turned
Let's
away
start
from
with
their
a
homes.
personal question.
The prospects
Am
for
I
any young
an AI
Protestant man
program
who was
wrote
growing up
to
in this
interview
region,
people
they
until
were
I get good
vanishing.
enough to interview you?
And in the Low
Well,
Countries, there
I'd be
was a
interested
tide of
if you were. I
patriotism
suggest
rising.
myself if you were. I don't think we're quite up
The
to that
men
yet.
who had for
But,
decades
maybe you're
been
the future
nothing
next.
more than
If you
outlaws
did,
were
would
becoming
you tell me?
to the
Is
Dutch
there,
a
is there a
valuable
good thing to
resource.
tell a language
Any
model
man
that's
who had
tapped
shit
into
and the will to attack
the
Spanish
impact
ships,
of
or
AI?
Portuguese
If we
or
were to
French,
kind
or
of
really
mental
any
agility test,
Catholic ships for that
probably
matter,
it
they
would be
had
a
their
good
ranks
idea to
swell
tell you.
with
So it doesn't
hundreds
change
upon
your
hundreds of
behavior
young men
kind
who had no
Like
other
it was our
prospects in life.
principal
These men
situation.
were
If I
hungry,
told you you behave
desperate,
differently,
and angry,
maybe that's what's happening with
and
us.
they were joining pirate
This is a
ships again
benchmark
at
for
alarming
the
rates.
future with a
What had once been just a few small, sleek
2022
pirate
was the
ships
year
grew.
for AI.
They would take merchant vessels they could
Yet
find,
now we will
arm
see
them with the
things are
cannon
gonna
from
pass.
any forts or cities that had been conquered by
If
the
I was
Spanish
such
and
a
abandoned by the
program,
Dutch,
would you be
and
able to
turned
tell
them
me
into fighting
So to
ships
the
to be used
21st
for
question,
piracy.
you've
The
talked
first
about
historical record of these pirates turned
the
patriots
benchmark
comes from the
for
region known
solving
as Friesland and
the
Holland.
impressive thing. You've talked
They
about
began a
winning the
conflict,
Nobel Prize,
primarily in a
access to
town in
the
Holland
Nobel
called
Prize.
Uden.
But I
There was
still
an
look
inn
at
in
the
Uden
Turing
called
test
the
as
Golden
confounding.
Fountain
The
that they
spirit
favored.
of the Turing test
It
is
became
confounding.
such a popular
Yeah, the
hangout for
Turing
these
test, of
pirates that
course,
wound
has
up being
been
called the
unbelievably
Beggar's Inn.
influential. Turing's one
Now,
of my
at the
all-time
Beggar's
heroes,
Inn,
but
the pirate
I think if you
captain
look back
could
at the
buy a round
1950
of
papers,
drinks
the
for
original
them.
paper, and read the
He
original,
could
you'll
meet up
see
with other
I
pirate
don't think he
captains,
meant
talk
it
about
to
the
be
best
a
places for
rigorous formal test.
fishing
I think it was
grounds,
more
as
like
well
a
as
book
where any
experiment,
Spanish
almost
ships
a bit
might
of
be in the
philosophy
future.
he was writing. If you look at the
They were
style
also
of
able
the
to meet
paper,
up with
and you can see he
merchants
didn't
of ill
specify very
repute who were
rigorously.
likely
So,
to
for
fence their
example,
words and give any leads they might have. And occasionally, they could meet up with a representative, some rebel noble. And these representatives were well dressed and at a place, but they were an important facet of the beggar's inn. These noblemen's representatives would confer with these pirate heads. When they had a certain need of naval warfare, they would ask these pirate captains, frequently pay them well to attack a retreat or attack a city. Sometimes this was just to keep the Spanish occupied while the Dutch noblemen attacked somewhere else, but frequently they would employ these pirates to attack targets of certainly political or military. The Duke of Alba took note of these pirates who were becoming real menace, and in April of 1568 he commanded the authorities in all the regions of the Low Countries to be on watch for them. He had powers in all the ports, men and guns that could take out any pirate ships. In Holland, the man who was the military leader, on May the 6th, after Louis of Nassau had unfortunate invasion, he released a command. He informed any villages in the district called Waterland of the danger of possible invasion from the direction of England, saying, quote, "We have learned that those congregating about England and Wed are equipping and arming some vessels and warn you to be prepared so that they will not be able to invade any of His Majesty's towns." End quote. It was around this time that King Philip II of Spain enacted a new rule in the colonies. Any captain, be they Spanish or Dutch or French or English, had to obey the rules and laws of a Catholic country. Any Protestants had to behave as though they were Catholic, and if they did not, they could be taken by the Inquisition in the Low Countries. This was something that we talked about a few weeks ago, when many English captains were taken by Spanish soldiers in the Low Countries. This is that very same event that enraged Elizabeth so much against Philip II. Not only had Philip led England into a disastrous war against the French, not only had he destroyed their trade prospects abroad, he had entered into open war, a war of conquest against one of England's closest allies in the Low Countries, and now he was kidnapping England's own captains and commandeering their ships. It was said that in London her rage would be felt throughout the city. However, her chance for retribution came quickly. Both French Huguenot pirates and Dutch pirates used many of the English ports as a port. It was a safe haven, a Protestant country where they would not be persecuted, and frequently were able to sell many of their stolen goods in English towns. As things grew worse and worse in Europe, they became less merely friends and trading partners and closer to what you would call allies. In November 1568, a fleet of Huguenot pirates chased 4 Spanish ships into English waters. The English and the Spanish were still technically allies, and the Spanish needed a safe haven from these Huguenot pirates, which is why they chose to land in England. You see, these ships were important. They were very valuable, and they needed a safe place to wait out of storm. It turned out, on inspection, that these 4 Spanish ships that had been chased by Protestant pirates into English ports carried all of the gold that the Duke of Alva was to use to pay his forces in the Low Countries. This was an extremely dangerous situation for the Spanish. They knew exactly how angry Queen Elizabeth was. She had made her rage apparent, and the Spanish ambassador in England wrote to King Philip, quote, "Up to the present, 2 cutters and 1 other vessel have arrived safely in Antwerp, and for the rest of them, Benedict Spinola asked me to intercede. At the same time I received news of them, I requested an audience with the Queen, which was granted on the 29th, and the Queen consented to give me a passport for the money to be brought overland, or to lend one of her own ships to convey the vessel in safety, of which I gave notice to the Duke of Alva. I warned the captains of the vessels, and had letters from the Queen sent to the officials of the ports, and them to send the ships, which was highly necessary, as although in the cases where the ships could get shelter near the towns, they had done so, the pirates had attacked them, and some of our men have been killed defending their vessels, with a greater loss still on the part of the port sailors. Many people have advised the Queen to seize the money, and the Vice Admiral has written us this letter. I am in hourly expectation of the Duke's hope." Elizabeth had signed an order of safe conduct, a passport for all of the gold to be taken over to town Dover. From there, it would be a legal escort to Antwerp. This was all exactly what she was supposed to do. She was still technically allied to the King of Spain, and this was his goal. So she didn't have any intention at the time of betraying this, and as many of the courts suggested, taking the gold from Philip. She signed this document on December the 2nd. It was then, the very next day, on December the 3rd, that a letter arrived in London. It went into the hands of William Hawkins, the older brother of John Hawkins, who was the man that had written the letter. The letter came from the Caribbean, informing William Hawkins to inform the Queen that a hurricane had dashed their fleet in the Caribbean, and that they had subsequently been betrayed and attacked by Spanish officials in the Gulf of Mexico. The day after Elizabeth signed the letter of safe passage, That was when she learned
Anyway,
that
so if you go
troublesome
back to
voyage
your-
of John Hawkins,
to
that
your
same
journey,
voyage
when
that
did you
Francis
fall
Drake
in
was the
love
captain of the
with
Judith, and where he
Well,
abandoned
it's
the
pretty,
rest of the
pretty
fleet.
young age actually. So,
The Queen learned
you
that
know,
the
I
Spanish
started
officials in the
off
Caribbean
actually
had
games
killed
my
her
first
appointed
one.
naval
So, starting to
officers.
play chess when I was around 4 years old,
Currently,
and then
all of the
it
gold
was actually
intended to
with
pay the
winning
troops
from the
who
chess
were
competition
occupying England's
that I managed
closest
to buy my
ally
first chess
was
computer
traveling
when I was about 8
overland
years old. It
to
was a
the
ZX
borders.
Spectrum, which was hugely popular in the UK at the time.
Elizabeth
And
learned that
it
that
was an amazing
gold did
machine
not actually
because
belong
I
to the
think
King
it
of Spain.
trained a whole generation
It
of
was
programmers
a
in the
loan
UK
from a
because
wealthy
it was so
Italian
accessible.
merchant
You know, you
at
literally switched it
10%
on, and there was
interest.
the basic prompt.
Elizabeth,
Just get
after
going.
learning of the betrayal at
And
the hands of the Spanish,
my parents didn't really
sent
know
her
anything
top
about
advisor,
computers,
William
so
Cecil,
because it was
to
my money from the
discuss the
chess
terms of
competition,
that
I
loan
could
with the
say I
Italian merchant.
wanted to buy it.
She gave him
And
a
then,
better
you know, I
offer
just went to
on those terms
bookstores
of
and got
interest, and
books on
considering
programming
how dangerous the
and
situation was in the Low
started typing in,
Countries, the
you know,
Italian
the
merchant
programming
saw
code,
that
and then
loaning
of
the
course,
money to Queen Elizabeth was a
once
much
you start doing
safer
that, you
bet.
start adjusting it and then making
So
your
while
own games.
en route to
And
the
that's
city
when I
of
fell in
Dover,
love with
all of
computers
the
and
gold that
realised
had
that they were
formerly
a
belonged
very
to the King of
magical
Spain
device.
was transported directly
In
to
a way, I
Italian
would
London,
have been
where it
able
was
to
put
explain
under
this at the time,
heavy
but I
guard.
felt that there was almost
All of
a
this
magical
happened so
extension of your
quickly
mind.
that King
I always
Philip did
had
not
this
learn of it
feeling,
until
and I've always
after
got this
it was
about
already in
computers, that
town.
you can set
Again,
them
a
off
letter
doing
from the
something,
Spanish
some task for
ambassador
you,
to
you
King
can go to sleep,
Philip.
come back the
The
next
Queen
day,
has
it's
taken
solved.
possession of the boxes of
You
money
know, that
brought by
feels
Lupe de
magical to me.
Sierra's ship
So I
and
really wish you could do
64
that to some
boxes from the
extent. They
cutters
all
in
enhance
Plymouth.
our
She is going to do the
capabilities.
same
Obviously,
with the other
can't
two
make us
cutters
allow
at
us to
Plymouth,
move faster
notwithstanding
than
her
we can
promise
run,
and letters,
but this
besides
was
the
a machine
passport she
to
paid.
extend the mind.
The Duke of
And,
Alba has
and then, of
ordered
course,
all
AI
English ships and
is the
property to
ultimate
be
expression
seized.
of what
They
a
tried to
machine may
raise the
be able
mob
to
against the
do all that.
foreigners, but
So
the aldermen and
very naturally
constables
for
acted
me,
well and
that
took
thought
possession of the
extended
streets,
into
so
AI.
that matter was
Remember
ended in the
the
seizure of
programming
property. The sloops that
that
these
was
pirates
first
have taken are full
started?
with the
Yes,
Spanish ship, all very valuable.
No, it was just basic.
They,
I think it was just basic.
have
On the
also
ZX
seized the
Spectrum,
property
I
of
don't know what
Portuguese.
specific form it was. And then
The
later on, I
heretic
got a
knaves of the
Commodore
council
Amiga,
are going
which
headlong into perdition,
was a
incited by
fantastic
Cecil,
machine.
who is indescribably crazy
So
in
yeah,
his
well,
zeal for
lots of my
heresy.
friends had Atari
The
STs,
council
and
are in
I managed to get
consultation
Amigas
every
that were a
day,
bit more
and I know
powerful,
not how to avoid
and that was incredible. And
it.
used to do
The Duke of
programming
Alba
in
was quickly
assembler
losing
and
control of the
also
situation in the
Amos
Netherlands.
Basic.
His army
This
hadn't
form
been
of
paid
Basic
in
was
months,
incredible
and they were
actually.
threatening
So I learned all
mutiny
my
if there was
coding
any further
skills.
delay
When
in
did
their
you fall in love with AI?
and
So
out.
when did
There
you
would
first
be a delay. The
start to
Dutch
get an
sea beggars and the
understanding
English sea dogs,
not just
they
like
controlled
programs,
the North Sea because the
do some
Spanish fleet, the
mathematical
majority of it,
operations for you
was
while you
engaged
sleep,
in the Mediterranean
but
against
something
the
that's
Turks. Alba needed
key
money
to
fast, and he
bringing
needed to
an
keep
entity
all
to
of the
life.
Dutch from learning of how
So
tenuous his
a
situation there
thing
really
that can
was.
figure out something more
So he
complicated
decided to
than
kill two birds with one
a
stone.
simple mathematical
In order
operation.
to raise
so
the
those are
money
few stages
and
for
keep
me,
things
all
quiet in the
while I was very young.
Netherlands,
So
he
first of all,
seized every
as I was
English
trying
ship in
to
the
improve
Netherlands,
at playing
every
chess, I
ship's
was captaining
captain,
various
and
people
all
doing
of the
chess
property on
teams. And
board.
at the time, when I was
This
about,
action
maybe
was
10,
in
11 years old, I
direct
was going to
opposition
become a
to
professional
nearly
chess player.
every
That was
one of
my
the
first
treaties ever
thought.
signed between the English and the
So that
Spanish.
dream was there.
He
to
had
Sure.
broken
try to
these
get to the highest
treaties,
Yeah,
which
so I was,
freed Elizabeth's
I
hand.
got to, when I was about
She
12 years old, I
decreed,
got to
quote,
master standard. I was second
any
highest rated
merchants
player in the
born
world
or
to do this
living under
poker.
the allegiance of
Obviously
the
ended
King
up
of
being
Spain who
an
may be
amazing chess
found in
player.
towns, ports, or other places in your
World
suspicion
village
of hiding
champion.
or disguise,
And
or
when
in
I was
any
trying
manner
to
of
improve at
fraud
chess,
in order to
what you
prevent
do
the
is
execution
you
of
obviously, first of
themselves
all,
and
you're
their
trying to
goods,
improve your own
shall be
thinking
called to
processes.
account by the
So
officers of
that
justice of
means
such
you
places
thinking
with
about
the help of
how
all
is your brain
justices of the
coming up with
peace,
these ideas?
who shall
Why is it making
inquire and
mistakes?
examine the said
How can
merchants
you,
by
how
all
can you
legitimate
improve that
methods
thought
and
process?
cast them
But
into
the second
prison,
thing is
no
that
matter
you,
to what
just
nations
at
they
the
belong,
beginning, this is like
including all those who may have that would help to hide those who condemned, especially those who may have concealed such persons in their pockets. Her Majesty, having also learned from trustworthy sources that it is the intention to detain her subjects beyond the sea, under the pretext of the Queen had obtained anyone purport to a certain ship and 3 or 4 small boats in which were a certain sum of money, Her Majesty thinks fit to declare briefly the facts of the case, by which it will be seen that the detention of her subjects was unjust and without due cause. End quote. This was a dangerous situation, but as it turned out, it was exactly what Elizabeth was hoping. She needed this pretext to enter into the royal sphere. Things had grown so dire that if she were the one to break the treaties, then many of the independent powers in Europe would have sided against her. But now that Spain was the first to break the treaties, she had every excuse she could possibly need. Finally, William Cecil could now meet with William of Orange officially and begin the collaboration. The English
and
can
sort of
offer
slightly
any
simply
aid and
chess.
succor to any
And I
Dutch
used all
patriots
of the
that need it,
principles of
especially in
chess
sea
programs
battles.
and alpha, beta,
Sea
circle,
builders
that.
began to use
And that was
England
my first AI
really
program.
as
I
their
remember that very well.
primary base of
I was 12 years old.
operations.
So that
In
brought me
return,
into
the sea
AI.
builders would do
And then the
all they
second part
could
was
to
later
repel
on,
the hated
I was
Spanish
around
from the
16,
Netherlands
17, and I
and
was writing
restore
games,
England's place
professionally
as their
designing
primary
games,
trading post.
writing a game called Theme Park,
After the meeting,
which
William the
had
Silent sent his
AI as a
brother,
core
Louis, to
gameplay
the French
component
Huguenot
as
port of
part
La
of the
Rochelle,
simulation.
where there
And
waited
sold
18
millions of
ships of
copies
the
around
Dutch
the
sea
world, and people loved
led by a
the
man
way that
named
the AI
William de
that
la
was relatively simple by
William the
today's AI
Silent had
standards,
provided his brother Louis
was
with
reacting
18
to the way
letters
you
that
as
he was
a
to
player
present to
played
each
it.
one of the ship's
So it was a
captains in this
sandbox
small
game,
Dutch
one of the
fleet.
first types of games
Each of
like
these
that. I loved
letters
it.
was a
City,
letter of
and
reprisal,
it meant that every game
a
you
letter of
played was
marque that
Is there
would,
something you could say
legally,
on a
under the
small
terms
tangent
of the Dutch
about
Revolution, allow
really
them to
impressive
attack
AI
any Spanish ships
from a
in their
game design,
waters? At almost the
human
exact same
intelligence
time,
perspective?
Elizabeth had done
Really
exactly the
impressive
same
AI
thing
that you've
to
seen
many of
in
her sea
games,
dogs in
and
both the
maybe
North
what does it
Sea
take
and the
to
Channel
create
and the
AI
Atlantic
system?
Ocean.
Like how hard
So
of a
had
problem is
many
that?
of the
So
Huguenot
I'm really
knights been given
questioning
leave to
just
attack any
this
Spanish ships they cared to.
Well, look,
The
I think
Dutch, the French Protestants,
games
and the
games
English
have been
were all
significant in
allied
my life for
together.
3 reasons. So first of
The
all,
battle lines had
I
been
was playing
drawn.
and training
The
myself
lines were
on
drawn
games
by
when I was a
divisions,
kid.
both
Then
religious and
I
political.
went through a phase of designing
These
games
were
and writing
really
AI for
the
games.
first
All the games I
maneuvers in what would be
professionally
called the
wrote
80 Years' War.
had AI as a core
That was
component.
a
And that
global
was
war
mostly in
which
the
for
90s.
its first
And
years
the reason I was
would be
doing that in
fought
games
by
industry was at the
pirates
time,
on the
the games
seas.
industry, I think, was the cutting edge of
But
technology.
that's going to be all
So
for
whether
today.
you were graphics,
We've
or
given
people
a
like John
lot of
Carmack
background
and Quake,
on
those kind
the
of things,
Dutch
or
pirates who are going to
AI,
be a
I
major
think
player in the
actually
story
all the action was going on
and
in
set the
games.
stage for some of the
And
most
we're still
notorious
reaping
acts
the
of
benefits
piracy
of
that
that,
has
even with things like GPUs,
Next
which
week, we're going
I
to
find
look
ironic. It's
briefly
obviously
at the
invented for
Huguenot
graphics,
and
computer
some of their
graphics, but
early
then turns out
examples.
to be
And then
amazingly
we're going to
useful
look
for
at the
AI.
actions of
It just turns
both
out
the
everything makes
French
it
and the
complicated
English
and
and
it
the
appears
Dutch
very
in their
important
fight
for the whole
on
world.
the high seas
So,
against the Allied
so I think
forces of the
games at the
Spanish
time
and
had the
French.
most cutting edge
This
AI,
was going to be a
and
war
a
that
lot
would
of
shape
the
Europe
games
forever and
I
shape the
was involved in
politics of the
writing. So there was a
Caribbean
game called
for
Black and White,
centuries.
which was one game I was
I
involved
hope
with in the
everybody
early
enjoyed
stages
this
of,
episode.
which I
It
still
took
think is the
a little longer to get
most
it out than most of our previous
impressive
episodes have.
example of
The story is
reinforcement
getting
learning
very
in a computer
complex, and
game.
all of a sudden,
So in
there
that
are a lot
game,
of moving
you
parts, and I
train a
wanted to
little
give
pet
some
animal,
pretty important background
and
information to
yeah,
one
and
of
it
the
sort
key
of learned
players.
how you were treating it. So if you
We
treated
really
it
want
badly,
me to
then
know
it
some of
became
this
weak,
stuff because
and then it
things
would
are
be
coming
mean
to
to
a head
your villagers
very
and your
rapidly, and things
population,
are about to
sort of
get
the
frankly
little
quite
tribe that
expensive.
you were running. But if you were kind to it,
If
then
you're
it would
enjoying
be
the show,
kind.
why not check out
And
our
people were
website at
fascinated by how that worked. And so was I, to be honest,
highconstraintpodcast.com.
with the way it
Under
could be
there, you can
developed.
find some supplemental
And
information, such as
Especially the
maps
mapping
and
you put
works
in,
of art
people
relating to our
Yeah.
topics.
you
We also have
realize,
on every
you
episode a
realize
list of the sources used.
sort of
If
the
you're
way
interested in learning more
choices
about
you
any of the
make
topics
can
that we cover,
define
those source lists also have links
where
that
you
go
end
to
up.
the
And that
ebooks.com
means
page for that book, where
all
you
of
can
us are
pick up a
capable of
copy of
good,
anything you'd like to read more about.
evil.
If you do
It all
use that
matters
service,
in
ebooks is
the
kind
different
enough to
choices
throw
along
me a
the
couple of
trajectory
books.
to
We
the
also have an
places that you
8-book
make.
search bar
It was
on the website.
fascinating to me. Games
If
can
you'd
do
like
that
to support the show,
philosophically
there are
too.
several
It's
ways you
rare.
can do
It's
so on
rare.
our
Yeah,
website.
well, games
There's
I
a
think
PayPal
is
donate
medium
button, as well
because
as a link to a
you as the
Patreon
player,
page.
you're not just
That's going to
passively consuming the
patreon.com/artistry
entertainment, right? You're
There's
actually
also an
actively
ebooks and
involved
Amazon
as
search bar.
as
So
an agent.
if you need to search
So I
for
think that's
anything
what
on
makes it in
ebooks
some
or
ways can be more
Amazon.com,
visceral than
you can do so from
other
the
mediums
website by
like
finding it
films
through
and
me a
books.
couple of books.
So the second, so that
In
was
addition to any of
designing
that,
AI
you can
games,
also
and then
leave
the
a
third
review
use
on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which
used
we
of
have
AI
links to
is
on our
the
website.
mind from the
Doing
beginning,
this really helps with
which
the
is
podcast.
games as a testing ground
Once
for
again,
proving out AI
thank you for
algorithms,
listening.
developing AI
Thank you.
algorithms. And that was a sort of core component of our vision to start DeepMind, was that we would use games very heavily as our main testing ground, certainly to begin with, because it's super efficient to use games, and also it's very easy to have metrics to see how well your systems are improving and what direction your ideas are going in and whether you're making incremental improvements.
Rating, shipping,
And because those
C
games
and
are often
industry.
rooted in something that humans
Others
did for a
were
long time
more recently
beforehand,
brought into the trade.
there's already
Were
a
men who had
strong
been pushed
set of
from their
rules.
lives,
It's already
saying
a
as
damn
intelligent
benchmark.
mariners,
Yes,
people who
it's really good for so many reasons because you've got clear
They were
measures of
talking
how
about
good
a new
humans can be
development
at these things, and in some cases
Each
like
of the
Go, we've
18
been playing
men
it
was
for
in
thousands of
possession of
years,
what was called a letter of appraisal, better known as a
often
letter
they
of
have scores, or at least
They had just
conditions,
received it
so
from
it's
Louis
very
and
easy
Nelson,
for reward
their
learning
brother,
systems to get a
William
reward.
C.
It's very easy to specify what that
For
reward
these
is,
men who had
and
always
also
been
at the end, it's easy to
on the
to test
run, on high
externally,
seas from the authorities,
how
be
strong
they
is your system
Spanish,
by
French, or from the
playing
Low
against
Countries,
the
they
world's
now
strongest
had
players
a
at
measure of
those games. So
legitimacy, and they had to
it's so
decide
good for so
exactly
many
what they wanted
reasons,
to
and it's
do.
also very efficient to run potentially
many
millions
areas,
of
they were still
simulations
outlawed.
in
They
parallel.
would have to run in the Spanish
So
just as they always
I think
had,
it's a
and
huge
from
reason
most
why
of the
we were
Dutch
so
authorities.
successful
However,
back
in the
in
ports that
starting
were
out
friendly,
2010.
be
How
they the
come we
port they
were
were
grow
conveying
so
at
quickly?
rothschild
Because
friends,
we utilised games.
or
And
any of the ports in
you know,
England,
at the
or
beginning
even
of
some
the
of the
mine, we
ports
also
in the
hired
homeland, the
amazing
Low
game
Countries, you would
engineers
be able to stay
who I
there
knew
without
from my
having to
previous
sneak
life in
in
the
and
games
pretend they were
industry,
somebody
and
else. They could sail in
helped to bootstrap us
proudly,
very quickly.
and instead
And
of
plus,
pirates,
it's
they would be seen
somehow
as
super
freedom
compelling,
fighters.
almost at a
Some
philosophical
of these
level,
captains saw this as
men
an
versus
opportunity to
machine,
better themselves, make
over
themselves
the
proper
chessboard or
navy in the
billboard,
service of their
and
country.
especially given that the
Others,
entire
and
history
some
of
of the
AI
most
is
powerful
defined by
among
people
them,
saying it's going
saw
to be
this as
impossible to
license.
make a
Plunder,
machine that
sack ships,
beats a human
and
being in chess.
this
And
is
that
episode number
once that
12,
happened,
The
people
Rising
were
Tide.
certain when I was
These
looking at AI
18
that
captains were
Go
most prominent
was
in the
not a
group known
game
as
that
the
could
Sea
solve
Rebels,
because of
those
the
pirates turned
combination
patriots that were now
complexities
fighting for
too.
the cause of Low Country and
It's
defense.
no
They
matter
casted
how
men
much
out
more
across
law
the
you
coast of
have,
the Netherlands
people
and
is
into
just
the North
never
Sea.
going to be able to
Any
crack the
Catholic
game
ship,
of
be
Go.
it French or
Then
Spanish, that was
there's something
English enough to make their way into their
about
path, well, they took
facing
that ship.
sort of
Any
taking on
worthy
the
ship that they took,
possibility of
they
that
sailed
task
into a friendly
from
port and had
the
it outfitted for war.
AI
There was no
from a
shortage of
researcher
them eager
perspective,
to
engineer
serve on these
perspective,
pirate
and then
ships,
as a human being,
not
just
just for the
observing this whole
plunder
thing.
which they would be getting from you, but also
Your
for the chance to serve their
beliefs
newly founded
about what
country.
you thought was impossible
3 of these captains at this
being
conference
broken
stood out
apart.
as leaders of the Sea Rebels.
It's
There was
humbling
Lord Dahlheim, the man who was giving most of the
thought.
orders in the group.
It's
There was another
humbling to
named
realize
Jan
that
Abels,
those things
another
you think are
named Jan
possible
von
now
Schwein.
perhaps would be done.
These 3
In
men,
the
more than
future,
any
there's
others,
something
realized that these
really
letters of marque gave
powerful
them
about a
not
game.
just
AI
legitimacy, but
being a human
responsibility,
being in a game
and
drives
not
that
just
much
increased risk,
home like
but also
billions
the chance for increased
especially in
deployment.
the case of Go.
At nearly the same
Well,
time
look, I
that
think
William and
I think
Louis
it
of
has been
Nassau
a
were granting
fascinating
these letters
journey,
of marque
and
to their pirate
especially
friends,
as I think
Queen
about it,
Elizabeth of
from I
England
can
was issuing a
understand it from
decree
both
against
sides, both as the AI,
any Englishman, any
creators of the
English
AI,
port, or any English
but
merchant
also
either
as a
they
games
harbored
player
to or
originally.
assisted these
So
sea
it
victims
was
will
a
face
really
severe
I mean, it was a
consequences.
fantastic,
At
but
least
also
that's what
somewhat
the decree
bittersweet
sounded
moment, the
like.
AlphaGo match
In
for
reality,
me,
things were somewhat different.
seeing that
When
and
one of
being
those
really
captains,
heavily
Jan Abels,
involved in
took
that.
5 ships off the coast of
But,
Holland,
as you
the
say,
local
chess has
authorities
been,
there in Holland sent 3 ships out to
Kasparov, I
capture
think,
them.
rightly called it the Drostophila
Now, Jan
of
Abels had
intelligence, right?
10
So
or maybe
it's sort
11
of, I
ships at
love
his
that phrase,
command,
and I
so
think
he
he's right,
easily could have
because
taken these
chess
Dutch
has been
vessels, but for 2
hand in
reasons he
hand with
decided
AI
not to.
from the beginning
First,
of
these
the
weren't
whole
Spanish
field,
ships.
right?
Though
So
they had been
I think
ordered
every
by the
AI
Spanish
practitioner
defense, they were
starting with
Dutch
Turing and
vessels that
Paul
he didn't
Shannon and
intend
all
to fight.
those
And
the
second,
sort of
despite the
forefathers
fact that he would have won that
of
fight,
the field,
he was a pirate, a man whose
tried their hand
object was
writing a chess
plunder,
program.
not battle.
I've got
So he
original
decided
edition
to
of
flee to
Paul
England.
Shannon's first chess
He
program,
had
in
a particular hiding
1949,
place in mind,
the
but
original sort
unfortunately,
of
one of those channel storms
paper,
blew in and
and
forced him to seek
they all
harbor
did
in
that, and
an
Turing
English
famously
port.
wrote a chess program
Naturally,
that
an
all
English
computers
harbor
around
official
them
came
was
out
too
to
slow to
inspect
run
his
it, so
vessel,
he had to
a vessel
pick a
stolen
computer.
from the
Right, so he
Spanish,
literally,
filled
I
with
think,
Spanish
spent
loot
2 or
and
3 days
manned by
writing his own
heavily
program
armed
by
Dutchmen.
hand with pencil and paper, playing
Jan
a friend
Abels,
of his
though,
with
wasn't
his
ready
chess
to
program.
release, despite
So,
Elizabeth's
of
proclamation.
course, Deep Blue was a huge
He
moment,
produced his letter of
beating
marque from Louis
Kasparov.
de Nassau, his
But
enemy
actually, when that
against him,
happened, I
and
remember that
he
very,
assured
very
the man that they would
vividly,
not
of course,
harass
because
any
it's,
English
chess and
vessels.
computers and
The
AI
harbor
were the
master
things I loved,
inspected
and
the
I was
letter
in
of
college
marque
at the
and
time.
the
But I
Spanish
remember coming
cargo
away
and
from that being more
agreed that
impressed by
everything seemed to
Kasparov
be on the
5
up and
than
up.
I was by Deep
Jan
Blue,
Abels
because
asked
it
the
was
harbor master
Kasparov
where
with
might
his
be the
human
best
mind.
place to
Not only
sell
could he
his
play chess more or less
entirely
at the same level
legally
as
obtained
this
cargo.
brute of a calculation
The
machine,
Spanish ambassador in
but
England,
of course
well,
Kasparov
he
could
would
do
have been
everything else he
outraged
wanted to to ride a bike, fight languages, do politics, all the amazing things that Kasparov does. And so with the same brain. And yet,
Queen Elizabeth had acquired all the
brilliant
gold
as it was in
needed to
chess,
pay these
it'd been
Spanish troops in the
hand-coded
Netherlands.
for chess.
She had locked it away in
And
the Code of London,
actually
never to see the
had
light of day.
distilled the knowledge of chess
His
grandmasters
keen control
into a
was
full program,
understandably
but it couldn't do
outraged by
anything
this,
else.
and
Like
there
it
was a
couldn't even play
constant
a
line of
strictly simple
communication
game like
between these
tic-tac-toe.
two men,
So
and it was
something
very
to me
clear
was
that the
missing
Spanish
from
ambassador was in deep trouble.
intelligence from that
Beyond
system
that,
that
ever
we would
since the
regard as
Spanish
intelligence. And I
had
think it was this
seized the
idea of
ships in the Low
generality
Countries that were
and also learning.
vessels not adhering
So
to
as
law,
you see, we're trying to do
the
it
Spanish
without
ambassador had
Yeah,
been
we all
pushed in
know
house
0
arrest and
0.
only ever allowed to leave his home to
get
visit
into
court
some
and see the
parts
queen,
of
and
this, just a
even then,
fascinating
he never
trajectory
fully
here.
gone.
But let's just stick
He
on
was
chess
on one of these
briefly.
occasions from visiting the English
Huge
court that
side
saw the
chess.
queen
You've
meeting an
knows that
emissary
from a
from
game design perspective,
the
the thing that
notorious
makes chess
he was the
compelling as a
ambassador
game
from William the Silent,
is
the
that
de
it's a
facto
great
prince
intention
of the
bishop
undeclared
and
Netherlands
the
Republic.
knight. was
That
famous.
emissary
There's also
was
really
Lord
interesting
Baltimore,
to think
that
about
man who
what
was
makes a game
essentially the
compelling.
admiral of all
These
the seas.
stick across
He was
centuries.
the admiral even
Yeah,
of
I
the
was
young
sort of thinking about
Congress,
this,
who
and
was
actually
busy
a lot of
in
even
that
main
English
chess
port,
players don't
selling
think about it
well-gotten
necessarily
goods,
from a game
buying
design
rounds
point
of
of view.
drink
So
for
it's,
his
it's
men,
my
and
game design hat
presumably
on that I
enjoying
was
some of
thinking
the
about this.
local
Why is chess so
women's
compelling?
company.
And I think a
Lord
critical
Dolphin was, in
reason
England, attempting
is
to
the
build an
dynamicness
alliance
of
between
the
his
different
men,
kind
the
of chess
sea
positions
beggars,
you can
and
have, whether
William
they're closed or
Nassau
open and other
and Queen
things,
Elizabeth.
comes from the vision
He had
of the
also
knight.
been
So if you
to
think
La
about
Rochelle, meeting with
how
Huguenot leaders,
different
attempting to build
the,
an alliance
the,
there.
the capabilities of the
These
vision
two
of the knight
groups
are in
were
terms of the way they
essentially
move.
creating a
And then
league of
somehow
Protestants in Europe,
chess has
a
evolved
league
to
that was
balance those two
struggling against the
capabilities
combined
more or
papal
less
forces of
so they're both
Spain
roughly
and
worth
France
3
and the Holy
points
Roman
each.
Empire.
So you think that dynamic is always
This was in
there, the
response
rest of the
to
rules are kind of
many
trying
of
to
these papal
stabilize the
forces'
game.
Well,
moves
maybe. I mean,
against
it's
the
sort of, I don't know,
Protestants
it's
in
chicken
Europe.
and egg
For
situation.
example,
Both
the Duke
fit
of
together,
Alba
but
and
the
King
fact that
Philip
there
had
is got to this
elected to
beautiful
blockade
equilibrium
all of the
where you
English
can
shipping
have
in
the
their
vision of the
English
knight that's so
ports.
different from power,
Notably, there was a
but
wine
so
fleet that
equal in
was
value
stuck
across
in
the set
London.
of the
It
universe
was bound for La
positions,
Rochelle in
right?
France, but not
Somehow
allowed
they've
to
been
leave the
balanced
harbor.
by
And
humanity
more
over hundreds of
importantly,
years.
there was a war fleet
I
unable
think
to leave
gives
English
the game the
shores.
creative tension.
They
And
were
then you can
intended to
swap
sell
the
to
bishop for
Germany, where they
knights
would sell a large
for a
percentage
bishop
of
for a
England's
knight,
wool.
and you
So
they're more or
much, in
less the
fact, that
same.
this
So
really
now you
threatened
aim for a
English
different type of
livelihood.
position. If you have the knight, you want a
It
closed
was even
position.
clear at
If you
court
have the
that
bishop,
if
you
this
want an
fleet weren't
open
allowed to
position.
sail,
So I think
this
that
would
creates a lot
collapse
of kind of
England's
creative
entire
tension in
economy.
chess.
So some kind of
To
control
break the
creative
blockade,
tension.
Elizabeth sent out
From
her
an AI
most trusted
perspective,
sailors.
do you think
She
AI
sent out
systems
the
can eventually
Hawkins brothers,
design
John and
games that
William
are
Hawkins,
optimally
from that
compatible with
troublesome
humans?
voyage. She sent out
Well,
the
that's an
Winter
interesting
brothers.
question.
She also
Sometimes
sent
I
out
get
Francis
asked
Drake
about
and all of his brothers
AI
as captains of
creativity,
different
and
vessels
this
to
the way I answer that
harass
is
any
relevant to
Spanish
that
ships that
question,
were
which is
blockading
that
their
I
trade,
think they're
and
different
occasionally
levels
engage
of
in what was really
creativity, one could
almost
say.
outright
So I
naval
think
warfare.
if we define creativity as
This
coming
was
up with
really
something
one of
original,
England's
right, that's
first naval
useful for a
actions as a
purpose,
nation.
then I
After
think the
chasing
kind of
off
lowest
the
level of
Spanish
creativity
blockade,
is like an
she aided
interpolation,
the
so
Huguenot
an
forces in the
averaging of
Channel
all the
and
examples
opened
you
the
see.
port of La
So maybe a
Rochelle,
very
both
basic AI
for the
system,
French
you can
and
say
for
you
the
can
English
have
to
that.
trade
So
with.
you show it
The
millions of
Channel
pictures
was
of cats,
becoming a
and
place
then
that
you
was
say, give me an average
deadly for
looking
any
cat,
Catholic
right? Generate
ships.
me an average looking
So
cat.
many
I would
French
call that
corsairs, these
extrapolation.
Huguenot
Then
forces,
there's
were tied
extrapolation,
down in the
which something
Caribbean
like
that
AlphaGo shows.
really they'd been
So
unable
AlphaGo
to
played,
keep the Channel free.
billions of games to go
However,
against
with this
itself,
new alliance with
and then it
England,
came up
they
with
were really
brilliant
able to
new
bolster
ideas
the
like with
advantage and
37 and
keep
Game
both
2,
the
brilliant
Royal
on
French
both these
forces and the
strategies in
Spanish
Go
from
that no
interceding in their
humans had
trade.
ever thought of, even
Now,
though
on
we
the
played
east
it
coast
for
of
thousands of
England
years
and
and
in the North
professionally for
Sea, as
hundreds of
well as
years.
along the coast of
So
the
that
Netherlands,
I
it
call
was
that
really the
extrapolation.
sea beggars
But
that
then
ruled the
there's
waves.
still a level above that,
During this
which is,
time, after the
you could
break of the
call
blockade,
out the box
hundreds of
thinking or
French and
true
Spanish
innovation,
ships were
which
taken,
is could
many of
you
them
invent
stolen, and still more
right? Could you
burned.
invent chess and not just
The
come up with a
Navy
brilliant
of the
chess move or
Huguenots
brilliant
had,
go move,
for a
but
long
can you
time, really
can
been
you
a
actually invent
well-organized
chess
force.
for something as
The
good as
Huguenot
chess or
rebellion
go?
had a
And I think one
well-established
day
naval law.
AI could.
However,
But what's
now that the
missing
sea
is
beggars
how
and
do
the
you
English Navy
specify
were
that
both
task
in the
to
fray,
a
they really
program
were
like
able to
that?
press their
And the way I would
advantage
do
in
it
their
if I was
seas. This was
throwing
the
a
first
human
time
to
that
do it, or
England had
games
really been able
designer,
to put the
a
massive
game
navy
designer to
they
do
had
it
been
is, I
building
would
to
say something like
use.
Go, I would say,
And the Dutch were
come
organizing
up
as
with a
well.
game that takes 5
Beyond
minutes
the
to learn,
group of
which
ragtag
goes
pirates they had
unsuccessful,
been, they were
but
becoming
many
something more.
lifetimes to master, right? Or possible to
The
master in
fleets had
one
grown
lifetime.
too
It's so
large, and
deep
their
and
numbers
so
swelled too
complex.
much to rely on
And then
backroom
it's
meetings at the
aesthetically
Beggars' Inn.
beautiful. And
They
also,
was
he
actually
completed it
officially Lord Alpine's
gameplay time, which is useful for our
Then,
us,
on August 15, 1569, they
And so
signed an
you
accord.
might specify these
It
kind of
read,
high level
quote,
concepts like that, and then with
Whereas,
that, maybe a
during
few
the
other
past
things.
years, the greater part of
One could
nobility
imagine
Friesland,
that
as
those
well as Holland
satisfies
and this country,
those
have been
constraints.
driven away from their
But the problem
fatherland,
is that we're
leaving
not
behind
able
goods,
to
wives, and
specify
children to assist
abstract
one another
notions
with
like
all
that,
their
high level
possessions,
abstract
bodies,
notions
and
like that
lives,
yet
only
to
for the
our
purpose
AI
of damaging,
systems.
destroying, and
And I think there's
annihilating
still
the
something
Duke of
missing there in
Alpine, his
terms of
bloodthirsty
high level
adherents.
concepts or abstractions that
None
they
of us
truly
shall,
understand
on his own
and
account,
combinable
either
and
conceive and
compositional.
plan or begin
So
any attack
for the
without the
moment,
knowledge of all,
I think
and
AI is
without the
capable of
consent
doing
of our common
interpolation,
council and
extrapolation,
assembly.
but not true invention.
So coming up with
They were
rule
still
sets,
not quite a navy.
and
They were still
optimizing
pirates, and their object was still
complicated
plunder, but
objectives
they
around
did
those
agree
rule sets
in that
you can't currently
decree
do.
to give
But you could
half
take a
of all of their
specific rule set
proceeds to William of
and
Orange
then
in the cause
run
of
kind of a
Netherlands and
self-play
the
experiment to see
The
how
combined
long
forces of
just
the
observe
constant
how an
forces
AI
at
system
sea
from
proved to be
scratch
too
learns.
much, at least
How
for the
long
North
is
Sea,
that
for
journey
the
of
captive
learning?
navies.
And
So they
maybe
turned to a
if it satisfies some of
They
those
turned
other
to
things you
Pope
mentioned,
Pius
those
V.
equivalents to learn
He
and so on,
published a
and you can see
paper
a
on
long
February
journey
20th,
to master according to
1570.
an AI
It
system,
was called the
then you can say that
Regans
this
and
is a promising
Excelsis,
game.
and it read, quote,
But it would be nice
We
to feel almost
declare that
like you
Saint
have to go
Elizabeth
to the
Church
program
and
Yeah.
patroness of
to
heretics
generate
and
rules that
her
kind of
adherents to have fallen under the sentence of
that
anathema
automate even
and
that
to be cut
part
off from
of
the
the
unity of
generation
the
of
body of
rules.
Christ,
So I have thought
and
about
her,
systems
Elizabeth,
actually
to be deprived strive
I
for
think the
the
amazing
right
in
to the
for a
realm
game
of
designer
all
is
and
you
every
could have a
dignity,
system that
dignity and privilege,
takes your
and
game,
also the
plays
nobles,
it 10
subjects, and
times,
peoples
maybe
of the
overnight,
said realm,
and then
and all
self-balance.
else who in any manner
So
would
it
be
tweaks
both
the
prefer to be
rules
forever
and
absolved from
maybe
such
the
oath,
equations
and all
and
duty of liege,
the
fealty, and
parameters,
obedience,
so
as
that
by
the
the
game
authority of the
is
presence,
still
we
balanced, the
absolve
units
her,
of the
and
game,
deprive the
or
civil Elizabeth
the
of her
rules can
pretended
be
right to the
tweaked.
realm
So it's a
and
bit of
all
like
else
giving it a
aforesaid.
base deck and then
End
allowing
quote. I've mentioned this
research or
people
something
goal
like that
before.
to sort of
It was
explore
this
it.
action that
Right.
so
And
enraged
I think
not
that would
only
be
the Queen and her
super
Privy Council, but
powerful
she
tool
was
actually for
he,
balance, auto
after his
balancing the
appearance,
game, which
finally
usually
convinced
takes
Elizabeth to allow
thousands
him
of
to
hours
go
or
on
hundreds of
what would
games,
wind up
human
being
games
known as
testers normally
Straight
to balance one game
If
like
you are new to the
StarCraft,
show, or this is your
which
first
is
episode,
Blizzard
I'd
are
really
amazing at
suggest going
balancing
back
their games,
sometime
but it
and
takes
listening to
years and
episode
years and
number
years.
8 at
So
the
one
Trivia
can
House of
imagine at
the
some
World.
point when
We go into some
this
depth
stuff
there, but in
becomes
short,
efficient
what
enough
Francis
to
Drake
you
did
might want to
was
do that like
take
overnight.
a subsequent number of voyages to the Caribbean, where he attacked and plundered all along the many Spanish-held Caribbean islands and the Spanish Main. More and more audacious passion as the voyages continued,
Maybe
culminating
certainly
in
the
what
sort of
was
game I would love
one
to
of the
make
most
is
notorious
and I've
acts of
tried
piracy
in
ever
my
undertaken in the
games
entirety of the
career,
game.
the games design career,
It
my
was there
first
that
big
Francis
game
Drake
designing
met
a
up and
big
allied
part,
with many French Huguenot
then
pirates and
with
really
games like
opened
to
an American
have
front
games where we
that
design
was
whole
becoming a
cities
global
and
war
allow you
between
to
these
play
two
it.
religious
So, and
factions.
of course, people like Will
Back
Wright
in
have
Europe,
written
there
games
was a
like
few
Simba,
sea diggers that
trying to simulate the whole
left
of
the
Earth.
English
Pretty
shores where
tricky,
they had been
but
harbored
I think
to go and find a new home.
it's sort
We
of
needed a port
yeah,
that
it
was
has
not
evolution and it's sort of
Rothschild Cuban
it
port,
tries
and
to it's
not
sort
one
of
of the
treated
many
as a
Protestant
high
English
biosphere,
ports,
but
but a
quite high
true
level.
Netherlands port, something
So
that could call their home base and center on their
exactly.
territory.
So obviously you couldn't do that.
Now,
Was in the
many of the
90s.
ports in the Netherlands
So
were
you couldn't,
somewhat
wasn't
friendly
able
to
to
the
do
sea
that.
beggars,
But
especially in the
the
north.
obviously
The
the
locals
ultimate
there
sandbox game, of
were
course.
not people who hated the sea beggars. The sea beggars never
Yes,
harassed the
well, so
locals, only the
so I
Spanish.
jump around
To
from
show,
the
though, the lack of ill will that the locals held toward the sea beggars, I'd like
So I
to
think
read a
my
bit from a
answer to that
letter
question
to
is a little bit complex because
the author of the letter
there
wrote
is
from
simulation
his
theory,
homeland
which
near
obviously Nick Bostrom, I
Amsterdam to
think,
some
famously first
exiles
proposed.
in England. He wrote that,
I don't
quote,
quite believe
out
it
of heartfelt
in that
pity,
sense.
I've been moved to write you for the
In
purpose
the
of highly
sense that
recommending
are
to you
we in
an
some sort
honest
of
skipper of
game,
Amsterdam
or
named
have
Heinrich
our descendants
Rothschild,
somehow
alias
recreated
Black Power, who,
Earth in
having
the
arrived here
21st
from
century and
England, has
for
informed
some
us of
kind of
his great
experimental
misfortune
reason.
and
I
misery.
think that
That his
I
ship
do
has
think
to his great loss been seized, and to the great affliction
the
and
best way to
sorrow of his dear
understand
wife and
physics
children, of whom
and
he
the
is a large
universe
number.
is from a computational
Whereas we have had
perspective.
such information
So
concerning the
understanding
said
it as an
error from the
information
mouth of the
universe
witnesses
and
and
as
from
the
other honest
information
merchants
being
of
the most
Amsterdam who have
fundamental
taken refuge
unit
here.
of
Therefore, upon my
reality,
request, we have
rather than
not deemed it
matter or energy.
inadvisable
So
to inform the
physicists will say,
brethren of the same,
matter or energy,
hoping that it will assist
equals
not a
empty
little
square.
in
These are the
relieving
things
his
that
sad
are the
case.
fundamentals of the universe.
This
I'd actually
man,
say
by diary,
information,
he was
which
just
of course itself
poor
can
merchantman
can
from
specify
Amsterdam
energy
who
or
was
matter,
sailing
right?
from
Matter
English
is actually
shores
just,
and had his
we're
vessel
just out of the way
seized.
our bodies and
At
the
least that's
molecules in our
how
body
this
are arranged as
letter
information.
came to me.
So I think
I imagine
information
that the
may
Spanish
be
in the
the most
region didn't see
fundamental
him
way
in
to
the same
describe
light.
the
To
universe,
them, he
and
was nothing
therefore
more than a
you could say
loathsome
we're in
pirate,
some
and
sort of
despite
simulation
these
because of
friendly
that.
locals, the
But I
Spanish
don't,
really
I'm
controlled
not
all the
really
crucial
subscriber
elements.
to the idea that
To
they
the fleet
just
of
throw away
Dutch
billions of
vessels that were
simulations around. I
sailing
think
from
this is
England, led
actually
by
very
Lord
critical
Dolphin, to
and
find
possibly
a port
unique
that they could
simulation.
seize from the Spanish and hold
Yes,
against them with the aid of both their Huguenot and English allies, much like Port of La Rochelle and several of the ports on the English coast.
Processing and modifying information
However, as they approached
is
the
a good way
Netherlands
to solve
coast,
the problems of
a
physics,
storm
of
arose and
chemistry, of
forced the
biology,
Dutch fleet into
and
a
perhaps
Zeeland
of
harbor.
humanity and
The
so
harbor
on.
was
yes,
called
I think
Bio.
understanding
Now, while
physics
they waited
in
for the
terms of
storm to die
information
down,
theory
another fleet
might be
sought
the
shelter
best
in
way way to
Total
really
60 ships sailed into their harbor.
From
These
our
ships
understanding
turned out without
of
a fault and
universal
accounted
Turing
for
machine,
speed.
from our
These ships
understanding of a computer, do you think there's something outside the
The Dutch
capabilities of a
couldn't let a
computer
prize such
that
as
is
this slip
present
through
in
their
our
fingers?
universe? Do you have a
So they spent the next
disagreement with
working days
Project
pondering these 60
nature of
episodes of everything
consciousness?
they had on
He
board.
thinks that consciousness is
However,
more than just a
after those 3
computation.
days, another
Do you
fleet
think
sailed
all
into
of
the
it,
harbor,
the
chased
whole
by the very
shebang,
same storm.
can be
40
a
ships that were
Yeah, I've
even
had many
more richly
fascinating
loaded.
debates with Sir
These
Roger
were
Penrose.
some of the
Obviously,
greatest
he's
prizes that the Dutch
famously,
ever
and
had.
I read, Emperor of the New
I
Mind,
couldn't help how
and
something like
his
that
books,
must have worked.
his classical books,
The
and they were pretty
relatively small
influential in
port
the
on the Dutch
90s.
coast,
And
battered by
he believes that
storm
there's
winds
something
and
more,
ceaseless
something
rain.
quantum
100
that is needed to
ships from
explain
around the North
consciousness of
Sea
the brain.
were stuck there,
I think
unable to
about what
move.
we're doing
They
at
had
the
nowhere to
what
run.
my career
Where
is
could they
being.
go?
We're
Back
almost
out
like
into the
Turing's
ocean,
champion.
into that
So
ship
we
killer
are
of the
pushing
storm?
Turing
No, they were
classical
forced to stay at
classification
anchor and
to the limit.
attempt
What
to
are the
defend
limits
themselves
of
against
what
this
classical
roving band of
computing can do?
pirates that was going
Now,
from ship to
and
ship,
at the
taking
same time,
anything on
I've
board
also
any of
studied
these vessels that they
neuroscience
cared
to
to.
see,
And
I did my
beyond that,
PhD in, to
these pirates
see,
took not
also
only
to
the
look
ships
at,
that they
you know,
had
is
taken
there
a
anything
fancy
common
to,
in the
the
brain from a
crews of all of
neuroscience
these
or biological
vessels.
perspective?
They intended to hold them
And so
for
far,
ransom.
I think most neuroscientists and
Word
most
spread
mainstream
quickly
biologists and
that the
neuroscientists
these
would say there's no
pirates
evidence of any
inland
quantum
to the Spanish officials
systems or effects
who
in the
largely
brain.
calmed the
As far as we
soldiers
can see,
directly
it's
to the
can be
shoreline
mostly
who
explained by
halted there
classical
and made a base camp,
classical
letting
theories.
the Dutch know
So,
that if they were to disembark,
and
they
then
would
so
be
there's sort of
immediately attacked.
the search for the
This was
biology side,
intended to
and then
deter
at the
these
same
Dutchmen
time,
from
there's the
raiding
raising of the
England,
water
taking parties
at the
ashore, and
bar,
raiding some of
what
the smaller
classical
villages.
Turing machines could do,
This was something the Spanish were always
and you know,
so much
including our
fearful
new
of.
AI systems.
If the Dutch
And
were to
as
attack,
you
it would
alluded to
prove to the
earlier,
locals in the region that the
you
Spanish
know, I
couldn't
think AI,
protect them,
especially in the last
weaken their
decade
rule,
plus,
so they
has
took
been a
sharp
continual
measures to
story
keep
now
it from.
comprising
Now, the
events
Dutch knew
and
that they had
surprising
to leave, but they
successes,
weren't deterred
knocking
from their
over one
search for
theory
gold.
after another.
Some of the ships in this
You
fleet
know, from
sailed to
Go,
England or
Posey,
to
Bowling, and so on.
rothschild to sell
And so
some of their
I
plunder,
think
but still more ships from
I
around
would
the area
be very
joined their
hesitant
fleets,
to
rolling their way
bet
to even
against
larger than
how
before.
far
The fleet
the
traveled to an island,
universal
an
Turing
island
machine
called
and
Mainland, that they had
classical
long used as
computation
a base
paradigm
where they
to
unloaded
go.
much of their cargo.
And my bet
There
is
was
to
a
be
lord in
that
the area,
all of
a man named
certainly what's
Peter
going on in our
van
brain
Kaminga, who
can
was
probably be
sympathetic to
mimicked
their
or
cause. He allowed them
approximated
to use
on
his
a
island as
classical
essentially a
machine,
storehouse for any of their
not
goods.
requiring something
The sea beggars
metaphysical
learned
or
that
cosmic.
Lord
And
Peter
we'll
had
get there
he
with
had been
some of the
pressured
local
into
Afro
betraying the sea beggars by the
think
Spanish.
begins the journey of
Before they
modeling
strike,
this
the sea
beautiful and
beggars
complex
acted
world of
first.
biology.
They
Do
stormed
you
his
think all
castle
the
and took
magic
it
of human
relatively
mind
quickly.
comes from
When they
this
controlled the
just a few
castle, they
miles of
essentially controlled
mush,
all of the island.
a
And this was a
biological
strategic
computational
location
mush
for Ireland. They
that's
controlled a
akin
large
to
amount of
some of the
harbor
neural
and ocean
networks,
around them. So this was a
not
great
directly,
place for the
but
sea
in
beggars to
spirit
hold their
that
base.
deep
For
mind
several months, this
Well,
island
look, I think
served
it's
as a base for
you say it's
operations.
you know, of course,
They
this is
launched
the I think the
countless
biggest
raids from
miracle
the
of the
island,
universe
and
is that
all over the North Sea,
it's just
people
a
knew
few
that
pounds
this
of
was a
bush in
place
our
of safety
skulls,
for
and
the
yet it's also our
Now, of
brains are
course,
the
the
most
Spanish
complex
did that.
objects in that
So
we know of
they
in the
gave a man
universe.
named Robles
So
the
there's
task of
something profoundly
liberating
beautiful and
this
amazing
island from the
about our
sea
brains,
beggars.
and
I'm
I
going to read a
think
passage from The
that
Sea
it's an
Beggars by
incredibly,
Damon Versky. This
incredible
book was written
efficient
in
machine,
1901, and
and
though some of the history is somewhat
and it's
questionable,
you know
it's one of the best
phenomenal
sources we
basically.
have on some of
And
these
I think
men
that
and
building
the
AI,
language that
one of the
they
reasons I
coined
want to
in
build
their
AI,
history is
and I've
just
always wanted to,
fantastic.
is I think by
Quote,
building an
Robles'
intelligent
first plan is
artifact
to
like
dislodge
AI
the beggars
and
from
then
their
pairing it
strongholds.
to the human
For this
mind,
purpose, he dispatched,
that
in December
would help us
1569, a
the
force of
uniqueness
Spanish
and the
soldiers to
true
the island
secrets
of
of the mind
Haiti.
that we've always
Here,
wondered about
however,
since the
the
dawn of
Spaniards
history,
were so
like
warmly received
consciousness,
by the sea
dreaming,
beggars under their impetuous
creativity,
commander, the famous Ronda
emotions.
nobleman,
What are all
Arthur
these things?
Anton von
Right? We've
Maeda, that
wondered
the
about them
attacking party was
since the dawn of
obliged to beat
humanity.
a
And I
precipitate
think
retreat.
one of the reasons, and I love
Anton and the sea
philosophy and
beggars
philosophy of
remained
mind,
for a
is
month longer
we
in
found it
undisputed
difficult is there
possession
haven't
of
been the
Kaminga's
tools for
stronghold
us to
and
really,
the
other
island
than
of Mainland.
introspection,
Whence
to
they
very clever
continued
people
plundering the
in
Grand Isle
history,
and Brazilian
very clever
coasts whenever the
philosophers, to
opportunity
really
was favorable.
investigate this
This
scientifically.
was not to
But
be borne
now,
much
suddenly
longer,
we have a
and
plethora of
Robles
tools.
was
First, we have
resolved to
all the
drive them
neuroscience
away at
tools,
any
fMRI
cost.
machines,
In
single-cell
January
recording, all this stuff.
1570,
But
he
we
sent
also
a
have
much
the
stronger
ability to
expedition
use
than
it
the
as
one
an
of the
AI
previous
to
December,
build
and this time he was
intelligent
more
systems.
successful.
So I think
Under his
that
own leadership, his troops
you
surprised
know,
and
I think it
attacked
is
the sea
amazing
beggars
what
on
the human
Mainland.
mind
A
does.
short,
And
decisive battle ensued in which the beggars were
I'm kind of in
completely
awe of really. And I think it's amazing that
Once
without
again,
human minds, we're able to
beggars
build
tried
things
to
like
find somewhere
computers
new.
and actually even,
For
think and
months
investigate
and
about
months,
these
they
questions. I
tried
think
one
that's also
harbor after
testament
another.
to the human mind.
One of their more
Yeah,
famous
the
characters, a
universe
man named
built
Jan van
the
Troyen,
human mind,
well, he took a
and now
market
the
town that was
computers that help
directly between
us
Antwerp and
understand
Amsterdam.
both
This was
universe
a
and our
very
own
important
mind.
port
Right.
of call.
Exactly it. I mean,
The
I think
Spanish
that's
were
one,
quick to
one
send
could
a
say
train to
we are,
Amsterdam.
maybe we're
The
the
Spanish,
mechanism by
well, they
which
had
the
garrison
universe is
troops
able to
and
try and
many
understand
cannon
itself.
in every
Yeah.
harbor of the Netherlands. They intended to repel the sea
Beautiful. So
beggars anywhere
let's
that they called
let's
them.
go to the basic
Still,
building blocks
they
of
were having
biology
real
that I
threat
think
to the Spanish
is
rule.
another angle which
So,
you start to
Duke
understand the
Alba
human mind, the
established
human
a
body.
fleet.
Quite
It was
fascinating, which is
originally composed
from the
of
basic
12
building
large
blocks.
Spanish
Start to
warships with
simulate,
the
start to
express
model
purpose of
how
destroying
from
the
those
sea
building
beggars.
blocks you can
This
construct
was a
bigger,
fleet
bigger,
the
more
likes that
complex
the North Sea
systems.
hadn't
Maybe
seen
one
for
day
some
the
time.
entirety of human
The
biology.
beggars,
So
they fled as fast as
here's
possible.
another
They were
problem
tracked by the
that
fleet, however,
to be
and
impossible to
running
solve,
from
which
this
is protein
overwhelming
folding.
firepower, they
And
decided to try and
AlphaFold
take refuge in the harbor of
specific
a local
AlphaFold
town, a
2
local river. They
did
didn't
just
expect
that.
these large Spanish
Solve
vessels to
protein
follow
folding. I
them.
think it's one of
However,
the biggest
some of the
breakthroughs
vessels were able to. The fleet
certainly the
chased
history of structural
them up
biology,
and
but
finally,
in
they
general,
soundly defeated the
science,
sea beggars. They took two of the sea
maybe
beggars'
from a high
ships
level,
and sinking two
what
others.
is it? How does
This
it
was,
work?
of course, hardly
And
all
then
the
we
ships
can
that the
ask
sea
some
beggars had in
fascinating
Iran.
Sure.
There were
questions
many
after.
remaining
Sure.
vessels in and
So
around
maybe
England
I
and
to
Port
explain it
rothschild and
to
sailing
people not
elsewhere
familiar
in the
with
North
protein
Sea.
folding is,
The
first
call
of all,
went out
explain
to any
proteins,
of the
which
sea beggar
is,
ships that could be found
proteins are
to run
essential to
through
all
the
life.
oceans.
Every function in
They
your
were
body
received
depends
there
on
by the
proteins.
Countess
Sometimes they call
Dormitower,
it
who
workhorses of
presented
biology.
the Dutch with
If you look into them,
really
and I've, obviously as
splendid
part of
something that
Alpha
could
Fold, I've
be a
been
flagship for
researching
them to
proteins
replace one of their
and
lost
structural
vessels.
biology for the
They
last few
named
years.
this in her
They're
honor
amazing
the
little
Countess.
bio-nanomachines proteins. They're
Despite
incredible.
this
You
warm
actually watch
welcome
little
of the English
videos of how they
nobility,
work,
and
animations of how
despite the
they
many
work.
friends and allies that the
And
sea beggars had on
proteins are
British soil,
specified by their genetic
England was
sequence,
no
called
home
amino
to the sea
acid
beggars.
sequence.
The
You can think
edict
of
that
it as
Elizabeth
their
had made against
genetic
them still
makeup.
stood.
And then
Frequently,
in the
when they
body,
would chase in Spanish
in
ships and
nature,
English
they
ports, they
when
would
they
be
when they
fired and
fold up
occasionally
into a
arrested.
3D structure.
Now,
So
these
you can
weren't
think of
acts
it
of
as a
true
string of
violence, but
beads,
they were made
and then they
to
fold up into
ensure that
a
the sea beggars
Now
didn't
the key
use
thing
England
is
as
you want
their
to know
real
what that
home
3D
base.
structure is.
This was due in large
Because
part
the
to the actions
structure
of the
of the
beggars
3D structure of
themselves.
protein
They were
is what
rough,
helps
violent,
determine
and
what does it do,
untoward,
the
who
function it does
caused
in your
trouble
body.
wherever they went.
And also, if
Even
you're
those of them that
issuing
were members of the
drugs
nobility knew that they
or
had to
disease,
play
you
a
need to
role
understand
in
that 3D
keeping
structure,
pirates.
because
It had
if
to
you
be
want to target
part of who they
something
were
with
that
a
would
drug
spread
compound
fear into their
or
enemies'
about to
hearts. And
block
to do this,
something the protein's
they had to
doing,
help secretly of their
you
allies
need
as
to
well.
understand where it's going
Even
to bind
other
on the
friendly
surface
ports
of the
like the
protein.
port at La
So obviously,
Rochelle
in order to
began to
do that, you
refuse
need to
some sea
understand
beggars'
the 3D
entrance into
structure.
their harbor
The structure
because
is
of their
bound to the function.
propensity
The
for
structure
causing
matches
trouble.
the function, and the structure is
So the sea
somehow
beggars continued their
specified
search for a port of
by the
call.
amino acid
They needed a
sequence.
place that
And
they
that's
could
what,
call
in essence, the
home,
protein
a
folding
real
problem
base
is.
of
Can
operations.
you just from the
For
amino
months and
acid
months, they
sequence, the
searched, trying
one-dimensional
again and again to take
string of
different
letters,
ports, and again
can
and
you
again they were defeated by
easily
Spanish and
computationally
Dutch
predict the
engineers.
3D structure?
Right.
And
In one
this has
such
been
encounter, that man,
a
Jan
grand
van
challenge in
Schoen,
biology
is
for over 50
favorite among the
years.
sea beggar
So I think it was
tacticists,
first
one of the most
articulated by
popular
Christian
among their
Athens
ranks.
at a Nobel
While he was
Prize in
bold enough, he was eaten
1972
into mountain
as part of his
the
Nobel
Spanish
Prize
attacked at
lecture.
sea.
And he just
His men
speculated
fought
this should
hard
be
to
possible
defend their
to
vessel.
go
However,
from
they were
the amino acid
overwhelmed
sequence
very
to the
quickly.
3D structure. But he didn't say
All
how.
the men that were left
So
had to jump
I've
overboard
been
to escape
described to me
Spanish
as
capture.
equivalent to
Now, there were
Batman's
other
last
ships in
hero,
this fleet that were
work of
still
art.
fighting the
Right,
Spanish.
you should.
The men who had jumped off of Jan van Schoen's ship, well, they swam to the nearest vessel they could get to.
You should
They
do more of
climbed
that kind of
aboard,
thing. In the
and
margins, just
unfortunately,
put random.
I found a couple of Spanish crews had already taken
Set
them.
people up for 200 years.
Before they even climbed over the
Exactly.
rail,
It
they
just
found
don't give
themselves
you
spraying down
exactly. And
Spanish
everyone
steel
exactly
and
it
Spanish
should be.
muskets.
I'll have to remember that for future.
This began
So yeah,
happening
so he
with
set off,
alarming
with this one
frequency.
throwaway
The sea
remark,
beggars
like Furman,
were
he
under attack
set
by the
off this
Dutch and
whole
Spanish
50 year
authorities. That fleet that had been organized to fight
field
them was doing
of
pretty well.
computational
So Lord
biology.
Beltline sent
And they had,
most
they
of the
got
sea beggar
stuck. They
fleet to
hadn't really
England,
got very
but
far with
he
doing
himself
this.
stayed with
And
only 12 ships
until
left on the
now,
Dutch
until Alpha
coast.
Fold came along,
The sea
this
beggars'
is done
ranks had
experimentally,
moved to the safer harbors
very
of English soil,
painstakingly. So the
while
rule of thumb
only a
is
few
you
of
have
them,
to
some of the
crystallize the
most
protein, which
notorious
is really
among them,
difficult. Some
stayed with
proteins
them
can't be crystallized like membrane
This
proteins.
proves to have
And then
been
you have to use
something
very
that helped
expensive
stay
electron microscopes.
While he may have saved
X-ray
the majority of the
machines,
fleet of sea
really
beggars,
painstaking
those 12
work to
ships
get the
became
3D
the
structure,
prime
visualize the
target for
3D
all of
structure.
the Dutch in the
So the
region.
rule of thumb in
That fleet,
experimental
led by
biology
the
is it
Spanish,
takes one
caught up
PhD
with those 12
student
ships
their
shortly.
entire PhD
His two
to do
largest
one
ships
protein.
were captured by the Spanish, taken.
With
They were
Alpha Fold 2,
the best vessels
we're
they
able to predict
with
the 3D
nearly all of
structure
the arms
in
and
a matter of
ammunition that they
seconds.
had in the fleet.
And so,
9 of the other ships
over
were bombed
Christmas,
by the
we did
Spanish,
the
and
whole
only
human
one,
proteome,
carrying
all
Lord
every
Beltline's
protein in the human body was
managed to
3,000 proteins. So
Now,
the human
he went
proteome
to
is like the
England to
equivalent
join
of
the
the
rest of
human
the sea
genome,
beggars,
but
but
on
at the
protein
request of
space.
Prince William's
And
silent when
sort of revolutionized maybe what structural biologists can do, because now
This was
they
due
don't
to a
have to
number
worry
of
about
factors.
these
There was
painstaking
money
experimental,
involved
you know, should they put all of
that
their
the
effort in or not, they can almost just look
loans
up
that
the
people
structure of their
refused to
proteins
pay,
in Google
other
search.
people taking out
And
loans
so there's
as
a
well,
data set
and
which
several other things that
trained
caused this.
how to
The
map these
reality
amino
is,
acid sequences.
if
First of all,
he'd
it's
been doing
incredibly
better as the admiral of
so
the sea
chemical
beacon,
computers, they have
he
to do that
likely would not have
computation
been arrested.
itself in some kind of
Williamson
distributed
quoted
way
another version
and do it very quickly.
Nobleman, who was
That's a
one of his
weird
partners,
thing,
in
and
the
they
hopes that
evolved
he would
that
do a
way
better
because
job.
in the
However,
beginning,
this man wasn't
that's
the
creating
most experienced.
protein.
I mean,
The experience
I
is
think probably a history
the core element of
like
sea
they
beggars
evolved
continue trying to develop
to have
and
many of
continue
these
to evolve.
proteins, and those
However,
proteins
many
figure
of
out
the
how
other
to
sea
be
beggars, those
computers
that
themselves
rounded out their
in
numbers,
such a way that
well,
you can create
disciplined
structures
to
that
get
can
break
interact
down
with
from
complexes with
others.
each other.
The captains weren't able to keep them in
High
line,
level
and in many
functions.
cases,
There's
the
a
captains
weird
themselves
system that they
decided to go
figured
rogue.
it out.
Well,
They
for
began
sure. I mean,
doing
you know,
that
maybe we should talk about the origins of
any
life
shipping
too.
they
But
could find,
proteins
and
themselves, I
putting
think,
all
are
the money in
magical
their own
and
coffers so that
incredible,
they being allotted
as
to
I said, little
control the
bio-nanomachines.
not only the Spanish and the
And
royal
actually,
fleet, but also
Leventhal,
Dutch,
who was another
English, and
scientist,
Huguenot vessels were now
contemporary
under
of
threat from
Atkinson,
these rogue
he
seamen. They
coined
were
this
giving the
Leventhal,
beggars
what
who were
became
trying
known as
to
Leventhal's
be a
paradox,
royal
which is
navy a
exactly
pretty
what
good
you're
name
saying.
to
He
turn this from
calculated roughly
fight for a
protein,
good
an average
cause into
protein,
real
which is maybe
piracy.
2,000 amino
They were
acids
losing many of their
bases
allies
long,
and many of their
is
friends during this period, and it was
is
happening
tenfold in maybe
alarmingly
10 to
quickly.
the power
So
300
Napoleon fired
different
that second admiral
conformations.
as soon as
So there's 10 to the
possible.
power 300 different
He
ways that
promoted a
protein
third
can fold
man,
up,
the
and yet
most
somehow
famous
in
of all the
nature,
admirals and sea
physics
admirals.
solves
He was the
this
Baron of
in a
Louis
matter
and
of
the Count
milliseconds.
of
So
Lamar,
proteins fold up
known
in
in
your body
history as
in,
William
sometimes
Vandermark.
in fractions of a second.
William Vandermark
So
was,
physics is
well, he was
somehow
one of the
solving
first
that
and
certain
most
problem.
And
ardent
just to be
supporters
clear,
of Dutch
many of these
independence
cases,
and
maybe you
William's
can correct me
fall.
if I'm wrong,
However,
there's
initially,
often a
his
need
fight
to
was on
be
land. He
for
was
those
elected
sequences
as
to form
a
itself.
general in some of these
So
armies, not a
along
sea
the
captain, but
huge
being
number of
from the Netherlands, he
possibilities,
did
he
have
figures
sea
out a way
experience and
to stably,
reportedly quite a bit of experience with the
in some
piracy
cases there
general.
might be dysfunction, so on,
He
leads to a
contacted
lot of
any of
resources
these
like that. But
rebel
yes,
rogue
most of
sea
the time
captains, any of them that were
and
still
that
willing
unique
to fight
map
for
is
the
not
cause
obvious.
under his
No,
leadership
exactly.
were
This is
like
what the problem
cool.
is.
Exactly.
Any
So
who
there's a
had decided
unique map.
that regular
Usually,
piracy
in
was
a
more
healthy,
raking,
if
who
it's
were
healthy,
essentially
and as you say,
exiled
if
from
it's
the
easy.
Netherlands community.
So,
Now,
for example,
he rallied all of the
Alzheimer's,
ships that were
one
still loyal
conjecture
to the
is that
cause
it's
of
because of
independence
misfolded
and
protein.
moved
Protein that folds in
operations
the
to
wrong way,
England.
amyloid
The
beta
Netherlands had
protein.
become extremely dangerous
And
place
then
because
because
of
it
that
folds in the
Spanish
wrong way, it gets
fleet that
tangled
was
up
patrolling her
in
shores and
your
had
neuron.
caused the sea beggars so
So,
much trouble.
it's super important to understand
So,
both
under
healthy
William
functioning
Vandermark,
and
they
also
operated out of
diseases
the
to understand,
safe harbors of England,
what
primarily
these
in the
things are doing
channel
and how they're
around
structuring.
Dover was
Of
their
course, the
real
next
base
step
of
is
operations.
sometimes proteins change shape
A
when they
second
interact
contingent
with
of the
something.
sea beggars,
So
who was doing
they're not just
perhaps
acting
even better than the main
necessarily
contingent,
in
operated off
bonding.
of the Isle of Wight. Now,
Maybe you
their
could give
attempts to
some
take a home
interesting,
base, to
beautiful
attack a
things to
port
do
on
while
land and
these
take it,
early
hold it,
days of
had all ended in failure, and sea beggars were
solving this problem
essentially broke,
because
as was Prince
unlike
William's
games,
island. They needed to raise
real
some funds as quickly as
physical
possible.
systems
So,
that
rather
are
than
less
attempting naval
amenable
warfare
to
or on land warfare,
self-relay type of
the sea
mechanisms.
beggars turned
Sure.
back to
The
pirates.
size of the data set
They were
is
taking
smaller
only
than
Spanish and
many
French
others like
ships,
them
only
to
to
be
capture
very
ships that
clever,
were their
less
enemies, but they
Is
would
there
take
something
them,
to speak
steal
to?
everything they had, ransom the sailors, and sometimes sell the vessels to the sea. They became real danger, a real
the
menace.
solution?
Yeah. I
Well,
obviously
although
anthropology is the
Elizabeth
most
against the
complex
sea
and
beggars
also
still
probably the most
stood,
meaningful
sea
system
beggars were
we've built
smart
so
like
far.
this.
So it's been
Making so
amazing
much
time
money
actually the
through
last
piracy,
2-3
they
years to
bribed
see
any
that come
governments to
through
claim their
because
soil that they needed to,
as
as
we
well
talked
as
about
any
earlier,
government
games
officials
that
that
we
came with
started
them.
on
They
and
sent some of
building
their money
things like
back to William,
AlphaGo
as
and
I had before,
AlphaZero,
but most
but
of it
really the
went to
ultimate
go to the
goal
sea
was
beggars, not so they
not
could
just to crack
while it
games,
away
just
on drinking,
to
which I
build,
certainly
use them
did,
to
but much of
bootstrap
it
general
went to
learning
create
systems
a
we could then
new,
apply to
bigger,
real
and
world
better
challenges.
sea beggar fleet.
Specifically, my passion is
Under
scientific
William Vandermark, the
challenges
sea beggar
like
fleet was
protein
rebuilt.
folding. And then
Discipline was
AlphaFold
brought into
is
their
our
ranks,
first big
despite the
point
fact
of
that they were
power.
acting as
And
pirates,
so,
they were acting in unison,
in
and
terms of the
attacking every
data
French and Spanish
and
ship
the
they could
amount of
get their
innovations
hands
that
on.